Chapter 341. Just as the female prisoners of the Wuxing sect in the prison were preparing to go to the Book of History for team building, painting wall, ancient tomb, Jian Xian and others were the 70th batch to come in. A large number of geniuses had come in before, including not only the powerful geniuses of the younger generation, but also the crown prince, princes, and princesses of the Josue dynasty. It can be seen that the lineup here is very strong. The latest batch of people who came and turned the place upside down. The crown prince is a short young man, who looks only about 10 years old and very immature. Crown prince, I'm afraid that His Majesty will soon move into the Imperial Mausoleum Feijian, and we don't have much time. A young man next to him said. The death of the saint is inevitable. The best solution is for the saint to take the initiative to move into his own Imperial Mausoleum Feijian and vacate the capital. Because only he took the initiative to enter the tomb while he was still alive, the world did not know when he would die, or whether he was dead. Unknown death is a deterrent to those ancient forces. A clear death will make those beings have different intentions. And who will rule the vacated capital? The answer is, the last saint of the previous dynasty. That is, the owner of the tomb Xinjian in front of us. He will walk out of the tomb again and take charge of the entire capital. The era returns to the time of Xian dynasty, 280,000 years ago. This is the best solution. Because the saint of Xian dynasty retreated that year, and took away the core of Book of History before his death, the pressure to suppress the ancient strange saints doubled. The difficulty has increased by more than 10 times. Only the saints of today are unprecedentedly powerful, and can barely suppress it. No one else can suppress it. Therefore, only the saints of Xian dynasty can come out, and take charge of the capital again. He who carries the core of history of the years can suppress the saints of the old era. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Letting a ghost come out of the tomb again, and suppress history of the years is a unique thing in prehistoric times. What's even more ridiculous is that this ember of the saint of the previous generation thought he was not dead yet. He just hid in the tomb for more than 100,000 years, and survived until the saint died of old age. Now he returns to suppress the whole world again. When I was alive, I couldn't beat you. I will wait for you to die, and then I will be born again. The same idea as most ghosts, but they don't know that they have already died. And only this ghost, holding the core, can suppress history of the years. And the impact he brings will be to regain control of the world and settle in. The old system will be restored in the capital. The ancient tomb Xinjian in front of us, the royal palace, the big sect, the religion. Everything in the ancient tomb will be moved out of the ancient tomb and become the new natives of the capital. We must enter this future capital in advance, hide our identities among the various high-level officials, and build good relationships with the old human high-level officials of the previous dynasty. We must assassinate this saint of the old dynasty, and get the core of history of the years back. Lure him out, and kill him completely. The prince looked solemn. The saint entered the tomb, and was suppressed by history of the years on his own initiative, so that the ancient saint could be let out. But to kill this ancient saint, only these people can rely on them. The world is in turmoil. The current saint voluntarily falls, and seals himself in the tomb of the emperor, and his life and death are unknown. The era of the capital returns to the previous dynasty, and the ancient saints are reborn with their tomb army and various ministers. And the entire Jiuzhou will inevitably usher in a chaotic era with the fall of the saint. The various major factions secretly support the uprising of the kings, and the uprising will break out in various parts of Jiuzhou. This is the future chaos. But it is already the best way. I heard that there is also the Wuxing sect in this ancient tomb. We need to be careful. And we must integrate into this era in advance, obtain a formal ancient identity, and not expose ourselves as living people. Sword-casting villa. The night is like water, the prison of the demon tower. The female prisoners of the Wuxing sect have already prayed very skillfully. Great owner, praise Wuxing. They have been completely fooled, thinking that they have returned to their own Wuxing sect, and they are very pious. Wuxing religion is a cult, a bad guy, a fraud, and a seducer of low-level women. But they are all high-level monks of Wuxing religion. There are no high-level Wuxing religion here. All the low-level female believers here are deceived, and they are all pitiful people. When they were alive, they believed in religion blindly and ignorantly, became fanatical believers, and they are still the same after death. Crash! Transparent bubbles rose one by one and gathered into a ball. After chopping off the embers, a huge bubble figure was born quickly, and then quickly shrank, controlling its size, and becoming the size of a normal person. Then it sat cross-legged, quickly opened the 3 flowers, and grew towards the nursery. All the way up. In the distance, the godfather was robbing on the way to the nursery. Suddenly he saw this scene, and couldn't help but stay away. It's the breath of Wuxing religion. Recently Xenia's city has caused a big incident. It is in the limelight, and can't be provoked. Su Yunyang, Ning Jiao, and other female prisoners saw the scene, and watched the evil cultivators retreat, and they felt a strong sense of pride in their hearts. After all, originally, these female prisoners were all low-level people. Those great cultivators had never been afraid of them. Crash! They rose all the way into the air, and finally broke through the barrier, and entered the nursery. They were just about to see what kind of fixed camera this time, where to grow and see the scenery. But they saw themselves growing in a pond, and a woman was bathing next to them, chatting with the servants. Ning Jiao looked envious. What a good figure, it's a pity, next time I will ask my brother to come and see it together. Su Yunyang was stunned. You are so loyal and righteous, you never forget your brother when there is anything good. They continued to listen to the conversation between these natives, and then they found slightly different. They actually talked about the time traveler, and even the direction of Jiaoyu, Su Huan, Jian Xian and other people. And here, it turned out to be a mansion of a princess of the previous dynasty. Su Yunyang pondered in her heart on the spot, have we entered the prehistoric murals? The historical murals mentioned by the sword fairy? Why does this plot feel a little wrong? Their prison followers originally came to relax, as a plant, quietly blooming, like a flower watching the scene between heaven and earth. But from the conversation here, we know. Jian Xian and others pretended to be time travelers. There are monsters in their future era? Say that the saint is dead? Jian Xian and others are really conscientious. Su Yunyang complained and chatted with Ning Jiao next to her. She thought it was quite interesting. This journey should be very exciting. At least I heard some useful information. I will report the situation to the villa tomorrow. Who? At this moment, the maid who was helping with the bathing suddenly felt something strange about the flowers. That breath, could it be from the Wuxing sect? After all, it is different from Ning Zheng's powerful ability to conceal her breath, who is truly in the 3 Yuan realm. Most of the low-level civilians and followers in the prison are not even monks, so how can they hide? And the 3 flowers of ordinary people do not have the ability to speak, but there are too many consciousnesses mixed here, and they can actually speak, and with confusion, crazy mumbling, it is very easy to make people lose their minds. Even ordinary people feel something is wrong. We have been discovered? Su Yunyang's heart was turbulent and extremely anxious. It's over. We have been discovered. What should we do? In theory, there is no loss after the 3 flowers are pulled out. However, this is obviously a hidden plot. She thought she was a high-level player. How could she not follow the hidden plot? Even if she listened here, she could get more information and intelligence, which would help our villa make better decisions. I had to delay time, at least, through communication and dialogue, to get more information before being discovered. But we have been blamed. The atmosphere of our Wuxing sect is too strong. We said we are good people, not from Wuxing sect. Will this princess believe it? An idea came to her mind, and she remembered that the other party was talking about the time traveler, so she played along. She pondered for a moment, and said in a sad voice, we finally traveled back. Welcome to Wuxing Old Mother. We finally returned to 280,000 years ago, to when you were still young. I wanted to call someone immediately to say that there was a cult princess Xine here, but I was stunned. There are actually a large group of Wuxing sect travelers from the future here? What did she call me? Wuxing Old Mother. Chapter 342. Su Yunyang was relieved to see them being suppressed. This is the best solution. This 3-flowered flower carries the strong aura of the Wuxing religion, and bears the blame of the Wuxing religion. What should I do, if I don't want to be regarded as a cult and executed immediately? Most people would never think of a way to survive, but Su Yunyang's mind is smart, and she thought of the only way to survive. Say that the princess in front of me is also a cult, or our Wuxing Old Mother. At this time, whether the princess believes it or not, she dare not call for help. She thinks she is not. But what if, suddenly a time traveler from more than 200,000 years later said that she would be the Wuxing Old Mother in the future? She had to weigh the seriousness of it. If it was true, not only would this 3-flowered flower be executed, but she herself would also be executed. She couldn't afford to gamble at all, and didn't dare to shout. Su Yunyang thought in her heart, no matter how long we can deceive, if we can delay for a while, it is a profit to get more information. This identity of the Wuxing cult is really a big black pot. This is the beginning of hell. If she is a normal Sanhua, she can have the confidence to survive and explore more information. At this time, Princess Xine really wanted to open her mouth and shout that there was an evil cult invasion, but the other party shouted wishing old mother. Her voice stopped abruptly, and her brain fell into chaos. Two mates, They also feel so scared. Should we call someone to expose the princess's identity as the future leader of the evil cult? No. We are the princess's confidants. If the future princess becomes the new wishing old mother, can we too be the left and right protectors? We expose the princess. What if we are also the great devil wishing in the future, and we have to die together? Welcome to my mother, and unify the world for thousands of years. Su Yunyang said seriously. 28,000 years later, Jojo will be in chaos and all people will be dead. Su Huan and others consumed the power of the survivors, subverted time, and returned to before this period of history. We, the Wuxing sect, also mixed in and successfully escaped to the past 28,000 years ago. We brought the only 3,000 Wuxing sect members who were left, all of whom were powerful masters above the second phase realm, but there were too many accidents, and now their cultivation has disappeared. She was talking about those low-level female prisoners who had no cultivation. It's not that our cultivation is too weak, but the time turbulence is too terrifying, and we have lost our cultivation. Now we, the 3,000 elite, have traveled back to serve you. Her voice was extremely heavy and serious. The tragedies of the future can be changed. You are the hope of the future. We, the 3,000 people, will fight against the whole world with you. Please fight for the future 280,000 years later, and the war will subvert the dark taboos of the whole Kyushu. Su Yunyang's words made Princess Xine's brain a little confused. Why should I fight against the whole world? Su Yunyang, we will help you. Xine, why should I fight against the whole world? Su Yunyang, because you are the future Wuxing Lao Mu. Xine's brain was confused for a while, and then she whispered, wait a minute, let me sort out my thoughts. Okay. Su Yunyang said respectfully, but she was not idle either. You are the future Wuxing Lao Mu. You can't escape your own fate. Please lead us to reshape the glory. She asked the 3,000 Wuxing followers nearby to shout slogans in unison. Meet the Wuxing mother. Better than Wuxing. Praise Wuxing. Thousands of fanatical voices rose and fell, as if they had seen the master they served. This scene had a shocking feeling that 3 years had passed, the Dragon King had returned, and 30,000 troops were rushing to the scene. Princess Xine was so shocked that she opened her lips and remained silent. After the shock, her IQ finally began to regain the high ground. I don't care who you are. If you say that, at least you have to show evidence. First of all, I am a mortal who cannot practice. How can I become a powerful person in the future? Because I lied to you, you are a mortal. Or the unwelcome mortal princess, who died 280,000 years ago, a burial object in the imperial mausoleum. But Su Yunyang certainly couldn't say that. The other party felt that she was not dead, and she still had a future, so she made up a future for her. She explained, you can't practice now, but you will be able to practice in the future. You have planted the acquired spiritual roots. Soon after, a large number of peasants revolted and overthrew the rule of the immortals. The dramatic changes of the times, like a vast tsunami, cannot be stopped by human power. Even your father, a contemporary saint, cannot stop the torrent of the world. This is a change of the times. This is a great revolution in the evolution of human history. It's like the ancient apes walked out of the cave, learned to hunt, and entered the hunting tribe era. But the Xian dynasty was still strong. It took more than 100,000 years for the new dynasty Josue to overthrow your era. Princess Xine nodded. The strong need to grow. A strong man who can break through the state of one mind within 10,000 years is already gifted and rare in the world. Like Jian Xian, who has reached the great perfection of the two-phase state for thousands of years, everyone thinks he is a seed player and a future headmaster. Those ordinary mortals, who have planted acquired spiritual roots, have spent more than 100,000 years to build a camp to compete with the innate spiritual roots. The time is completely consistent. And you planted spiritual roots in secret, and in these hundreds of thousands of years, you have been secretly recuperating. Su Yunyang said, no one knows that you have succeeded the Wuxing sect and become the leader. You are hiding your strength in secret, and you are still a weak princess of the court on the surface. Xine frowned. Then the Wuxing old mother of this generation was defeated by me? The inheritance of the Wuxing sect has been long. The outside world does not know how many generations of Wuxing sect old mother have been replaced, but there must be replacements. Yes. Su Yunyang sighed with regret. The Wuxing sect must also adapt to the tide of the times. The followers of the Wuxing sect are the monks of the grassroots masses. Now that the postnatal era has arrived, we naturally have to integrate into the postnatal spiritual roots and absorb the followers of the postnatal spiritual roots. You defeated the previous Wuxing old mother, worked hard to govern, and revitalized the followers. You made new changes and began to preach among the mortals without spiritual roots, letting them plant clover on their bellies, so that they could give birth to excellent scholars who could plant postnatal spiritual roots. Under Su Yunyang's continuous explanation, a female-oriented heroine-type storyline appeared vividly in front of us. Plotting, dormant, forbearing, slapping, and countless excellent followers. Su Yunyang became happier and happier as she spoke. Even the contemporary Jiosui saint, the most amazing and great existence in human history, was once your pursuer. I heard that he pursued you madly, and wanted you to have 18 babies, and a crazy birth. What's wrong with me criticizing the saint's love history? Su Huan, the time traveler next door, also criticized the saint madly, saying that he was dead, and would become a great terror in human history in the future. It's just a small problem. He can touch it, but I can't. If the saint wants to settle the score later, he will go to Su Huan. I'm whispering here secretly, and it won't be spread out, so no outsiders will know. The two personal bathing maids next to him covered their mouths in shock. So exaggerated. Even the great terror at the end of time actually, to our princess? Who would have thought that the cowardly princess of Xinqiao, who had no spiritual roots, and was not welcomed by others, would become the world-famous Wuxing old mother 280,000 years later? The shock in my heart was unparalleled. Xini herself became more and more confused as she listened. But the other party's various evidences, details, techniques of planting spiritual roots, and skills all proved that they did have advanced technology that was more than 100,000 years ahead of their time. They were indeed time travelers from the future. They were a group of mysterious monks who had the ability to travel through time. They came here regardless of life and death, and even their cultivation was lost like that of ordinary people. They could be discovered by a mortal like me. It can be seen that they were severely injured. All this was just to go back to the past and assist me? How outrageous. She couldn't help but have a thought in her mind. Could it be that I am really the mother of no life? Tell me more about the future, the historical pattern of 28 years, and 10,000 years later. Xini hesitated for a moment. I can't trust you yet. I need to distinguish right from wrong. Outside Princess Xini's mansion, on the street, several young monks, carrying secret treasures that can restrain the breath of living people, are walking in this imperial mausoleum. It is their routine to restrain their breath, walk in the secret realm, and steal. As long as they don't do anything violent, they won't be discovered. And in front of them is the largest secret realm in human history, the Imperial Mausoleum. The new few Tianjios, who claim to be time travelers, have made such a big fuss. One of the young men said in a deep voice. They are very dissatisfied. The saints have released more than 70 batches of Tianju one by one, hiding them very well. These are the seeds of vitality arranged by the saints, and they were sent to the secret realm of future capital in advance, so that they can arrange their identities for themselves. Now, some people are already disciples of the big sects. Some are even low-level officials in the court, and they have been doing very well. I heard that someone has already been promoted to the position of patrol guard in the capital, and is even a squad leader. Our status is still too weak. We can only rely on copying books, some poetry collections of future great scholars, to become famous in various bookstores, and to establish good relationships with certain talents. Our reputation is so great that there are courtesans who invite us into the boudoir, but we can't. Alas! We can only watch and knock them out to avoid exposing ourselves. We sneaked in early and have an advantage, but unfortunately our position is not very high. They chatted and felt the customs of 280,000 years ago on the street. Suddenly, they saw the big words Princess Xini's mansion on the street. This saint has hundreds of princesses, but many of them are good at fighting, and those with high cultivation are even more difficult to sneak in. Someone chatted. This princess, who has no cultivation qualifications, is the best choice for us to sneak in. She has a high status, and is not easy to be discovered. Brother Malwin tried to apply for the guard of this princess's mansion before, but failed. Princess Xini is famous for her good temper, kindness, and helping mortals. Unfortunately, the mansion is very exclusive and quiet, so it is difficult to get in. It's hard to get into a high-level position. This former saint has no princes, only princesses. The princesses in the first echelon are naturally those great monks, but they can easily be discovered if they sneak into the mansion and become personal maids or tea servants. The second echelon of unwelcome mortal princesses is the best choice. They looked at Princess Xini's mansion with regret, turned around and left, and continued to blend into the crowd. Forget it, It's impossible for anyone to get in. Our current hidden identities are not bad. When the saint enters the tomb, and this old saint is born, let's see how we can use our own hidden identities, and show our magical powers. Chapter 343. The next morning, Ning Zheng glanced at Su Yunyang and Ning Jiao who had returned from the nursery. The two looked excited, whispering to each other, saying that they had met new good sisters, and muttering let's continue playing landlord together in the future. Last night's 1-on-2, we shouldn't have made a move, but we were blown away. Princess Xine is so good at playing. So, they played landlord all night last night? Ning Zheng was stunned for a moment, and didn't pay too much attention. She pulled out the 3 flowers of the embers that had returned with full loads. She quickly swallowed and spit out the energy in it, and absorbed it into her body. The feeling of fullness filled her whole body, making Ning Zheng exhale comfortably. I have a kind heart, but I still can't be a brutal robber. Others rob the fruits of other people's labor, but I only rob my own embers, robbing myself. Of course. Other living people can't own embers. Brother, it's time to eat. Ning Jiao shouted. Put it there first. He sat cross-legged, and as the breath in his body continued to digest, he was completely full of breath and ready to take advantage of the situation to impact the second realm of the 3-yuan realm. The Qi realm. Forget it, it's probably the critical moment of cultivation, let's eat ours. Su Yunyang was very open-minded. After all, when they were building the prison, they were sometimes too busy to eat on time. What a pity. Ning Jiao said, this time, my brother didn't see the princess taking a bath, otherwise it would be the story of the cowherd and the weaver girl, and that was a princess who was high above. Su Yunyang also obviously told Ning Jiao the legend of the cowherd and the weaver girl. In Ning Jiao's view, my family is very poor, a small village in the countryside, a small force. They are all villagers. They can enter the nursery, randomly go to that secret realm, and meet big people. If they can take the opportunity to marry the princess, it will be a poor scholar marrying the goddess of heaven. Such a fantasy adventure story. Ning Zheng ignored the chatter outside, and continued to practice. It was noon. He finally exhaled a long breath of white turbid air, which spread rapidly like an arrow, filling the whole room with white mist. That was the impurities of the soul being baptized. Just after completing the first realm, I feel much more energetic and my thinking is smooth. Ning Zheng's eyes felt that the whole world was clearer, and the physical sense of time was slower. This was obviously the rhythm of his faster thinking speed. Walk out the door. Found that Ning Jiao and Su Yunyang ran out to play again. Ning Zheng shook her head, not caring, but thinking about the deeper reasons. Ning Jiao was only a teenager when she died, and Su Yunyang was only in her early 20s when she died. They were at the age of playing, and the logic was fixed there. Give them another 10,000 years, they will remain at this most lively and active age, go out to play every day, keep doing the same things as before, fishing, cooking. The next tens of thousands of years will be a repetition of the same logic. Ning Zheng felt a little horrified. Living people will grow up with time, their mentality will change, they will become wise and mature, sophisticated, and even eventually decadent. But Gui will not. This is why Ning Zheng often ignores these two people. They are like a program. Ning Zheng also learned this word in the forum. I don't know when this logical program of theirs will really revive and really live. He shook his head, thinking too much is useless. Ning Zheng sat in the snow in the courtyard, looking at the mountains in the distance, silently stabilized his cultivation, and then had time to look at the forum. In the forum, all kinds of experimental posts were posted. Yi Guangxiu. Preliminary experiment record post synthesis has been tried several times, and I am looking for Zhang Huaping to purchase some low-level animals and monsters. After exploring the rules, find the Sword Fairies Beijing channel, ask the Cine Sales meeting, and get some high-level monsters for synthesis. The current rules are as follows. Their actions were swift and resolute, and Ning Zheng looked at the rules they had studied. There are 3 synthesis rules in total. 1. Same kind plus same kind equals same kind. They have done several groups of experiments, chickens, ducks, fish, earthworms, insects, meat fields. Synthesized corpses of monsters of the same kind, such as chicken plus chicken equals chicken, and 100% survival rate. It's just that after they come to life, they are just shells without souls, like vegetative people, like puppet life. It is worth mentioning. After the synthesis, all animals that are not born from eggs will become born from eggs. For example, a dog plus a dog will become a dog egg, which is very outrageous. It is worth mentioning that a meat field plus a meat field will also become an egg, which is still the same creature before death. It can be seen from this that a complete biological corpse is not needed, as long as the blood energy contained is sufficient. Low level requires a complete corpse, mid level requires a piece of meat, and higher level may only need a drop of blood. Yi Guangxiu wrote here and left a question. What do you think will happen if we use the blood of a saint to synthesize? The egg of a saint? Below are a bunch of witty answers to this question. Too radical, twisted, jumpy, crazy, Ning Zheng will not elaborate on them one by one. 2. Same species plus different species equals hybrid. Just like a lion and a tiger in a zoo may give birth to a liger, the same principle applies here. The closer the species of the monsters are, the higher the survival rate. This proves that the principle of the yin-yang creation furnace is equivalent to the belly of a mysterious mother. It is equivalent to throwing 2 lives into a container and adding a strong aphrodisiac. No matter how big the difference between your races is, both races are forced to give birth to offspring. Yi Guangxiu wrote here and left a question. We have tried it. Not only animals, but also plants plus another plant equals mutant plants, which also have the possibility of spiritual root cultivation. The spiritual farmer Lao Ding next door, hurry up and explode the gold coins. You must come to us to pay. Crazy smashing spiritual plants make new mutant spiritual roots. And the spiritual farmer Ouch Mujiang next door is not to be outdone. Every time you lay eggs, you need a lot of spiritual plant liquid to hatch, and you, Lao Ding, have to explode gold coins for us. The following is all discussed. Exchange gold coins. Fuck, that's awesome. Sure. Everyone, I've come up with a new business. For example, if we add the flesh and blood of the wife and another man, and throw them into the furnace of creation, will a new baby be born? At that time, I threatened her with a child. Madam, who did you give birth to this child with? You don't want your husband to know, do you? What a ridiculous netizen, are you thinking straight? Are you okay? I hope he's okay. I hope he's defeated by the disease. Ha ha ha. I think this trick of reverse parent-child proof can make our villa blackmail other people crazily. Hee hee hee, cuckolds are everywhere. Could this be another small detail of the plan? Awesome. He's off topic again. Ning Zheng's face turned black. Can you guys stop being crazy? He looked at the third rule silently. 3, or plus or equals molten ore. The old men in the blacksmith shop didn't expect that our synthesis would also work for you. You will explode gold coins as fast as the spiritual plant area. Are you still unable to perfectly fuse 2 ores in the furnace forging because of your low technology? We will help you cheat here. The fusion minerals comparable to the technology of the god craftsman can even be perfectly fused according to the proportion of the ores put in, allowing you to pretend to be a real god craftsman. The lazy forging technology that greatly reduces the difficulty is here. Blacksmiths, come and explode gold coins. Everyone was completely blown up. Has any blacksmith tried it? Is this true? It works. Technology changes life. Perfect fusion, no matter how hard or soft 2 or even more than a dozen forging spiritual materials are, they can be mixed very evenly, which is the basic craftsmanship that only master craftsmen have. Fuck, the fusion of high-level forging materials is the most challenging technology. Super high-level heaven and earth spiritual fire, mastering the timing, hammering force and frequency. It is a super difficult subject, and someone here needs to forge without a hammer, or even a furnace, and use technology to forge. Other master craftsmen have to shout that it is unethical. Ha ha, what do you know? No furnace. This is called cold melting method. The difficulty of blacksmithing has been reduced from now on. You son of a bitch, it's like making dumplings. Your technology forging is soulless. There is no pure handmade craftsmanship. The products of the yin-yang forging furnace are indeed soulless at present. I love the soulless production line. Come on, I have to go to the blacksmith shop next door. It's getting more and more profitable. I suggest going to the Lingnong area. It's more profitable there. Recently, those animals have made a fortune. It's true that they make a fortune by farming. Go to the Danfang, a newly opened area. Yi Guangxiu is in charge of the new synthesis furnace. This Yi Guangxiu is really good at hype and igniting topics. After reading the temporary use rules of the 3 yin-yang forging furnaces, Ning Zheng couldn't help but sigh that they were quite comprehensive. It took only 1 day to study to this extent. The Zhao Jianshan of the Ouch Mud Craftsman is still under research. Yi Guangxiu is probably going to take off. Compared to the high sun and moon, saving all living beings, the various potentials and practicalities of Yi Guangxiu's yin-yang creation furnace are amazing. The villa is expected to usher in a huge leap in the future. Sure enough, hobbies are the strongest motivation to improve technology. This high-level player is as talented as Jiucai Rong. Ning Zheng sighed. One is responsible for exploitation, and the other is responsible for development. Sometimes, talent is the most important. Otherwise, some big sects and holy places would not be keen on snatching those geniuses and talents. Chapter 344. Ning Zheng closed the experiment post and pondered in his heart. We need to pay special attention to Yi Guangxiu's side. It is too versatile. Even the outside world knows that we have a genius doctor who is good at fusion. We may simply create a new medical business to help with puppet fusion of organisms. This puppet life is also very good to sell. Many cultivators in this world like to buy some puppets as guards. Ning Zheng just thought about it. This is a prototype. The specific content needs to be polished. Ning Zheng continued to read the post. Boys do not enter. The exclusive plot line for girls is finally coming. This post seems to have some strange magic, which makes boys click in. Ning Zheng clicked in directly to see what it was about. Su Yunyang, everyone, recently all the big guys have been doing a lot of tricks. I haven't posted for a long time. Because I really can't beat you. Your tricks are too shameless, no too showy. Just this morning, my Ember Su Yunyang said a good news. This is what happened. Then Su Yunyang told the story, and boasted about her Ember baby's ability to adapt to changes. Everyone was fascinated. To be honest, when most people encounter this kind of hidden plot, their first reaction is to beg for mercy and explain that they are not from the Wuxing cult. But at this moment, the hidden plot is completely closed. You die on the spot. This gives you a very short choice, and Su Yunyang can reverse the routine in an instant and start to break the situation where the other party calls for people to catch the cult. It's really something, after reading the post. This is obviously connected to the story of Jiao Wuyu, Jian Xian, Su Huan and others meeting the emperor. Su Yunyang, from the perspective of Princess Xian, she doesn't know that she is dead, and she doesn't know that we are fake time travelers. She is already considering whether she is the mother of no birth. We had a great time chatting with this princess, and have become friends. I wonder if we can go there next time and run into the princess's mansion. Please, please, please madly hint that the planners are changing the probability. Of course, our lie won't last forever. After all, her essence is the weakest princess, and she has long died in history. She is a weak and cunning person, with a noble status, but no cultivation. But, she is not really the mother of no birth. So what if it's the mother who gave birth to me? We can kill the genuine one and push the pirated one to the top. We are all the vice leaders of the Wuxing sect. Isn't it normal to have another leader? Please call us the genuine Wuxing sect. The one next door is a pirated one. In the future, there will be more and more people in our prison, which will exceed the number of their followers. Who dares to say that we are pirated? Su Yunyang, thanks to the planner, this is the exclusive plot of the female blacksmith. Strong men are not allowed to enter. The hairpins and embroiderers in our villa are free to join the bubble, open new maps together, and chat with people. Each hairpin and embroiderer was very happy. The strong men next door have too many activities, such as forging iron, farming, selling magic weapons, and now they are also making synthesis furnaces. A group of people are chattering to fight the dungeon boss. They have been playing their own embroidery and hairpin accessories before. Although as a pure leisure party, this kind of life farming game is very interesting, they still feel that it has lost a little fun over time. Now there is a special plot line for them. I can only say that the planner is thoughtful. Great. They, the male players, like to fight, go to dungeons, and control the giant gods to fight monsters. We, the female players, control the giant gods to pretend to be members of the Wuxing sect, to chat and brag. The planner has taken our playability into consideration, love it. Sisters of the Wuxing sect go go. It turns out that this setting of the Wuxing sect was originally a guild for us. Everyone talked about it. I think this female-oriented side story is a bit interesting. A group of hairpin girls, embroiderers, mixed in with thousands of Wuxing female prisoners, pretending to be time travelers, golden finger grandfathers, supporting a person to rise in the imperial mausoleum, and adventure in the dungeon? It's quite interesting to think about it. Yi Guangxiu also commented, that makes sense. We have received information that the top leaders of every cult are highly confidential, and only a few people know their identities, because they are all wanted by the court. If everyone knows, what if they catch the top leaders and expose themselves? The Wuxing cult's Wuxing old mother is probably also a very hidden identity. We may not be unable to pretend. Plus, as Su Yunyang said, Princess Xian's identity is very suitable. In the eyes of outsiders, she is a mortal princess with no cultivation, but she is often like the final boss in the storybook, which fits everyone's stereotype. When everyone heard it, They felt that it made sense. If outsiders knew, they would definitely be shocked. They all thought of the scene. What? Wushing old mother. It turns out that she is hiding in the murals of the prehistoric imperial tomb, or one of the princesses. No wonder the world can't catch her. She is hiding in the city. She is hiding in the ancient tomb under the eyes of the saints. She was originally a mortal? I didn't expect that Wushing Lamu was actually a princess of the previous dynasty with such a high status. She is hiding in the city. If you don't tell me, who can guess her true identity? The real Wushing Lamu was so angry that she bit her handkerchief tightly. I am the real one, the original one is here. When thinking of this picture, many blacksmiths got excited. Yi Guangxiu, you are cheated again. Ha ha, it's so funny. You can't get away from this joke in 3 sentences, right? Everyone thinks it's interesting. Of course, this is just the most ideal state. Wushing Lamu must have something to prove her identity, and there are Wuxinjiu high-level people who know her. The most rational way for them blacksmiths is to say that the group of high-level people in Wuxinjiu, including Wushing Lamu, are all fakes. In this way, their mutual authentication will be useless. What? You use that token as your identity proof? We use this token as proof. Blacksmith, our deputy leader of the Wuxing sect, made a big fuss in Xenia's city. The latest technology can make souls give birth. You can't, right? Wushing old mother, she retorted. We have the most traditional baby superposition and reproduction technology. Blacksmith, superposition of flesh and blood reproduction technology? Look, our yin-yang creation furnace. It is the latest technology of our Wuxing sect, which can make flesh and blood give birth, and can also make different species give birth without reproductive isolation. Are you as good as us, Wushing old mother, What should we do? Our soul reproduction technology and flesh and blood reproduction technology are not as good as these people's ability to give birth. They are too fertile, and they are not afraid of death. They rush up one by one with babbling and shouting. They look like the real Wuxing evil sect. Compared with them, we are simply the most upright and righteous sect. Chapter 345. In the forum, Ning Zheng continued to scan other posts. They were basically centered around the 2 topics of yin-yang creation furnace and Wusheng sect branch. The posts were lively. Many people even said in the posts, we underestimated the planner. Originally, we thought the planner's goal was to let this 3-flower randomly find Wusheng sect members and infiltrate Wusheng sect. So, they were crazy about the nursery and bloomed 3 flowers, and even wanted to ask the sword fairy to help them contact Wusheng sect's informant in Beijing. And now, the planner went big. It was too low level to pretend to be the Wusheng sect and infiltrate them, so they directly cultivated a Wusheng mother. Sorry, I ignored the planner's intentions. Yi Guangxiu came forward and claimed responsibility for this. I only guessed half of it. We have to follow the Wusheng sect's route when we open the 3 flowers. But the Wusheng sect route we take is completely different. It's not the Wusheng sect that infiltrates the nursery, but the Wusheng sect that founded the nursery. I think I am a hardcore gamer, and I feel very guilty and must review it. I still can't keep up with the planner's thinking. In the future, my thoughts must be more meticulous, and through more clues, I will open the hidden plot given to us by the planner. Try to figure out the planner's thoughts, expand our villa, and develop more hidden tasks. I'm deeply sorry. Apology video. 1 minute and 37 seconds. The post also includes an apology video of myself in the game. Ning Zheng was silent for a moment. How outrageous. What do you mean by heavy reflection? Continue to figure out my planning ideas and hidden plots? I really don't think that much as a planner. Ning Zheng thought about it, and clicked on the apology video. It should be the person himself who appeared in the video, and he could also see the background of that world, such as the room furnishings, buildings, and clothing. Click on the video. What is this? The moment he saw the content of the video, Ning Zheng found that he was still young. In the video, it was a room of alchemy, with the yin-yang creation furnace placed in the center. Hey! With the help of several young blacksmiths, this artifact furnace raised its huge furnace legs and was bending at 90 degrees, performing a wave of craftsman spirit. Sorry, it's all my fault. Yin-yang creation furnace leaned forward and said seriously, I, Yi Guangxiu, take responsibility for this. Although I am a little unsuitable to move after my second transformation, I bow. Obviously, Yin-yang creation furnace thought he was not dead, and this ember Yi Guangxiu also issued an apology statement. Yi Guangxiu was originally a big boss of the evaluation post, and maintained his hobby of posting after his death. A lot of comments. How wicked. You didn't even post your apology video in person? What do you know? This is also an AI apology, which is popular recently. Fuck, Eugene seems to be an AI, no mistake. No mistake. The spirit of craftsmanship. You practice your sixth body every night, you are so showy, does your mother know? A bunch of people shouted that it was wicked, and the apology was not sincere, and they tricked their own Eugene to apologize. He is so coquettish. After Ning Zheng confirmed that no details were missed, she completely closed the forum. But the main line of Wuxing sect is not impossible. He walked back and forth in the room, looking at the heavy snow outside, and fell into thought. Anyway, I have a way out. I can give it a try, and they can't catch my embers and 3 flowers. If it succeeds, you can use Princess Mansion as a starting point to explore that secret place. The Imperial Mausoleum is still very worthy of attention. The next morning, the villa was covered with snow, but the sky was unusually clear and cloudless. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking at the mountains, one feels a sense of vastness and insignificance. Suyunyang, Zanyang, Xiaonyang, more than 100 lowly blacksmiths had nothing to do, so they formed a team to cut each other, and waited for others to go with great interest. They were looking forward to this spring outing group activity. At this time, Huala, the 3 flowers grew. More than 100 people grew to the edge of the sea in a nursery, looking at the beach, seagulls, the vast sea, and the big fish jumping from time to time, and suddenly felt that this random scenery was not bad. Ning Zheng did not give them an extra 20,000 yuan, but just let them grow randomly in a certain area of the nursery. After all, how can you win the first prize every day? How can you use the cheat every day? He earns 10,000 magic money a day, and it costs 20,000 yuan to go once, and he can go at least every 2 days. But he can't not save up the luck points. If he encounters something, he can't get through it without the luck points. Ning Zheng thought, and I wonder if there is a permanent solution. It's too expensive to spend 20,000 luck points every time you go. Ning Zheng thought of a previous assumption. That Princess Xianye wanted to pull out the 3 flowers on her head and plant spiritual roots. So, can you plant your own 3 flowers? If successful, then Ning Zheng's 3 flowers of embers will grow on the heads of ghosts. Isn't it her own alternative clone, giving the other party power? If it works, I can definitely raise a group of substitutes to plant my 3 flowers. Even Ning Jiao can plant my 3 flowers. Ning Zheng's eyes flashed with thought, considering the pros and cons. She is half dragon and half human, and can also bloom 3 flowers. As far as he knows, Ning Jiao died before blooming 3 flowers. The more Ning Zheng thought about it, the more he felt that there was a chance. Only living people can plant spiritual roots, ghosts cannot plant spiritual roots. This is common sense. But Ning Zheng's spiritual roots are very special. Soul toxins can produce soul bubbles, which is equivalent to creating temporary ghosts. His spiritual roots are naturally friendly to ghosts. Even before, he made shadow spirit rice that ghosts can eat. I am originally related to the creation of ember bubbles and clones, so I may be able to create a magical power to plant spiritual roots and control the clone of Gui. I am very lucky. As long as the probability is not 0, I can create this magical power. Ning Zheng had thought about it before, and almost started to create her own magic power. Now this first magical power of planting spiritual roots is not bad. Thinking of this, Ning Zheng slightly closed her eyes, and her consciousness dived deep into the dark. She saw a fake gambling table surrounded by fog, with starlight flashing and revealing magic. I want to create a magical power that can make Gui plant my spiritual roots. The picture suddenly changed. This time, only 2 pieces of information gradually emerged in the fog, planting the dark flower on the top. Make your 3 flowers have some properties of the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, and can make ordinary Gui without spiritual roots. Plant this spiritual root, 100,000 luck points, unexpectedly not expensive. Ning Zheng's eyes lit up. But thinking carefully, it's reasonable that it's not expensive. Because this ability is useless. Because Ning Zheng can only plant it on mortal ghosts without spiritual roots. And this condition is to pull out Ning Zheng's 3 flowers. Losing 3 flowers once, it takes a while to recover. He looked at the second one, planting 1,000 flowers on the top. It can make your embers empty, produce the properties of spiritual roots, and have the properties of planting spiritual roots. 1,000,000 luck points. Ning Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't think that it's just from planting spiritual roots with Ning Zheng's 3 flowers to planting spiritual roots with Ning Zheng's embers. This is a huge qualitative change. He is alone. Every time he plants a spiritual root, he pulls out 3 flowers and gets hurt once. How many can he plant? But if his own embers can be planted, it will form a natural disaster, expanding continuously, and planting continuously. Even if it can only be planted on some mortal ghosts, it is also a supernatural power against the sky. For example, thousands of Wuxingjiu female prisoners in my prison. Most of them are mortals without spiritual roots, just carving clover on their stomachs and stacking babies. What if I explode the embers of the soldiers and plant them on them? Thousands of ordinary ghosts all have great potential, and each of them has the powerful magical power of chopping people and dropping bubbles. And with spiritual roots, they can practice and become stronger. It is equivalent to opening 3 flowers and becoming ghost monks to practice. I have a group of Yinbing monks army. Ning Zheng's eyes are bright. This is equivalent to me changing from producing a group of temporary bubbles to producing a group of permanent weak bubbles that can grow. Mortals who died before their death have the possibility of planting spiritual roots after death. Ning Zheng decided. Even if this magical power costs 1 million luck points, it must be opened in the future. However, you have to save money first. Open this 100,000 luck point planting dark flowers on the top. Plant spiritual roots in the 3 flowers of the main body, and then click the 3 flowers of the embers. This is a preconditioning magical power. If I open this 100,000 luck point first, and then open the advanced magical power, I only need 900,000 luck points, which is not a loss in itself. 10 days, I have to wait. Even if Princess Xine plants my spiritual roots, I wonder how powerful it will be, Ning Zheng pondered. It shouldn't be as powerful as a heavenly spiritual root. But there should be a high-grade spiritual root. It should also be able to chop people to produce embers, but the function is not that strong. If Princess Xine opens this spiritual root, her ability will be the same as the deputy leader who appeared before. Both of them are chopping people and bursting bubbles. Then doesn't she have the capital to completely disguise herself as the mother of no birth? Ning Zheng's expression became more and more strange the more he thought about it. The genuine mother of no birth. I really didn't mean it. You are born of flesh and blood. Our lineage belongs to the soul and bubble birth. Princess Xine is the mother of no birth, and I support this puppet and hide behind the scenes. It is also very good. A mortal princess of the dynasty has an excellent natural identity. If Princess Xine doesn't live up to expectations, then change someone else. He looked indifferent. Chapter 346. 2 days have passed. Ning Zheng, as the old steward, went up the mountain to monitor the development of various areas. The sword-casting villa has been busy these 2 days. First, Su Yunyang and others, with a bunch of hairpin ladies and embroidery ladies, more than 100 people still go to the nursery every day as a flower, growing randomly. Still nothing happened. They all suspected that this plan was playing tricks on them. However, over time, they also developed the habit of going out for an hour every day to see the scenery, and become a real scenery party. Hairpin Lady Tower. Several gold coin Lolita are making beautiful hairpins. The seaside scenery here was so beautiful yesterday. Let's go and have some fresh air today and chat together. Yeah, I remember the days when I was on the beach and went home with my friends after junior high school every day, watching the sea and chatting on the way. A box game with a scene-based villa can go out in this way. If you think about it carefully, it is also thoughtful. They also specially divided the time with the blacksmiths. Morning. The money Lolita is in charge of going to the nursery to see the scenery and the scenery leisure party. Afternoon. The blacksmiths are in charge of fighting the boss and the brick moving party. In addition to the distribution of embers, the evaluation post of the 3 major synthesis rules heated up the entire Yin-Yang Forge and became the most popular first villa artifact. Every day, a large number of people synthesize 10 magic coins at a time, which is barely good value for money. Now that the villa has developed and the economic benefits are large, many blacksmiths can earn 70 or 80 magic coins every day. Zhang Huaping, who was next door and had reached the great perfection of the 5-body realm, was so moved that she burst into tears when she saw this. She worked hard to hunt a monster, but only sold it for 20 or 30 magic coins. Ning Zheng walked into the villa and took a look around. Jiao Cairong came up to introduce it in a hurry. Sir, our villa has become prosperous recently, but fortunately, because we have more consumption items, most of our money can be recovered. Ning Zheng nodded. How is it in the capital? We sold the spirit weapon, but there is still no news after a few days. Jiao Cairong said, according to the information in the team, it will take about 10 days for the sun and moon artifact to be completely completed. Ning Zheng nodded, and it has already started forging. Some people say that it takes several years or even decades to forge a magic weapon. In fact, this time is basically spent on collecting materials and planning and researching drawings. The creation of weapons requires integration. Really started to forge, working day and night, forging the whole weapon in one go, and it has to be fast. Only by forging quickly can the weapon be integrated. Your weapon took a year to forge, this month to forge the hilt, and next month to forge the blade. Do you think this weapon will be powerful when it is put together? So, a divine weapon must be forged by a team of divine craftsmen. Yes, they have started now, 24 hours a day, and the construction period is more than 10 days. Jiu sighed. It's very hard. Before, the blacksmith of the Zhang family was very tired after hammering for 3 consecutive days. It was too exhausting. After all this tossing, they are estimated to have aged a lot and their lifespan will be greatly reduced. Ningzheng nodded. It's not easy for a divine craftsman, he works hard. An old man in the family is like a treasure. This sentence is true for non-professionals. But for an old man in his 70s or 80s, if you let him stay up late for 3 or 4 consecutive days to surf the internet, what do you think will be the consequences? So, these seemingly long-lived non-combat professionals, if they work too hard and devote too much effort to forging too many works, will not live long. Now that the sun and moon weapons have been sold, we should not keep in touch and draw a clear line. Ningzheng warned, including those youth versions of magic weapons. Jiuzai Rong hesitated. Those magic weapons have been connected to each other and communicate frequently. Their owners are very generous and equip them with communication tokens. They contact each other, that is the autonomous behavior of the weapon spirit. We completely cut off contact. Ningzheng said, drawing a clear line is very important. When people buy weapons, everyone is afraid that you will leave a secret door in secret. We can't control the mutual connection between weapons, and we ourselves should not contact each other at all. The reason why customers can trust our villa is nothing more than the strong credit of a god craftsman. Like most high-level professionals, they all cherish their feathers. They believe that we dare not mess around and keep secrets. Once we tamper with the customer's order and are exposed, our reputation will collapse completely. In this world, reputation is the most important. The demon cultivators dare not break their promises easily. Most of the divine craftsmen and divine alchemists can leave a hidden hand to trick people, but they don't, and they dare not. This is a red line. If it is exposed, it will directly collapse. They don't think that Shirong divine craftsmen will do these backup plans. You have left your name in history, and your feat of opening up an era is destined to be written in history books. If you do such a despicable thing, it would be stupid, and your good name in history will become a bad name. Ningzheng did not leave a hidden hand. Even the casting of the sun and the moon, that hidden hand is not considered a hidden hand on the weapon. Just leave a spare tire, so it won't be discovered. Weapons sold, water spilled. Ningzheng said lightly. Sun and moon, youth version weapons. There is no need to have any connection. Yes. Jiuzai Rong nodded, and remembered it thoroughly in his heart. We are businessmen, not professionals. The supply of weapons must remain absolutely neutral. You go and get busy. Ningzheng sent him away. There have been many things in the villa recently, and Jiuzai Rong has been busy all the time. Okay. Jiuzai Rong nodded and ran back to deal with the documents. Ningzheng thought. The casting of sun and moon will be done in a dozen days. Something big should happen by then. On the eve of the storm, I still have to make more preparations. The worst possible situation is that when the sun and moon rise, the saint dies, and no one protects us, we will be a little dangerous. After all, we went to Beijing and stole the limelight. Ningzheng walked into the alchemy room. Old steward, you are here. Yi Guangxiu came over happily. As the person in charge of the alchemy room, I will introduce you. Yi Guangxiu was so happy. In the past, I always watched the old steward inspect each area from the bystander perspective, and the person in charge of each area received and introduced. Today, it is finally my turn. Then tell me how the alchemy room is now. Ningzheng nodded solemnly. The alchemy room has actually been established for quite a while. It's just that their technology has always been poor, and elixirs are not a necessary part of the weapon assembly line, so they are not taken seriously. Now, our alchemy room is known as a place where everything can be refined into elixirs. Yi Guangxiu introduced the yin-yang creation furnace in the distance. Look, they are a group of people refining elixirs. How happy they are. Ningzheng stared at it. In front of the yin-yang creation furnace, several blacksmiths were holding a pile of frozen corpses and throwing them into the alchemy furnace. They were all purchased with Zhang Huaping. All kinds of small animals, small frogs, dragonflies, and wild wolves were frozen and packaged. Most of them were even ingredients from the vegetable market, and the bones and meat were cut for soup and barbecue. The price was cheap, and the quantity was large. Zhang Huaping didn't care. What's wrong with a villa buying some food? At this time. In front of the yin-yang creation furnace. Let me see. A blacksmith took the list discussed by his small team on the internet, garlic and frogs. He threw garlic and frogs in and shouted, "Come out, garlic turtle. My wonderful flower seeds." After a while, the flesh and blood inside merged, and a small egg with complex patterns appeared in it, my 3 pet eggs. The blacksmith happily ran to the side and bought spiritual plant liquid for hatching. After a while, a frog with garlic sprouts appeared. But it died after a while. Using plants and frogs, the species difference is too big. Ning Zheng shook her head. They are not stupid, they are sentimental. Yi Guangxiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. These idiots lack IQ. Don't embarrass them in front of them. Ning Zheng didn't care. She didn't understand but showed respect. They have been stupid and brain-twitching for a long time. This artifact is really powerful. It's just that the alchemy room in our villa is not the traditional alchemy. And Ning Zheng soon found that they were addicted to it. Even the blind boxes for extracting storage bags, belly bands, rotten shoes, rags, and fragments of unknown materials were put in. Waste from blind box draws is used and garbage is recycled. As for what comes out, it is quite special, a composite material similar to metal, a thick piece of cloth similar to a regular stone, in short, piece by piece. After some of them tested the materials, they ran to the forge to make iron to see how this composite material weapon works. Ha ha ha, my new material. Someone ran and shouted, "In the future, please call me a composite material expert." And the hairpin ladies were also surprised. Sure enough, we took the cloth and clothes from the monk storage bags, washed them and fused them into fiber blocks. An embroiderer was happy. Just cut it, and it can be used. That's right, our weaving skills are not good, now we have mixed high-end textile materials. Another embroiderer said, "This piece, send it to the god of food's noodle machine and cut it into strips." Noodle machine? Isn't this thread too thick? This is a woven bag. Yes, I feel like a Stanley fertilizer bag is draped over my body. It's a bit ugly. You don't understand? This is called wild wind. Ning Zheng laughed. Even weaving is useful? Yes, very useful. Yi Guang said, those high-end textiles are equivalent to recycling. Now the entire forging furnace is like the garbage incineration plant of our sword casting villa. Try to synthesize everything that is not used. Ning Zheng nodded. He left the alchemy room and went to the spiritual farming area. As for the other illuminating god, the essence of the sun and the moon in it is very useful and has high practicality. Cultivating spiritual plants, refining pills, practicing, all can be used, and there are no side effects. Even Ning Zheng's 3 flowers can absorb it. What does this mean? It means that he doesn't have to go to the nursery. If this news is put out, it is estimated that it will cause a lot of shock, which breaks the traditional shackles. It can only be said, a new mythological era is coming. Ning Zheng discovered that every immortal spiritual root artifact can break the cognition of a certain field. Now the 2 in his hands have broken a field each. In the future, there will be such artifacts everywhere, and that era is too brilliant to imagine. I am afraid that the upper limit of each field will be raised by a level. No wonder so many people want to follow up the research. They also know that a new grade has appeared above the heavenly spiritual root, and the immortal spiritual root is the future trend. But the time is so short. No matter how strong their technology is, they can only research the first stage of double bubble fusion. It is impossible to surpass our 7-color spiritual roots in a short time. Ning Zheng pondered. Others, at most, are double circulation artifacts of yin and yang spiritual roots. Chapter 347. Time passed, and 15 days had passed since Miaopu met the princess. These few days were unexpectedly calm. The Shirong team in the capital, Baishan and others were still working frantically for 24 hours, without stopping at all, and their energy and spirit were greatly depleted. Other sun and moon teams had also started to work long ago. It is estimated that the project will take more than 10 days, and it is estimated that it will be almost completed. While each team was working frantically for 24 hours to work on the sun and moon, only Ning Zheng, the leader of the Shirong team, was slacking off, not having any leisure time. Even this leisure time was spent sitting in the yard watching the snow every day. In the morning, I accompanied the group of more than 100 hairpin ladies, embroiderers, and Ying and Yin Yin to see the scenery outing. In the afternoon, I accompanied the group of tomb robbers to fight the boss and see how they operated. The days were so leisurely that Ning Zheng was reminded of the rest days after the red sun, fishing, fishing, fishing. Now, it is blooming, blooming, blooming. I really hope that life will be peaceful forever. Ningjung sighed. Just yesterday, the group of blacksmiths fused a special creature, and it was completely alive. It was a combination of a dog and a canine. The blacksmith ran over happily and asked Ningjung if he could be included in the landing race. Ningjung ignored him. Not just any cat or dog can land. The Golden Money Boy is a monster that forges magic coins. The human race is the most adaptable race. And this canine monster in front of him has no special skills and is just ordinary. And because it is a synthetic monster, it may not live long and have various hidden defects. However, after the first synthesis, everyone thoroughly studied some rules, and more examples of synthesized monsters appeared. At the same time, 2 days ago, Yin Shuangying started to go to the dungeon again. During this period of time, he practiced his steps crazily, and asked the blacksmith of the villa to hit him with a small sandbag, and he madly caught it with his body. Now, in his words, it has become an instinct. The attacks came like a storm, and I intercepted them one by one. Even if your aim is poor, I can take the damage with my body 100%. As expected. This time, going to the tomb was barely successful. They deliberately ignored the spiritual plant area in the battle, and used the results of training to barely save half of the spiritual plant area after killing the boss. Success? Seeing the fruit trees and spiritual plants being dug back, countless people cheered. Brothers, these fruit trees, plant them next to the previous peach trees. Someone happily directed the greening work. When attacking the city guards before, they got a batch of peach trees and spiritual plants. Those peach trees had been planted on both sides of the square. Green plants belonging to the villa. Wait, your fruit trees are basically killed by the earthquake. Ah? What should we do? Take the fruit tree corpses and synthesize them. That's right. How could ordinary fruit trees be worthy of the status of our villa? We have never seen mutant fruit trees before. In the future, when the big guys come to visit our villa, there will be all kinds of natural treasures that we have never seen before. Will our status be improved? That makes sense. The goal of this master craftsman, with his hands behind his back and looking at all living beings indifferently, is getting closer and closer. The chattering crowd continued. Ningjung smiled. Sometimes when she saw them bragging to each other and being complacent, she felt that the atmosphere of the whole villa became happy. 15 days later, Ningjung had accumulated enough luck points of 150,000. He could click on his first derivative magic at any time. It's almost time to start. Ningjung looked into the distance. Beijing, the palace. Finished products appeared one by one, and were urgently sent to Fei Jian. The entire royal team in Beijing began to get busy quickly. They had to check the quality and effect of each finished product, and check whether there were any hidden tricks in it. A large number of people came and went. There are no problems here either. There are no problems here either. This finished product of the sun and moon. The quality is not good, and it does not match the finished product provided by their team, but there are no hidden tricks either. This finished product here is beyond expectations. There are a total of 10 suns and moons, and none of them have hidden tricks. All blacksmiths dare not, but they still have to sort it out with the most rigorous means. Crown Princess, the examination is complete. The old eunuch came over and reported to a woman who looked like Su Yunyang. That's all. The woman nodded lightly. The spirit of the sun and moon embers, they cleaned their memories and took a new name. Dao Yunyang. She is also the future crown princess, the queen who is the mother of the country, second only to the emperor, and all the major sects and clans in the whole Kyushu have to look at her face. The crown prince is still in the prehistoric imperial mausoleum. Although the two have never met, it does not prevent the gift of this title. The living cannot have any intersection with the dead. Especially the saints of all generations, they have to suppress the imperial mausoleum with heavy yin qi, and it is even more impossible to be contaminated by yin evil and aggravate the infection. She can only be the crown princess in name. With this identity, she deepened her connection with the court, because the sun and moon were too important. In Dao Yu's mind, she was one of the secret hands cultivated by the court, destined to benefit the people of the world. Since all the inspections have been completed, let them fly away. Dao Yu said, 10 suns are suspended in the air, and I will go to the nursery in person to serve the sun and moon in the capital, and even the nursery area. The saint never said it at the beginning. The other suns and moons will be destroyed after being eliminated, because it is too wasteful of resources. 10 suns are suspended in the air. Jiuzhou, the 10th state in the sky. The nursery is just enough for distribution. Who dislikes the large number of suns and moons? The court has no time, and even too little time to carefully check the functions of those suns and moons. Even if they do not meet the standards and are useless, it is better to have them than not. Time will prove the strength of these suns and moons, and they will be eliminated one by one, and the final sun and moon will be born. Dao Yu looked heavy-hearted. In the future, the kings of Jiuzhou will not only govern their own territories, but also the sun and the moon. As she sighed, she seemed to see a turbulent and chaotic world coming. Even in the historical corridors recorded in the Book of Years, there has never been such a big situation in the history of Jiuzhou. But before, when the Nine Spies Saint opened up the era of acquired spiritual roots, wasn't it also an unprecedented change in the world? It's just that the Jiaspig dynasty could not suppress such a big change, and there was no experience in ruling and operation. It led to a sudden death again in just tens of thousands of years. It may even be one of the shortest dynasties in history. The most brilliant, but also the shortest? Dao Yu muttered in her heart, looking at the murals from afar. I hope that the prince can completely stand up and change everything after his majesty enters the tomb, and calm the whole world. She looked at the old eunuch in front of her. Have all the people and common people in the entire capital evacuated? Evacuated to various states, waiting for the new saint to bring the new capital to settle in. The old eunuch smiled. In front of her, the saint spent more than 10 years in the secret realm to teach her, accept her as a disciple, teach her to practice, help her develop skills, learn techniques, and pass on the secrets of the entire court to her. The old saint has completely retired, letting the crown princess govern the country personally. This is a test. And Dao Yu must also bear this test. Her predecessor lived in a peaceful era, laughing and joking, but now she has truly brought out a person's potential, talent, and adaptability. And the weapon spirit in front of him has an unprecedented 7-color, heavenly spiritual root. If it grows up, it will be the well-deserved eternal sun and moon. It's almost done. She closed her eyes. The people who evacuated the capital, the noble families and clans in the world, have already felt something is wrong. We should also announce that the saint has passed away. Chapter 348. Sword Casting Villa. Ningzheng walked up the mountain slowly, thinking about the new magical power he had just developed. My first magical power was successful, 100,000 luck points. I feel that the 3 flowers on my head have mutated a little and become more solid. Even if I don't pull it out, the immortal touches his head and grants mortals opportunities. I guess it will also have a certain basic benefit to me. However, I feel that my spiritual root type seems to be quite special, creating temporary empty bubble embers and granting empty bubble ember spiritual root opportunities. Obviously, I am the real Ghost King, right? He was not calm in his heart. The so-called Ghost King like Jiaowu, a natural ruler, can rule a few ghosts? I feel that they are all fakes who attract hatred for me. At this time, Ningzheng realized how powerful the magical power is. The supporting magical spells developed can truly bring out his own heaven-defying abilities. No wonder some cultivators are crazy about cultivating magical powers, otherwise the white value attributes are not enough for others to slap twice. Next time, add 20,000 luck points, and it's time to let those lowly blacksmiths in. Ningzheng pondered. By the way, mention this to Jiao Cairong. The housekeeper's room. Jiao Cairong was slightly happy after hearing Ningzheng's words. You mean, the owner of the manor agreed to our plan for Princess Xine? He even gave Princess Xine a spiritual root that can make the ghost bloom 3 flowers? Everyone present was surprised. They were still hesitant before, how to deceive Princess Xine. After all, they were fake, saying that they traveled back and let Princess Xine practice. But how could she, a mortal ghost, practice? Now the dog planner has cheated us again. Everything is ready. Thinking of this, they began to plan in detail. Fuck, the planner is playing a big chess game for the next wave. Yi Guangxiu was surprised. What do you mean? Xiao Chai-kun was confused. Yi Guangxiu just posted an apology video, and now he continues to guess the planner's intentions. Wouldn't he guess wrong again? You don't understand. We are now laying out the world. Yi Guangxiu said. First, it is the ember weapons, scattered all over the place, rooted in various families, secretly laying out, right? Everyone nodded repeatedly. Yi Guangxiu. Now, it is the earth-binding spirits, the ghosts from all over the place, scattered all over the place, and planted 3 flowers for them. Weapons plus ordinary ghosts, rooted everywhere. This intelligence network will spread all over the world. And Princess Xine is the beginning of the first humanoid intelligence node. Everyone took a breath of cold air when they heard it. And the inhalation and exhalation were very obvious and exaggerated, and each one of them exhaled a bunch of white mist in winter. It turns out that these are 2 lines. One is the weapon line, with nodes all over the world. The other is the evil line, with nodes all over the world. This is a perfect match. It's so terrifying. Sword-casting villa, you must not stay. The gate of the villa. It's the day when John Huaping and Shi Yuyu, two merchants, come to buy painting cards. The two of them crossed the teleportation array and saw that the villa is very different now. Various green plants and flowers are blooming. It's obviously winter, but it looks particularly lush. Obviously, they are all some unknown cold-resistant plants. I haven't seen it before. It looks like a mutant of some plant. Shi Yuyu was a little speechless. Recently, those friends from the Zuelahua family didn't come to play with her anymore, and they drove her away, guarding against her like a thief. Our Shi family learned their professional 18 ways of eating dirt, and they felt that they were at a disadvantage. It's true that this trick is really useful. The female disciples of the family complained at first. Who can stand eating like this every day, eating on their stomachs, eating on one leg? It's very embarrassing. But their military management is to break the embarrassment. Later, they became thick-skinned and the effect was very significant. Now it has changed from eating rice training to eating snow training. Of course, they can't eat dirt. They are not crazy, and they don't think that the Zuelahua family eats dirt. It can only be said that the Shi family is naive and a little cute. At this time, there are sparse people standing in the square of the villa, coming and going in a hurry. And most of the buildings in the villa are not allowed to enter. There is obviously a new building in the distance, the alchemy room. There are a lot of people, and it's very noisy. Shi Yuyu tried to get closer and pricked up his ears to eavesdrop on the sounds in the alchemy room, but he didn't hear anything. Shi Yuyu was a little surprised, secretly complaining, "They are so rich. Every building has taken measures to isolate the consciousness and sound. Before, they even pried the floor. It's not that they are poor, but they are stingy even though they are rich." Shi Yuyu felt that as a demon cultivator, this traditional virtue of thrift and stinginess should be carried forward. In fact, the entire villa is now undergoing a large-scale renovation. Ning Zheng looted a lot of shops, and the goods were basically classified and sorted. There was not much cash, all kinds of supplies, building materials, formations, and elixirs. These stolen goods were not easy to exchange for cash, so they were used directly. Several protective formations were built around the entire villa, and every building was renovated. Now the whole villa is comparable to the defense of a family at the second phase level, which is very powerful. Very luxurious, low-key and meaningful. Please come this way. A little blacksmith led them to the warehouse, counted the recently cast cards, and then prepared to send them out. John Huaping was eager to leave. Shi Yuyu was reluctant to leave, secretly thinking that they had done their job and killed the donkey. Before that, he asked their family for the locations of 10 tomb owners. When they were about to leave the villa, the two were suddenly called. "This is the product we have researched. The leader of the hairpins is a cute girl with the ID Lin Dayu. With her superb skills, she completely unified the two groups of hairpins and embroiderers." Lin Dayu ran over. "Please come to our building." New products? The two people's eyes lit up. When they came to the hairpin tower, they saw workshops one after another, with countless girls chatting, bragging, playing cards, making clothes and hairpins. Sister Lin took out a jacket. "This is our latest product, soft armor. The jacket is like noodles woven together, but it is woven very carefully, and the pattern is quite beautiful." Shi Yuyu nodded. "Can I try it?" "Please," Sister Lin said. Shi Yuyu took out a dagger from the storage bag and stabbed it directly into the soft armor. She only used half of her strength, but found that the soft armor was only cut into a small hole. This defense is not bad. The spell is a recovery and regeneration type. Shi Yuyu showed a surprised look. It is probably the defense strength of the 5-body realm Great Perfection, which is a top-grade low-level magic weapon. She opened the cross-section of the inner armor. "Such a high defense. Did you integrate hard iron? This thing is notoriously difficult to melt. You melted it so evenly. Can you really make back the money? The labor cost won't even cover the cost. The forging materials are not that great. They are all common low-level materials. The difficult part is the craftsmanship. It's like someone carved a picture of the riverside scene at Qingming Festival on a rotten wooden board. The labor cost seems a bit outrageous. Are you showing off your skills? This is a thankless task." Shi Yuyu was a little envious. "How much are you going to sell it for?" 300 magic coins apiece. Lin Mimi said. 300 magic coins? Shi Yuyu was shocked again. "Are you really going to sell it that cheap? The weapons of the 5-body realm are basically 200 magic coins apiece. But clothes and armor are often more expensive, because the key points of the 5-body realm are the abdomen and the 4 internal organs. The price of armor can be more than double that of weapons. 300 to 400 magic coins apiece. The defense of the clothes in front of me is very strong, and selling it for 400 magic coins is the normal price. So cheap? Zhang Huaping's expression changed. That's 100 magic coins cheaper per piece. This is still the basic price. Lin Mimi said, you only need 250 if you take the goods. The two were completely tempted. Lin Mimi was very proud. The synthesis and smelting of low-level materials are the biggest forging costs. But now in the synthesis furnace, they take the clothes and socks from the monk storage bags, plus hard iron, and blend them perfectly and evenly. Then, enchant the spirit roots. The process is as simple as the painting cards next door. The cost is very low. Then we will take them all. Zhang Huaping said. Me too. Sure you said. No problem, no problem. Lin Mimi said. After several months of grinding for the opening of the server, it was finally their turn to open. This is a low-level magic weapon, the same level as the painting card, used by the five-body realm cultivators. It can only be sold in the low-end market of cities such as Pingchong City, and it cannot be bought in the state capital, let alone the capital. By the way, can we go to Pingchong City with you? Sister Lin suddenly said. Ah? Zhang Huaping was stunned. You have to ask your steward. Wait a minute, I go ask. Sister Lin's eyes rolled. The old steward is in the steward's room. I go next door to take a look. Sister Lin ran over excitedly and asked carefully. Ning Zheng was stunned. Want to go to Pingchong City to play? He thought about it. As a team-building activity for the villa, it would be good. Now we can still take a break from our busy schedule. After the magic weapon is built, the sun and the moon rise, and I don't know what will happen. Before that, it's also good to enjoy peace. Besides, Ning Zheng has never been to Pingchong City so far, which seems a bit regrettable. Before, I didn't have enough strength to go. Now I'm in the second realm of the 3 Yuan realm, and no one in Pingchong City can threaten me. Even the 3 major families can't pose a danger to me. Ning Zheng thought for a while. Okay, then I organize it, and take you to Pingchong City for a walk, limited to the embers. After this, countless people were extremely happy. After all, most people, no matter how unlucky they are, basically opened an ember. Xiao Chai Kun, Shirshin, this group of old players all have one. Because I inherited their cooking experience, I'm helping in the cafeteria. The night cafeteria is also Xiao Chai Kun and Shirshin, cooking for the night embers. Less than half an hour. A group of people came to the gate of the villa in a mighty manner. Ning Zheng counted, 31, a bit too many people, but they were still pulled out of the state of earthbound spirits one by one. At this time, Shi Yu had already left with a speechless face, and Zhang Huaping was still there. Is it okay? Ning Zheng asked Zhang Huaping. No problem. Zhang Huaping nodded. We have a sound mechanism for embers to enter the city, but there are too many, so we need to hire some professional escorts to prevent the embers from suddenly going berserk. Ember caregiver. This profession also exists. Who doesn't have a few dead family members? Occasionally pull them out and take them out for a walk, and you can hire some caregivers to accompany and take care of them. This is a legal requirement, and you must have a guardian when entering the city. Just like the nursing home caregivers, who take care of grandmas and grandpas. It can only be said that some people are better off dead than alive. Of course, these caregivers are generally for cultivators in the 5-body realm and the 4-organ realm. It is not convenient to pull out the Sanyuan realm, and it needs the Sanyuan realm to do it, and the loss is a bit large. Ning Zheng nodded, indicating that it is no problem to hire a caregiver. Zhang Huaping nodded. I have also passed the caregiver certificate exam, and occasionally work part-time. I can contact some friends to help. 32 people, about 10 magic coins each. After this, the people around whispered. 10 magic coins? So cheap. Are the prices outside so cheap? Oh my god. Zhang Huaping next to him was a little envious. 10 magic coins are already a lot. Earning 10 magic coins a day is already a huge profit for low-level cultivators. If there is business every day, there will be 300 magic coins a month, which can afford a good weapon. You know, a low-level casual cultivator who works odd jobs everywhere needs to save money for 2 or 3 years to buy a weapon. Hula la. A group of people marched through the teleportation array. Pingchong City. The teleportation array is inside the city wall. Ning Zheng and others entered, surrounded by pedestrians going in and out of the teleportation array. In the distance, a towering city wall, the 3 Yuan realm and the 4 Zong realm, created this human living area. It just looks majestic, Compared with the city wall of Bizhou City, it is a bit petty. The city wall of Bizhou City can be entered for sightseeing. The streets are busy, there are many people wearing scholar robes, and there is an endless stream of pedestrians. Everyone, stay here. Zhang Huaping was very polite. I go and hire a group of caregivers. This is also a big business for them. The little blacksmiths looked around a little stiffly, their faces full of excitement and joy. Wow, the super large sandbox world is too real. The air was filled with the smell of fireworks, the aroma of street barbecues, the hustle and bustle of people, couples holding hands, and children playing and fighting. Ningzheng also watched this scene quietly. This place is indeed much more lively than the walls of the state capital. Because the scaled gates of the state capital are mostly dead, it feels like a logical world where everyone repeats their daily lives. Just as Ningzheng was sighing. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a huge bell sounded throughout Pingchong City. Ningzheng turned his head abruptly. Is this sound a death knell? Then an official document was urgently posted in front of the city wall, and countless people gathered, and even many scholars cried. The saint has passed away. Incredible shouts, grief, despair, pain. The voices in the crowd mixed together, and turned into an ocean of despair. The saint has ruled the world for more than 100,000 years. He conquered the world and opened up a prosperous era for us. He suffered too much, and his hidden disease broke out. The supreme ruler of Jiuzhou who opened up a prosperous era for mortals to study, our belief for hundreds of thousands of years, has passed away. A government monk wearing a white robe and carrying a bucket passed by, scooped up white water, and splashed it on the vendors, passers-by, and children in every household. Water magic surged. The white water soaked the clothes, and in an instant, all the passers-by on the street were dyed white. Ningzheng and others, even the little blacksmith, were dyed white. Obviously, the day has come for every household in Jiuzhou to wear mourning clothes, white hats and white clothes. The young blacksmiths were also stunned when they saw this scene in Pingchong City. Cut scene. The new expansion pack has arrived. At the moment when the saint's death was posted, Ningzheng suddenly saw a terrible scene. On the street, the elderly, children, and women could vaguely see the luck value above their heads slowly falling. Is this going to die? Ningzheng's pupils dilated, and she suddenly left this street. In other streets, even in the entire Pingchong City, all lives, the luck value is slowly falling. All people in the entire Pingchong City are going to die? What is that? Before Ningzheng could speak, someone pointed to the sky and shouted. Countless people, shop owners, and women holding children walked out of their homes and looked at the sky. It was a new rising sun. Chapter 349. It's the sun! It's the new sun, it's rising! Countless people shouted, the warm sunshine was shining, and it even felt like the ice and snow in Pyeongchang City in the cold winter were melting. The blacksmiths also saw this scene, and couldn't help whispering secretly. Why isn't it the sun and moon we thought of? I don't know. We won't be examined? No way. But soon someone saw the notice posted by the government. The new sun and moon rose, and there were a total of 9 suns and moons, each illuminating the 9 states of the world. The 10th state, the nursery, is not something that ordinary mortals can know. It would be more disadvantageous than beneficial for them to contact those high-level monks. The new sun and moon have risen, but the saint has passed away. Perhaps, the sun and moon have been reshaped long ago, but they were released when the saint passed away to give us enough confidence. No, perhaps the saint suffered from heart failure, and completely passed away in order to raise the sun and moon again. Woo woo woo. Countless people were discussing. Ningzheng did not listen to their whispers, but was still immersed in the heads of these passers-by. Their luck is still falling. Calculating the approximate proportion, it will probably die in 2 or 3 months. This is a local city. Will there be a city destruction incident? Ningzheng thought, after the saint fell, this chaotic world came, but it was too chaotic. A city next to him was suddenly destroyed, after a while. Sorry. Zhang Huaping, dressed in white, also hurried over. She also had a slowly falling luck value on her head, and was about to die. Unlike the little blacksmiths, who had already had internal information in the capital, and were mentally prepared for emergencies. Zhang Huaping had never thought that she would witness this historic day in her short life. The saints had ruled the era for more than 100,000 years, and she was just a small monk who had lived for a few hundred years at most, but she could actually see the scene. Besides, everyone thought that this was still a relatively young era. With the unprecedented strength of the saints, the lower-class people once thought that he would at least rule for more than 100,000 years. Not to mention Zhang Huaping. Even the three major families in Pingchong City were not qualified to access the inside information of the capital. The invited team from the capital was already the top group of people in various fields in Jiuzhou. The little blacksmith fished in troubled waters and entered it to get all kinds of high-end secret information. Do you still want to visit Pingchong City? Zhang Huaping couldn't help asking. After all, such a big thing happened today. Is it not possible? Ning Zheng asked. He wanted to go around Pingchong City more and see what crisis the city encountered, not only to see if he could help, but also to find the source of the crisis, so as not to affect his villa. Of course, it's not impossible. Zhang Huaping shook her head. It's just a requirement to wear white clothes. There are no other rigid requirements, and the work of various industries in the city will not stop. Even those who get married today can continue, but I think most people will not continue to get married. The little blacksmiths watched the animation performance of this scene with excitement. Sure enough, today when we came to Pyeongchang City, the planner wanted us to watch a big plot process. The whole city was in mourning, a little shocked. If you choose to continue, our nurses will perform their duties. Zhang Huaping was followed by more than 30 nurses in white robes. There were men and women, old and young. But without exception, they were all disabled people with withered limbs or missing arms and legs. The life of the lower class of casual cultivators was not easy. Then let's continue. Ning Zheng was not hypocritical. The shops on the street were still open, and people were more discussing, mourning, and meditating. Because the saints were too high and seemed a little illusory. They were more lamenting about the impact of the death of the mythical hero at the top of the human pyramid that they had heard in textbooks and legends since childhood on their subsequent lives. Most people were not unable to eat or sleep while feeling uncomfortable, and they continued to work. This is the reality. Let's go separately. We have painting cards for communication. A caregiver said, we are all painting cards of the same group. Don't worry about us getting lost. Soon, Ning Zheng asked the caregivers to take them, the embers, around. The vegetable market? I'm going to the vegetable market. The materials for synthesizing babies are very low. I'm going to the antique market to shop. Looking at the full pockets of these little blacksmiths, they obviously have their own plans. They either go to the vegetable market or the antique market. Ning Zheng didn't care after seeing it. They have professional caregivers to accompany Eugene. It's already a mature mechanism. No matter how crazy the little blacksmith is, he has a mental stamp and will not tell the secrets of the villa. Ning Zheng is quite confident about this. What's more, he has luck value. If something goes wrong, his luck value will be aware of it. This is why he seems to be quite carefree. Ning Zheng felt a little heavy in his heart. After thinking about it, he walked around and looked around. Sir, I walk with you. Next to him, Xiao Chai-Kuan and Shirshin Eugene followed carefully. The shifty look seemed to indicate that some hidden plot would be revealed. Ning Zheng ignored him. He walked around and visited several streets to learn about the prices of the shops on the ground floor and the market atmosphere outside. Then he found a restaurant and sat down. He ordered some side dishes and listened to the discussions around him. A wine table next to him. It is perhaps natural that the saint passed away. No one in this world can survive death. Moreover, it is said that any emperor who founded a dynasty will not live long after ascending the throne, because they suffered too many hidden injuries in the process of building a country. I don't know, will the prince succeed to the throne? I heard that the princess is currently in power in the capital, and is in charge of the funeral affairs. Who is the princess? I don't know, it should be secretly cultivated, or a marriage of an ancient sect? No, I heard that it is not the prince who succeeded to the throne, but abdication? Is he ready to give up the throne to someone? Is he one of the kings of the 9 continents, a king of a different surname who founded the country? After all, no one knows who is dead and who is still alive, but there must be someone alive. Whether it is true or false, no one knows, everything is kept secret. Who he gives up the throne to, we will know when the time comes. Yes, every generation of saints is personally fought for. The whole restaurant is discussing the general situation of the world. This is a special hobby of scholars. But based on their knowledge, it is impossible to get the real news from the court. Publicize it to the outside world, and give up the throne? Ning Zheng pondered. Ning Zheng did not know the specific truth of the fake death. Sini Baishan didn't know. Sword Fairy didn't know. Even the whole Jiuzhou knew the truth, only the saints' confidants, and the group of seed players, who were thrown into the secret realm of the Imperial Mausoleum Xinjian by the saint. I just think that the saint's death was too abrupt. Just after forging the sun and the moon, you died? It is speculated that it may be a fake death. And the various forces in the world, the big sects, and the evil cults are probably at a loss and at a loss. Fearing that the saint is fishing, they dare not make any big moves. For a time, all the forces in Jojo froze. At their level, who doesn't have wisdom? It's an open conspiracy. You don't know whether I am dead or not. This is like a sword hanging over your head, so you dare not be too presumptuous. Even if it is a fake death, the era of the saint must have passed. It is impossible to return to the position. It has been announced to the world. Real death or fake death means that you can't come back alive in front of the world. Of course. No matter who succeeds, it has nothing to do with Ning Zheng. He is just a small local force, and the tall man will hold up the sky when it falls. Therefore, all God-level professionals will remain neutral. No matter who takes office, they will not take action against them, and neutral professions are popular. Xiao Chai-kun next to him was also discussing. We will just watch the coup in the court. We are neutral ministers. As long as we don't get involved in the vortex of seizing power, everything is fine. Well, sit on the shore and watch the fire. The god of food said. Ning Zheng continued to drink tea and eat. Others in the entire restaurant were anxious about the possible chaos, but Ning Zheng's luck has always been good, and he can survive both chaos and prosperity. The people in the entire restaurant are losing their luck. They are dying soon, and it seems that this city is really going to be gone. He looked at the sky. It was just afternoon, and he went to the mortal vegetable market again. He didn't go to the monk shops, and felt it was meaningless. Various vegetables and animals were placed on the stalls of the market. Occasionally, a few ember babies were seen bargaining with the vendors, spitting everywhere. The people here were also losing their luck points. Ning Zheng was completely sure at this moment that the entire Pingchong city would completely become a dead city in the near future. Chapter 350. After dinner, Ning Zheng left the restaurant and went to the vegetable market and the old shopkeeper's shop. In the shop, Zhang Huaping was showing the villa's new product, the inner armor. The old shopkeeper kept showing excitement and was obviously very satisfied. Sir, why are you here? Zhang Huaping stood up quickly. Nothing, just came to take a look. Ning Zheng looked around. The entire shop was not large, but the goods on display were very neat. The inner armor was very valuable in the eyes of the old shopkeeper. Unlike a painting card, its advantages are simple and unpretentious, good quality and low price. With superb forging and fusion technology, it directly kills the low-end market. Ning Zheng was stunned. Our superb technology, have we become a force that can show off our muscles and background? Xiao Chai-kun next to him whispered. Technology changes life. The god of food whispered. The assembly line is the king, and my canteen will also have an assembly line in the future. A food machine, cooking food with a clang clang clang. Xiao Chai-kun became more and more excited as he spoke. This is the main line of the sword casting villa. Artifacts replace all technologies, which is much better than experience books. The more they talked, the more excited they became, as if they saw the truth. Building an assembly line factory, a full-operated artifact, and being a machine manager, this is really cool. At 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Ning Zheng took a walk and met at the city gate, and took this group of smiling little blacksmiths back to the villa through the teleportation array. When the ember babies went out, they borrowed storage bags from some local tycoons in the villa, and now they are full of various antiques, vegetables, and street food. A group of blacksmiths gathered around happily. Wow, the prices outside are so cheap. For mortal things, the purchasing power of magic money is quite high. That's right, our vision is too high. We always see divine weapons, and great monks above the 3 yuan realm, so we think that magic money is worthless. Looking at the happy embers, the blacksmiths felt that they were Palu. They were the embers who were happy. The embers burned Chai-kun, and had a strong desire to show off. He described in detail this text adventure from the perspective of the blacksmiths in the villa. Everyone was shocked after listening. Another plot? The whole Pyeongchang city was covered in white. The saint passed away. No wonder they also saw a sun rising in the villa. Thinking of this, they hurriedly sent a message to the sword fairy. Unfortunately, the sword fairy over there was also at a loss. I don't know either. I just got the news. There are sun and moon in Jojo. And I heard that our sun and moon are favored and are used as sun and moon in the nursery. However, the people in the capital have basically retreated, and now the capital is empty, which is very strange. The sword fairy didn't have much news either. It can only be said that the secrets at this level are too high, and even the circle of divine craftsmen cannot be contacted. When Ning Zheng returned to the villa at this time, he instantly discovered that the luck values of all the living blacksmiths in his sword casting villa were also falling. That is to say, Something will happen to us here too. Ning Zhang's expression finally changed drastically. If it was just Pingchong City, he felt that the rabbit died, and the fox was sad, and he would try his best to save it, but even his own side. He suddenly froze all over, slowly looked at his luck value, and it began to fall. Luck value, 50231. Luck value, 50229. Including myself, I will die. His heart couldn't stop sinking. This is not the crisis of encountering the Crow King and the incident of worshipping ancestors by his adopted father that caused his luck to fall, but the real great terror. The area around Pingchong City is going to be extinct. Ning Zhang thought for a while. Am I discovered? Those ancient beings in the tombs are here to kill us. Not necessarily. His expression changed slightly, and suddenly he had a bold idea. He directly activated the teleportation array of Zhou Cheng and went to Zhou Cheng. Passing through the teleportation array, he went to the auction of Lin Min and saw the female shopkeeper and her maid. The saint passed away. The female shopkeeper at the counter sighed. Alas. The maid also had a sad face. The world is not stable. Fortunately, we are responsible for managing a branch in Zhoucheng, which is considered safe. Their luck values are also falling. Do you want to buy something? The female shopkeeper saw the big customer coming. Ning Zhang looked heavy and left the sale directly. He walked on the street, and along the way, he deliberately looked for restaurants and shops that served living people. The luck of the living people in the entire Linmin was falling. Finally, he saw a few monks who seemed to be from famous families, and his luck did not fall. After walking 7 or 8 circles, there are only a few living people in the whole Zhoucheng. At this moment, Ningzheng seemed to react. Pingchong City destroyed. Xinya's city destroyed. The entire Xinya's fell directly, and there was no living person in the barren land for millions of miles? Or, not only Xinyazu, but all the living people in Jiuzhou are going to die? There are only a few living people because they come from a big family, and when they return home in the future, the family's defense formation is strong enough to survive the disaster? In other words, more than 90% of the population will be extinct here. He was in a trance, and came to a tea stall in Linmin again. Before, he and Jiaoyu were chatting at the tea stall. She talked about the reason for plotting against the saint. The moment the saint died, his strange sun and moon might kill everyone. We died in the last second, but we had a logical flaw and didn't know we were dead. The whole world quietly became a super large tomb. More than 2 months later, the whole Kyushu's people will be extinct. It may be that the saint's eyes reappeared in the world. That is to say, the saint should be faking his death now, and his real death date will be more than 2 months later. I'm afraid that no one knows this news except the saint himself. But now Ningzheng knows it, but he can't be happy at all. According to the logic, the saint is now pretending to die and entering the tomb, and he will really die in more than 2 months. But the saint sealed his own tomb, obviously because he was afraid that he would become the biggest trick and destroy all living beings. But what unexpected changes happened afterwards, causing this unprecedented evil to run out? What caused even the saint to miscalculate the changes caused by his own death? A terrible thought lingered in Ningzheng's mind. I am like a real-time traveler, because I saw the countdown to the end of the world. The destruction of Pingchong City was basically doomed, and it was impossible to withstand it. Xinya's city was also destroyed, which should be impossible. Maybe the catastrophe of the destruction of the world came too suddenly, and Xinya's city did not react and start defense measures, so countless people were killed and injured. But the foundation of Zhoucheng, the core area must be safe. But what about our villa? The state capital can survive, the hidden great families can survive, the ancient secret realm can survive. How can the defense shield of our villa survive? When the sun and the moon shine, all the people are dead. No matter what the future changes, whether it is the destruction of the world by the 9-spike saint or something else, this wave of catastrophe is bound to happen. I will strengthen the defense first and hide the villa. It must be right. If the few people of the Lin Inn who met that great family can survive, I have a chance too. If it doesn't work, we will retreat first, and then hide in the great families, the core area of the state capital. Survive this wave, and then come out. Lin Inn is actually a good hiding place. Now we are responsible for building Lin Inn, and take the opportunity to build a shelter. I will go there to hide, and come back after the matter is over. As for the safety of the little blacksmith, it doesn't matter at all. Ningzheng thought about it, and went directly to the bulletin board in the square, and picked up a pen to write. The villa is about to face the crisis of extinction, and the world-destroying catastrophe is coming. Please speed up the defense construction of the villa, and help the villa survive this world-destroying catastrophe. Everyone's eyes lit up. The old steward personally took up the pen, and the new main line really appeared. The saint passed away, Kyushu was in chaos, and the world was destroyed. It can be called a classic among classics, some people muttered. I said that this time the animation of the Pyeongchang city plot will definitely draw a new main line. Some people speculated. The Red Sun has a small catastrophe every 150 years, and now what caused the world to be destroyed this time? The current main line really lived up to their expectations. Chapter 351. At night, the forum is still lively. They are laughing and joking, not as nervous as Ning Jung. All the bad planners love to play this trick. Even if the game starts out prosperous, a few game expansion packs will immediately turn it into a chaotic world. The chaotic world is the home of their sword-casting villa. The main plot is very consistent. Yi Kwangxiu, 9 times out of 10, it is the sun and the moon that will destroy the world. Jiosai Rong, that's right, the planner's mind is too easy to guess, even a capitalist like me understands it. The old manager said to destroy the world. Who can destroy the world? The kings? The rebels? No one can reach this level. It is probably the sun and the moon. Xianxiui, that's right, when the current saint dies, it is obvious that the strange moon and strange day may be born. This is the strongest evil existence in history, a time bomb. When the saint was alive, the sun and the moon shone on the 9 states, which benefited the people and cleansed the turbid air of heaven and earth, which delayed the red sun, and the red sun only came once every 150 years. After the death of the saint, the logic of his life is maintained. The sun and the moon shine on the 9 states. Which living person can bear the sunlight of the strange sun shining on him? The saint after his death, his sun and the moon cleanse the turbid air of heaven and earth. It cleanses the living people on earth. The more diligent you are in life, the more harmful you will be after death. Jiosai Rong, how ironic. The more a saint is a mythical hero, the more he will be a super evil in the world after death. Dai Xiaohu, this worldview is too dark, and the saint himself doesn't want it. He knows that after his death, he will definitely not think that he is dead, and will harm the people of the world. How desperate will he be facing such a future? Lin Daiyu, the saint is so pitiful, woo woo woo. This worldview is amazing, a stroke of genius, but also extremely tragic. He loved the people when he was alive. He hurt the people after his death. Su Yunyang, by the way, what do you think of the newly appointed saint? Xiao Chai Kun, the emperor takes turns, no matter who it is, it doesn't affect our status in the court. Oni Jiang, that's right, we are the Ministry of Industry's Military Equipment Bureau Shirong. Whoever comes to power will use us, a group of stinky leaks who forge iron, to defend the court for him. Dao Jiujiu, this leak has a high self-awareness. Yi Kwangxiu, ahem, we are high-level leaks, ministers with court arrangements, and third-rank officials. The reform master craftsman who is famous in Kyushu. Technical talents, of course, our villa is too weak, we have to resist a world-destroying, large-scale clearing AoE, and not be affected. Everyone knows it. When a saint dies, he must be bound to the earth spirit and live in his own tomb Fei Jian. The range of the earthbound spirit's activities is not that large. It is estimated that it can't even go far from the capital. How could it harm Jiuzhou? Of course. The earthbound spirit cannot go out, but the Dharma image of the earthbound spirit can go out. It must be the sun and moon of the 9-eared saint who patrolled Jiuzhou, which caused the super disaster. Then the question is, why is the new saint so lame? He can't suppress the 9-eared saint Feijian, who entered the imperial mausoleum? Too weak. That's right, it must have run out of the imperial mausoleum, and the new saint couldn't beat it, which led to harming the world. Cry, cry, cry? It's all the fault of the new saint. When the 9-eared saint died, he must have buried himself well. How could he not know what happened after his death? So, who opened the lid of his coffin with a tightly covered lid? What the above person said is right, but you should be more respectful. As they talked, they could tell a rough plot. After all, Ning Zheng had already hinted clearly. Who can destroy the world? At the critical moment of the saint's death, those who understand will understand. They discussed it crazily, but they didn't care why I could predict the future world destruction. Ning Zheng wanted to complain, maybe, in their eyes, planners can predict the future. If you can't predict the future and can't modify the probability, you are not a qualified game planner. Ning Zheng just glanced and found that there was nothing wrong. He was also thinking, why is the new saint so lame? He gave up his position to you as the saint, and in a short time, he made so many troubles. He couldn't even protect the tomb of the previous saint. He wanted to see who the new saint was. Ning Zheng pondered, constantly scanning these posts, watching their excited discussions, and couldn't help sighing. They are all laughing even if the world is destroyed. In the final analysis, they are just travelers from another world, and they don't belong to this world after all. As passers-by, they can't stay here forever. Ningjung also knows clearly. If we talk about subordinates, who have completely integrated into this era, it is their Ember babies. That is Ningjung's real subordinates, the natives. For example, Ember Jiosai Rong, Ember Sword Fairy, and Ember Dao Jojo have all copied a team. Even if these blacksmiths are kicked away, he will not panic. The villa's copied blacksmiths are on the stage, just waiting for this group of Ember babies to awaken and revive, completely cross over, and become real natives, Jukurong native, Dao Jiojia native. Only then will they truly accompany me, guard this sword-making force for decades, hundreds of years, and grow into a large holy land, an ancient clan. Of course, the role of these living blacksmiths is still very important today. Although the luck value they provide is not as good as the daily luck value of the prison, they are like living water, constantly making weapons and new embers. It's like the source of an army's arsenal, madly exploding soldiers and weapons. The next morning, the weather has obviously warmed up. A rising sun slowly rises from the gap between the mountains. The snow on the earth has obviously begun to melt, and the weather has obviously warmed up a lot. Creak. Push open the door and look at the scenery outside. Calculating the time, this winter is almost coming to an end. Ningjung felt that the court was still moving fast. The sun and the moon disappeared for more than 2 months and rose again. It's a pity for the saint. It's a tragedy in the end. Ningjung sighed. To this day, Ningjung still does not know the saint's true identity, origin, name, and his past hundreds of thousands of years ago. It's just that in the tomb owner Li Wanqi in the Limen tomb, there was a young scholar who appeared 280,000 years ago. Only in his own tomb, restoring his hometown city, can we know his past. Ningjung whispered softly, like Li Wanqi, the owner of the Limen tomb, there can be seen her childhood rise, hatred. If there is a plan, we should go to the new imperial tomb Feijian to see that the whole life of that saint is buried there. Ningjung looked up at the gentle sun. It was the sun and moon on her own city continent, and no one knew who built it. The sun during the day and the moon at night both reflected a different shadow of a sacred tree, with swaying branches and twinkling stars. Occasionally, some stars and immortals landed on the sun and moon, drinking tea, visiting, and discussing on the leaves, feeling very comfortable. Can this also be used as a resting place for those patrolling stars and city continent? Go fishing? Ningjung was a little surprised. It's a pity that it's not the sun and moon that she made, otherwise it could be secretly used as a satellite if it was hung on the top of her own city continent. But this is just a thought. No matter which sun and moon it is, the backhand has been removed. It is a public astronomical artifact that serves the people of the world. Is it that the sun and moon have sacred trees, and it feels like the work of Duka continent? After all, it may be the sun and moon cast by Lingnong. It can't really be a plant, right? Dekuzu is still awesome. The trend of planting trees is prevalent. A group of fierce tree-planting people are worthy of being called the first secondary profession of spiritual farming. No wonder every sun and moon team has a standard Shinong from the Duku family, which shows how powerful it is. There happens to be a Dukuhong in the team. I asked the sun and moon someday. This is the benefit of connections. Sword casting villa. When Ningjung came, she found that everyone was still tinkering with the yin-yang creation furnace, and it seemed that they were addicted to it. Even, they moved the furnace to the center of the villa square, and a group of people watched. Ha ha ha, come out, you bastard Zishui. TSK, look at the synthesis map I studied today, river monster plus shell, come out, stupid hippopotamus. What the hell are you, you bastards? You're cursing at me. When Ningjung passed by the square, she looked back frequently. Suddenly, she felt that even a second before the end of the world, they could be so happy. They had been addicted to it for several days. Especially before Shiryuyu, they wanted to tease this cute black belly girl who copied us. Didn't she like to steal from us? Show off in the villa, and let her come this time to steal some special things from us. They have already made several strategy posts on the internet, which scared Shiryuyu. But what about now? This time, when someone came to play with them, the blacksmith ignored them and drove them away directly. The whole face was, get lost, what's so funny about this girl? I'm too lazy to use the plan, it affects my pet combination. Really carefree. He summoned a group of senior executives of the villa, and then came to the management room for a meeting. Yesterday, when we went to the city, we had played and gone crazy, and the vacation was over. The villa should start working again. Ning Zheng sat on the main seat and looked at the people below. Now, let's formally discuss the development of our villa. Please tell us your recent suggestions. Everyone looked at each other. The villa's development advisor, Yi Guangxiu, came out. Old steward, we currently think that we have only one main direction, which is to save our lives first. Shelter. We are about to start the doomsday survival mode. This great disaster is no different from the prehistoric flood in our hometown and the arrival of the Ice Age. The overwhelming sunlight torrent and moonlight flood wash the entire earth and illuminate the weird people in the eyes of the saints. Shelter is the key to survival in the doomsday. First of all, we must prepare water, food, meat, and various supplies. We have basically all the supplies we looted last time. We don't need to worry about resupplying them. The second thing is the protective formation. Ning Zheng nodded. For survival in the doomsday, the protective formation is the most important. My current defensive formation in the second phase realm is already very strong. After breaking through the second phase realm, the three-element realm families in other local cities are qualified to go out and build independent private cities, and they all use this second phase formation. I stuffed 7 or 8 here, but I couldn't hold it at all. It would be very troublesome if my luck began to show that I was going to die. Under the gaze of the saint, everyone under the one-hearted state of the headmaster level is an ant, which is a bit shocking. This is an unprecedented evil god. You can't look directly at it. You can't listen to it. Yi Guangxiu said, it's best for us to get a batch of high-level defensive formations through the channels of the capital. Fortunately, our secondary professional circles share what we have. It's normal to find a few divine formation masters to customize a few formations for our villa. They have innate advantages. If it's an outsider, even a high-level combat monk, they may not buy it. If you want to customize, you have to queue up. Are there not enough powerful monks in the world? Cultivating a high-level professional is several times more costly than cultivating a combat monk. Their experience and skills are all bought with money. Those god-level professionals don't know how many customers are queuing up. Just like their Shiron god craftsmen, they are in short supply. But now everyone is a friend in the same circle. You help me and I help you. That's no problem at all. Customizing a defensive formation is not a problem. Chapter 352. It's just that we may be a little short of funds. Yi Guangxiu hesitated and said, the formation of the one-mind realm is too expensive. Indeed? Ning Zheng frowned slightly when she heard this. The resources of the one-mind realm are no joke. They are the resources of the headmaster level, the magic weapons, robes, elixirs. Are all the top batches in Jiuzhou, and tens of millions of magic money are easy to come by. Now that 2 batches of youth version magic weapons have been sold, in just 1 month, the villa has made nearly 20 million magic money. It's faster than a money printing machine. And this month, the business order reward given by the saint is worth more than 1 billion. Ning Zheng is almost certain. In the entire Jiuzhou this month, she is the most profitable force. Climbing the throne of Jiuzhou's revenue champion this month, although it won't last long, the saint's orders can't always be there. But it is enough to make the various forces in the 9 provinces of the world value us, and compare our ability to make money with their old holy places and great sects. They put us on the same level as them, and allow us to integrate into their god-level professional circles. In the words of the blacksmith, we are beginning to be qualified to be ranked among the top 500 enterprises in 9 provinces. Only the sales champion of this month, who has proved his strength, can get an invitation letter from the top circle, but although the villa has a lot of revenue, the more than 1 billion given by the saints are all real estate spiritual roots, which cannot be sold. In addition to the working capital robbed from Xenia's city, the cash in the villa is estimated to be only about 50 million magic money. For a large force, with a history of tens of thousands of years, this money is not much, and it is estimated to be the turnover of more than 10 years. After all, the higher the level of the cultivator, the more bottomless the pit. The resources consumed in cultivating the 2-phase realm, and the one-heart realm will not be less than this money. But for the sword-casting villa, which has been developing from scratch for a few months, it is already an astronomical figure. A few months ago, I was still worried about a few hundred magic coins. But unfortunately, it is still not enough. Yi Guangxiu said, although our villa is small, the market price of a small defense array at the level of one state of mind is also about 20 million. We can only afford 2, which is not safe at all. Ning Zheng deeply agrees. The sun and moon of the saints must cause large-scale damage, not a single attack. Theoretically, the formation of one state of mind has a chance to withstand it. But from the perspective of the spirit of Go Dao, he and the blacksmith have the same idea. Our villa must at least add 4 or 5 defense arrays of one state of mind, that is called peace of mind. I still have to ask. Ning Zheng said, the matter of the formation should not be delayed. Soon, under Ning Zheng's supervision, Jiao Cairong also called the station liaison officer in the capital. Sword Fairy. The Sword Fairy quickly answered, are you going to ask about the sun and moon we cast? Everyone was listening in the steward's room here. Jiao Cairong glanced at the old steward, and after Ning Zheng nodded, Jiao Cairong asked, since you said so, let's ask how the sun and moon we cast are doing recently. Hey, she has become the crown princess and doesn't see guests. The Sword Fairy goddess muttered, blind guessing is insane, in the physical sense. But it is said that this crown princess is managing the saint's funeral and preparing for the new saint to ascend the throne. Who is the new saint? No specific matters have been revealed. Ning Zheng listened and pondered for a while. The seven-color spiritual root is indeed seen as having potential. As the strongest sun and moon, it is not surprising. Ning Zheng didn't care who the new saint was, because he didn't know anyone anyway. I don't know the rest. The Sword Fairy shook her head and said, everyone in the team is preparing to return. They say that the capital may soon be in turmoil. Who knows who the new saint will be when he ascends the throne? The identity has not been revealed yet. It's kept secret. Many people say it's one of the kings of Jiuzhou, but it's not the prince. It's inexplicable. After this mysterious new saint ascends the throne, will everyone obey him? Will there be anyone in the capital attacking, provoking? Seizing power? Coup? No one knows. The old man Sini Baishan said that he was going to run back to Xinyazu, and the capital would soon become a den of dragons and tigers. Ning Zheng listened with great interest. After telling the Sword Fairy all the information, Jiao Cairong talked about business. Okay, I ask for you. The Sword Fairy thought for a moment and said, we just happen to have an old man here who studies formations. He is the same designer as sun and moon construction. He is packing his luggage in his room and preparing to go home. She is not respectful of the elderly and loves the young. She is very outgoing. Recently, she has been getting along well with the old men and women in the team. It is worth mentioning that. The old men are really old men, and the old women are beautiful big sisters like Dukuhong. You never know their exact age. According to gossip, Dukuhong may be older than Sini Baishan, an old man over 40,000 years old. The profession of God Formation Master is not popular. It is the last of the secondary professions and an unpopular profession. At first glance, it is indispensable to help various major forces to arrange formations and formation diagrams. But in fact, the defense formation of Yixinjing is too rigid, and most people do not use formation defense. What kind of defense do all the major forces use at home now? Ancestor City Wall. This is the most cost-effective defense mechanism. Return type surround, immortality, automatic energy storage, turrets every once in a while, teaching future generations. It's not that the formation map can't be bought, but it's more cost-effective to rely on parents. This is the norm in Jiuzhou. So? Brother Lanzhou, what do you want to say? The Sword Fairy asked the 10,000-year-old God Formation Master and her team. The price has increased recently, more than this number. Lanzhou muttered. The God Formation Master of Shirong team is an old man with a fairy-like appearance. Blue hair, it is said that the family has this color of hair color, and the family has water spirit roots. How much will it increase? Asked the Sword Fairy. Old man Lanzhou stroked his blue beard. The original price of the formation of the One Mind Realm was basically 20 million magic coins, and now the price has increased to 30 million magic coins, which has increased by 50%. At present, it is still in short supply. The Sword Fairy was stunned. It has increased so much? What's going on? Thanks to the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect in your city continent. Old man Lanzhou stroked his beard with a smile. Isn't it because the city wall is easy to be attacked and can't play a protective role? In order to prevent that person who killed his ancestor to become stronger and come to attack for no reason. My own home. So recently, various holy places and major sects lined up to order some defensive formations to prevent those people from the Wuxing sect in Xinyazu from doing new things. After all, you know, it's hard for those large-scale demon sects to cross a state. Those evil sects often run around and cooperate to attack a certain continent. The Wuxing sect is the first local evil sect in Xinyazu, and it often uses teleportation formations to go to the next continent to get benefits. Everyone thinks it's better to take precautions first. Anyway, those forces are just stupid and rich, so buy some protection to feel at ease. Sword Fairy? Question mark. What's going on? Did we help him raise the price? Help him build those defense arrays, build the home industry, and expand the market demand? Are we shooting ourselves in the foot? Old Man Lanzhou smiled and said, of course, the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect is just one of the factors that caused the price of the array diagram to increase. Can you finish it all at once? Sword Fairy rolled her eyes. Little girl, I'm just anxious and easily irritable. Old Man Lanzhou smiled gently. There is another reason. When he said this, he deliberately lowered his voice. Isn't this the death of the saint? The evil cult assassinated the saint's eyes, and the sun and moon became blind, but who knows what will happen next? Everyone should make some formations to prevent the sun and moon from suddenly emerging from the tomb. After all, the saint has passed away and been buried. After the death, the eyes can grow back. Who knows if the saint will come out inexplicably and illuminate the world? Everyone is afraid. On the night when the saint announced his death, many major forces were secretly doing an experiment to prove that we are still alive. The Sword Fairy took a breath. The people in this world are so miserable. They died without knowing that they were dead. Then are we still alive? The Sword Fairy's throat was dry. Old Man Lanzhou rolled his eyes, looked at her sword, and said seriously, do you think you are still alive? Of course I am still alive. The Sword Fairy said seriously, very speechless. Don't make such a joke. Why are you looking at me with such a strange look? It's a bit creepy. I just changed my job to a sword, spear, sword and halberd, and started a second life. Old Man Lanzhou sighed. The experiment proves that we are probably still alive. I said I am still alive? You are just scaring me, said the Sword Fairy. Old Man Lanzhou looked at her dead body, and for a moment, he was a little unsure whether he was still alive. What if I am another Sword Fairy now, and I swear that I am alive? Ningzheng listened to the communication token and groaned secretly. Now they don't need to prove that they are indeed alive. Because the time has not come. 2 months later, everyone will die, and it will be better to conduct this proof dialectic experiment again. But can it really be proved? Old Man Lanzhou smiled. No one knows how strong the saint's combat power will be after giving up the suppression of history of the years, and how fierce his eyes will be when they are fully opened. Even the existence of the major masters is not sure that they can withstand the sun and the moon. Just in case, they also asked me to order formations. The Sword Fairy's scalp tingled. Is the gap so big? In fact, there is no big gap. You can resist it with your foundation. Old Man Lanzhou whispered. But, the trump card of the suppression Holy Land, the ancestors will not help you block the sun and the moon. Your ancestor is also dead. He can't feel that there is something wrong with the sun and the moon, and he won't protect you at all. You still need formations to isolate things from the sky. The Sword Fairy was shocked. Yes. If the strange sun shines, the ancestor has the same attributes. In his eyes, there is nothing wrong with the sun, and it is quite warm. It feels like the sun and the moon shine, and the whole body's physical strength becomes stronger. There is no problem at all, but living people will not feel warm. This is equivalent to the instant failure of the walls of all cities. How much damage will this cause if it is unimpeded? You know, what is the real foundation of a great sect? The ancestors of all generations. If the ancestors cannot be used, they can only use the living monks of the present generation, and their combat power may be only half or even 1/3 of their heyday. The ancestors do not help them resist the disaster, and only 30% of their strength is left. How can they not be afraid? In addition, they did not like to use defensive formations before, at most they used functional formations such as gathering spirit formations and shielding formations. These holy places and great sects are also people of the Go Dao, and they have been frantically preparing serious defensive formations recently. It is precisely because of being too scared that those evil cults, like mad dogs, assassinated saints before. Ningzheng was a little surprised. In general, in history, when a saint dies, everyone wants to seize power and gain benefits. But now, the death of the saint has frightened all the ancient forces, fearing that they will be killed by the sun and the moon. It is estimated that this is rare in the entire history. Is this the deterrent power of the first mythical hero in human history? In all dynasties, the imperial court was the largest sect in the world. But it does not mean that the imperial court has always been strong. In history, there are many examples of the imperial court being weak and being ridden on by the major holy places and major religions. But this one is too powerful. The most prosperous and powerful dynasty still has incredible deterrent power after death. Now these holy places are secretly studying every once in a while whether they die quietly. Using Liuju's common thinking logic, how to prove that I am still alive now? Did I die yesterday? They felt pitiful, like little quails that kept shrinking their heads. They were afraid that he would die, but they were also afraid that he would not die. They were very entangled. At this time, Ning Zheng was also a little troubled by the fact that the price of the formation had increased. Because Ning Zheng knew that their fear was not false. Although she didn't know what happened specifically, 2 months later, the unprecedented terror was really going to come out of the tomb. In front of her, the Divine Formation Master had the advantage of getting the first place in the new version. It was estimated that it would be difficult to get the formation even if there were channels in the internal circle. The difficulty increased dramatically. So can I buy it? The sword fairy was speechless. What was the matter with the old man beating around the bush? Old man Lon had a difficult face. I have a lot of orders on hand, and they are all ordered in advance, so it is not convenient to jump the queue. You know, in my line, reputation is the most important. What's more, those customers are not easy to mess with. How about this? Old man Lon rubbed his palms. I've been studying a formation plate recently, and I want to make a weapon spirit. Can we cooperate? Sword Fairy looked at him speechlessly. None of these old men are easy to deal with, and this one was waiting for them here. Our eternal magic weapon is the culmination of 3 production lines, Shinong, Xinjiang, and Shini. He, a divine formation master, also wants to get in and become a part of the 4th production line. But it's really possible. The 2 sides cooperate to create a formation plate, they provide the weapon spirit, and the other party provides the technology. Interesting. Sword Fairy thought it could be done. The demand for formation plates is very high recently, and it may not be weaker than our youth version of the magic weapons Yin Yang Corpse slashing sword. Old man Lon Zhou smiled. Yes, it must meet the current market demand. You can change your sales to sell formation plates. He smiled. Let's cooperate to launch a new series. Jiao Cairong and others heard it, and felt that the main line was coming. The sword forging villa is all about making weapons, and passing the main storyline. Isn't this what is happening right now? When Ningzheng heard this, she smiled. Yes, if you can't buy a formation plate, you can cooperate and build a formation plate with others to protect the villa. Even while making money, you can save more people. Our formation plates are like arcs in the flood, carrying countless people through the destruction of the sun and the moon. The blacksmiths next to him brightened up. A group of people began to mutter. Jiao Cairong was shocked. We think that our new products can fight against the flood of the sun and the moon and save the people of the world. We will be the savior. Maybe our series of weapons can be called Ark. Chapter 353. Jiao Cairong and others were very happy. Noah's Ark. They remembered an anecdote. A mortal named Noah built a huge ship according to God's instructions, so that all kinds of land creatures in the world could avoid a flood caused by God's punishment. We are the mortals who built a huge ship. Dao Jiozhou's eyes lit up. Those formations, protection and isolation, aren't they the ships that survived the flood? The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. In the villa, they built a great achievement that was destined to be recorded in history, the Ark of Salvation. This next main line is very exciting. Too cool. My God, the Ark of Salvation, it's very missionary. Jiao Cairong looked longing. The plot design of the planner is awesome. I feel so happy. No, my heart is so happy that I can't hold it. The god of food pretended to faint. Xiao Chai Kuan said, God ordered a mortal named Noah to build the ark, and we are mortal blacksmiths who built the ark, so isn't the God who ordered mortals to build the ark the old steward? Yi Guangxiu, praise the great God. Old steward, save the people of our Jiuzhou. Everyone rolled their eyes. My God, this flattery is quite good. We secretly learned some skills, and then we will be another crazy rising Yi Guangxiu in the future? Ningzheng ignored their cheers, took the communication token, and nodded. Okay, we agree, but the defense strength of the formation should be as high as possible, and the output of the finished product should be fast. Of course. Old Man Lon was eager to try. After all, this demand market is the largest now. After a while, everyone will find that nothing happened, and it will not make money. It's just like when a big accident happens, a bunch of people rush to the supermarket to grab salt, stock up first. The price of salt has soared, and every household is buying it to prevent accidents. When everyone finds out that nothing happened, no one will rush to buy salt. Therefore, he has to seize the business opportunity. He doesn't think that the saint will really have an accident. There must be many backup plans to prevent himself from leaving the tomb after death. It is probably a false alarm. Old Man Lon was a little excited. Then we have to recruit more people to form a team. Dukuhong is responsible for selecting the spiritual roots suitable for the array plate. Sini Baishan is responsible for forging the array plate. In addition, Shirong Xinjiang is responsible for the spirit of the weapon. I am responsible for the operation of the array diagram. Our four parties will cooperate to produce a large protective array to ensure that the defense is not weaker than the city wall, and even break the traditional tomb wall model. In the eyes of Old Man Lon, the times are developing. In the future, each profession will not study its own independently, but a composite cooperative forging. The sales fair in the capital city attracted countless people's attention. Now he can also blend in and participate in the next sales fair, which is a great success. Riding on the wave of the reform of the times. In the future, when everyone thinks of this reform, the teacher will also teach in the textbook, led by Shirong Divine Craftsman, Sini Baishan, Lan Zhou, Dukuhong. This group of martyrs opened up for our descendants. Hundreds of words. This is a must-test question for the imperial examination. All scholars remember it. Lan Zhou thought of this and felt a little happy. There are not many divine formation masters, but they are definitely not few. After a period of history, who will still remember him? But what about now? Don't worry, we are a family of formation masters. Lan Zhou knew that as a last-place profession, his formation master would also have a moment to take off. Back then, wasn't Ling known also at the end of the era? The Duca family also rose in that way. He felt that it might be his turn. Next, Ning Zheng didn't talk much, leaving it to Jukarong and others to communicate in detail, and decided on the general direction of the villa's development. After they finished talking about the general cooperation situation, they hung up the call. Jujin Villa. A group of blacksmiths were a little dissatisfied. Cooperation again, for people cooperate. We are just soy sauce again. Damn it. When can we replace Sini Baishan, Dukuhong, Lantao? These big guys, and kick them out. Sini Baishan depends on Dao Jiojio, Dukuhong depends on Auntie Xian and Fairy Doctor, Lantao. Well, I guess we need to build a formation area. Then I will be the person in charge. Why do you think so? I majored in painting, I think I can do it. Ning Zheng was speechless. These people are crazy. Replace those top big guys, slowly kick them out, and eat alone? Dream on. My current share of work is less than 5%, and a small fish who does nothing has the nerve to say it here. Ning Zheng got it, and stood up and said to everyone, this time, we completed the order of the saint, and the owner of the manor is very satisfied. We give you 4 options, choose 2 from 4. As soon as these words fell, everyone cheered. The main story of the saint's order was completed, and the next story was about to begin. Now it was indeed their turn to settle their rewards. Choose 2 from 4, can I say this is super conscientious? The owner is very satisfied with our main storyline. The owner has always been a background board, right? Has he been in seclusion for 2 or 3 months? The owner has a giant phantom, who said he is a background board. My God, it rises under the villa every day. Are you sure it is not the same as the prison, but a dynamic wallpaper background? Fuck, it's true, the owner lives in the background story. What do you know? It's normal for a real strongman to be in seclusion for a few years. Look at Jian Xian, who spends thousands of years at any time. Years. Most of the time is probably spent in cultivation. That's right, Jian Xian is a straight man at first glance. He had no reaction when he entered the Red Mansion at the age of 10. How can you react? What do you know? First bring back a group of courtesans, and make them child brides. What's the difference between this and Sun Wukong pointing at the 7 fairies, and then knowing how to eat peaches? I think it's normal that the owner of the manor doesn't show up. The mainline background board is like this. Sometimes, the dog planner always has all kinds of small bugs to give benefits. A group of people chattered. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Zheng coughed twice to indicate silence, and announced the options. 1. The mermaid race. 2. 100 blacksmith quotas. 3. 500 magic coins of commercial building vouchers. 4. Reset the number of resurrections. To be honest, it's not that Ning Zheng doesn't want to give more resources, but only gives 500 magic coins to these blacksmiths. After all, there is not much cash in hand, but there are too many resources to give them. The business building is full of things, which can be used by the monks passing by to make large purchases. However, it is useless to give these resources to the blacksmiths. What kind of elixirs do they eat? What kind of cultivation resources do they need? What kind of weapons and armor do they need? They are just a group of cheap and easy-to-feed laborers. They don't even consume resources. A group of 5-body realm. It's useless to eat resources. The only resource they need is a storage bag to show off. But this will not improve their work efficiency at all. It is better to use the storage bag as a motivation to keep them going. Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that they don't consume resources all the time. Ning Zheng thought, they don't consume resources now because their realm is low, the normal cultivation speed is too slow, and they have no potential. Later, when they create a new synthetic race, they may consume resources. In the final analysis, they still have to buy a corpse of a divine beast as a meat tank, or use it for synthesis. But the magic money spent is relatively high, tens of millions. Money seems to be really not enough. The reason is that the level of my power is too low. What treasures do small forces in the 3 yuan realm covet? The most top treasures in Jiuzhou. 1 heart realm formation. The corpse of a divine beast. The big forces in the 1 heart realm have to weigh it. If other forces in the 3 yuan realm at my level saw it, they would call it a daydream. Chapter 354. Ning Zheng's current treatment is unprecedented. The forces of the 3 yuan realm can directly enjoy the resources and circles of the forces of the 1 heart realm. The charlatan sneaked into the imperial city and pretended to be powerful. However, our money is still a little too little. Ning Zheng thought. Perhaps, it's not that the blacksmiths don't eat resources, the goods are good and cheap, but that they eat too many resources. They can't eat the economy because of their limited potential. I have to get them a corpse of a divine beast, so that they can land a new race and take off completely. These tens of millions of magic money are a bit of an investment. And I really don't have money recently. As for the purchased divine beast, what race can it be synthesized? Will it fail? Ning Zheng doesn't know. In short, he knows that there must be a guaranteed new race of human-demon hybrids. The human race is the most adaptable bloodline. Divine beast plus human. Universal synthesis formula. This synthesis will definitely survive. While Ning Zheng was thinking, the blacksmith next door also started discussing the options. The first Jiao-blooded human race must be excluded. There is no need to explain this. It is outdated, and we are about to enter the choose race option. Why do we need this? 100 blacksmiths, do you want to choose? The god of food thinks this option is very good. With more people, his canteen will also make a lot of money. Especially recently, he has taken a book and studied a less popular profession among the less popular ones, the spirit chef. According to the cooking methods of monsters above, various techniques, business is booming. The money he earns is a small profit, but quick turnover. The actual earning ability of the canteen is far greater than that of the clinic. After all, who sees a doctor every day? The fairy ant and the fairy doctor are crazy about cutting leeks, but they are not his opponents. People have to eat every day, and these foodies will also enjoy it. He earns a lot, but he also spends a lot. Every day, he has to issue daily tasks cooking, washing vegetables, cooking, hire a lot of waiters to work, prepare food for hundreds of people, and the profits are divided. Unlike the clinic, how much money you earn, the profit is basically the same. It's terrible. God of food, do you want to choose more people to eat in the cafeteria? Xian Xiaoyi touched her chin. I think the 500 magic money voucher is good, simple and practical. 100 blacksmiths, 500 magic money, choose one of the two. Jiuzai Rong said lightly. The remaining reset resurrection times is basically a must-choose reward. Now, the average number of deaths per capita in the villa has been more than a dozen times. It costs more than 100 magic money to die once. The richest who died the most have died more than 30 times, and each time they die, they add 10 magic money. Now it costs more than 300 magic money to resurrect once. 1,000 magic coins can only revive 3 times. Who can bear it? And who is this blacksmith who revived more than 30 times? Jiuzai Rong. Drawing cards more than 30 times, the normal explosion rate is 3 babies. But Jiuzai Rong only produced 1 baby. Too miserable. What should the rich do? This is the disadvantage of the card pool without a guarantee. Nowadays, many people ask for a card pool guarantee, saying that the planner is so conscientious that it will definitely be added, but Ning Zheng always pretends not to hear it. It's not that I don't want to add it, but I don't have the ability to add it. Now, Jiuzai Rong Villa's first rich man is poor. Xiao Chai Kun looked at Jiuzai Rong. This guy said before that he would recover the idle money in the hands of the little blacksmith for the owner of the villa. I didn't expect that he would set an example himself. The god of food smiled. He really is. I'm crying to death. Cough, cough, cough. Jiuzai Rong coughed twice. It's settled. Reset the number of resurrections. The remaining 500 magic coins. 100 blacksmiths. Vote to decide. It is worth mentioning that according to convention, 50 of the 100 blacksmiths are randomly selected, and 50 are sent to various departments with invitations. You can choose your own people. The implication is that it is your own department. You can sell the quota for money, or you can select some masters to come in. In fact, the two rewards are similar. 500 magic coins can be sold to the local tyrants in the villa for RMB. 50 quotas can be sold to the local tyrants outside for RMB. Don't think that the option of 500 magic coins is a huge profit. The reason why the magic coins soared to 200 yuan apiece was because a group of people were willing to bid hundreds of thousands of RMB to compete for Artifact Baby. But now that this option is selected, the price of recycling magic coins is estimated to plummet. After all, a large amount of F money has been integrated into the market. With 500 coins per person, do you think the local tyrants are fools? These stupid blacksmiths will certainly compete to sell to the local tyrants, and each one will offer a lower price than the other. Exchange rate collapse is normal. And as the blacksmith's ability to make money increases, FA money will inevitably fall more and more. The economic system of a game will inevitably become cheaper and cheaper as the game operates and the brick-moving party works frantically. The same is true for the currency rules of the villa. In the end, the blacksmiths voted, and 100 blacksmiths won. After all, selling quotas can also make money, and there are 100 blacksmiths coming in as leaks, which is obviously more cost-effective. After selecting the reward, a group of people danced happily on the spot. From now on, we will have 500 little blacksmiths. Hee, it's reset, the resurrection is reset, the initial resurrection becomes 10 magic coins once again, I want to die. After receiving the reward, a group of people were happy. Ning Zheng looked at their cheers and joy, smiled knowingly, and turned to go down the mountain. No words were spoken all night. The next morning, Ning Zheng went to the villa early. Fuck, I'm finally in. Woo, the 5th batch. 50 Krypton Gold Tycoons, 50 random European Emperors. This is called balanced combat power, understand? The Tycoons draw cards with money, and the European Emperors draw cards with their mothers. Who knows who will win, and who will lose? Amazing. I'm going to combine pets. Where did the money come from? I supervised several leaks stealing an audience perspective, and recorded the magic money. I'm going to collect it as startup capital. A group of new cute little blacksmiths stood at the door, looking around curiously, with excitement on their faces. Someone took the lead in eating dirt, lying on the ground and chewing, trying to cheat people. Everyone looked at him with the eyes of a fool, and their eyes were full of, eat quickly, eat quickly. Why don't you cheat with me? It's over, I'm a clown. The cute new blacksmith, who tried to cheat people has become a new idiot. Ning Zheng skillfully opened the gate of the villa, and let the blacksmith in. The group of people rushed in, and several young blacksmiths from the sect held up recruiting new members, 2 FA per time and prepared to receive guests. Everyone was quickly settled in the dormitory building. The current dormitory of the villa has 2 buildings, accommodating 500 people. The area is not small, and it is also equipped with dormitory management and hot water pipes. There is also a magic tool for washing clothes developed by the blacksmith shop, which costs 1 magic coin per use. If people from Pingchong City outside saw it, even Zhang Huaping would probably want to run to the villa to be a laundry lady for 1 magic coin per use. These blacksmiths are really easy to make money. After Ning Zheng watched them settle down, she asked them to gather in the square and gave a speech. Everyone, our villa is opening new Yin Yang Arc series weapons. Please work together to create a better tomorrow. Also, our villa has special Easter eggs today to welcome new people. Please work hard to dig them out. Hearing this, everyone began to speculate. Easter eggs? Hush, I think I guessed it. Maybe the explosion rate is high today? I go and try to combine pets. I go and forge iron. I go and draw spiritual roots. Ning Zheng smiled knowingly when she heard the voice behind her. The Easter egg was of course the copy secret route of Xine. 100,000 magic coins opened a magical power. In the past few days, another 40,000 luck points were praised. You can give them 20,000 luck points, add 20,000 for yourself, and go to Princess Xine's mansion together. This is the main storyline for the female blacksmiths. As for the storyline for the male blacksmiths, the battle storyline for the male blacksmiths, the 10 boss side quests, have long been open to them. Nursery, Emperor's Tomb. In Princess Xine's mansion. The pond is surrounded by spiritual mist, smoke is curling, and Xine is taking a bath. It can be seen that this person's behavior before death was very logical, and it can even be described as boring. It's just the daily life of a young lady. Reading and writing, taking a bath and chatting, occasionally going out to help the people, and accumulating good karma for the father, who is called a tyrant by the world. In the eyes of the common people, she is a gentle and kind princess. In the eyes of the monks, she is just a mortal. No matter how much she has, she can only live for a few hundred years. Sooner or later, she will die of old age. She is just an insignificant wave in the eyes of her father, who has a long life. She may die in a closed-door practice. She has only seen her father dozens of times in her life. The benefits she receives now are just the treatment that the royal family should have. Perhaps, the only value of my life is to be buried with him. That's what Exine originally thought in her heart. Princesses, princes, and even princes who have not successfully ascended the throne in the courts of all dynasties basically do not have their own separate mausoleums. The mausoleums of their royal family members share one, which is the imperial mausoleum of the saints. Only a small number of princes with land and territory, and kings of different surnames, will be buried in the continent city they rule. Buried with the emperor after death, entering the imperial mausoleum, this is the fate that Princess Exine could imagine, but with the arrival of the traveler, her fate changed accordingly. The future was completely different, and the acquired spiritual roots appeared. A mortal like her could actually start practicing, and take over the world-famous Wuxing sect. But didn't they say they were going out to explore? Why haven't they come back in more than 10 days? Nothing happened, right? Princess Exine was worried, so she stood up, put on her bathrobe, and sat down beside the pond. Xiaoyu, is there any news recently? The maid Xiaoyu wiped the princess back and said, there has been no news from the mortal world recently. The group of travelers disappeared, leaving only the spiritual root opening techniques. The people are making a fuss. This tomb contains the descendants of the living people who were buried with the dead that year. Many of them also have no spiritual roots, so they are naturally competing to open their spiritual roots. However, the time traveler is fine, but His Majesty seems to have something important. Maid Xiaoyu said, His Majesty seems to be preparing to move the capital back to the capital in the nursery. Ah? Exine was stunned. Going back? Then my father must be very busy. Princess, we are moving the capital back to the capital. The maid was a little worried. The two chatted for a while, and when they had nothing to do, Exine said, let's play landlord. The last time, the believers of the time traveler taught them to play landlord, saying that this was the favorite chess and card game of her, the future Wuxing old mother. It secretly coincided with the courageous spirit of overthrowing the world, overthrowing the innate spiritual roots, and the peasants and people criticizing the immortals. Not to mention, Exine thought it was quite fun. After he, the maid, and Sanhua played several games to get familiar with each other, the believers were very polite and let her win all the time. After a while, the two maids accompanied her to play landlord. Wow! At this moment, a flower suddenly appeared, and countless Wuxing sect muttered, and thousands of Wuxing sect voices kept coming, not as good as Wuxing and praise Wuxing. But there were also some messy noises. A paradise on earth. Not as good as Wuxing. Wuxing sect members shouted enthusiastically. Sister is so beautiful, sister kill me. The little newbie who just appeared, can she really participate in such a large-scale event? Praise Wuxing. Wuxing sect members shouted together. Ah, this little foot, so bitter and domineering, come and step on me. Who is talking? There is a male blacksmith mixed in with our crowd. No, there is no function of transgender login now, all are girls. Which sister is so rebellious? Countless voices of Wuxing sect, mixed with some inexplicable voices came. This made Exine a little happy and ecstatic. Sir, we came back this time, and found a spiritual root that can bloom 3 flowers for you. Eugene Suyunyang shouted. Praise the mother of no birth. After the spiritual root is opened, let's play landlord. We must use this activity to swear that we are determined to fight against the class. A group of hairpins and embroiderers next to them also happily echoed. This group activity is really fun, this scenery, this pond, these beautiful legs, this beauty love it. As soon as the voice fell, a 3-flower also grew next to it. With the help of a group of hairpins and embroiderers, Princess Exine quickly pulled out the 3-flower, began to close her eyes and rest, and practiced. After a long while, Exine directly followed the process of the 3 flowers and opened the immortal gate. A huge energy rose from her body, making her eyes bright. I succeeded. I, immortal, actually stepped into practice. Chapter 355. In the room under the sword-forging villa, Ning Zheng's face turned pale quickly, as if he had been severely injured. The 3 flowers that were plucked out were his own. The plucking out of the 3 flowers in the Sanyuan realm is basically a process that cultivators at this stage must go through. If the 3 flowers are not plucking out once, the life of the Sanyuan realm seems incomplete. Ning Zheng had 2 good luck before, and now he suffered this kind of attack for the first time, and it was his own fault. This developed magical power is a bit self-abuse. Ning Zheng sighed. feeling the loss of his body and the withering of his spirit. Fortunately, he had just broken through a small realm, so withering would not lead to a regression in realm. He poured out some San Yuan realm pills, many of which were for nourishing the soul and restoring the 3 Yuan. This is the most common medicine in the San Yuan realm. Growing in the nursery, you have to get some healing pills to prevent yourself from being plucked out. After taking a few pills, he felt his body recovering. It's still not enough. I need to stop practicing for a week to recover completely. At this time, Ning Zheng realized the danger of the San Yuan realm. Not to mention a week of recovery. If he had practiced for most of the time and was suddenly pulled out, then most of the previous practice would be invalid and he would have to start all over again. It is estimated that the unlucky casual cultivators may be stuck in the same realm for their entire lives. Every time they are almost there, they are pulled out, and every time they are almost there, they are pulled out. Who can bear it? This mentality is going to collapse. I'm talking about you, my godfather Chizu, who robs people on the road and cuts off their paths, like killing their parents. The hatred in our villa is so great, it's all because of you. After recovering from his injuries, Ning Zheng felt the connection with Princess Xine. It felt like an extra ember bubble, and I could watch Princess Xine from above her head like watching an ember clone. After all, I was the spiritual root she planted. With her as a medium, I will enter the nursery in the future and have a location. I should not need 20,000 luck points every time. Ning Zheng pondered. No tickets are needed, and I feel that this wave of blood is not a loss. I can also let these hairpins and embroiderers start new plots every day and go to play with Princess Xine every day. Ning Zheng glanced at them, and suddenly his face changed slightly. Are you asking people to play landlord? It's this group of hairpins and embroiderers. They really have no ambition to make friends and play. Most of them are pure entertainment and scenery parties. There are even some people who have asked Princess Xine to play embroidery and sew clothes, and they are watching from the side. Compared with male players, female players are really a group of small salted fish. Did you really think it was a dress-up game like Nuan? If it was a male blacksmith, he would have to call for dominance and go crazy. Ning Zheng thought about it, and felt that this was not a bad idea. Just let it go. Playing landlord with Princess Xine, chatting and practicing is also a good day for leisure. I have just started practicing. What else can I do if I don't practice honestly? If you go out and hang out, you will die. It is true that she is a bound earth spirit, but after resurrection, will her spiritual roots still be there? Ning Zheng thinks it is highly likely that they are not. Because resurrection after death is reset to the moment of death and turning into embers, it will not carry the current memories and the spiritual roots that are now open. She has nothing after dying once. Embers that cannot die, this is also a defect. Of course, being unable to die does not mean that it cannot be pulled out and inserted somewhere else. Generally speaking, with the identity of Princess Xine, no one will kill her, and this defect does not need to be taken care of at least for a short period of time. By the time she reveals her identity as the mother of no life, she may have already reached a very high level, and coupled with the immortality of high-level strongmen, no one can easily kill her. He retracted his gaze, closed his eyes and rested, and continued to recover from his injuries in the room. At least, I have an insider in the Emperor's tomb. It's a pity that this saint has already entered the tomb. He is a saint from the previous dynasty, otherwise his function may be greater. The capital. Empty buildings, the people are empty. But there are a lot of people in the capital. A large number of 3 flowers from various forces are blooming in the capital, as cameras everywhere to monitor the movements of the capital. When the saint dies, everyone is secretly observing. Even some local small 3 Yuan families also bloom 3 flowers. Try their luck to come here to join in the fun. Anyway, they will not die. Everyone came to see the historical plot and watched. Back then, when the 9 Spies saint entered the capital, there were also cameras everywhere, and countless monks came to watch the live broadcast to see the historic scene of the founding of the country. And it seems that the number of people has decreased. In fact, there are more pedestrians on the street. One by one, the figures of the Dharma images walk back and forth, acting as residents here, all ready to explore the abnormality of the capital. Is that the crown princess? Someone suddenly saw a figure on the streets of the capital. She was elegant and dignified, wearing a woman's court dress and a phoenix-patterned hair crown, walking on the street with big strides. Is that the direction to the city gate? The body of this statue should be those 2 eyeballs, right? Yes, it is not a human, but a spirit. In essence, it is a sun and moon that inspects the nursery and patrols the world. Many people whispered. Most of the people in the capital have retreated, and the Dharma images have poured into the capital. Even some ancient beings, wearing ancient costumes from various dynasties, also sat in the restaurant, watching this scene coldly. Is the saint really dead? Let a little kid manage his funeral. Where did the royal family go? Did they retreat secretly? Did they enter the imperial mausoleum together? Self-enclosed in the forbidden area, never to come out. That's interesting. The saint is dead, and his royal family will not be liquidated. Taking them into the tomb together is the best way to preserve the family. Discussion of the existence of ancient tombs. Many people even tried to start with Dao Yu, who manages the capital. She must know all the secrets. It was really hard to start with this one, so they wanted to start with the Shirong team that forged the sun and moon. The saint admitted that this eternal sun and moon must have enough potential, of course. Some people also thought that it was inappropriate to look for the Shirong master craftsman. After the saint got the finished weapon, he would definitely check and clean the possible marks and back up. It was useless to look for the forger. But there was no doubt that the Shirong master craftsman secretly became popular in the eyes of everyone. I thought this technology was just beginning and not mature yet. It was just a seedling. It would be completely useful to them after tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect the saint to value it so much. Amid the discussion of the crowd, Dao Yu came to the gate of the capital, and in the shock of the crowd, she gently touched the stone tablet capital rules. What is she doing? Erasing the rules? This is the rules of the capital city that have been passed down for several dynasties, and the stone tablets of all dynasties. She wants to change the safety laws of the capital city? In the surprised eyes of the crowd, Miss Dao Yu wrote a new line of words. Welcome to the capital city, respected guests. For your personal safety, please abide by the following rules of the capital city. 1. Please do not tell the color of the lantern, and do not talk about life and death with anything in the city. 2. Please do not enter the capital city in person, because it has fallen, and the pollution source of the capital city that has never been seen in history has caused it to be heavily polluted. 3. Whether inside or outside the city, the entire land is full of colorful flowers, full of vitality, but please remember, if there are 3 living flowers, please pick them immediately, and if there are less than 3 flowers, please take care of the dead flowers that are more than 3. 4. There may be special abnormal situations in the city. No matter how strange they are, please ignore them, and stay away quietly, and act like a dead person. 5. Do not wear contemporary clothes in the capital. Please wear clothes from the previous dynasty and ancient times, and speak in the style of ancient people. Please do not let them find out that you are alive. 6. It is relatively safe inside the city wall if you abide by the rules. Everyone was shocked. How did the safety rules of the capital change to this? This is the last kindness of the saint to the people of the world before his death. Miss Dao Yu looked at the bustling crowd around her and said lightly, in the future, pay attention to safety and abide by the rules in the capital. After that, she left. Everyone looked at the tombstone. Their expressions changed slightly, and the other rules were understandable. However, the normal 3 flowers must be plucked. On the contrary, the incomplete 3 flowers of Gui must be carefully protected? How is it possible? Someone's face changed slightly. The capital is the only safe zone for our human race in the nursery. Our various forces buy houses and enclose land in the capital. Isn't it to guide our descendants to practice in the safe zone? In the future, the 3 flowers will be plucked as soon as they come in. Where will their Sanyuan realm cultivators practice? There is no place to practice. The housing prices in the capital are so expensive. They are not small local forces in various parts of Jiuzhou. They have worked hard to buy houses in the capital circle. The luxury houses in the 1st, 2nd and 3rd rings are gone. All the properties in the future will be reset and purchased again. Everything in the capital is gone. Reshuffle, this new capital, the purchase of real estate and shops depends on the means of each force. Chapter 356. In the future, it will be extremely difficult for cultivators in the 3 yuan realm to practice. They cannot enter the capital for protection. They will appear randomly in the wild, and the crisis will increase greatly. There will be a cultivator gap. Some people looked horrified, as if they saw the future. The human race will usher in a relatively dark moment. The cultivator gap is not so easy to say. An old man looked solemn. Look at what is written here. The 3 incomplete flowers of the embers are the species protected by the capital. From the safe zone of humans, it has become the safe zone of the ghosts. The capital will become a place for the cultivation and revival of the ghosts in the future? Many people cannot accept it. The capital is a strategic location. The nursery is the man-made 10th continent in the world, above the sky. It is unknown which ancient dynasty established it. But with the changes of one era after another, the great evil settled in, and the time accumulated the tombs of various ancient nobles, turning the nursery from a paradise for the common people into an extremely dangerous continent, which was completely polluted. Even humans have gradually lost their ruling power, and they have been driven out one by the tombs. In recent dynasties, the human race has worked hard and fought back bit by bit, and has worked hard to carve out an area on the nursery and build it as the capital. Now it is gone. This historical record is the achievement of at least 4 or 5 dynasties, and it has been directly wiped out. Who can not be angry? This is digging up the roots of the human race. Of course, some people also asked, can I ask, what's the matter with these flowers with more than 3 petals? Yes, flowers with less than 3 petals are the incomplete embers of the soul that grow 3 flowers. But what about the extra ones? Most monks have never seen flowers with more than 3 petals. For petals, 5 petals, people only have 3 elements: essence, spirit, and soul. How can there be 4 or 5 elements? This is unreasonable. Of course you haven't seen it, and neither have we. Someone sighed, but history records that flowers with more than 3 petals only come from one place. Where? The imperial mausoleum. The 3 flowers from the imperial mausoleum grew outside, and the soul attached to the normal 3 flowers. Only then did they appear to have 4 or 5 petals. When these words fell, everyone was shocked. The imperial mausoleum was leaked. No wonder the previous rules of the capital city said that if more than 3 flowers were found, the capital city should be notified immediately. However, because the saint was too powerful, there had never been a case of imperial mausoleum leaks in his lifetime. So no one had seen it. Someone was silent. In other words, the flowers everywhere in the capital city in the future are all flowers of the dead. It is already a dead capital city. Then, the emperor who ascends the throne will be. Some people have guessed some possibilities. The capital city, the palace. The plaques of the entire hall were inexplicably renamed Xinjian. A tall and burly man sat on the throne, silently looking at the figures in the murals on the wall. He scanned the ancient saint murals, and finally landed on the nearest one: Feijian. Finally dead? He looked at the saint's tomb that had just been built and said lightly, I am finally back. Let you be in your prime and dominate the world. So what? I will hide in the tomb, wait for you to die of old age, and then come back to the world to unify the world. The saint of the Xian dynasty of the previous dynasty showed a complicated look. Thinking back to the past, the defense of each city in the 9 states of the world was extremely strong. The defense of the capital is even more terrifying. The defense of the capital is better than that of the 9 states combined. As long as the teleportation array to enter the capital is blocked, they can only walk to the capital, and go through it in the flesh. And there are too many indescribable ancient mysterious shadows in the clouds in the sky. The shadow giants who planted flowers are like giants of children laughing. Their tombs are in midair, upside down on the back of the nursery. It's like a table. They are rooted at the bottom of the table, standing upside down and watching those who fly to the nursery. Dharma, Samwa, enter the capital, without a flesh body, they don't care, just occasionally catch these souls and eat them as snacks. Because Gui eats flesh and blood. If a living person takes off, the blood of the strong will soar to the sky, which will inevitably attract the attention of those tombs and make them crazy. However, that terrible man led the monks from Kyushu to ascend to the sky, built a ladder to the sky, and killed through the clouds step by step, killing the sky and the earth, and blasted the ancient mysteries of the past dynasties. Even so, the entire army suffered heavy casualties. Finally stepped into the capital. A war broke out completely, and the accumulated foundation of the royal family was fully displayed, but he was still defeated and retreated into the tomb he had prepared for himself. Only a few 100,000 years. Opened up the most prosperous era in human history, brilliant, glorious, and died like fireworks, only I am eternal. The Xinqiao saint murmured, his eyes full of memories. Such a man, starting from scratch, swept the entire era. He naturally admired him very much, but after all, they were on different sides and in different camps. Everyone said that he hated acquired humans, but could he not hate them? Because he is the leader of the innate human camp, he had no choice from the beginning in terms of this interest. And now, the acquired spiritual root era opened up by the 9-spice saint will be ruled by him. He is not stupid. Although he is an innate human race, he dare not reverse history and restore the glory of the innate spiritual root human race. Directly ruling this acquired 3-flower era is the right way. Tap tap tap. The footsteps came, and his eyes finally fell on the crown princess, who had just returned. How can this one be so fast? Miss Daliu was shocked, and suddenly felt numb all over, and the breath of death made her breathless. The saint said that there is no need to communicate at all. As long as he died, the dead old saint would appear, thinking that he was still alive, and come back to restore the old system of the previous dynasty. She thought that the other party would appear, but she didn't expect it to appear so suddenly and quietly. Greetings to the saint. Miss Yu bowed respectfully. Well, artificial sun and moon? The saint of Xinqiao glanced at Miss Yu. It's interesting to use a divine weapon as a concubine. The divine weapon to protect the country. When I take a new concubine and give birth to a son, you will be my child bride. You will serve the prince well, and help him govern the country. Divine weapons cannot give birth to sons. This saint is a normal person. Of course, he would not be interested in a weapon. Miss Yu bowed and said, as ordered. The saint Xinqiao smiled and said, I do not intend to move out of my hometown city immediately. The royal family will settle in the capital. I have just returned. I am afraid that some restless people will want to test the capital, and seize power, and usurp the throne. He showed a hint of indifference. After conquering the world of this era, I will move out of my capital and settle in the capital, and then summon a group of professionals with acquired spiritual roots to see the development of this era and infect new ministers. He showed a hint of interest. I am very interested in the various new technologies of this era, and the so-called god craftsman who made you. Yes. Miss Yu said seriously. This saint sat quietly on the throne, as if he had returned to the time when he ruled. A new era. Chapter 357. The capital. In a mansion. What should we do now? Why did the capital suddenly become like this? What about our new plan? Master Sini Baishan, Dukuhong, Lanzhao, etc. gathered together. They are the new Arc Series team after the Sun and Moon casting team. They wanted to continue casting new magic tools in the capital and start the next sales. Originally, they thought they were a neutral unit. No matter who takes office, no matter how chaotic the capital is, they will not make things difficult for these technical workers. Even tyrants, cruel cults, and demon cults dare not kill them easily without reason. The consequences of killing them are very serious. This world values reputation the most. The circle of god-level professions basically knows each other. You killed us professionals for no reason. Who will take your orders in the future to help you forge weapons, refine pills, and plant spiritual roots? There was a big sect before that didn't keep its promise and killed people indiscriminately. How could they be easy to mess with? You can't fight, but their interpersonal relationships are terrible. As a result, everyone excluded him. After being excluded, this holy land gradually fell into decline. This is the lesson. The consequences of not following the rules are very serious. No one will play with you. Sini Baishan exhaled. But now, this has become a city of dead people. The dead go crazy and don't care about your identity. It's really like a scholar meeting a butcher. It's hard to explain. They also read the new Beijing city rules, and came back from the city gate. They were all uneasy. Beijing city has turned into a dead city, a change that has never happened in the world. Lan Zhou exhaled his pipe, and circles of smoke spread. With a worried look on his face, should we retreat? It's a dilemma. Dukuhong has turned into an old woman. We are still thinking about the sale. The sword fairy blinked beside her. Sister Dukuhong, why are you so worried and old? Dukuhong said with a straight face. Sister, I am too beautiful. The capital is not safe. It is safer to pretend to be an old woman. The sword fairy complained in her heart. What do you mean by pretending to be an old woman? You are an old woman. This is the real appearance. You are older than the old man Sini Baishan, but you have to pretend to be young. Bang! Dukuhong hit the sword fairy's head hard. What are you thinking about? Cough cough cough. The sword fairy quickly retracted her gaze. I was thinking, I am so beautiful, should I pretend to be old too? That's not necessary. Sini Baishan said, show your true form, and he will play with you. The sword fairy thought about it, and immediately understood. That's right, I wipe it off for him. Lan Zhou was speechless. Everyone was fine, but they were led astray by the sword fairy. Nowadays, people tend to steer the conversation astray. I heard that the spirits of the yin-yang corpse slashing sword next door are also like this, and they can steer the conversation astray. And they never worry about dying, they are always laughing and flattering. None of them are serious. If we leave now, it will be inconvenient for us to hold the sales fair in the capital, and we will be far behind in the local area. Sini Baishan said, it is better to hide the breath of the living and continue to stay here. As long as they don't go crazy and lose their minds, those high-level ghosts will also treat us high-level professional masters preferentially. After all, the benefits of the sales fair are huge, and it is a good opportunity for them to become famous all over the world. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Anyway, I am staying here. The sword fairy said, I am staying here as the spokesperson of our Shirong godsmith. Everyone shook their heads secretly. Of course you can't leave. In fact, you are already a bound earth spirit rooted in the capital. If you are not afraid of death, why leave? In the end, everyone discussed it and decided to stay, and took out their own magic weapons to block the breath of living people, disguised as the same kind of ghosts, and put on ancient clothes and dressed as ancient people. Complying with the rules of the capital can make them more likely to survive here. By the way, how is the research on the formation going? Lan Zhou said. Open a communication and communicate with the other side. Sini Baishan said, since you are staying, let's speed up our progress. Soon. They opened the communication token and communicated with the sword-casting villa. The message was picked up by Jiocai Rong on the other side. Hello, I am the spokesperson of Shirong Master Craftsman. Jiocai Rong was very polite and neither humble nor arrogant. It may not be safe under the current rules of the capital. Please pay attention. Obviously, after seeing the new CG plot animation, the sword fairy hurriedly told the sword-casting villa. Their little blacksmith discussion has officially started, and analyzed the new rules of the capital, as well as the hidden meaning behind the planning. As various analysis posts appeared, they immediately had a plan in their hearts. First of all, we think there is no need to retreat from the capital. Risks and opportunities coexist. Jiocai Rong opened his mouth to comfort everyone in his team. Oh! Sini Baishan came up with an idea and asked curiously, tell me about it. Jiocai Rong was not afraid at all. Their technology was not good, but the core of the team, communication, was to give them confidence. We must know that the capital is a city of the dead, but the city rules say that you can disguise yourself as a dead person, which means that living people are only dangerous. As long as they are not found to be alive, they will not die. Secondly, the shops in our capital are empty, and we can try to develop some industries. This is a reshuffle. Sini Baishan smiled and suddenly asked, what do we need the shops of the dead? This place can't accommodate living people. Jiocai Rong smiled knowingly. The capital has become a city of the dead, which is still of great significance. In the rules of the capital, the saint tells us some information from the side. Normal 3 flowers are not allowed to enter, and they will be torn off if they are found. Then think about it the other way around. Normal 3 flowers that are not discovered will not be torn off. We sneak into the capital of the new saint, develop some industries, shops, mansions, etc., secretly guide the living 3 flowers of our descendants, and secretly practice in our own mansions. As long as we are not discovered, nothing will happen. In this way, although the safe zone is still greatly reduced, there is still a safe zone. Sini Baishan and others all smiled when they heard it. It is almost the same as they guessed. Every major force has a think tank to plan and consult. The other side's power seems to have a good foundation, otherwise there would not be such a mature think tank team. Then, Jiocai Rong said, finally, we are not alone. Oh! Dukuhong was curious. What do you mean? Could it be that if we stay in this new capital of the dead, we still have internal support? Yes. Jiocai Rong said confidently. Do you remember that when the saint was alive, he allowed a large number of young geniuses, as many as 70 or 80 groups of people, to enter the historical painting wall? Of course I remember. Lan Zhou said. Does this matter? Of course it matters. They have not appeared yet, left the historical painting wall, and returned to Jiuzhou. Jiocai Rong said, according to normal logic, the saint treats them as seeds and gives them opportunities, but before he dies, he should send them out. Now that the saint has passed away, he hasn't sent them out yet. Isn't it a strange thing? They can't get out years history book, and they are trapped in it for life. Isn't this saint killing the most promising group of geniuses in our Jiuzhou? Some people will say that they are all Dharma images, and they can get out by committing suicide. It doesn't matter whether they are sent out or not, but this is stupid. Suicide is too damaging to the Foundation, not to mention that if you commit suicide and come out, you can steal. Bah, the treasures you get can't be taken out, and the spoils can't be taken away, so what's the point of entering the secret realm? Meaning? According to the calculations of the saints, of course, it is impossible. The saints will not send them out until they die. If we think about it in reverse, it means that the Saint Jiosue knows that after his death, there will be other saints to send them out. Who is this person? The new saint. The Saint Jiosue sent those geniuses to the tomb of the strange saint, so that they could disguise themselves in advance and blend into his tomb. When this ancient saint is born and brought out of the capital to rule the world again, he will inevitably bring out a group of geniuses. This ancient saint is born again, and the court is full of our young generation of geniuses, each with their own identity. Jiao words are well-founded. Just a few clues, and the chess game of the saints was analyzed. The new saint has a lot of geniuses and traders mixed in his home in advance, and many of the new capital are people of our time. This is called early layout. Although the young blacksmiths were closed to information, they could only guess who this strange saint was, his identity and significance. The saints of the previous dynasty, because they got the information summary in Princess Xian's mansion. Even Dukuhong was secretly surprised that these people were actually quite good. Shirong, the god craftsman force, should not be underestimated. In their eyes, this force is becoming more and more mysterious, and the think tank is good at strategy. I am afraid that their big show in the capital this time was also carefully calculated step by step. Jiao said, "Next, our ancient capital city from hundreds of thousands of years ago will be born and restore the old system of the previous dynasty. We have an insider, and we can pretend to be dead, and maybe there will be a great opportunity. Even now, the world is focusing on the capital city. If we hold a sales meeting, this limelight will surely be world famous. I don't know how many ancient powers will take a seat and show their support. Everyone, don't you want this opportunity?" Jiao looked at their different expressions, and was vaguely moved, and was immediately very satisfied. This wave of analysis, we pretended to be very handsome. As the leader and decision-maker of their team, we have to come up with means to appease the team members. This is obviously another main line, and a trap arranged by the planner. Hidden task: persuade teammates. Otherwise, they will give up assisting you in executing the next main line, casting the art plan, and saving all living beings because of fear. Luckily, Yi Guangxiu saw through the conspiracy at a glance. Otherwise, the first link of the main line will be unsuccessful, and we will not be able to save the world. Only we know that the future is bound to collapse. The sun and the moon will rise together, and the tide of destruction will come. We are the saviors of the players of the classic online game, the brave men in the mouth of the old king, with the great mission of defeating the devil and saving all living beings. Outside the housekeeper's room, Yi Guangxiu was laughing in the square of the sword-casting villa. "Ha ha ha, planner, I am so handsome this time. I see through you. I just made a small mistake last time, now I am showing off." All the blacksmiths in the square were cheering. So handsome. Beijing City rules. One wave of analysis shows the hidden meaning of the saint. Jiao said this, shocking City Baishan and others, feeling refreshed. The world is about to fall. Our analysis this time, stabilizing everyone, is the beginning of turning the tide. Yes, it reminds me of those lords in the troubled times, who didn't encounter difficulties. This is how they appeased their generals, and stabilized the morale of the army. Oh my god, this main task is too hardcore. But after conquering it, it's also refreshing, isn't it? Fortunately, there is Brother Pian, otherwise we would have fallen into a big trap set by the planner from the beginning, and we might have lost several teammates who saved the world, and had to spend time to urgently recruit people again. That would have been a hellish start. Ha ha ha. Look at us creating a miracle. There is no doubt that we are geniuses. Planner, do you think we will be fooled this time, like the last time we attacked the boss, and fell into the trap without analyzing the boss's psychology? Planner, we have seen through you. Ning Zheng was silent for a while. Why are they so inexplicably proud? Is this inexplicably another ingenious trap designed by me to increase the difficulty of the game, and trap his teammates? They broke through the situation with great talent, and perfectly completed the task of appeasing teammates. He sighed in his heart, it really wasn't me. Chapter 358. A group of animals cheered in the square. The details of the new main line of this planner are obviously thoughtful. Such a careful design at the beginning, recycling some of the previous foreshadowing, such as Jian Xian's meeting with the emperor and entering the secret realm. This makes them look forward to the subsequent level difficulty design. See what new tricks the planners play. In the manager's room, Jiao was still talking to the Shirong team opposite, looking at the sand sculpture players, who were peeking out of the window, and was speechless. Fortunately, we have an advanced one-way external soundproof formation, so we didn't hear the whispers outside. Otherwise, the mysterious character we just established collapsed immediately. Your Excellency has something. City Baishan exhaled. Yes, we guessed the first half. Dukuhong said, but the saint did not release the group of geniuses who entered the emperor's tomb. Just from this point, they quickly speculated that they were in the upcoming new capital city, and the old saint brought them out, which was amazing. The saint's plan is top secret. These families are also unclear about the saint's specific plan, and do not know the truth that the saint sent batches of geniuses into the Book of Years. Now the other party's analysis is really powerful. Of course, their family team is not unable to analyze, but it takes time. After all, the rules of the capital city were just posted not long ago. Maybe their own team has just analyzed it, but they haven't had time to say it. Or maybe, the good days have lasted too long. The sensitivity of their think tank has become dull. It is far inferior to the think tank analysis groups cultivated by those young forces who want to dominate the world. If that's the case, I have to go back and warn and punish the think tanks in my family. Think tanks are the easiest positions for families in various holy places to fish in troubled waters. Because their industries are basically solidified, think tanks are usually idle positions, and many people secretly place their children and descendants in them to get benefits. It's almost a welfare position. The assessment is very flexible, and the level of IQ is originally a very mysterious thing. It's not like the professional test of blacksmiths, which will expose cheating as soon as it comes up. City Baishan was slightly angry in his heart, and thought to himself, before, Xenia's city had so much darkness and filth, and pulled out a group of corruption. Now there may be a lot of pests in the city, think tanks. You can say that this is because the rules of the capital have just been announced, so they won't be so fast in their own continent. The think tanks on our side have just been analyzed now. Even so, it is still more than 10 minutes slower than the power of a divine craftsman. Do we still have any shame? They are a family of the level of the king of Jojo. Only a few 100,000 years have passed, and their reaction is really slow and not sharp. Perhaps it is because the saints suppressed the world, and the descendants of these families after they founded the country have become arrogant. Because the saints' broad arms have protected them from wind and rain, they have not worried about any crisis for more than 100,000 years. Dukuhong and City Baishan, two royal families, actually felt a little embarrassed at this moment. Lan Zhou saw their helplessness, anyway it was none of his business, and smiled and flattered. This capital code has just been released, and your excellency has seen the hidden hints of the saints, which is very powerful. But I'm afraid that soon, many other families will react. This is the saint hinting to us that he has left a large number of hidden players in this dead capital city in advance. When he said this, he showed his emotion, and the hidden players come from our major families. The saint has secretly set up the stage for us. In the future, it depends on our own efforts in the new capital city. Jiao Cairong nodded. For example, Jian Xian is a prodigy cultivated by the City family. Jian Xian entered the imperial mausoleum in advance and settled in the capital. How the City family assists him and helps him gain a foothold in the new court and mix into the new dynasty depends on the ability of the City family. This is a reshuffle. The prodigies and children of each family have been placed. This saint is too wicked. He openly harms the next generation of the court, helps various clans and holy places to place various factions, cholera and poison the court. Jiao Cairong laughed and thought, the new old saint is born, and he is probably speechless. The collapse of the sky has begun, and most of the spies have infiltrated his own court. It's just like another winery, and the whole family is full of ghosts. The saint is awesome. He even set up a stage for them after his death. But these people have been comfortable for too long, and some of them have become dull. They need to be sharpened again before they can regain their edge. At this time, City Baishan next to him also came back to his senses and smiled. All the forces in our world have been arranged in advance, and those evil cults cannot place hidden players in advance and hide their identities in the court. Aren't they inherently weak? Dukuhong also said, they can't get on the big ship of the new era, and can't get into the new court. Maybe they will be destroyed after this wave. Everyone was very happy. Cults, demons, these guys are too sinister. They have a long history, and are good at hiding and evading. They can't be killed at all. Many of them come from several dynasties ago. Now there is a chance to wipe them out. I can only say that Saint Josue has laid a very good foundation for them. We should take advantage of the situation to clean up and suppress those demons and evil cults. City Baishan laughed. The Wuxing cult took the lead in calling on the demons of various states to attack our Xenia's city. This time, the Wuxing cult can't get in. They are afraid that something will happen. City Baishan thinks that the Wuxing cult is going to be in trouble. When these words fell into the steward's room, the eyes of the blacksmiths, who were peeping at the window, and the door were met with a wave of contempt. They were immediately furious. How dare you humiliate our Wuxing sect? We, the Wuxing sect, have already infiltrated them. The level of the hidden player is the highest one. That's right, and it was our Wuxing mother who infiltrated them personally and became the princess of the new capital. Who in the world could have thought of this? Their hidden players, who infiltrated the natives, could be exposed, but what about our Wuxing mother? She followed the saint to the imperial mausoleum, and sneaked in more than 100,000 years ago. How could she be discovered? Humph, we had planned it more than 100,000 years ago, even if we expected the current methods of the Josue saint. We are really awesome, leading the version by more than 100,000 years. Humph, not as good as Wuxing. Hee hee, the compassionate Wuxing mother. They shouted loudly, full of drama. The newly joined new blacksmith was also shocked. Are they playing so excitingly? I couldn't help but shout happily along. Praise the mother of Wuxing. Praise the vice leader of Wuxing. What's the big deal about attacking Xenia's city? We, the Wuxing sect, will definitely attack the new capital again this time, assassinate the old saint, kill our father, and seek fame throughout the world. The new blacksmiths also reacted. My god, these people are too evil. They just want to do something bad, and put the blame on the Wuxing sect. Chapter 359. Let's talk business first. Jiao Cairong said, we should take advantage of this wave to hold a huge sales meeting to attract everyone's attention. Dukuhong smiled and began to talk about this weapon series. We have a lot of spiritual roots in stock. We have screened hundreds of thousands of spiritual roots in the entire Duku continent. The preliminary estimated plan is 2 medium-grade Yin and Yang spiritual roots. After all, what we want to do is mass production. The number of heavenly spiritual roots is rare, and it is impossible to mass produce. It is estimated that it is difficult to form a large number of high-grade spiritual roots. The medium grade is the best choice. This is the foundation of the strongest spiritual farming family. Duku continent is a continent where agriculture is prevalent. The Duku family, headed by the Duku family, has formed an agricultural association similar to an island country, and its power in the local continent is unimaginable. Even the entire Jiuzhou has a huge influence. It almost monopolizes most of the advanced agricultural technologies in the entire Jiuzhou. The hundreds of thousands of spiritual roots in the entire continent can be used at will, and various materials can be piled up into a super mountain. This is the foundation that those stupid blacksmiths of theirs could never have accumulated, Jiao Cairong thought to himself. We are a bunch of stupid blacksmiths, and we still want to surpass others. What a fantasy. Dukuhong continued. This Yin-Yang rice flower sword is a middle grade plus a low grade, which is already a heavenly spiritual root. The middle grade plus the middle grade is probably the top batch of heavenly spiritual roots. For a magic weapon, it should be enough. City Baishan and Lan Zhou beside him nodded. This is probably going to form a rule and system. In the future, the mass production of composite magic weapons will basically be middle grade spiritual roots plus middle grade spiritual roots. Because they are stuck in this class, they have the advantage of numbers. And they are also the top-notch spiritual root magical power, which is estimated to be far ahead of the magical power of various magic weapons now. The inventory of weapon spirits that we have accumulated with great effort is almost used up. Jiao Cairong nodded and said, we can open high-quality bubbles of high-level spiritual roots, and the number is very small. There are still some spare monster soul bubbles of low-grade and medium-grade spiritual roots. The tree stands out in the forest, and the wind will destroy it. They are already very good now, because the benefits of being in the limelight are enough. Being in the limelight more will not bring more benefits, but will cause more disasters. So it should be said, our inventory is really not enough. If the inventory is unlimited, people will know that we are a group of players, we are cheating, and you are a group of NPCs in the game. People will doubt life. They will doubt that this world is virtual. Of course, because the Dog Planner's AI technology has problems, resulting in the imperfection of the world designed, people have long suspected that this world is virtual. They doubt whether they are dead or not, and whether they died yesterday. They have long doubted the authenticity of this world. I told them that your world is indeed fake. Can they bear it? It's all for your good. So, in order to make the AI logic of you NPCs not feel inferior, we have to lower our status and hide our rich temperament to get along with you. Be grateful to us. As players, they never lack this high and mighty feeling of expansion. They are not afraid of death. They are dissolute and coquettish, all because of this strong confidence. They are playing games. Dukuhong continued. We have several groups of spiritual roots that need to be tested. Basically, they are all Yin and Yang cycle magic, defense, concealment, concealing breath, resisting the sun and the moon, and attacking the defensive formation of unloading force. I believe in your level. Even Jukarong couldn't help but feel that the Duku family is really professional. They have a swift action and a deep foundation. They deserve to be the world's #1 spiritual farming family. In fact, the Duku family also attaches great importance to this first cooperation. Because the significance it brings is very significant. This is the first time for them. a group of Cunning who grows crops, to enter the forging field market. How can they not attach importance to it? They are very ambitious. As the first industry, the spiritual farming industry wants to enter the second industry of the casting industry. They want to eat the first and second largest markets. Spiritual farming will reach the peak again in their hands. In the future, not only spiritual roots, but also if you want to get a good weapon, you have to look at the face of their agricultural association. This is the ambition of the Dooku family. So, after receiving the news of the cooperation, they immediately saw the prospects. In order to enter the new market and fire the first shot, a large number of Cunning and high-level spiritual farmers took action. Mobilizing the power of half a continent, how can it not be fast? Dooku smiled slightly and said, "Time is urgent, let's start today. According to the rules, we will send the spiritual roots to you. You are responsible for research. Record the fusion bubble data of the spiritual roots, and then return it." Jiao Zhairong nodded. He just likes people who are so impetuous. Everyone is doing practical things. Now time is money. In today's capital, every minute of delay is dangerous. I wonder what level those Tianju insiders have reached in the capital. This is an unknown number. And our insider, Princess Xine, has a princess mansion right from the start, so our insider level should be good. Soon, the teleportation array in the capital was opened. The middle-grade spiritual roots of the Dooku family began to teleport over. And Jiao Zhairong also took the opportunity to say, "Before the cooperation, we should divide the profits first." How do you think we should divide them? He gave the decision to these people. They are all well-known high-level professionals, and they are all powerful people who make money. They should not be short of money. So they are not afraid of their greed for money, but will make a fair offer. These old men and women are all professionals, and naturally have money-sharing rules in their circle. As expected, they thought about it, and said, "Shirong Divine Craftsman has the core monopoly technology, and we are not monopolized and can be replaced. So according to the proportion of technology, Shirong Divine Craftsman should occupy 50% of the profit. And the rest, we will share equally. But the money from the previous Saint Order has not been given to us. How about a deduction from the orders of more than 1 billion? Deduct money from the previous Saint Order? Jiao Zhairong thought this was the best. More than 1 billion yuan of money, Lingjin has already become a family artifact, and can't be distributed. It's not bad to give it to the other party, as a dividend now. Dooku said, "It is still unknown how big the market for the products of this cooperation is. Now, 20% of the profit will be given to us as the previous order money, and you will take 30% first, and the rest will be divided equally among the three of us. How about it? If the sales exceed the budget and the profit is too big, we will redistribute the profit." This share is already very preferential, and even suffered a small loss, just to show goodwill. What they want is the influence and reputation of entering the market first. Money is to be made, but it is secondary. As Jiao Zhairong said, at this critical juncture, holding a sale in the capital will have a huge impact. Everyone wants to take advantage of the popularity of the third wave of Shirong's sale. That's fine. Jiao Zhairong nodded. It is not appropriate to show too much concern in this regard. After all, the style must be maintained. Their dividends must be relatively fair. If the things are hot in the future, we will renegotiate the price. After all, they have a replaceable patented technology in their hands. If they break up at that time, they can go to the villa to find other divine craftsmen Cunning. But they can't find other substitutes. In the afternoon, Dooku presided over the opening of spiritual roots, fusion, and calculation of data in the air. A group of people watched the show in the square and watched crazily. This time, we should understand something about the middle-grade spiritual roots, right? Yes, professional matching, we now have many middle-grade professionals. The day of advancing to high-level professionals is coming soon. Thinking too much. You are not confident. You don't understand. Improving the blacksmith's technology is too traditional. We will rely on machines in the future, understand? We have to enter the machine casting era of baby embers. Embers, that is, mechanical AI. Mechanized blacksmithing, huge mechanical arms, replace blacksmiths. Mechanized and fully automatic spiritual root planting, replacing traditional spiritual farmers. Machines are more stable than people. Mechanized surgery, robotic arms for human transformation. Everyone was stunned. Since the appearance of the artifact synthesis furnace, which simplified the work of embryo material fusion for some blacksmiths, some people have come up with some evil ways to play. Mainly play a magic artifact assembly line. The whole villa is full of magic artifacts, replacing manpower. If it is placed in the eyes of outsiders, it is simply impossible. But in the eyes of this group of blacksmiths, When they have money in the future, they will get another batch of heavenly spiritual roots, and the magic artifacts of this villa will continue to make money, which will form a virtuous circle. In the future, a floor tile and a street lamp in the villa will be immortal artifacts. The high-level monks passing by were confused, and that was the real refreshing. This is the main plot of the sword forging villa. Forging iron, casting the entire villa, and then the hidden world of the first major force in Gyojou. Outsiders come in to visit. The floor tiles are all artifacts, which makes him doubt his life. Afternoon. The sun is shining. A group of people were lying at the door of a laboratory, and there was an ember bubble inside. Dukuhong was talking to her remotely, collecting data from the bubble and analyzing it, and Ning Zheng was watching from a distance. But he couldn't understand Dukuhong's operation in the room, and he looked confused the whole time. Dukuhong finished the synthesis and selection of spiritual roots. Has our work been completed again? Ning Zheng was a little dazed. He felt that his sword forging villa had no sense of participation. Chapter 360. Our villa is clearly the leader of the Arc Series team, but Ning Zheng feels very uninvolved, and the blacksmiths feel even more so. This planter is not good. He is a loser when he is praised. This subtle sense of participation is like the subtle sense of participation when a goddess goes to a hotel and asks me to help buy a set. This metaphor is great. You can't join. Isn't it because you are too rubbish and can't improve your skills? Countless people complained. Although a wave of strong pretense and in-depth analysis of the truth of the capital stabilized the team's morale. But when it comes to forging technology, I still feel that I really have no sense of participation, and I feel like I am slacking off like crazy. Although slacking off is happy. But that is limited to work and study. When playing games, everyone hopes to be the main C, play more than 40% of the team's output, and get 5 kills. They are not the casual party hairpin girls next door. How can they slack off while playing games? The blood and ambition of the macho blacksmiths, who work hard every day, cannot be used in this forging, and they feel that they have strength but nowhere to use it. Of course. In the eyes of other team members, they don't think so. Especially Dukuhong, seeing that they have such advanced soul fusion technology, the same soul is split and synthesized. It's too strong. Now they are just casually planting spirits of spiritual roots to show themselves. That is the accumulation of the foundation and the display of arms. I am afraid that I don't know how much cost and resources are spent behind the scenes to cultivate such an anthropomorphic spirit. So, Dukuhong is more serious than anyone else to save every spirit bubble for them. Try to use as few test subjects as possible to make the finished product. At the same time, Dukuhong also discovered, why does the Shiron god craftsman not feel like a god craftsman? He doesn't feel involved in forging, but only studies the forging of the spirit? Although Cini Baishan and others helped to cover it up, they still found some abnormalities. The skills of the god craftsmen were not seen. They were all divine doctors. Although it can be understood that their forging skills are also very powerful, they just gave them to Cini Baishan and focused on forging the spirit. But Dukuhong's intuition always felt that there was still a problem. Even the God Array Master Lan Zhou found some clues about this. But everyone is smart, tacitly, and didn't ask, just silently remembered in their hearts. They thought that the other party might be a little water. Of course, the suspicion between the two of them soon disappeared with the next thing. Jiucai Rong. Before forging the sun and moon, a large number of divine craftsmen assisted, so we didn't need to participate in the forging. But now, Cini Baishan alone may not be enough, and this time it is mass production. The workload is very large. So, several divine craftsmen in our villa, with dozens of high-level forgers, applied to help with forging. The sense of participation we want has come. Although the sense of participation is still extremely subtle, relying on the yin-yang forging furnace to participate. But it is better than not participating. Dukuhong was stunned. Will it be too troublesome for you to join the forging? No. Jiucai Rong said, we can cooperate in stages. We are responsible for smelting, fusing semi-finished products, forming rough embryos, and then handing them over to Lanzhou to replicate the array pattern, and Cini Baishan will do the final forging of the finished product. Dukuhong was shocked. The most difficult and physically demanding process of making a magic weapon is to fuse various natural materials and treasures. You will never know how difficult it is to melt and forge these high-level materials. Properties, melting points, temperature, and techniques. Each natural material and treasure is different. If you make a slight mistake, the material will not be melted evenly, and the magic power will not flow through, then the material will be scrapped. This is also considered the threshold of a divine craftsman. If you can perfectly fuse various high-level materials, then you have the basic entry-level ability of a divine craftsman. Dukuhong could not guess that it was a yin-yang forging furnace, because the function of the fairy root is very powerful and mysterious. She only determined a general direction, and did not know the specific ability. You don't know until you try it on your hands, so she doesn't know that it can synthesize or... Don't worry, leave it to us, we are also part of the team. Jiucai Rong laughed. Sini Baishan was also a little surprised when he heard it. Is this true or not? Are they really divine craftsmen? But soon, a situation that stunned them appeared. The next morning. Sword-casting villa, yin-yang forging furnace. The young blacksmiths, who had just woken up, yawned and came to the square one after another. It's here, the machine team. Now let's see if the efficiency of the manual team can be compared. Quickly combine them for me. Finally, I feel involved. One copper ingot after another was continuously combined, and a day passed quickly. In a mansion in the capital, the various forging materials sent by Sini Baishan, Dukuhong, Lanzhao, and others were turned into a perfectly fused rough ingot of magic weapon, according to the ratio they provided. Lan Zhou was good at praising people. He praised at a glance. This is really amazing. This efficiency is impossible to complete within 24 hours without a strong forging family, and 4 or 5 master craftsmen leading the team. More than amazing, it is amazing to the sky, amazing in the nursery, destined to be famous. Dukuhong smiled bitterly, with a touch of shock in her eyes. She is a spiritual farmer. Even if she doesn't know much about the forging field, she knows that this level is the most challenging for basic skills. This is the most difficult to fake. When this batch of materials comes out, it is ironclad evidence. Dukuhong felt ashamed that she had misunderstood them before. Dukuhong said, the other party has helped us complete the 2 most difficult steps. Especially now, if the rough blanks are refined according to the proportions we require, we will be able to cast them very quickly. I am afraid that if we hurry up, we can start selling the first batch in a few days. This technology is really amazing. It's too solid. What do you think? The two looked at Sini Baishan. Sini Baishan is the best forger in Xinyazi today. Even if we look at the entire Jiuzhou, he is the top level, a peerless master who has opened up an era. Sini Baishan's face changed slightly, as if he had discovered something, but he finally restrained his expression and sighed. Of course, he is amazing, his basic skills are very solid. Sini Baishan's voice fell. This master craftsman is completely confirmed, and he is also a highly skilled inherited master craftsman. There are many of them, not just 1 or 2. This is a lineage with deep background. Dukuhong and Lanzhao secretly sent messages to the families behind them, evaluating the level of importance, and the degree of importance will be raised again. The Shirong God craftsman lineage is not simple. Only Sini Baishan thought to himself, ordinary people can't see the problem, but I can see that this thing is too perfect. Forging depends on the feel of the hand. As long as it is a human, there will be slight differences in proportion every time, which is called the error tolerance rate. But what about in front of me? Every fusion rough ingot is exactly the same. This doesn't look like something made by humans at all. The other 2 are not god craftsmen, and their fields are not right, so they can't see any clues, but he, Sini Baishan, can see it at a glance. Those who study medicine have been forging fairy weapons recently. I don't know what amazing things they have come up with. A group of doctors are pretending to be god craftsmen again. They like to pretend to be us blacksmiths. Do they have a serious illness? Sini Baishan felt a toothache. It seemed as if I saw another group of sword fairies in the air, looking like they were going to study medicine to change the world. Maybe those who study medicine are all sick. Fairy Sword is a medical student, and is obviously from the family of the godly doctor. The side effects of studying the soul are very large, and her brain is a little abnormal. He felt that he was too difficult. We are the forging industry of the noble godly craftsmen. This is a humiliation, but they all covered it up for the other party, and they can only go one way to the end, and will not expose it. Even now, the other party has made such a thing. At least it is more similar to the imitation. It's their fairy weapon. Sini Baishan frowned slightly, muttered to himself, and felt a little sour in his heart. A group of medical students, doing this kind of soulless assembly line casting embryo, I don't envy it. Dakuzu City. When the news came here, the Duca family had just cleared out a group of think tanks, who were just eating and waiting to die. A new era is coming, and they should clean up their internal affairs again. Now they know that they have been too comfortable for more than 100,000 years, and gradually a lot of dirt and filth have arisen. The temporary think tank is now served by the top leaders of the family. In just one day, more than 30 rough embryos of divine artifacts can be cast. Everyone looked at the only divine craftsman in their family. What level is this? I'm afraid it's quite powerful. More than powerful, it's simply amazing. The old man smiled bitterly, with shock and awe in his eyes. 17,000 years ago, the divine craftsman named Mantiangsing followed the saint to conquer the world. His forging technology supported the logistics of the entire saint's army. That peerless figure established Mantiangsingju after the founding of the country and became the king of the continent. Everyone knew it. If their Dakuza was divided to the Lingnong meritorious family of that year, then Mantiangsingju was divided to the meritorious officials of the forgers. The 9 states of the world all have their surnames re-established after the 9 kings of the states. For example, the Duku family, the king of that state, whose surname is Do and whose given name is Ko, studied a family heirloom spiritual root and named himself Duku, and the family changed from a single surname to a double surname, named Duku. The same is true for Mantiangsing. Mantiangsing was originally the name of a founding hero, and later became the name of the state, the name of the spiritual root, and the name of the family to commemorate their great achievements in the founding of the country. Mantiangsing, this lord, swept the forging circles of the 9 states of the world, and was famous for his extremely fast forging. He swung an iron hammer, and struck a Mantiangsing flower. 1 person was enough to support the army. There was a similar record of forging rough pieces of artifacts. He led the team to cast more than 30 rough pieces in one day, shocking the entire forging circle. The more the Duku family's divine craftsman spoke, the more respectful he became. When everyone heard this, they all showed some surprise. In other words, the Shirong divine craftsman was very secretive, and their forging speed was not inferior to that legendary figure who founded the dynasty. Is there a possibility that they have several divine craftsmen? A Shinong spoke calmly. Back then, there were also divine craftsmen cooperating in the casting team of Mantiangsing. The Duku divine craftsman shook his head, according to the normal ratio, without relying on powerful technology, purely relying on the number of people. At least a dozen ordinary divine craftsmen like me are needed to cast. Everyone's face remained unchanged, but they had already made up their minds. No matter which possibility it was, there was a very terrifying and very long lineage behind it. With countless divine craftsmen as support, they secretly studied the system of fusion of divine weapons, which was very hidden and had never been revealed in Gyoujo before. No matter what, in addition to the eternal divine weapon, the opponent's solid foundation is revealed, and it is very strong. No wonder he can research such a divine weapon that changes the times. This divine craftsman spoke word by word with a heavy voice. In fact, Sinibaishan, the insider, helped Shirong cover up, which led to this misjudgment. But Sinibaishan had no choice. He fell into the trap at the beginning. He was misjudged as a divine craftsman. He could only help him all the way and cover him up like crazy. Sinibaishan felt uncomfortable, and the more he thought about it, the more he regretted it. Chapter 361. Lan Family. As a relatively old and powerful force, it is not as good as the top ones, but it can be regarded as the second tier. Lan Zhou alone supports the entire formation family. They themselves have no combat power. But like most professional families, they choose a way of external employment, hiring foreign talents as their worshippers. Similar to Jin Xian, recruiting young geniuses, nurturing them from childhood, signing contracts, becoming family worshippers, and protecting them. There are many geniuses emerging in the world every year, and what is lacking is resources. These professionals are best at making money, which can form a complementary relationship. The geniuses cultivated over the years have also become a state of mind, barely entering the level of headmaster. At this time, the head of the Lan family received the information and showed a trace of surprise. Our ancestor sent a message that Shirong God craftsmen actually cast more than 30 rough embryos of artifacts in one day. Ancestor, let us spread the news. The head of the Lan family sighed. Someone was puzzled. Spread it out. Isn't this a secret team collaboration, keeping all matters secret? Young. The head of the Lan family looked solemn. What can be spread, and what can't be spread? How can our ancestors not know? Our ancestors can lead us to rise in this generation. Is it because of the identity of the ancestors, as a divine array master? He paused and said softly, Divine array master is just an unpopular profession. The ancestors can develop to this day because they understand the ways of the world, are good at guessing, and are very good at dealing with people in the circle. Many relationships and projects are pulled by our ancestors. That Shirong divine craftsman is obviously aloof. Is he showing off his skills this time just to show his limits? To show off to a few members? Of course not. The think tank behind them has already shown its ability. How can they act so casually? There must be a deep meaning. I was embarrassed to say it myself, so I hinted to the members to spread the news, spread his strength, and build momentum for the entire sale. Build momentum. The whole Lan family understood. As expected of the Shirong master, if you want to play, you have to play the biggest. If they want to become famous, they must build momentum in advance and let the world know that the Shirong master cast more than 30 rough embryos in one day in order to study the new series of mysterious magic weapons. How terrifying is the explosive point in this? This is even more exciting for the magic weapons. The head of the Lan family showed a little excitement. I believe that all the families will start to pay attention to this sale in the capital. At this critical moment in the capital, perhaps we will also be able to go down in history. When Ning Zheng took advantage of the night to return to the room, she saw Su Yunyang and Ning Jiao sitting cross-legged next to the well in the yard, with 3 flowers gathered at the top of their heads. It was obviously the owner of the manor, Eugene, who was controlling the prison in the distance, who went to Princess Xin's mansion to play again. After all, he unlocked a new map, so he was naturally happy. Instead of going fishing, he was addicted to flowers recently. Ning Zheng shook her head and laughed, thinking, how could she have the same leisure activity as me? Before, I fished, and had 2 mermaids. Now, I flowered, and they also flowered. But they played their own games, and I promised Jiao Wuyu and Li Yuzhu that I would naturally take care of Ning Jiaozhu. After all, Zhujian Villa originally belonged to them, whether it was the Jiao family or the Zuelahuli family. Su Yunyang was an old lady in a mountain village neighborhood committee, managing the villagers, the prison, and playing with Ning Jiaozhu. Or a pirated copy of the crown princess. Thinking of this, Ning Jiao is simply the best treatment in Jiuzhou. The pirated crown princess is playing with her. The princess of the previous dynasty is her friend, and the mother of the Gui king is building a kingdom outside. This Ning Jiao, can't she be the protagonist in the storybook? He fell into thought and was somewhat shocked, and I, the deputy leader of Wuxing, am the brother. Outside world. At this time, the wind and clouds are surging. The news of the 3rd sale came out, not only selling Yin Yang Corp's slashing sword, but also selling a new high-end magic weapon. In addition, Shirong the Godsmith is said to have personally entered the blacksmith shop this time, showing a strong level, which is even more exciting. This sale is held at this time. I'm afraid that the new saint will also be present. He has to go. If he doesn't go, how can he ascend the throne and show his power? Wouldn't it make him look timid and cowardly? I must go to this grand scene. It's a good opportunity to see what the situation is like after the incident in the capital. The noise outside has nothing to do with the villa. A group of blacksmiths are still happily synthesizing life, and they are very happy. Fuck, my garlic turtle finally succeeded. It can live for at least 10 minutes. My little dragon is the same. Haha, let's fight. The people around were speechless. These local tycoons are really rich. They synthesize once for 10 magic coins just to have a Pokemon battle. Some people were speechless. No buying and selling, no killing. Some saints were heartbroken. Everyone was speechless. These are all frozen ingredients bought from Zinnia's market. They are roasted frogs with garlic paste. Didn't you eat them before? That's right, the dish, garlic frog, turned into garlic turtle. Someone said. These 10 magic coins, frog, garlic sprout, these 3 costs, to play Pokemon battles, it's a luxury. But it's too cheap for the real rich. The villa has been in a period of rapid development these days. Yi Guangxiu of the villa led the team to synthesize rough ingots crazily in the alchemy room. It looks like this alchemy room will refine everything except alchemy in the future. The battle strategy group including Yin Shuangying has attacked 8 bosses, and their combat skills are quite proficient. The effect of this training is remarkable. After the chaos comes, it is estimated that they can strangle ordinary invaders by themselves. The large number of spiritual plants moved back from the tomb are also prepared for spiritual plant synthesis. The main focus is on the greening of the villa. The group of people such as Zan Yang and Xiao Nyang go to see the scenery every day and go to Princess Xin's mansion to chat. The princess's mansion is almost becoming their activity map. Those hairpin girls and embroiderers are so boring. They really learn the ancient royal embroidery and hairpin making techniques, and play landlord and mahjong with others. However, Princess Xin is working hard to practice. She is a diligent and kind child. After knowing that the new capital will be ruled by the saints of the previous dynasty, Ning Zheng completely confirmed the investment in Princess Xin. There are traders in the new capital that they are about to move into, and our villa must have one too, and Princess Xin does look like she has good qualifications. She was a person who studied and had great talents when she was alive, But she died in the old times. This is the limitation of the old times. In the old times, no matter how brilliant you are, if you can't practice, you can't practice, and you can only die as a living person. In today's era, people with spiritual roots can practice, and those without spiritual roots can practice. The human race has embarked on the path of practice. Especially Princess Cunning, who has accumulated a lot of experience and practiced hard to develop a technique suitable for herself. Ning Zheng wondered if he could get it for free. If the other party developed various magical powers belonging to this spiritual root, wouldn't it be for himself? He could save some luck points. If he put the 3 flowers on a few more people's heads in the future and got more leaks, wouldn't they help him develop a technique and a path? The inheritance of his lineage would be there all at once. This path is absolutely feasible in the long run. But not in the short term. It takes a week for me to recover after pulling out the 3 flowers. It's too painful. That's a whole week of window period, which is already very long for Ning Zheng, who quickly broke through the small realm in 1 or 2 weeks. He still has to practice. Anyway, in the short term, he doesn't plan to pull out his 3 flowers again. The immortal stroked his head and gave him the 3 flowers. Emperor's Tomb. Princess Cuning's mansion. Cunning sat on a chair by the pond, listening to books, education, and various basic knowledge from the future. Several hairpin women were reciting at the same time, but she was multitasking and listening very carefully. This is the royal family. The maid Xiaoyu next to her whispered, multitasking, born precocious. For countless thousands of years, the bloodline has been continuously optimized, and strong people have been born. Inheriting the gifts of their ancestors, they are all handsome, born with unparalleled talents and powerful wisdom. But no matter how smart the children born are, they will face the problem of whether they have spiritual roots. At first, they didn't understand what the meaning of those powerful royal mortals coming to this world was, but now it is proven that everything in the world makes sense. It's just that those royal families with extraordinary talents and no spiritual roots were born in the wrong era. Now, the era has come. The wind that belongs to the princess is blowing, and the princess will ride the wind and waves. Cunning put away her smile, and her face suddenly changed. If what you said is true, and I am really the mother of no birth, then I will definitely make an inevitable choice in the future. What choice? Ning Jiaoju said naively. Cunning said calmly, I will reach out to a group, the princesses. My father gave birth to a large number of children in order to give birth to the prince, which made our era very special. There are too many sisters, some of whom are mortals, and they suffer from birth, aging, illness and death like me. She paused, with a sad face. Born in an imperial family, the most noble family in the world, but without the corresponding qualifications, it is obvious that their expectations and desires for longevity exceed everything. Cunning paused again for a moment and said softly, if it were me, I would definitely reach out to our sisters, all the high-level leaders of the Wuxing sect, who will all be princesses of the previous dynasty in the future, right? Su Yunyang, Ning Jiao, Are we exaggerating a little too much? This may be a test. If we answer that the high-level leaders of the Wuxing sect in the future are all princesses, it will be too easy to be exposed at that time. So, we can't answer yes. Su Yunyang thought to herself, is this another trap? She sorted out her thoughts. It is said that you were prepared to do this, but for various reasons, most of the princesses died in the future, and you did not save their tragic fate, pull them into my sect, and become high-level. Su Yunyang whispered, you returned this time to change the tragedy of the past. Now, you can completely win over other princesses and save them. In this way, they are the genuine Wuxing sect, all noble princesses. It feels a bit outrageous. I will. Cunning whispered. I will save them, just like Sister Sunny saved me back then. It doesn't matter to her whether it is Wuxing sect or not. What she wants is the power to change her fate. I didn't see the light, so I sank. Now that there is sunshine that can change life and destiny, no matter how many difficulties I have to overcome, I have to try it myself. There are flames burning in her eyes, and something vaguely awakens in her heart. Chapter 362. So, we have completed the first batch of rough samples? In the mansion, Dukuhong looked at the blazing forge, and the red and hot small arc was placed on the table. Are you sure it's this style? Lan Zhou asked seriously. Yes. Sini Baishan sighed, sweating all over, and put down the hammer. Now that the style is decided, we will officially start casting. We already have rough samples, and it is not difficult to reproduce the array pattern and quench and return to the furnace to become a finished product. Yin-Yang Square Arc. Magic power. Concealing breath, sailing on the ground veins, using the ground veins as a channel, and escaping thousands of miles. The ground veins are a huge network of energy. Communication tokens and teleportation arrays are all transmitted and jumped on the ground veins. Now this arc can sail on the ground veins. A ground vein network similar to the field grid is used for escape. The power and degree of this magical power are beyond words. The most outrageous thing is that the earth-binding spirits are rooted in the earth veins. Now these earth-binding spirits are rooted in the Arkansas. The arc moves and can move the ancestors in the tombs together. Originally, this world was all about positional warfare. Because it is difficult to pull out the ancestors you have rooted in one by one. If you fight, you can hardly escape. Now the ancestors are rooted in the Arkansas. If you run, you can take the ancestors with you. How amazing is this? It has great strategic significance. It is definitely a historical milestone. Middle grade plus middle grade is already close to the level of fairy roots. Never doubt the degree of amazingness of a traditional magic weapon with a heavenly root, let alone this level close to fairy roots. This ability is truly one of the strongest divine weapons. Of course, it is a bit difficult to move the arc. Lon Zhou analyzed, the more ancestors there are, the greater the connection rooted in the earth veins. Just like the tentacles underground that bind the big ship, the slower the movement. When necessary, kick the ancestors off the boat, leave them in place to continue to be earth-binding spirits, and drive the boat to escape, which is the fastest. Dukuhong also agrees with this behavior of abandoning the family and ancestors. Gather the ancestors together, kick them on the boat, and leave them in place. Those who are chasing will not attack a group of earth-binding ancestors for no reason. We run away, carve a coordinate, and find a time to come back to pick up the ancestors home. I understand this. Sword Fairy said, this is carving a boat to find the ancestors. But there is no doubt that slow movement is also very good. This is equivalent to the home earth-binding spirit becoming a boat spirit. It's just that the stronger the ancestor boat spirit is, the slower the big ship will move when it moves rooted in the earth veins. Dukuhong smiled. In the future, the Holy Land will move much faster. It is better to move slowly than not move at all. So, we can't let the evil cult get away with it. Sini Baishan said, with this thing, those evil cults sailing everywhere in the mountains will be more difficult to catch. There is no doubt. This time they handed in a satisfactory answer. This array can not only prevent possible sneak attacks from the strange sun and moon, but even if they don't prevent it, each Holy Land and big family must always have one. It's almost time to start selling. The Sword Fairy thought for a while. Our first batch only prepared 8 arcs in total, which is a bit too few. Sini Baishan next to him rolled his eyes. Is this not enough? Are magic weapons cabbages? Every great family does not have too many magic weapons. And magic weapons have a lifespan and a use cycle. In the past, if you want 8 magic weapons, you have to hunt down 8 powerful demon kings and divine beasts. How many great monks of the same level will die? 8 great demons. What's more, it can't be made to uniform specifications. There are basically no similar magic weapons. The divine beasts hunted in each time period, the materials equipped, the spirits, are all different. Magic weapons are basically customized based on existing materials. Now the 8 magic weapons are so fast because they are produced on an assembly line. Each one is the same, so the movement is naturally not slow. How much do you sell it for? The Sword Fairy asked, eager to try. Our sword forging villa focuses on making money and building a kingdom for our owner. My suggestion is to auction it off, and the highest bidder wins. Dukuhong said calmly. This is not like the low-end youth version of the magic weapon, Yin Yang Corpse slashing sword, which can be priced uniformly. Ours has surpassed the traditional magic weapon in the general sense. It is extremely valuable and rare. Only through auction can we completely squeeze out the value and make our money back. The Sword Fairy nodded. The leaks over there had already discussed the price issue with them. In this case, there is really no need to play with fixed prices. It would be stupid to play with it. The traditional auction model of magic weapons has been enduring for a long time, and there is a reason for it. Starting price, 100 million magic coins. Lon Zhou directly gave a number, smiled, and said with expectation, a normal magic weapon costs tens of millions of magic coins, and a powerful one costs 100 million magic coins. We will start at 100 million. At this juncture, everyone is afraid of the saint who just passed away. The fear accumulated over 100,000 years. The saint died, and everyone is afraid that the saint will crawl out again. They are definitely willing to pay a premium to buy peace of mind. They are afraid that a saint will be born. With this ship, it will be much easier to run away. The 100 million magic coins are not really cash. At their level, many high-level resources cannot be bought with money. For example, high-level materials, divine gold, and the corpses of divine beasts can only be obtained by going deep into secret realms and dangerous places and risking their lives. How can they easily buy them with magic coins? It is more of a barter. The difference in price is supplemented by magic coins. When the 100 million magic coins are put on sale, it is estimated that it depends on whether those big guys take out various equivalent natural treasures and materials for purchase. This is why everyone thought that the youth version of the magic weapon was cheap before. It's not just that he only bought 980,000 magic coins, but also because he is willing to only take magic coins and not your precious resources. Look at the court. The money given by the artifact dealer is not cash, but precious heavenly spiritual roots, which are precious resources that may not be bought with money. This is the normal trading model. The sword fairy blinked her eyes and was overjoyed. That is to say, they are exchanging goods, and we may be able to get the body of the divine beast. If they get the divine beast, then their villa can break through a major bottleneck. New races, new meat tanks, can be synthesized. They will change from the money boys all over the mountains to the divine beast boys. Get ready, we will continue to forge the next one. Cindy Baishan said, probably the day after tomorrow, we will be able to forge all 8 arcs. In any case, the sale can be officially opened. A fairy artifact era of fairy spirit roots, officially sold and launched, set off huge waves in this era. Chapter 363. Time flies. Soon it was the day of the sale. Get ready to sit in a row and watch a movie. Our Villa Arc series sales will be live. Yes, I saw the post last night. It starts at noon. Fuck, I have to hurry up. Look at our Jianbusi, holding a new product launch conference, bragging about our weapons, far surpassing our peers, leading the industry revolution. Isn't that right? I have watched various mobile phone launch conferences for many years, and I can recite the lines. The new design releases unlimited possibilities. It is an industry benchmark. Its innovative design and excellent performance will redefine your life and change this era. I feel refreshed when I think of watching the Sword Fairy show off and hold a new product launch conference. We are the production factory. This is quite cool. When we have money, we will set up several specialty stores and experience stores in major cities across Kyushu and completely build it into a well-known holy place in Kyushu. The blacksmiths attach great importance to the main line of the sales conference from the perspective of a movie plot, but they don't take it seriously from other perspectives. This text adventure outside is just text. What's the point of exaggerating? This is how word games work. Even if a planner writes about a city with trillions of dollars, tens of thousands of saints, the sky falling, the end of the world, and the restart, isn't it a matter of minutes? You can write it with a pen. Anyway, they can't see it. It's all virtual data. In a scenario-based game, only this villa is real. However, making a live movie of the third sale for the blacksmiths is also conscientious. It's a big production, adding some fun to their daily villa life. At this time, the blacksmiths were still working hard to move bricks, but the outside world was in turmoil. Because of intentional or unintentional spread, a message about the Beijing sale was spread in the capital during this special time period. It will be officially opened at noon today. The magic weapon was cast so quickly? Countless people were surprised. Today, the capital is full of enemies. This is not a joke, it is a literal sense of enemies. The capital is a swaying and prosperous sea of flowers. Any flowers and plants that can be seen are cameras and scouts. The 3 flowers from all over the world are trying to monitor every blind spot in the capital. They are even staring at the mysterious Beijing Palace, where the 3 flowers cannot grow, surrounding it from all sides, observing the possible emergence of new saints. And these scouts cover almost all levels. From various ancient holy places and major sects to the weak families of the 3 Yuan realm in local cities. Even the 3 local families in Pingchong City, Xinyazu, those San Yuan realm ancestors sneaked in to join in the fun. Let's practice now. The head of the Su family, one of the 3 major families in Pingchong City, turned into a 3-flower and took root in the streets of Beijing. This flower from Pingchong City has been very uncomfortable recently. A few months ago, during the Red Sun period, Guipu took the Yin-Yang rice flower sword and attacked their 3 major families, taking advantage of the fire to rob them, so that they have not recovered yet. Now, in the city, the second-tier San Yuan families are ready to move, always thinking about dividing up their Pingchong City's industry. Outside the city, the demon cultivator Zuelahua Villa is as cunning as a poisonous snake. These bandits secretly covet their Pingchong City's industry, and they have also monopolized the communication market with painting cards. Recently, they have also taken out a robe to monopolize the low-end defense market. Their three big families are almost dying. At this time, not only is Pingchong City facing external and internal troubles, but also the death of the saint and the critical period of dynasty change. For their Su family, it is simply adding insult to injury. The snowflakes of the times are like a mountain when they fall on ordinary people. The troubled times are coming, and their small family has no source of intelligence. They can only try to become a three-flowered flower and come to the capital to take a look, trying to get intelligence and opportunities. In order to avoid the chaos in the world they will not know. The head of the Su family sighed and looked at the capital city cautiously. This is the last time for us normal Sanhua to stay safely in the capital city. Next to him, an elder of the Su family said, "This sea of flowers is really spectacular. Every flower is a San Yuan master. This is the real big world outside Pingchong City. We are domineering in the city, but outside, we are just a small remote force, a small flower that can be seen everywhere in the capital city." The head of the Su family nodded and warned, "Remember, the four Zhangs are all casual cultivators. We San Yuan are the starting point for entering the hall and leaving the local city. When our family can produce a two-phase, we will be qualified to build a city in the wild. The city they hope to build is not a small mountain villa like Zuelahua. They look down on it. What they dream of is a big city in the deep mountains, independently controlling a huge city similar to Pingchong City, surrounded by thousands of ancestors. That is the real horror, the foundation of the two-phase level force." Hoo. They inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy of the capital. The current capital has a heavy mixed smell and foul air. There is nothing we can do about it. Now it is not just the normal three flowers, but also the ember three flowers that have grown all over the capital. No one has pulled out these weeds. As a result, the nutrients absorbed by photosynthesis are divided by weeds. While practicing, the head of the Su family said, "Just now, I saw the bandit from the Zuelahua family." He said this with some gnashing of teeth. "If you fight him, you will compete with the Gui, and he will be disgusting. If you don't fight him, he will be even more disgusting. I saw him too, but he seems to have grown in the capital, and I don't know where he has grown to." The elder of the Su family was still frightened. As bandits, the Zuelahua family also robbed caravans and supplies. But they robbed the three-flower monks in Pingchong City more, pulled out their three flowers, and blocked the door. Do you want to avoid being robbed? Pay the insurance premium. I won't block the door, and let your three flowers go. This is the high-end robbery repair. However, it is impossible for the three major families in Pingchong City to pay. Only those San Yuan families in the second tier of Pingchong City, who are disgusted by this bandit, and cannot beat him, pay protection fees regularly. This is the robbery repair family. In addition to mining, forcing the families in Pingchong City to pay protection fees is their main business. It's really changed. The head of the Su family said, "We will soon not be able to grow up in the capital, while the three ancestors of Zuelahua can always grow up in the capital and seek opportunities. In the future, only dead people can enter, and our ancestors can also grow up in the capital." The elder of the Su family said, "But the ancestors in the family are only 3 or 4 San Yuan realms, and they are estimated to be robbed by the ancestors of Zuelahua." The face of the head of the Su family changed slightly, and suddenly said, "Before, they robbed us, and then we will rob their Zuelahua family." The eyes of the elders of the Su family lit up. "Yes, now only the ghosts can enter the capital. Then we should block those ghosts from returning to the city, pull out their 3 flowers, and absorb their accumulated energy, right? Now it's our turn to be robbers." But the elders of the Su family were worried. Will the 3-flower energy absorbed by the ghosts not be polluted by the Yin Qi if we snatch it? The head of the Su family thought about it. It will definitely be polluted, but other families must have thought of this, and they will probably find a solution to transform the polluted energy and spread it all over the world. The sky fell, and the tall man held it up. This capital can only be entered by the dead, and everyone must have thought of robbing the dead who came out of the capital. The great sects, holy places, and the peak cultivators, who are the leaders of the human race, must have found a way to transform the energy of the dead. So, they just have to wait for the ancient great sect to announce the method. In fact, not only the Su family, but also other small cities and small families in other places have thought of this. The world has changed dramatically, and the human race is weak. We can only hope that the top beings will stand up. Just as they were talking, a young and cheerful girl walked along the street. Sales, since you all ran away, so afraid of death, then I will host it today. Shirong divine craftsman, the best in the world. She muttered. Who is that person? On the street, In the dark, the head of the Su family was shocked. It's the person in charge of Shirong divine craftsmen in Beijing. He is the spirit of a divine weapon. I heard that he is a little abnormal, and his thinking is too jumpy. The elder of the Su family, I think he is quite normal. Don't look at it by human standards. The demon beast spirit can be so anthropomorphic. It is an extremely powerful technology. My dog is so happy. The head of the Su family thought the same and felt that his eyes were opened. We have to say this secretly. This is a big shot that we will never meet in our Pingchong city. The elder of the Su family was like a flower on the street, with a face full of longing. The head of the Su family pretended to be calm and said, "The sale is about to start. I'm afraid this person is going to host it. I don't know how many big shots will come today." The elder of the Su family was also observing secretly. It's good for us to see the world. Only by opening our eyes can we better lead the family to become stronger. This is the only intelligence we have access to high-level information. The voice fell. Not long after, another gorgeous beauty in a woman's official robe walked on their street. The head of the Su family was shocked. This dress is the crown princess. This is a big shot that we will never meet in Pingchong City in our lifetime. Of course. Before seeing the sword fairy, the group of flowers were not too excited. Now, the lush flowers nearby saw this crown princess, and they all shook quickly, as if a gust of wind was blowing. The crown princess is here. The saint helped the major forces, holy places, and clans in the world to place people in advance and enter the future new capital. And the saint himself placed the biggest person and entered the new capital in advance. Yes, he placed a crown princess openly. Many people were thinking about it. Everyone knows. At the end of the Xian dynasty, in just a few 100,000 years, countless saints were replaced, and the internal struggles and power grabs in the royal family became more and more intense. The people of the world were living in misery. The saint who finally won, even if he won over other royal bloodlines, was heavily polluted and had a strong energy. In the later period, he could not give birth to a prince, but only gave birth to princesses. Therefore, the position of crown princess was obviously tailor-made by the Saint Josue according to the saint of the previous dynasty. Because the saint of the previous dynasty had a great obsession with giving birth to a crown prince. Around sun and moon as crown princess, an eternal growth artifact that will forever suppress the mountains and rivers. If it is cultivated, it may be comparable to the book of history of years, the treasure of the 9 provinces, and it can also suppress the country for his own crown prince. How could the saint of Xinqiao refuse? It is worth the trip to come here and meet these big figures. Many people smacked their lips. At their level, most people were originally not qualified to contact these mythical figures. Next, a group of flowers swaying along the street saw a scene that stunned everyone. Because they saw with their own eyes a young emperor wearing a dragon robe, with gold thread rolling edges on the robe, painted with flowing clouds, and 3 flowers, and a fire burning in it. Fire is the symbol of Xinqiao. Tap, tap, tap. This saint walked slowly forward. Each step was calm and steady. This tyrant, who was passed down in later generations, had a gentle look in his eyes, giving people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. The head of the Su family from Pingchong City, and even the adopted father Chizu, and the Routian sister who were swaying like flowers in the distance, all showed incredible expressions, and at this moment, they wanted to imprint this scene in their memories forever. That's the saint, he really came. Chapter 364. Saint. As a flower, Routian Yujia was also shocked. Originally, she didn't know the situation in the outside world. She just stayed in the paper house every day to take care of her family's hidden vein disciples. And what is a hidden vein? It is the family fire. She doesn't need to come out, she just needs to lie dormant. As the family's backup, if she comes out, her first reaction will not be to fight, but to retreat with the family's fire. So, she is not as dissolute as her adoptive father Chizu, who goes out to rob every day. She is the blood giant, who teaches the descendants in the paper house, and restores the family's heritage. But she has only been in seclusion for a few months. It feels that their blood family, and even the entire Jiuzhou, has turned upside down. She came with Chizu, and listened to this old ancestor telling about the recent world situation, and came to the capital specially. Now, seeing the face of the saint, she feels that it is a great fortune. You have to know that the saint of Josue is not for ordinary people to see. If it weren't for the team that came to Beijing to meet the emperor before, normally, no matter how high your rank and family are, the capital would not receive you. Only the elders who followed the saint to open up the era are qualified to see the saint, but that was more than 100,000 years ago. Sini Baishan, who is tens of thousands of years old, is considered a new generation of juniors. Even the famous casting master of the 9 states is not qualified to see him. To the saint, you are just a small wave of tens of thousands of years. He only needs to sit on the height of the era and watch the clouds roll and the times change. The saint of the previous dynasty in front of him is the same. If he insists on appearing to announce his existence and walking around the capital, I'm afraid they are not qualified to see him at all. At this moment, they suddenly had a strong illusion that they were going to witness history, Mrs. Routian thought in her heart, but this posture, I'm afraid it's a private visit to the capital, to the sale. She has read relevant historical etiquette books. Traveling without heirs, without attendants, and alone, is a private visit. But it is also a mere sale in the capital, in the name of a private visit, is the most in line with the rules. Being able to come in person is a rare honor in the history of the entire Xian dynasty. In history, the treasures sold at the auctions where the great saints came in person were all powerful treasures, changing the times. At present, this sale is qualified, so the saint came and announced that he would return to this capital. Beside him, Chi Zhu was also transmitting a message, feeling extremely emotional. That sale was really a good combination of time, place, and people. It was so grand because the saint took the opportunity to come back when the situation in the capital changed. The Shiron God craftsman would find the right time. As for the Shiron God craftsman, who has recently gained fame, Routian Yujia doesn't care much. Those high-ranking forces are too far away. In order to promote this sale, the record of casting more than 30 rough pieces of artifacts in one day is simply shocking. It must be a very old and ancient mysterious force. And the two of them came here this time in the hope of getting more information and intelligence to save their weak Zuelahua family in the troubled times. Back then, they were already injured when they escaped from Xinia's city. If they encountered any accidents now, they might be exterminated. This made the two ancestors worried. And the ancestorly Yuzhu, who didn't come with them, didn't respond to the remote contact, and disappeared in seclusion again, still so unreliable. In the tea houses on both sides, many ancient Dharma figures couldn't sit still and talked. The saint of the previous dynasty? It's him. I've seen his appearance and portrait. What a saint of the last generation. You have only seen his appearance, but I have seen his childhood, middle age, growth, and even the rise and fall of the entire dynasty. What are you pretending? If you are strong enough, why don't you do it yourself and let us see it? Don't underestimate him. The last years of the Xian dynasty were prosperous and then declining, because the royal family reached an unprecedented peak. The accumulation of the years of the Xian dynasty, there are too many saint-level existences. It is said that they, for some unknown reason, they started fighting internally and fighting for the throne, which led to chaos in the world. How could this existence defeat other branches of the royal family and win by seizing power? If it had not been for the great changes in the times and the emergence of acquired spiritual roots, what would have happened to the chaos in the world caused by the internal fighting of the royal family? What about the tyrants? What about the court not caring about things? Who could have won the royal family? Yes, if it had not been for the changes in the times, he should have sat on the throne for a long time after winning, and the Xian dynasty should have continued the long-lasting myths and legends. All later generations said that the Xian dynasty was brutal. The last saint was a rare tyrant in history, who was overthrown because he took human lives lightly. But that was only what the people said, and it was just a rumor spread by later generations. How could he be overthrown for being brutal? It was not a dynasty of mortals. There is no saying that water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. If the imperial court doesn't care about things anymore, and the people are living in misery due to crazy internal fighting, can you mortals still rise up and rebel? Mortals can only endure famine. If parents and brothers and sisters die, they can only grit their teeth and continue to endure. For a mythical dynasty that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years, mortals with short lifespans are just weeds, which will continue to grow after being harvested. Even if children in various cities are detected to have spiritual roots, they will not be taken seriously, because even if they have spiritual roots, it is only a possibility. What can you use to compare the foundation and combat power with the royal family? The reason for the iteration of a dynasty to be overthrown can never be unpopular. In the era of personal bravery, it can only be that another powerful existence appeared and overthrew your powerful dynasty. It was the emergence of the era of acquired spiritual roots, and the birth of the nine-spice saint that led to the destruction of the Xian dynasty. The Xian dynasty was a dynasty that was destroyed by the revolution of the times, not by other reasons. Try this saint of the previous dynasty. Someone's eyes were bright. Some people said, "Be careful, he only fought once in public during his lifetime, and his only recognized record was one defeat, which was at the hands of Saint Josue. After all, when Xian dynasty was at its peak, who dared to challenge the saint openly? No one would challenge. The internal strife of the royal family would not be made public, and his background could not be found out. The defeat to Saint Josue was not enough to evaluate his combat power, and see how strong he was. Indeed, that one was in existence beyond the times, and could not be used for evaluation. Assassinating a saint is interesting. This last saint is not simple either. His capital teleportation array is still open, which shows that he is confident. The city gates are wide open and not defended. It is too stupid for us to enter the capital in person. We can only assassinate him with the Dharma image. The Dharma image of the monk has various shortcomings. 1. The combat power is not high. 2. The body is severely damaged after death. But the only advantage has covered everything. The Dharma image dies, but the body does not die. This is a perfect way to test a strong man and venture into the secret realm. As for the problem that the combat power is far inferior to the body, now so many people are coveting it. If you want to test it, you can call more people and besiege it together, and you can also see some clues. Vaguely. This sail in the storm of the capital has become a contradiction point, which is about to roll up a storm, and countless lurking beings will choose to assassinate. Chapter 365. Swordcasting Villa. After passing through the teleportation array for a while, several young blacksmiths appeared at the entrance of the villa. They not only brought full storage bags, but also carried large and small bags, and moved back various spiritual plants and some floor tiles. Brothers, we are back. Yin Xuanying laughed proudly. Fuck, have you finished beating the last boss? That's right, we killed them all, and wait for their 10 bosses to revive. Yin Xuanying said, in the future, I will officially serve as the patrol captain of the villa to protect the safety of the villa. This is the promise that Jiuzai Rong made to him. As long as a certain degree of copy completion is expected, he will be given this position. The patrol captain not only defends against foreign enemies, but also patrols every day and manages the little leaks who commit crimes and steal. Commonly known as Villa Urban Management. Yi Guangxiu dumped out everything in his storage bag, piling up like a mountain. He asked, by the way, hey, how is the sale going? It will start at noon today. The third batch is probably no different from the first 2 batches? Maybe the newly enthroned saints will take the opportunity to show up. That's possible. It's normal to take the opportunity to show up. What does it have to do with us? Will this big plot in the capital affect my brick moving today? It won't affect it. Let's just move bricks and combine pets honestly. Those things are CG movies planned and performed. We can watch the big plot at noon and that's it. The blacksmiths are looking forward to it. But they can only take a look. After watching it, they will probably have to continue moving bricks, forging iron, and working. They have a lot of things to do recently. Time passed, and it was soon noon. At the Cine Sales Fair in Beijing, the teleportation projection was lit up, and a group of people began to excitedly watch the movie showing the screen. Brothers, let's watch the plot. The third sales fair. I wonder how big the plot of this time is planned. Who knows? The planner can design whatever he wants. Isn't it his word? That's not necessarily true. It depends on the budget. This plot animation should be very expensive. Everyone sat down one by one and watched. Jiuzai Rong sat down while muttering, have you finished your spiritual farmer's work? Don't just watch the movie and forget today's task. How can that be? Oh, Mujiang sat down with a group of spiritual farmers. Knowing that there will be a plot movie at noon, we worked overtime in the morning to finish it, adjusted the cultivation time, and went to watch it before going offline. What about you? Jiuzai Rong stared at the god of food. The god of cookery coughed dryly. We've also finished it. We have stews and soups tonight. We've already started stewing them. We put them in the forge in the blacksmith's shop. Their furnace is still hot, and the residual heat will cook them. It'd probably be just right for dinner tonight. Everyone worked overtime in the morning to finish their own work for the noon plot. They soon started projecting. In the sales meeting. In the top box, the crown princess and the emperor were already seated. The box was isolated from the outside world, and the blacksmiths were a little regretful that they couldn't see the holy face, and could only catch a glimpse. In the venue, other people also took their seats. Even some ancient beings quickly arrived. The one from the forest of yesterday is here. Someone looked at a beautiful woman holding a girl. The one who returned to the abyss is here too. Someone saw a tall and mighty deep black shadow. Figures dressed in ancient costumes sat down one by one, and some contemporary monks in the back seats changed color slightly. These are existences called taboos, pearls of the past dynasties. The overwhelming aura made the entire sail as quiet as water, and no one dared to speak easily. There were even some figures whose appearance and identity were unknown, but their aura was no less impressive. This made many people numb. There are so many dark places, unknown secrets, and unexplored dangerous places. The water in Kyushu is very deep. These are all good information. Some archaeological monks secretly remembered their gender, appearance, manners and dress, and deduced their true identity. Perhaps they can make up for some archaeological gaps in history, and find the history lost in the past. No matter what the reason is. This sail has triggered a major earthquake in Kyushu. Sword casting villa. The little blacksmith, like in a movie theater, also shouted, "The big guys come on stage one by one, the atmosphere is full, and they give us face. This scene is good, this opening animation is awesome. Will there be a fight next? There will definitely be a fight, right? There is no climax without a fight, just like the West without Jerusalem, which has lost its soul. You wicked people are eager for a fight. Popcorn, and spiritual rice wine, which is more suitable for watching movies, 3 cents a portion." The god of food brought Xiaochai-kun, and the two of them walked around the seats, as if they had already started the movie theater's melon-eating business. "Sir, yours?" The god of food handed it over attentively. "Yes." Ning Zheng took the free popcorn and spiritual rice wine, and looked at the screen projected from the capital. Silently memorize the appearance of these people. This information is very important. Unless they are incognito, it is basically impossible for these people to change their appearance, because their pride does not allow it. Of course. Even incognito may not change their appearance, because few people know their appearance. In short, it is a good way to distinguish. This Jojo is going to be in chaos. Coming to our sales meeting is just a place to meet. Jiosai Rong sat down and said to the old steward, secretly improving his favorability. Yi Guangxiu also showed his favor to the old steward. To ensure safety, we will not communicate during this process, just watch, and the sword fairy will be in charge. Ning Zheng nodded. No matter how they fight, how they come, whether they attack the saint or not, we can successfully get some popularity and also promote our brand effect. Ning Zheng's main point is to fish. In the seats in the distance, a group of people whispered. "Xiaochai-kun, have you noticed? The old steward's words are becoming more and more modern." The god of food touched his chin. It seems to be the case. He even mentioned the brand effect. "Xianxiui, aren't you stupid people saying those modern words all day long? Xiaochai-kun, you don't understand. This is called being practical." "Ouch, Mujiang. I guess Jiao Cairong said these words when he reported the work of the villa." "Xiaochai-kun, then when we talk in the future, we should say awesome, wow, handsome in front of the old steward. After saying it many times, the old steward will learn it. When he gives us tasks in the future, he will say handsome, awesome. Wow. God of cookery, I understand the principle. This is called AI training. This is how I taught my parrot to speak. Try to train the old steward's AI? Then I will often pass by the old steward and talk deliberately in the future. You can watch my performance. You can give it a try, brother. It's a pity that the old steward can't chat online. Otherwise, we can send emoticons and train the old steward to learn to use emoticons. Why not? In the future, you can upgrade the drawing cards and rub a Shirong brand mobile phone from another world by hand, and a computer will come out. That's fine. The sword casting villa is just a place to farm with a technology tree. It's not good enough without computers and mobile phones. You are crazy, right? You make mobile phones just to send emoticons to the old steward? You don't understand. The desire to play games must be simple and unpretentious. They whispered to each other frantically. Ning Zheng ignored them. It's almost time to start. Jiao Cairong looked at the huge wall clock on the hairpin mother tower. It's about to start. Sure enough. The lights of the sales meeting suddenly dimmed. A beam of light hit the center of the stage, and a beautiful woman officially appeared. Hello everyone, I am the Beijing agent of Shirong Master Craftsman. Welcome to the third sales meeting of this quarter. This time is a new product launch meeting. A beautiful woman dressed in ancient costumes sat on the podium. Yin Yang Square Arc, shocking release. Please look at the big screen. Click. A big screen lit up behind him. Big screen? The people below were stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that the way of this sales meeting would be very interesting. Even if the saint was not assassinated, this trip would be worthwhile. Chapter 366. The big screen on the stage was showing the history of the development of human weapons. At first, primitive people used stone knives and bone hammers for slash-and-burn farming. Later, the tribes used iron knives and hammers in the Iron Age. The picture slowly turned, and human history was moving forward. As you can see, this is the history of weapons in our JoJo. And since its development, we have already seen various magic weapons, but humans have always faced an unsolvable century-old weapon problem. Weapons are damaged and iterated. No matter which stage, the fate of being broken is inevitable. At this time, the screen showed the picture of broken stone knives and broken iron knives. And since its development, our high-end weapons have become stronger and more expensive. Such expensive things can only be used a few times, and then they will be gone in a snap. The big screen showed various famous mythological battles in history, and famous scenes of magic weapons breaking in battle. Many of them were famous scenes of the battles of the Sage army of the Josue dynasty. After the magic weapons were broken, the two sides fought with fists and feet. On the podium, the sword fairy spoke in a relaxed tone. Weapons restrict many monks' hands and feet in battle. Weapons make monks feel that weapons are more valuable than their bodies. I asked many friends what their first reaction was when they encountered an enemy attack. For the strongest attack, they would first use their heads to resist, and for the second strongest attack, they would use their weapons to block it. She laughed, holding the teleprompter, calmly speaking on the stage. I would rather get hurt than get hurt with my weapons. Is this carrying a weapon? This is carrying a statue of a father. Ha ha ha. The supporting actors below burst into laughter and kept clapping to liven up the atmosphere. Quiet. The sword fairy made a gesture and said briskly, but you can't be without weapons. If they have them, and you don't, you will be weaker in the fight. This is a century-old problem, and a pain point for the monks in JoJo. In order to solve the problems of difficulty in use, short service life, and high repair costs, our Shirong team has devoted itself to research and development and has pioneered the Eternal series, which allows your magic weapon to have self-repair functions. Animation special effects appeared on the big screen. A broken magic weapon took root in the ground and rotated in mid-air to repair itself. She raised her arm and shouted, "Our design concept is that one sword can be passed down for thousands of generations, and the weapon will still exist after the person dies. Eternal Imperial Weapon, suppress the family, immortal for thousands of years." She shouted out the advertising slogan, "The magic weapon is eternal, and one sword will be passed down forever." Everyone, look at the big screen again. The history of human weapons in JoJo, one weapon era after another, stone knives, iron knives and magic weapons, finally stopped in the picture of the yin yang rice flower sword in front of her, and stopped on the sword fairy, who was giving a speech. This means that the weapon that is standing on the stage for a speech today, the yin yang rice flower sword, will end the history of human weapons and reach the end of the development of weapon history. Everyone, today, we will change the epical problem in human history. The sword fairy shouted, and her voice echoed throughout the auction. Wow! The warm applause from below continued to heat up the atmosphere of the sale and mobilize emotions. And the various beings below were also slightly surprised. The appeal was very strong, and every link was carefully designed. New product launch. Like the blind box model, this is the first time that this kind of sales structure has appeared in JoJo. It's not that their scholars are stupid and can't think of it, but the environment does not allow it at all. Because of the raw materials, each magic weapon is privately customized and tailored, and it is impossible to form a series of mass production. Naturally, there is no press conference. How can there be such a unified introduction? It's interesting. Everyone looked at each other, raised a smile, and found it quite interesting. Moreover, this auction is not a boast. Today's auction, perhaps every word will be recorded in history forever. In the future, the textbooks of scholars will record today, and even the must-test books for the blacksmith profession will record this exam focus. Sword Fairy, of course we dare not be proud. Before, in order to test the performance of this eternal growth, we first made a small-scale youth version of the magic weapon and let customers feedback on the experience. Now, we are officially selling it. Sword Fairy turned around and pointed to the big screen behind her. Wow! Along with the melodious and beautiful sound effects on the big screen, an arc appeared, shuttling between the mountains and above the sea. The following is a formal introduction to the yin-yang square arc we launched today. It is eternal and growing, and also has the two basic characteristics. As the first series of magic weapons we officially released, it also has a new concept that subverts the times. As we all know, the times are changing, and various new mutant spiritual roots appear every year. The Wuxing sect has already appeared in a new series of wall demolition. The defense of the ancestors of each family is no longer omnipotent. For this reason, we have thoughtfully launched this new defensive array artifact, giving you an extra layer of protection on the wall. The evil cults such as Wuxinjiao have committed many evils. We are irreconcilable with you and have launched targeted protection. There was an uproar below. This team's passion to not associate with the evil cult forces and resolutely fight against them was fully demonstrated. And use practical actions to show your firm position. This is the defensive section. We will introduce the functional section. The Sword Fairy continued to talk. As we all know, the earthbound spirits and the ancestors who cannot move are the pain points and defects of many people. It is difficult to move the ancestral graves. This is the 2nd century problem in human history. Many people have imagined that if the ancestors were not earthbound spirits, how great it would be to be able to move. Don't worry, our press conference will turn your fantasies into reality. Everyone was shocked. This artifact can actually change the ecological structure of the earthbound spirits. Today, we have grandly launched a subversive solution. Strategic artifact, movable earth vein arc. Just as everyone was in doubt, the big screen flashed, and a technological animation demonstration appeared. On the big screen, a shocking picture appeared. A huge and majestic translucent bubble arc, with intricate veins under the semi-perspective map. The arc slowly moved above the veins. With the bound earth spirits riding on the arc, slowly dragging the line of the veins, continued to move forward. Today, we redefine the basic base of a power, and in the future, all forces can move slowly. She also sang a jingle, "Don't worry if it's difficult to move the grave, the arc will help you. The ancestor is sitting on this boat, you can take your ancestor to travel around, work hard for your family during his lifetime, and then you can honor him and take him to travel around and enjoy the beautiful scenery after tens of thousands of years." Of course, there are pros and cons. If this arc falls into the hands of those who have bad intentions, or into the hands of those ancient secret masters, the consequences will be disastrous. The ancient secrets and prehistoric tombs that they could not move before can now move slowly, which will change the situation in Jiuzhou. Clapping, there was warm applause from below again. Today, the Sword Fairy's voice was impassioned and infectious, like a torrent hitting people's hearts. We will redefine the power operation standards of the entire Jiuzhou in the future. Her voice echoed, resounding throughout the sales meeting, echoing again, impassioned, shocking people's hearts. According to the speech, when Jianbusi boasted at the press conference, "Today, we will solve 2 centuries of problems in human history in one go. Today, we will take the lead in opening up a brand new era. Shirong, forged for the rise of Jiuzhou in the world, I will promote the trend of the times, illuminate the heavens above, and sail Jiuzhou below. Today, the goal starts with the Yin-Yang Fangzhan Arc series." The impassioned voice echoed, like a huge bell, hitting people's hearts hard. All the major forces were in an uproar, and many of the leaders of the forces stood up in shock. Never expected it. The Duca family, Sini family, and Shirong master craftsmen joined forces to create this era-changing weapon, and released it today. If I'm not mistaken, this will be the 3rd era-changing magic weapon in addition to the Earth Vein Teleportation Array and Earth Vein Communication Token, the Earth Vein Arc that moves forces. Chapter 367. As we all know, the popularization of ground veins was only after the founding of the country. Before, ground veins were small-scale, and each holy land built its own private underground circulation, which was equivalent to the company's internal land. After the founding of the country, the saints established the wide area network to popularize the network. The communication token and the teleportation array, these 2 powerful tools, were fully popularized. With the help of the huge ground veins, the ecological pattern of the entire Jiuzhou was changed, and what was needed was exchanged. This historical significance is unprecedented. It broke through the barriers of the times and entered the internet model of Jiuzhou, such as the stars distributed in the teleportation array nodes of 1,000 cities in each continent, and the use of a large number of tokens, which greatly reduced the cost of material circulation and information circulation, and opened up a prosperous era for scholars. Now, the 3rd ground vein magic weapon that changed the pattern of Jiuzhou has appeared. The ground vein arc. How can I not be shocked? How can I not be jealous? Even some secret realm ancestors changed color slightly, and a sharp light burst out of their eyes. This new earth vein arc does not reduce the cost of information circulation, but greatly reduces the moving cost of various forces, making it more flexible and more convenient to move. Many powerful people have a thought in their hearts. The world is changing. Outside the sail. Through special magic tools, the melodious and clear voice of the Sword Fairy spread throughout the surrounding streets, falling on the streets, rivers, mountains, and towns of the huge circular inner wall of the capital. Many swaying flowers of various colors in the capital heard this clear voice. Shirong, Forged for the rise of the 9 states of the world, I will promote the wind of the times, illuminate the heavens above, and sail the 9 states below. Today, the goal starts from the Yin-Yang Square Arc series. The flowers from various forces in the 9 states only felt as if the clouds were cleared in front of them, witnessing the prelude of the new wave of the times. Walhalla, in the capital, the flowers in full bloom are shaking and blooming. All the flowers of the dead and the living are like wheat waves, as if cheers are heard. Solve the 2 major problems in human history. At this moment, it seems that the flower forest of the entire capital is shaking and rustling, as if whispering this name. Shirong. Just like the rising sun in the morning, just like the forging master who is deified in this era, perhaps they will start their myths and legends. The 3 major families from Pingchong City, the flowers such as the godfather Chizu, the Meatfield sister, and all the people who came to the capital today, a thought rushed out in their minds. We came to the capital today to witness the new era. On the circular seats, on the steps of the sail. Looking at the huge screen, various information, data, and introductions to forging materials, many secret realm owners finally moved. This weapon is different from the little toys before. We must grab the Yin-Yang corpse slaying sword. This earth vein arc moves along the earth vein. The stronger the earthbound spirit rooted in the earth vein, the slower it moves. For example, these ancient taboos, the arc carries them, and the speed of movement must be the slowest. But even if it moves slowly, it is better than being an earthbound spirit that cannot move. For example, the forest of yesterday, the beautiful woman holding the girl, has long wanted to move her forest. As the most common and most frequently visited top secret realm in Jiuzhou, once the cultivators of the second phase realm break through, it is one of the top secret realms that the Dharma phase cultivators must go to. As the owner, she is even more troubled. At the last sale, she wanted to buy the Scarecrow series and turn those invaders into scarecrows. But Shirong Master Craftsman still hasn't sold it to her. Now that this series is out, she wants it instantly. Yesterday's forest, slowly moving, is still worth buying. Those damn intruders come to her house all day long. They steal chickens and dogs, sheep pens, chicken pens, and farmland every day, and they still say they abide by the yesterday's forest safety rules. It's disgusting. Private box. The saints of the previous dynasty all showed an interested look, increased the flexibility of the forces. It's interesting. If it falls into the hands of normal forces, it will make them more flexible. If it falls into the hands of evil forces, it will make them difficult to catch. Such changes in the times are very interesting. He is not a petty person. He will not stop it, and he cannot stop it. He has just returned to power, and the government orders cannot leave the capital, and cannot be issued to various states. How can he stop them from selling everywhere? If the capital stops it today, they will sell it in Jiuzhou, so he will not stop it. He will accept all the wisdom, accumulated foundation, and advanced technology left by the previous Josue dynasty. In his old dynasty, the ground vein network was not popularized. Now, ground vein communication, ground vein transmission, plus this arc, what can it do? As a saint who rules the world, he has a broad mind and can accommodate weapons, spiritual plants, and even any era changes in non-combat fields. These fields are neutral, can be used by the world, can promote the prosperity of the human race, and break down technical barriers. There is only one change that he cannot tolerate, the change in the combat field. For example, the emergence of acquired spiritual roots directly threatens their combat status, so they have to kill those rebels. The future era will become interesting. The Saint Xinqiao smiled meaningfully. What do you think? Miss Dalweb beside him said softly, we in the capital can probably move by riding the arc. Although it is the slowest, it also has mobility. The Saint Xinqiao nodded. The Book of Years is not rooted in the earth veins. It is a self-circulating earth vein land. These ancient saints' tombs are not rooted in the earth veins, so they will not affect the speed of the arc. But there are still other earthbound spirits in the capital, so the speed of movement must be slow. Miss Dao said, not only the capital, but also those secret realms can move slowly. Even those secret realms that are far apart can move, they can rush to the present, merge secret realms, and become stronger. The Saint of Xinqiao nodded again, yes. Miss Dao said again, of course, there are those who cooperate, and there are tomb owners who kill each other. Before, they looked at each other from a distance, and no one could do anything to each other. After this, if you can move slowly, border, annex your secret realm, and enslave you into my subordinate. These 9 states, the secret realms are like big fish, riding on the arc to devour each other, and the big fish eat the small fish, and they will also start the mode of dominating the world. The more Miss Dalyu said, the more horrified she was. Originally, everyone was a bound earth spirit, and now they can move slowly. Those ancient taboo ambitions will be released. The ancient secret realms of this world will slowly cross a continent, over mountains and ridges, annex each other, and fight. Eventually, a large territory will be formed, and a supreme ghost god who truly rules the ancient ghosts will appear. Originally, these ancient beings were scattered and could not gather together, so living people could resist and defeat them one by one. If they were to unite now, perhaps they would establish an unprecedented large-scale strange dynasty. Is the Saint of the Living dynasty really a match for the weird Saint of the Dead dynasty? Miss Dalyu analyzed. However, the stronger the cemetery, the greater the pull on the earth veins, and the slower the movement speed. The weaker the secret realm owner will be, the more he will leave and cannot catch up. The Saint of Xinqiao smiled. Doesn't that mean that the big fish can never eat the small fish? No, unite, and send your subordinates to surrender to the forbidden existence and surround them from all sides. Miss Dalyu said, the two is like a chess game, and the formation is arranged with similar methods of military tactics. In addition, our living holy land can also move and crash into those ancient secret realms. Before, the major holy lands did not dare to pull out their ancestors and attack the secret realms. Now they are directly driving a boat, carrying the foundation of the entire holy land, and the whole army is attacking. It is not impossible to crash into an ancient tomb and completely suppress it. The Saint of Xinqiao was very satisfied with this answer. There are pros and cons. The earthbound spirits all over the world move slowly, and a new pattern will inevitably emerge in the world. The tombs of the dead can move slowly and hunt down the living. The tombs of the holy land of the living can finally lead the ancestors to fight into the secret realm with all their strength. If this weapon had appeared tens of thousands of years earlier, the Nine-Spies Saint might have been able to use it to slowly move the capital city, drive the ark, and clean up the secret realm around the nursery. The Nine-Spies Saint in the capital is the biggest fish. He will eat all the small fish in the world. What a pity, he has been buried with him, just a little time away. Otherwise, even if he can't clean up the secret realm of Jiuzhou, it is not difficult to clean up the major taboos of the nursery, and give the entire nursery a clean environment for the living. If the 10th continent in the sky, which is a historical disease, is completely cleaned up, the positive impact on mankind will be very terrifying. Let me do what he can't do. I will control the capital, and clean up the secrets of the surrounding nurseries. The Saint Xinqiao smiled. This is a mandate from heaven, so that I can return to this era, establish great achievements, and unify the world. This Shiron God craftsman is really my lucky star from heaven, giving me a big surprise. He cast the sun and the moon, and cast the ark for me to conquer the world. Miss Dalyu next to him was also slightly curious. The God craftsman Shiron led the team to cast her. This point cannot be hidden from her, and there is no need to hide it. Now, she is a member of the saint's side and a member of the court, but she is still a little curious about the mysterious force that forged her mother. She looked at the talkative host, the sword fairy. It seems that Shiron is a very powerful, ancient, and extremely mysterious force. He is very majestic, and works for the welfare of the people of the world. He is a master worthy of admiration. She secretly admired him, and felt honored to have such a mother. Chapter 368. The bound earth spirits turned into ship spirits. The entire earth vein network turned into a waterway. This change has far-reaching impacts, and even shook the entire human history. The significance of it is terrible. It is even comparable to the founding period of Jiuzhou, when the saints eliminated the spiritual stone currency, turned the entire underground spiritual veins into Jiuzhou earth veins, and then replaced the spiritual stones with legal money. This era has changed too fast. An old man on the seat spoke slowly, with a melancholy look. As time went by, he, an old antique, could not keep up with the times. It's not that it's changing fast, it's that it's already at the big outlet of the era. Someone analyzed with a smile. The saints opened up the era of acquired spiritual roots. It's only been a few 100,000 years since the founding of the country. This field is still a fertile land. Various changes and updates are endless. It's normal. Everyone thought so. In the era of innate spiritual roots, I don't know how many dynasties have been passed down. How many civilizations have risen and fallen. It's mature to the point where it can't be more mature. Basically, everything that can be studied has been studied, which is equivalent to a mature adult with full potential. Now that the acquired spiritual roots have just been opened, it is like a crying baby, and there is still an infinite future. No one knows what kind of giant this baby will grow into in the future, at this time. Just when everyone was in doubt. The Sword Fairy at the new product launch conference has completely announced the general information. This is a functional magic weapon. It will be passed down forever. It is definitely worth buying it, and it will become a family guarding weapon. Starting at 100 million, please bid. Barter. After the Sword Fairy finished speaking, everyone fell into a brief silence. At this time, an ancient figure stood up with a calm expression. Can I ask, is this a stable output of magic weapons, or is it limited in quantity? The Sword Fairy smiled and kindly reminded, stable output, we work hard to serve the world's cultivators, only to open up reforms. Benefit the world, and all major forces will be able to buy it in the future, so don't quote too high. You will suffer a loss in this way. The Sword Fairy smiled gently. Very good. The existence smiled and sat down again. This person's words are also what everyone wants to ask. Everyone is not a sucker, nor is he stupid. If the quantity is scarce, then it is normal for everyone to bid high. But if the quantity is large and exceeds the psychological price, everyone will wait for the next batch of magic weapons to be produced. People will not be suckers and crazy internal volume, so that you can benefit. They are all smart people, with a scale in their hearts. And what if the Sword Fairy said that her production was scarce, and she cheated them into charging a premium? That would be courting death. If you sell too much in the future, you will be exposed. So the Sword Fairy's honest answer is the best choice. This is the era of scholars. There are rules, reputation, and high-level circles. No one should cheat anyone. The worst thing is to have a bad reputation. This wave has already made a lot of money, so Shiron God Craftsman has no need to be a profiteer and speculate on high prices. What you do, people from all major forces see and remember in their hearts. Brands value reputation the most. If you treat others with sincerity, others will naturally treat you with sincerity. Soon, the auction began. First, the 9 royal families of Jiuzhou began to take the lead in raising their placards. 2 corpses of divine beasts worth 120 million yuan. The cultivator from the other shore continent stood up. Forging materials worth 150 million. The monks of Jasmine continent raised their placards. All continents raised their placards. Among them, the Cini family and the Duku family did not raise their placards. It was not that they had already obtained the magic weapons internally, but that the 8 were all they had produced during this period of time. They did not scramble for them now, because when they cast the next batch, they could just buy them at their own internal prices. This was their own little benefit. After the auction began, it was no longer the domain of the Sword Fairy. Even if she had made up for her knowledge, she could not understand most of the treasures proposed by the other party. They bid against each other, and she could only stand in the auction host's position and stare blankly. But it didn't matter. She didn't need to speak. These people would bid and bid by themselves. In the end, while the Sword Fairy was confused, they kept bidding, showing regret, anger, and joy. The first round of weapons was successfully sold, and the next round of bidding began. The Sword Fairy suddenly hit the hammer and shouted, "The winner of the first round of sales is the current saint." This cycle continues. All 8 weapons were sold in a blink of an eye. The Sword Fairy felt that she had no sense of participation and looked confused. It was completely over. But after the sale, the guests who got the magic weapons took the weapons and did not leave. There was silence for a long time. Try it. Suddenly someone stood up and said with a smile, "Well, it's time to try it." Someone also said, "It's rare for this person to walk out of the palace." It seemed that he was saying a sentence without a beginning or an end, but everyone understood the meaning. Click, the window of the high box opened. The Saint of Xinqiao nodded slightly, showing a gentle smile and looking at the members of the seats in all directions. "I allow you to come together, but you have to wait for the irrelevant people to retreat first." The Sword Fairy was stunned on the podium, looking at the taboo bosses in the seats of the auction. "You don't want to fight, but wait for me to leave before fighting?" As expected of a boss, this demeanor is exquisite. Don't harm the innocent. At least in front of the world, you should show a broad mind. What if I don't leave? Will you be frozen here? The Sword Fairy wants to try it. You fight, I approach, you stop. As soon as I leave, you continue to fight. I approach again, you stop again. The main attack is a repeated tug-of-war. How should you deal with it? But in the end, she gave up this idea of seeking death, took the things, and ran away. No one dared to rob the supplies on the Sword Fairy. At least, no one would do this in public. They all have to save face. Times change, and you and I both hope to rise again. A young man's eyes were sharp, and his identity and era could not be seen clearly. The king of the previous dynasty is no longer your era. Someone spoke. The terrifying aura surged and intertwined. Bang! The entire sales meeting suddenly exploded. Sword casting villa. The projection was pulled far away, and everyone was eating melons from a distance. Can't see clearly. It's completely unclear. Oh my god, the funds of the dog planning were exhausted by the appearance of the handsome big guys just now. This pixel has become a mosaic. Jiosai Rong next to him couldn't help asking, Sir, who do you think will win? It's the saint of the previous dynasty. Ning Zheng was also eating popcorn made of shadow spirit rice, drinking shadow rice wine, and sitting leisurely in a chair to watch a movie. The battle in the capital, being a happy salted fish hiding in the dark. Others are just testing and dare not come in person. For the first test, it is impossible to send out all the troops and make a desperate bet. Ning Zheng smiled. Secondly, others don't know the fighting power of this person, but how can the Saint Jiosui not know? Since he has given up his position, it means that he can control most situations. So, he will win this battle. Ning Zheng's analysis is also the analysis of these blacksmiths. But Jiosai Rong said, Sir, what do you think if our manor owner takes action personally? Ning Zheng, ? He put down the rice wine and thought about what they were going to say. Jiosai Rong said, This is a good opportunity. If they fight, they may be seriously injured. Then, they can take the opportunity to cut off a few and slowly grow stronger. This saint can fight. Beside him, Yin Shuangying's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he was eager to fight. Sir, the captain of the villa security team, Yin Shuangying, applies to fight in the capital. The blacksmiths next to him were also making a fuss. Apply to go to war. Apply to go to war. We eat vegetarian food, chant Buddha, burn incense and pray, farm and do good things every day. Now we deserve to attack the saint. A group of people watched the movie and got excited, and they wanted to join in. These people are really tortured. Can normal people participate in such a big scene? It is unclear how deep the water is here, and how many people are secretly plotting. If you want to kill me, just say it directly. Don't do these crooked ways. Ning Zheng exhaled, picked up the wine glass again, and looked at the sword fairy opposite, who was trying to project the battle picture. Don't make trouble, we can just hide and watch. Chapter 369. Ning Zheng felt that these people were just thinking about something that was not real. Why don't we just take a break, humming songs, drinking wine, eating popcorn, watching the fight in the capital? Ning Zheng shook his head. These blacksmiths really have a strong desire to die all day long. Ning Zheng continued to watch the battle scene. Bang. The sail completely exploded, and the surrounding streets also exploded. It was very plain and unpretentious, with all kinds of explosions. The incomparable air pressure made people breathless even from a distance. Not for a while. Boom. The whole scene exploded instantly. In the audience, everyone exclaimed and cursed, Fuck! Why is the picture gone? No way, this is just the exciting moment. The TV is not working, the screen is distorted, how about knocking it twice? What TV is broken? We should think in a better direction. What if it's just the sword fairy who exploded on the spot? Oh my god, we haven't brought our things back yet. Before that woman dies, bring the things back to me, bastard. The picture stopped. They waited for a while, and seeing that there was no result, they knew that the plot was probably over. I thought I could watch the mosaic, but the dog planner played it even dirtier. I didn't even watch the mosaic. Unethical, bad ending. Is the funding really that urgent? Everyone grumbled for a while, and at this time Jiosai Rong also called the sword fairy. After a long while, the sword fairy said, the communication equipment was too low level and was blown up. I have successfully escaped. This magic weapon has been transformed and is now a magic weapon of the great perfection level of the second phase realm. Running away is not a problem. There were all kinds of explosions over there, and it sounded like a war correspondent. Hee, I don't know how many flowers were killed or injured in this explosion. The 3 flower realm cultivators watching the capital are probably all dead. The tone was gloating, a bit mean. No more. I have to leave the capital through the teleportation array. Sini Baishan asked someone to pick me up and take me back to Xiniazu. I have to hide from the limelight. The blacksmiths in the villa heard it. That's it. The shortage of funds was completely confirmed. From image live broadcast to traditional text adventure live broadcast, and the escape mode was turned on, Pingchong City. The elders and the head of the Su family opened their eyes. All of them looked frightened. Their 3 flowers in the capital were destroyed in that instant. Severely injured. The 3 flowers are destroyed. It is estimated that it will take us a month to recover even if we take Panacea. The battle of the century. An old man sighed. A middle-aged man showed a childlike look of longing and yearning. We are satisfied to witness that scene of history. The whole family was sighing. Even the San Yuan realm families, big and small, in the entire Pingchong city were undercurrents and sighing. For small local families like them, this was a witness to a corner of the real high-end power. Sword casting villa. The foster father Chi Zhu suddenly opened his eyes in front of the well. San Hua is destroyed. He stood up and paced back and forth. However, this injury is not a loss. Being able to see this scene and get a lot of useful information for our Zuelahua family is enough. In another paper house, Mrs. Rushin's face was pale, and it took a while to relax before she came back to her senses from the earth-shaking mythical battle. Damn it, the assassination of the saints has begun. If the world is not peaceful, we have to speed up the restoration of our family's foundation, the flesh and blood giant. Under the paper house of Rauti and Yuchia, a flesh and blood magic weapon of their Zuelahua family is buried. They are good at fusion and transformation. This giant, who led them to escape from Xenia's city and attack Jiaojia village, has been broken into pieces. No, I have to find a way to contact the villa. See if they have resources recently to help me restore the family's foundation to resist the major changes that may occur in the future. By then, if there is a drastic change in Pingchong City, we can control the giant and escape from here again and go far away. Her eyes fell on the 4 legendary eyes. These 4 people are the latest batch of Hidden Vein disciples sent in. You 4, come here, I have something to tell you. The 4 legendary eyes were ecstatic. They have been slacking off here for a long time and cannot return to the villa. Through bragging and building relationships, they have dealt with most of the Hidden Vein disciples. Now, it is finally our turn to get the reward after all the hard work. From now on, please call us the head of the Hidden Vein division. Sir, some time ago, we looted a large group, enough to reset the family foundation. They looked at this meat-field lady with greedy eyes. This woman led them to the basement and looked at the blood flower giant, buried deep underground, like a blood and flesh mountain, bright red in color, with huge bright red flowers blooming on the skin, very charming and weird. How can this be a giant? This is a super large pet material. We must complete the task, said the dizzy body. Repair this blood and flesh giant? I hope it can be repaired as soon as possible. Rauti and Yuchia was very satisfied, but she didn't know what kind of traitor she had attracted. The next morning, taverns, tea houses, and various areas were frantically spreading news from the capital. Although the location of the nursery was random, it was only occasionally in the capital. But the population base of Jiaozhou was too large. Many Sanhua monks witnessed the incident in the capital, and the Sanhua was broken, which seriously injured a lot of people. But this group of people who broke the Sanhua were proud of it. The lifespan of monks is very long. Sacrificing a short month of Sanhua repair time to witness this scene is actually a great blessing in life. It's interesting to see a new saint ascend the throne. Oh, I heard it was a saint from the previous dynasty. Why was it from the previous dynasty? You don't understand. I heard that the saint from the previous dynasty was defeated and entered the tomb with a core that suppressed the capital. The core, could it be the imperial seal that suppressed the 9 states? I don't know. Anyway, now that this person is returned, everyone wants to defeat him. Whoever gets the mysterious core can get the 9 states. Hiss. I hope it won't harm the people of the 9 states. The capital has now turned into a dead land. It has completely become a real empty city, and no one knows the specific situation of the battle. Some monks also tried to enter the nursery, grow 3 flowers, and try to grow randomly near the capital, but most of them were shattered. This fight took quite a long time. Immortality is strong, and each of them is terribly weak. At the sword forging villa, Ningzheng heard the news and looked a little strange. That's good, my 3 flowers are gone, and many of the same level of San Yuan realm cultivators in the capital also have no 3 flowers. Let's go on strike together. Xenia's city. City palace in a courtyard. Alas! I'm back again, but now, everything has changed. The sword fairy side, the entire city palace was broken and rebuilt, and Jian Xian has left me. The battle is still going on in the capital, and many people are waiting for the result. Now, we are famous all over the world. City Baishan didn't care. It didn't matter to them whether the battle had a result or not. Anyway, it was enough for them, a group of neutral professionals, to have a result. At this time, City Baishan was basking in the sun on a chair next to him, smiling. The ARC series will be completely famous all over the world this year. It will be recorded in history forever. He was very satisfied with this sales meeting, worthy of being the think tank of Shiron God craftsmen. There was something. The promotional press conference model was very novel. Especially it involved the important topic of the history of human weapons. The idea was elevated to a higher level, overcame 2-century-old problems in history. The style was improved immediately. If they were in charge of the organization, they would have sold weapons. How could they paint a big picture, brag about historical significance, and talk about changing the human lifestyle? The first magic weapon of the younger generation. The last magic weapon of the older generation. This advertisement is excellent. It's okay. Sword Fairy said, we have a mature publicity team. Well, we can't be too complacent. Dukuhong said, we want to launch more arcs. She also ran to Zinnia's city, and returned to the image of a beautiful and mature beauty, and what made them even more excited was that they have served the saints of the previous dynasty, and the saint of Josue successively. This is a rare honor in history. As for them fighting, what does it have to do with us? They are not fighting monks, and they are not fighting for world domination. They are not on the same track. Their dream is very simple, to study their own technology, become famous all over the world, and promote the times. It's time for us to share the money we have earned. Law and Zhou stopped everyone who was happy. Forging materials, spiritual materials, natural treasures, various sacred waters, sacred fires. Everything is available. There are 8 arcs, one of which is a contemporary saint as one of the purchasing customers, and the others are also various ancient existences in secret realms, with unimaginable deep heritage. In terms of conversion, each arc was sold for about 500 million magic coins. As a magic weapon they jointly made, they used a lot of materials. Materials, weapon spirits, plus the labor costs of various divine craftsmen in Cunning. The cost of the arc is 60 million. In the past, this output product was probably a top-notch magic weapon sold at a price of 100 million, with a net profit of between 40% and 50%. Now it is sold at around 500 million, almost 10 times the profit, which is a very amazing figure. Of course, this is the first batch of weapons, and they are so overpriced in order to seize the initiative. Let's make a list of 4 billion materials, and everyone will allocate resources. Soon, Cindy Baishan called the appraiser and began to sort out various materials. A list was quickly sent back to the villa. In the housekeeper's room, Jiuzai Rong suddenly became happy. Fuck, the last Saint business order, 10 billion Tianling roots have made a lot of money, and the current business order has returned nearly 4 billion worth of materials. The crowd was boiling. Where is the list? I want to see. I want to see. A group of people were extremely excited, and their favorite moment was counting the spoils. Chapter 370. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the villa officially closed. I think this is good. This corpse of the mythical beast is also good, choose it. The young blacksmiths were ecstatic when they saw the list of 4 billion supplies that the Sword Fairy sent back 3 hours ago. It must be said that their professional appraisers are fast. For billion supplies, sorted out, the sorting speed is much faster than those young blacksmiths. This made many blacksmiths secretly angry. How can they be so skilled? More like bandits than us? I think I should be a bandit more in the future, loot more spoils, sort more, and my proficiency and vision will improve. Jiuzai Rong took the list and told Cindy Baishan to wait a minute, and they would pick things. In the square, night fell, and after eating early, a group of people gathered in 2s and 3s, looking at the pages of orders. Where's the 3rd page? I've finished reading it. Where's the 4th page? Each team held a page of paper, and joined in the fun, curiously looking at the material introduction in the list. Fuck, don't look at the list, I'm going to go offline. Yes, I've taken photos, go offline, let's discuss it. Can you be a little more open-minded? Like a country bumpkin, who has never seen the world, he is so excited that he has eaten 3 pounds of dirt. After complaining, they walked back to the dormitory arm in arm, walked up the stairs, opened the room, and went to bed. And the blacksmiths continued to work at night. These ghosts' eyes flashed with a faint green light, which was very scary. They lined up in the square to accept the night mission. And they continued to peek at the material list. A group of ghosts gathered in the square in the dark, giving people a sense of horror that even horror movies don't have. Finally no one is competing with us for the order. Page 4, where is page 4? Fuck, I finished reading it. I think the mythical beast on this page must be a hidden Easter egg planned. Choose him, you must choose him. A group of strange blacksmiths were discussing happily. Unconsciously, the sword-casting villa has been open 24 hours a day, and the assembly line never stops. The night is as dark as ink. The moon on the osmanthus tree above has a sense of cold beauty, and you can vaguely see women in ancient costumes dancing, laughing, and playing. The moonlight shines on the earth and falls on the wellhead in the yard, bringing a sense of tranquility. I heard that the moon and the sun are now under the management of the local Zhou Cheng. In other words, those star women are the girls of Cindy's family. The night under the villa is quiet. Ning Zheng, Ning Jiaoju and others finish their meal and return to the room. The saints are not still fighting, are they? It's a pity that the sword fairy is not very good and can't track and watch at any time. Ning Zheng felt a little regretful. But this is normal. At that level, ordinary people will die if they get close. Although he wanted to watch, he was not so careless as to drive the Xiaobiao mecha to watch, which would be a bit too stupid. Although the assassination battle in the capital was earth-shattering, as a weak neutral professional, he was only responsible for providing them with weapons. Without thinking too much, he opened the game for him. The materials have been registered one by one according to the content of the screenshots. The introduction is very detailed. Of the 4 billion materials, Shiron Godsmith took 30%, and the remaining 3 people in the team divided it equally. Ning Zheng also took a rough look. They were all good things that were hard to buy even with money, and there were quite a lot of them. Let's not talk about other things. What surprised Ning Zheng was the heavenly spiritual plant liquid. These big guys actually took out a lot. This is one of the hard currencies. As the basic raw material for cultivating heavenly spiritual roots, only spiritual plants above 100,000 years old can extract it. You can imagine how precious it is. If we get this thing, we will be qualified to cultivate heavenly spiritual roots belonging to our forces in the future. Ning Zheng pondered for a moment. Heavenly spiritual roots are the stepping stone to first-class forces. In his own villa, except for his heavenly spiritual root, it is essentially a middle-grade spiritual root, at the level of Sanyuan. But we only have a few middle-grade spiritual farmers now, and the top-grade spiritual roots of blood and soul have not been cultivated. Is the heavenly grade a little far away? He touched his chin. In Ning Zheng's eyes, this far away may be 1 month? 2 months? In short, a little far away is not a problem, and preparing for a rainy day is the key. Get the things first and talk about it. Moreover, now that he has the yin-yang creation furnace, the cultivation and mutation of spiritual roots are much easier. With a little luck from himself, the top-grade spiritual roots will probably appear soon. Thinking about it this way, the cultivation of spiritual roots will cost another batch of luck points. The luck points in his hands are always not enough. Even now, he has a high income of 10,000 luck points a day. Maybe I am too arrogant. Ning Zheng reflected on himself. My growth speed, 1 small realm per week, is already amazing in the eyes of outsiders. He actually thought it was slow, which was indeed a bit inhuman. In addition to the top-grade spiritual plant liquid, he scanned the other materials. Take a rough look. After he knew what was going on, he didn't look at it anymore. He had learned to be lazy recently, and listened to the blacksmith's opinions. Their departments would give their own feedback, and he, as the owner of the manor, only needed to make decisions and read reports. He clicked on a discussion post, and everyone was discussing it crazily. Brothers, this is a lot of good stuff. This wave of blood profit is really great, for billion, and the sun and moon casting of the saint next door only gave more than 1 billion. It's a bit stingy when you think about it. It's not that big of a deal. The great glory of things, like the sun and moon, will bring a lot of chain benefits. Just like some stars pay money to walk on the red carpet in order to become famous, get a reputation first, and the money will come quickly. That's right, we have the resume of casting saint business orders, and we have obtained the saint's tacit consent to integrate into the high-end circle of Beijing, and the official casting identity, otherwise we wouldn't be here today. Besides, for billion is the first purchase, and everyone is paying a premium. I estimate that the normal price may be more than 200 million per arc, and the actual profit will not be so exaggerated. Many people were discussing excitedly. The planner is so cool. Yes, it's the first time I've seen such a cool planner. Before, everyone scolded the planner for the bad ending of the movie, but now that the reward has been received, they immediately changed their faces. Although the planner's movie ending is bad today, but his bad ending is reasonable and smart. Although the problem is insufficient funds, the planner's excuse is that the camera was broken. You can't say he is wrong. Then, everyone began to discuss what resources should be moved back to the villa. Ancien, I've seen the list. You must take the Tian and Lingji liquid. Ouch. Not only heavenly, high quality, and medium quality items, the other party also provided a lot. We could also take them. After all, the weapons of our villa are all made of spiritual roots, and spiritual plant liquid is always in short supply. Xiao Chai Kun, What about the material of the corpse of the divine beast? Food god, stupid. Of course we will take it, but not only do we want it, but they also want it. This thing is the scarcest. We can't take it all, we have to pick it. I saw 3 unicorns and a stepping cloud demon tiger in the list. Medical fairy, it's so cool. In the future, it will not be a money boy full of the smell of copper, but a unicorn boy and a cute tiger lowly. Suyunyong, that picture is super cool at first glance. Dao Jojo, a new era for the villa, a new era for the race. Dai Xiaohu, love it. Blacksmith cheered. The new material is coming. This makes everyone full of strong expectations. Many people are posting to look forward to the future, thinking that their villa is amazing. This big plot is getting more and more exciting. Of course, some people were talking about other things. By the way, how is the battle going in the capital? The Sword Fairy said it's still going on. It's so fierce. Didn't the previous battle in Xenia's city only last a few hours? How can it be the same? That was a surprise attack on the city, a blitzkrieg, not a decisive battle, so naturally the focus was on speed. That's true. The old ancestral artillery in Xenia's city fired crazily. If you don't run away quickly when fighting in someone's base camp, who can withstand it? But there are no city wall artillery in the capital, so they naturally fight to their heart's content. That's right. Ningzheng scanned the posts, and saw that they were more concerned than herself, and couldn't help showing a very gratified look. Since he had this group of blacksmiths, he has become more and more fond of slacking off. Just when Ningzheng was thinking about leaving the forum and going offline to sleep, he suddenly discovered a problem. How did Jiuzai Rong and Yi Guangxiu, the 2 pillars of the villa, who were usually very active and good at posting, disappear? Just when Ningzheng was confused, they posted. Jiuzai Rong and Yi Guangxiu jointly posted, must read. Important matters. A big preview of the plot of the villa, deeply revealing all the intentions of the planner, and closely related to every blacksmith. Obviously, they played a big wave. And the words used were very serious and heavy, as if they had discovered something extraordinary about the planner. Ningzheng was shocked. What plot foreshadowing did they discover again? Jiuzai Rong. The thing is, today when Yi Guangxiu and I were discussing the order with the Sword Fairy, the Cine family across the street hinted to us once that we could buy their Xenia's station. As we all know, the top forces all have sect stations in Xenia's city. We have been recognized and allowed to enter the high-end city circle. The other party gave us a map and asked us to choose a base and open a branch. Screenshot. In the picture, the bird's eye view of the entire Xenia's city is very huge, even comparable to half of the Earth. The walls of 3,000 provincial districts surround an elliptical outer circle, with a middle circle and an inner circle inside. I have to say that the area alone is quite impressive. We can choose the middle ring or the inner ring, and it is determined according to the purchase price. The land area is very large, and a group of mountains, towns, and fields are directly marked out. Do you remember the Fong family, the previous inspector of Linmin? The owner Yujin attacked their base, which was also mountains and various fields. We can invest to choose one, or even move the entire villa over. This is not complicated. A statue of Dharma, holding a mountain in his hand, just move it over. Of course, I don't recommend changing the map and moving the villa to the state capital. If you reveal your identity, you will definitely suffer. But you still have to buy a branch. How can an ancient force not have a branch? The inner ring is the best and safest land. The branches of various major sects are stationed there, but the inner ring was just destroyed a few months ago. I don't recommend it. The middle ring is the area for ordinary people. The Fong family lived there before, but it still has no characteristics. I use crazy tricks here, suggesting whether there is any better land. They hesitated for a while, and gave us a reply. Linen can also be chosen by us. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was in an uproar. I immediately knew why Jukarong was so serious. Hidden quest? Fuck, you two are really good at playing, I asked specifically. This is normal, okay? When you meet an NPC, you have to ask around and ask if there are any hidden quests. This is what a high-level player does. Really? Hidden location. Lin Min, will we be stationed there? Normally, this is a range that cannot be selected. The stations of various major sects are all in the inner ring. How can they give their vital points? The city gate, to other sects as their stations? This Xenia's city is. It's a big investment. So you think we're the best? Fuck, is this really going to be a marriage? Becoming the son-in-law of Xenia's family, ha ha ha, the owner of the manor will have a wife. The son-in-law of the owner of the manor is not welcome, and his daughter actually lives in a tomb. With a crooked mouth, 30,000 blacksmiths shouted that the Dragon King has returned. This plot is great. Let the owner of the manor become a son-in-law quickly, mop the floor, wash dishes, and be a jailer, swallowing his anger and not saying a word. We will help the owner of the manor to show off. Crooked-mouthed Dragon King.jpg. Cry, cry, cry? A group of people complained crazily. Everyone found out. This matter went around, and they circled back to the scale gate. If they hadn't blown up the scale gate and knocked down the owner of the tomb, leaving the scale gate ownerless, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to take advantage of it. If there hadn't been an opportunity to take advantage of, there wouldn't have been a dazzling pursuit of victory, and afterwards a group of thorny scholars held a parade demonstration there, which was very difficult to deal with. If Yin Hua hadn't taken advantage of the victory, and turned Lin Min into a bunch of thorns and junk assets, the Cini family wouldn't have thought of renting it to Shirong master craftsmen at a low price. After all, Lin Min has a bad reputation now. A bunch of thorny scholars are still there to do what Ming Nin. They chose to give it to Shirong the god craftsman. They used him to make artifacts at the sales meeting, targeting the good reputation of Wu Xinjiu, dealing with the bad reputation left by Wu Xinjiu, solving the problem, and showing goodwill. It's linked together. Ha ha, we made this art targeting the deputy leader of Wu Xinjiu. They thought we hated Wu Xinjiu, and led us into Lin Nin. They didn't expect that this was to invite a wolf into the house. They wanted to deal with Wu Xinjiu, but we are the real Wu Xinjiu. We are forcibly whitewashing ourselves. After all, no one knows that we are targeting ourselves. Who would have thought that as long as the price is right, we would sell the rope to hang ourselves sad? You are crazy. It's getting more and more excessive. How can you really think of yourself as Wu Xinjiu? Ha ha ha. Everyone also knows the hidden plot of the planner. Linked together, Lin Min Yin Hua was competing to be the tomb steward before, serving the new tomb owner who might appear. But now, we are the new tomb owner. This is a bit exciting. It just so happens that Yin Hua is in charge of construction. In the future, as the tomb owner, we will develop tourism and various industries. Xinyazu City will also become more lively because of the entry of Shirong god craftsmen, attracting a large number of foreign capital and tourists from other continents. This wave is a win-win situation. Then, Jukrong's post continued, Lin Min, the lease term is 1 billion for 10 years, starting from 10 years. This is already quite cheap. You have to know that this is a walled living area, including mountains, countless towns, and several sects, including the buildings of the original Holy Land, which is very huge. However, after paying 1 billion, the business order resources we got this time are estimated to only be 2 divine beasts and some other spiritual plant liquids. But this doesn't matter. The resources we need are just the corpses of the divine beasts. The rest will come when the next batch of artifacts are sold. The most important thing is that Lin Min has secretly belonged to us, and Yin Hua's housekeeper doesn't know it. We can set up a script to help Yin Hua awaken. Let Yin Hua be the protagonist of destiny. This wave of side plots is super cool. Chapter 371. Ning Zheng scanned the post, and was surprised by the Lin Min. It is obvious that the Cini family has placed a heavy bet on us after this wave of sales in the capital. Lin Min is one of the gates of a city, and it is not open to outsiders casually. Now inviting us to settle in may mean that we want to tie each other to the same boat. We really need to establish a branch of our power. Ning Zheng pondered. Other major sects have branches in Xinyazu City, so of course, I have to have one too. This is not only a signboard for my own storefront and a symbol of my strength, but also can manage many things. Of course, I can't move my villa there and hide behind the scenes. The villa is a production line for weapons. Lin Min is my sales shop and external channel. And I had worried before that if the Saint Rizhao couldn't hold on in 2 months, I would hide in Lin Nin. Lin Nin can be used as a public residence for the development of our Jiuzhou. Ning Zheng thought secretly. When he was about to close the forum and go to sleep, he found that someone had posted again. This time it was the Legend 4. These people said that they were going to be rich, and finally touched the core of the hidden vein, the blood flower giant. A new synthesis is about to start. Ning Zheng looked a little confused. There are people here too? You have so many things to do. After scanning a few times, this matter is really to close the forum and go to sleep. The next morning, Ning Zheng went to the villa early. As an old steward, he pretended to ask Chiosai Rong and Yi Guangxiu. Sir, this is what we think. Lin Nin. These two people told him their views on Lin Nin. Although he saw it in the post, Ning Zheng still pretended to hear it for the first time. I see. I agree. Ning Zheng nodded. Lin Nin is indeed a node, connecting the villa and the capital. Then, Chiosai Rong also said, we just communicated with the sword fairy. She said that the battle in the capital has ended. After fighting for a day and a night, it was finally done. Ning Zheng was immediately curious. Who won? It is still unknown. Jiuzai Rong shook his head. No one was at the scene. People have been sent to explore the ruins in the various states of Jiuzhou. A lot of information can be obtained based on the battle scene. Ning Zheng nodded. In this battle, most of the living forces did not participate. For example, the city family of Jiuzhou and other 9 major royal families, and even the various holy places and clans of Jiuzhou. Because if these living forces appear on the scene, it will be a fight to the death. If they participate on the scene, it will be embarrassing. It would be fine if I won. If the saint wins, they will be labeled as traitors and wanted by the world. This is too much to bear, so they didn't go on the surface. Only those ancient taboo secret realms took action. But no one knows whether those Jiuzhou forces have a few hidden names, replaced others' identities, and secretly joined the siege. This is the world of scholars, reputation and rules. But as long as I do bad things secretly, put on someone else's skin, and don't get caught, my reputation as a scholar can be preserved. For this matter, we can refer to the great, well-known, and country-serving Shirong god craftsman, who put on the skin of the Wuxing sect to preserve his reputation as a scholar. However, if the saint of the previous dynasty wins this battle, perhaps I will make a new assessment of his combat power. If he is too strong, he will be suspected of destroying the world. Before, I thought that the most likely person to destroy the world was the sudden death of the Nine-Eared Saint, because he was the only one who had the ability to shine the sun and moon on the 9 provinces and completely destroy the world. The sun and moon of other saints shine randomly and patrol the 9 provinces. It's up to you whether others shoot your sun and moon. Shoot your eyeballs into sea urchins with thorns. The sun and moon of the Nine-Eared Saint, who returned to his prime after death, may not be able to shoot. If this saint of the previous dynasty is stronger than expected, maybe there is a slight possibility that this saint of the previous dynasty will open the sun and moon and destroy the world 2 months later. Give him a suspect position of the sun and moon. Ning Zheng felt like a detective who solved a case, and inexplicably carried some burdens that he shouldn't bear at his age. 2 months later, Ning Zheng sighed in his heart. Some things will not be worried unless you see them, but when you see the decline in your luck value, you will be unable to sleep or eat. The arc will increase production, which can make money and save more people. At this time, Jiuzai Rong said, the lease starts at 10 years, and we have to pay at least 1 billion. Now we have withdrawn 1 billion in compensation to Xinia's city, so we can only choose 2 corpses of the second phase level of the beast. The price of a complete corpse of a beast is in the hundreds of millions. But various professions generally do not buy complete corpses of beasts. The blacksmith forging parts of the corpse, bones, and tendons cost about tens of millions of magic money. The alchemist alchemy parts of the corpse, blood, and meat, cost about tens of millions of magic money. The clothing and arrayed parts of the corpse, fur, cost about tens of millions of magic money. Please choose 2 complete corpses of beasts, Jiuzai Rong said. Because there was not much money left, most of them could not be chosen. Jiuzai Rong handed several beast options to Ning Zheng, looking pitiful. The little blacksmith in the distance was muttering. Hurry up. Planner, activate your magical secret change probability and card drawing ability. Hurry up, hurry up. Old manager, I believe you. Ning Zheng, ? Because the coincidence of some data was too obvious, they had already determined that they were secretly changing it behind the scenes. Ning Zheng looked at the situation, and found that the changes in luck after choosing several beasts were similar. The effects should be similar. There is no possibility of picking up leaks. Ning Zheng felt a little regretful and thought, that's right, this is the most normal. How can you pick up leaks every day? Under normal circumstances, I am quite normal. Only when my luck is off the charts, I will sit at home and have magic tools fall from the sky. You can choose by yourself. I think it's okay. Ning Zheng handed the decision-making power to them. Anyway, they are basically the same. It depends on their aesthetics and hobbies. Ning Zheng turned and left. Jiuzai Rong looked at the back and touched the back of his head. Ah? The explosion rate will not be changed this time? Yi Quanqiu analyzed in depth again. It shouldn't be. According to the extent of the planner's favor to us, they are not all good things. Have they all been secretly changed? Jiuzai Rong's eyes lit up. I think you got it. Very quickly. Jiuzai Rong communicated with the sword fairy over there, and sent the things over. There was no fear of being discovered, because the court officials all had exclusive benefits of shielding their followers, and would not let outsiders spy on the court secrets. They used communication tokens and teleportation arrays to go around the ground veins of the capital and then send them to the destination. The villa. Communication is easy. It's not a big deal to go around the network cable in the capital and come back. But the teleportation array is different. After going around Jojo for a long time, the load is very huge, which seriously reduces the life of the teleportation array on both sides. Only official members can use it in this way. If it goes on like this, the teleportation array of the villa will probably be scrapped in a few times, but Ningjing doesn't lack the money. Go around the capital? Go around most of Jojo? Go as much as possible. His blacksmiths are too wasteful. He is too afraid that someone will hunt him down. As for what you said, the new saint has taken office, and the previous communication rights are invalid. Sorry. The saint of the previous dynasty entered the tomb, and took away the core of the Book of Years. The saint of Josue entered the tomb, and also took away the core of the Jojo ground veins. This pilgrim saint can't control the ground veins of Jojo now. After all, communication is the most important. If the 9 Spies saint didn't take this thing away, how could the traitors in the court secretly communicate in the court? How could the traitors in the court secretly chat with the communication token and do things with the teleportation array? Then the Saint Xinqiao would definitely see it. So, the 9 Spies saint took the thing into the tomb, which was obviously a hint. I will help you encrypt the communication. You can openly set up dozens of private chat groups. You can completely empty his court, assassinate him, and get the core of history of the years. That thing is now like the imperial seal of the dynasty. The person who gets it and masters the history of the years will have the opportunity to completely become a new generation of saints. So, the saint arranged a group of young seeds to assassinate the Saint Xinqiao and get the imperial seal. No matter who fights for the world, they must get that core first. On the other side, just when the villa and Sini Baishan and others were dividing the profits of this time, the capital was in ruins. Your Majesty, Dao Yu said, we have won a great victory, and it is time to move out of our capital. Yes, I should move the capital out. He pondered for a while, however. Since we have killed their Dharma images, they should be quiet and recuperate for a while. But this is not enough. I will go to the 9 states below and subdue each state capital. The Saint Xinqiao pondered for a while, revealing a trace of nostalgia. Sini? Get ready. In a few days, our first stop in the 9 states, Xinia's city. Chapter 372. The Dharma images of the tomb owners in the 9 provinces below can enter the capital. The Dharma images of the saints can naturally enter the 9 provinces below. The path is not one way. However, this caused Dao Yu's worry again, but Your Majesty, you personally go out of the city to inspect the 9 provinces, which may be dangerous. In the capital, the main body is fighting at its peak. If the Dharma image goes out, it is a weakness. As long as the Dharma image is attacked and killed, the main body will also be injured. Give those people the opportunity to attack in the capital. Xinqiao Saint chuckled and responded lightly. If you shrink in the capital, the government orders do not leave the palace, and the 9 provinces do not submit to the court, you are just a saint in name only, and it doesn't matter if you don't do the saint. He stood on the city wall of the capital, raised his head slightly, and looked at the nursery, mountains, and rivers in the distance, which seemed to hide some great terror. He wants to reunify the 9 states, and take control of the world again in this era. He must go to the 9 states, and hold friendly talks and exchanges in each state. He wants to negotiate back the country that belongs to him, inch by inch. He can tolerate those who surrender, and let bygones be bygones. After all, this world is already a new era, and there are new humans everywhere. Can he kill them all? If the continent does not surrender, then he will settle the old and new accounts together, settle accounts, and support new royal families to take the throne. Moreover, his inspection of the 9 states this time is also a fishing trip. Others want to attack him, and he also wants to catch a group of disobedient guys. Leaving the capital reveals a flaw, and it depends on how each party handles it. But the Saint of Xinqiao looked at the ruins and frowned secretly. I will move out of the capital in the next few days. Are there any hidden agents left by Josue in my capital? Are they still swindling people? Are there any time travelers? I don't know how many are ambushed. A dead man is plotting against me after death. The eyes of the Saint of Xinqiao flickered. We have to find a way to find them. No matter how many insiders are planted, his tomb must be relocated. All the old ministers and royal relatives must be resettled here. However, before inspecting Jojo, arranging to settle in the capital is one thing. Second, it is time to move the capital. Your Majesty, the secret realm outside the city closest to the capital is the forest of yesterday. Miss Dao Yu said, should we start moving towards the secret realm? The Saint of Xinqiao shook his head. The forest of yesterday is very close to the capital of all dynasties. But the saints of all dynasties in my Xinqiao will not take action against her. First, because she is very strong, comparable to the level of saints in some slightly weaker eras. The headmaster level is a state of mind. The saint level is the realm of transformation. The history is too long. Some ancient secret realms have reached the peak of their realm in their era. Second, we are Xinqiao, and we have a relationship with her. That person is a pearl in the ancient times, not a descendant of the old dynasty, and has no intention of rebellion. On the contrary, she has a gentle temperament, guarding the long river of time, not for hegemony, but just waiting for her husband to return. She is always on good terms with the capital of all dynasties. The tombs of these dead people belong to the kind, not fighting or robbing, leaving obsessions, and the obsessions in their hearts are deeply touching. The saint said lightly, "The first thing we should target is the tombs of those rebels with ulterior motives. The higher the level of the trick, the more comprehensive the cognition. In his eyes anyway. Other tombs are full of dead people. Walking out of the tomb is called a demon, causing trouble for the world, harming the era of living people, and reversing yin and yang. His own tomb is full of living people. Walking out of the tomb is called restoration. He outlasted the 9-spike saint, and defeated the opponent with an alternative move. He is the winner. Moreover, he wants to kill those dead people in the tombs, who are causing trouble for the world, reversing the corruption of yin and yang, and repress the world for the era of living people, and revive his Xian dynasty. It can be said, clearing the tombs left over from history, and returning the country to a bright and clear world is almost the dream of saints of all generations. If we don't go to the forest of yesterday, then we go to the nearest ancient bronze town? Dao Yu said suddenly after a pause. What kind of tomb is this in Gutong town? The Saint Xinqiao frowned slightly. Why do you dare to sit and stand not far from the capital? In his era, there was no such tomb. It must be a new tomb in the Jiuzui era. And why is the owner of this tomb so bold, dare to build a tomb at the gate of the capital, not afraid that the Saint Jiuzui will dig him up? Miss Dao Yu explained. In Gutong town, the owner of the tomb is an ancient mysterious bronze statue. The Saint Jiuzui built a ladder to attack the capital in the sky, and encountered this mysterious ancient tomb on the back of the nursery. The nursery is like a huge sky-flat table. The back bottom of the table also has a large number of tombs hanging upside down, and there are many unknown ancient mysterious and terrifying existences. They come from an older and more mysterious prehistoric era. Generally, the mysterious and strange figures encountered when penetrating into the clouds are some creatures in those aerial tombs, or even the owners of the tombs. Back then, the Saint Jiuzui pushed forward all the way. He encountered this mysterious bronze statue, beat it half to death, and then pulled it out by the roots. After the founding of the country, the tomb of this mysterious bronze statue was rooted outside the capital, and used as a coin-making research field outside the capital. Today's golden money boys are all descendants of the bloodline of this mysterious bronze statue. Golden money boys are also the raw materials of legal coins. I see. Saint Xinqiao nodded, revealing a hint of coldness. When he attacked the capital, he felt that he would win before he won, so he captured the bronze statue in advance, preparing to use it after the founding of the country, to cancel the spirit stone, plan the land veins, and reorganize the circulating copper coin currency. Saint Jiuzui is indeed farsighted. Before the founding of the country, he began to plan new land veins. Gutong town, we have to go and have a look. Although Jiuzui looked down on him, the face of the Saint of Xinqiao was still neither happy nor sad, revealing a trace of curiosity. Let's see what the source of the magic money is, and what secrets are hidden in that tomb from his experiments back then. Yes. Miss Dao Yu said, we will start the arc immediately, and the first target is the heavenly secret realm, Gutong town. Swish. A roll of map was slowly opened. The huge and detailed nursery map depicts mountains, forests, countless rivers of different sizes, and even oceans. The red dots on it are all major secret realms, densely packed. The area of the nursery is no less than that of a continent, and the locations of some ancient secret realms are still unknown and hidden very deeply. After all, in history, those ancient kings and princes who covered the sky with one hand, and some great powers, did not like people to rob tombs, and there were many real and fake tombs of various hidden tombs and hidden secrets. Crash, very quickly. In the imperial palace of the entire capital, between the firewood, a large number of buildings and creations quickly flew out from the murals. Countless craftsmen, court officials, and great monks, who were buried more than 100,000 years ago, quickly began to build this capital. We are back. Finally. Let's see what the future holds. Countless powerful and majestic figures walked out. Never underestimate the foundation of a dynasty, let alone the Xian dynasty that has accumulated to its peak. Everyone, we have traveled to more than 100,000 years later, and have defeated the Josue dynasty, which has only ruled for more than 100,000 years, and have re-ruled the world. The Xian dynasty saint chuckled. These beings are almost all asleep, so why not travel to more than 100,000 years later? In fact, some of the sleeping people died in their sleep, and some young people lived in their sleep for more than 100,000 years. Now some are alive, and they are truly sleeping and taking refuge. It is easier to understand if we say that we travel to the future. Those little bugs, didn't they say they traveled back to prehistory? I said I traveled to the future. At the same time, Xinqiao Saint stretched out his hand, and an arc suddenly grew larger. Crash. The arc turned into a transparent energy shadow, covering the sky and the moon, and the flat bottom of the boat carried the entire capital. Jinyo, Jiansha, where are the two generals? Xinqiao Saint suddenly spoke. I'm here. Suddenly 2 powerful monks flew out. Xinqiao Saint said, pull the hull and go to Gutong town. Yes. The 2 generals suddenly burst out with a majestic breath and turned into huge Dharma giants that covered the sky and the sun. The mountains under their feet were like sand piles, and they could shape mountains and rivers by pressing their palms horizontally and vertically. The vast giant threw out 2 huge chains, pulling the arc of the capital city, struggling to move forward. The ground veins connected by the earth spirits below the capital city were like countless sticky tentacles, being dragged hard. The speed of the capital city's movement was very slow. Crash! At this moment, a figure of a weapon spirit slowly appeared on the arc. Seeing 2 giants pulling his boat, he was very happy. I, Xiao Chai Kuan, was actually sold to the capital city, instead of those secret realm owners. It turns out that I have the best luck. Miss Dao Yu, weird spirit. Let's talk about it. Xiao Chai Kuan turned his head, and couldn't help exclaiming. Against the sky, this guy is dressed like a human being, I can hardly recognize him. Greetings, princess, please call me Kuan Kuan. Xiao Chai Kuan looked solemn. If you can, please call my arc, the 1,000-mile sunshine. He looked upright, solemn and dignified. This symbolizes that we are like the eternal sun, conquering and shining on Kyushu, eliminating the evil in the world, and on this ship sits the strongest emperor, who will become the king of navigation. Lady Dao Yu next to him was silent for a moment. How can this random spirit character talk so much? Sure enough, the spirit is quite anthropomorphic. Thinking carefully, personality is actually not important. It is not a combat weapon, and any personality will not affect its use. Princess, may I ask what you think about the miscellaneous fish? Xiao Chai Kuan, witty, tried to ask indirectly. Miscellaneous fish? In the vegetable market, fishmongers sell mixed fish? Miss Dao Yu frowned slightly, and tried to answer. Chapter 373. City Prefecture City. The result of the battle in the capital has been completely announced to the world. The new saint returns to suppress the evil existence of the ancient times with absolute force. Facts have proved that the Xinqiao Saint, who was defeated by the Josue Saint, was not too weak, but the Josue Saint was unreasonable. In this regard, the people of Jojo in the world do not care too much, but just think that the alternation of imperial power is the norm in the world. It does not affect their own work to earn money and support their children's education. And the scholars in the world are worried, and they discuss the current affairs of the world in restaurants and tea houses. Even some of the more popular cult forces, and even some righteous forces, have openly rebelled and raised a group of uprising armies to compete for the world. In the restaurant, someone slammed the table angrily. Every time there is trouble, those evil cults are ready to move, and now they are even more direct and openly rebelling. A white-haired old man said angrily, in the eyes of many people in the uprising forces, this is an unprecedented dead saint. How can the living people in the 9 provinces be ruled by the dead? Therefore, they have a legitimate reason to rebel. This is the great cause. Humph, it seems to be a great cause, but in fact it is not a good thing. That's right. Before our saint passed away, it was a legitimate succession, and the throne came reasonably. Even if this is a dead saint, this is the great cause. The old members of the dynasty, the 9 princes, have not rebelled in the 9 provinces. How dare they rebel? It's just a sensation. Someone sneered. Some people don't care about the dividing line between life and death, and they have dead parents and relatives at home. So what if there are dead people? Why do we need to clearly distinguish between life and death in Jojo? The succession of the 9-sided saint has its reasons, proving that this saint of the previous dynasty does have the power to rule the world and protect all living beings. Why should we care whether he is alive or dead? As long as he is useful, it's fine. Many people are arguing and have different opinions. The entire Jiuzhou has been in a frenzy of debate in the past few days, with everyone having their own arguments and opinions. Some people think that life and death are not important. This saint of the previous dynasty thinks that it is enough for him to be alive and still govern the world in the capital. Even more, his amazing combat power, suppressing various cults and ancient evils, isn't it a piece of sky for the human race? Is the dead or the living more important? If it were other saints, would they be able to suppress it? Many people hold this view. Next to him, Ningzheng, who came to Xinia's city, was sitting at a restaurant drinking tea, listening silently, frowning secretly. I always feel that there are water troops stirring up public opinion to make people accept this strange saint. Ningzheng was in the game forum, and also knew the term water army. Is this water army the remnant of the old human beings of the previous dynasty? Very likely. They hid in the city deep in the mountains, and now it is natural for them to take advantage of the situation to come back. Is it the 9 states and holy places in Kyushu? It is possible, because they want to stabilize the people of the world, pretend to cooperate with this saint and manage the world. Then slowly infiltrate him, and steal his core. If they fall out and fight directly, what is there to steal? If they are forced into a corner, they will take the core back to the grave, and say that they will wait until the next dynasty era to outlast an opponent. Who can wait? So surrender openly, and then make plans. It is important to let the people accept this saint. But has someone rebelled? There are rebels in various parts of Kyushu, and the reason is that the dead cannot govern the country of the living. This rebellion was too fast. These people only saw the surface rebellion, but Ningzheng vaguely sensed the deep meaning of those old shady guys. This is the second test, a game. They want to suppress the majesty of the saint in the capital. I am rebelling in the local area. What can you do to me? If you have the guts, leave the capital and suppress the rebels. This is to seduce the saint to leave the capital. Ningzheng took a deep breath. In the capital, there was a defeat. Now they are ready to seduce him to fight. And this is also an open conspiracy. There are rebellions everywhere, and you are guarding an isolated capital. Being a cowardly saint, you must come out. How can you still be a saint? Even if you know there is a conspiracy, you have to leave the capital, go to the nursery, and set foot in Jiuzhou. These people are so outrageous. Ningzheng sighed. However, since they have begun to plan the second wave of tests, it means that they are sure to attack the Dharma. That is to say, 2 months later, the one who destroyed the world is most likely not the Xinqiao saint. Because the sun and moon are an application of the Dharma image, and they also trap the Xinqiao saint's Dharma image, which means that the Xinqiao saint's Dharma image, the sun and moon, is not so strong that it is hopeless, but can be besieged. Ningzheng felt that the suspicion of this Xinqiao saint was much smaller. The sun and moon that can destroy the world, and are so strong that they are hopeless. It is estimated that it must be the Jiuzhou saint in his prime. He is the most suspicious. Sure enough, this person is not dead in the tomb now. He entered the tomb in advance and died in the tomb 2 months later, and then went crazy and started to attack the whole world. Ningzheng was worried. How great he was when he was alive. How terrible he was after death. That is to say, the current Xinqiao saint is actually a helper in resisting the world-destroying boss Jiuzhou. After all, he and Jiuzhou saint have a deep hatred. Should our villa be loyal to this saint, and let him save the world? Ningzheng continued to think, if he can stay in power and save the people, no matter whether he is alive or dead. We may invest, and we could also have some merits from following the dragon, and get a position as a founding hero. We can't go against him, right? Really revolt? With our background, we are courting death, and we still have to do business and sell weapons, and we can't be labeled as traitors. Ningzheng felt that it seemed that there was no problem in recognizing a father. A group of blacksmiths, and a batch of weapons, waved flags and shouted in the court, cheering wildly, letting the saint rush to the front to fight the world-destroying boss. Today, Lin Nen completed a simple handover. It is already his own land. But he didn't have anything to move, and his background was very little. The current situation remains unchanged. Let's go to the shop. It was at this time. In a shop. Eugene Yanhua got the communication token of the tomb owner. Is this the communication of the tomb owner? Yes. The court official said, but his identity must be kept secret. Yanhua was shocked. Could it be a great existence in ancient times? After all, the identity of the tomb owner is mostly hidden, and people who come to visit history don't know. Yanhua didn't doubt it, but said seriously, as the inspector of Lin Nen, the local housekeeper, I will definitely serve this owner well. Here is the beginning of his rise to fame. You have to work hard, Yanhua. He secretly cheered himself up. There was a bookstore, and Su Yang next to it said, "We must treat this tomb owner well." The fairy doctor looked heavy. "Yes, everything depends on you." Such a big man existed in ancient history. The shopkeeper Jiu Sairong, "Yin Hua, it depends on you." Ning Zheng also came back from the restaurant. When she heard them talking, she also showed a solemn look. "Yes, we have to gain a firm foothold and make a name for ourselves in the state capital. It all depends on you." Yin Hua hadn't been back to the villa for a long time, and he didn't know the intelligence of the villa, let alone the outrageous inside story of Lin Min. Suddenly, Yin Hua felt a heavy weight pressing on him. He, a time traveler, was finally going to be taken seriously, and the protagonist of the farming style was finally going to shine. Next, follow the traditional routine. The farming style of other time travelers is to study glass. Gunpowder? Paving? He felt as if it didn't work here. While he was thinking hard, he didn't notice Jukarong sneaking to the back of the shop and took out the communication token. Yin Hua felt the tomb owner's communication token ringing in an instant. It was the tomb owner who sent a message. "It's the tomb owner's message." Yin Hua was startled. "Go and answer it." The fairy doctor's face was solemn. "Don't neglect it." Su Yang pulled Xiao Gao next to her. "Come on, Uncle Yin Hua. Come on, Uncle Yin Hua." Xiao Gao wore the green crown of the villa, and it seemed to add new plants and greenery. Yin Hua suddenly felt a strong sense of mission on his back, walked out of the door silently, and answered the call. "Hello, I am the inspector in charge of this area." He had no idea that fairy doctor and Su Yang were living blacksmiths, and a large number of people had already gathered in the bystander perspective of their shop. Haha, it started. The script for Yin Hua's face slapping has been arranged. I said there should be a plot of the Dragon King, Yin Hua forbearing, and then twisting his mouth. I think Yin Hua is suitable. Don't make a fuss, it's just the traditional upgrade face slapping, being valued, and meeting a master who teaches medical skills when going out. Yin Hua himself provides a strategy. He is a fan of novels. His childhood dream was to become the protagonist in fantasy novels. We follow this routine. Ahaha, Yin Hua himself provides advice. If he still doesn't wake up, it's really unfair. Am I the only one who thinks that the old steward we invited to guest star has good acting skills? Haha, the dog planner doesn't let us watch movies, so we direct the movies ourselves. It's the kind that takes 2 or 3 people to film the entire plot. The new era's blacksmith Gui Wang will appear in troubled times. The future saint is you. Bullshit, it's the future chief eunuch. The saint is our mysterious background board, the owner of the manor. Then I will be the prime minister of the Shirong court. I will be the queen. You are wrong, this is an NPC position. It is the plot of the Cine family that is about to start. The owner of the manor marries into the Cine family. Who would have thought that the future saint is now the son-in-law of the Cine family? You are really enough. After gathering intelligence, Ning Zheng came back from Xenia's city after drinking tea, and saw a group of people in the villa circling around 2 huge corpses. The supplies were transmitted back. It's so scary. The pressure from this corpse made my throat sticky and my legs weak. Isn't that a divine beast? It corresponds to the level of human spiritual roots. This wave is a big prophet. A group of people gathered in the square to chat. If the villa was not protected by a protective shield, this overwhelming pressure and the huge and vast smell of the corpse would be easily discovered. Chapter 374. The bodies of these 2 second-phase beasts almost filled up half of the square. They were vast and majestic, like 2 creeping hills, with delicate scales the size of a fist. They were 3-headed unicorns and young Weibo turtles. The 3-headed unicorns were not pure blood, but they were not far off. And this turtle was a variant of some ancient turtle, with extremely strong defense. Don't think that it was just a second-phase beast, and it was very weak. It was at the level of heavenly spiritual roots. With some precious materials, it could be used to make weapons at the level of one mind. The status of these 2 beasts, in various major sects, was at the level of the son of saint. It was very difficult to kill, because the son of the demon clan was protected by a guardian. As for hunting a beast at the level of one mind, that was at the level of the headmaster. I really thought too much. Humans with heavenly spiritual roots were originally weaker than beasts with heavenly spiritual roots. Because the body of the divine beast is often hundreds of meters long, while humans are only 2 or 3 meters long. It's like an ant of the same realm fighting a tiger of the same level. Which one is more powerful? This is called racial difference. Humans are still weaker than the divine beasts of the same level through artifacts, spells, magical powers, and various other compensations. If it weren't for the low fertility rate of the major divine beasts, humans would have been gone long ago. There are only two reasons why humans can dominate the 9 provinces. They are born precocious and can give birth. It's a pity. We want to find 2 divine beasts with yin and yang spiritual roots to form a cycle. Jiuzai Rong sighed and couldn't help but feel distressed, but there are none. We can only take 1 earth element and 1 fire element. It's okay. Dao Jiuzhou touched the scales of the giant qilin and felt that it felt like cold thorns and pricked his hand for no reason. But why did we choose that green-haired turtle? He pointed at the giant turtle corpse. It does look very handsome and powerful, but it still can't change the fact that it's a turtle. You don't understand. Jiuzai Rong analyzed seriously. This thing is hard, easy to use, and it has earth bloodline. It will make a lot of money in the future. Dao Jiuzhou tilted his head. It seems to be right. This shell is a high-quality casting material. That's right. Jiuzai Rong said, this can be made into a meat tank, but a turtle shell can't be made. Isn't this a bargain for us? Such a big turtle shell, left in the villa, is super useful. Everyone's eyes lit up. Jiuzai Rong is still smart. This turtle shell is a lot of money. Many people are knocking around the big turtle shell, and they are more and more satisfied. I think we should make a swimming pool. A hairpin girl suggested loudly. Bring the heating pipes from the blacksmith shop in. It will definitely become a spiritual spring, and it will be a great pleasure to take a bath. I think it can be used as a shield for the Ember Giant. Yin Shuanging raised his hand to suggest. I think it can be used as a safe house. Someone said. Just for the sake of a big turtle shell, everyone has a little male turtle. This is a bit outrageous. Annie Xian looked a little speechless. Everyone has a little female turtle. I don't think it's much worse. Yi Quanxia retorted. Stop it. Jiuzai Rong coughed twice, interrupting their quarrel. I asked if it would grow a turtle back if it was made into a meat tank. The big guy over there said no. The turtle shell grows year by year, and at the beginning it is like the soft shell of a newborn crab. Of course, they looked confused and asked us if we used the divine beast to cast a magic weapon. Jiuzai Rong paused. The final result of our 2 corpses must be a synthetic race, not for immediate use. Everyone agreed. Whether it was the 3-headed qilin or the young Weibo turtle, they were not humanoid monsters. The qilin had 4 legs, and the turtle claws could not move bricks or forge iron. They had to be thrown into the forge for secondary race synthesis to become humanoid. Therefore, the initial shape of the mythical beasts today was not very important. The races you synthesize can remove the turtle shell. If you like it, you can synthesize a race that puts the turtle shell on its head as a green helmet, which is not impossible. Races are all up to their own secondary screening. Then what's next? How do we make a meat jar? Aunt Xian leaned her head over, eager to try, feeling that her business was coming. It feels like this is a very delicate job. Don't make a fuss. Jiuzai Rong smiled. The goods we looted before included the meat jar magic weapon. Find the old steward and use his powerful cultivation to compress the 5 bodies for organs. These cycles into it. The meat jar is still very popular. Because of their immortality, the high-level life forms in this world can regenerate by dropping flesh and blood. Similar to the golden boy, the flesh and blood drop to breed a bunch of small golden boys. Similar to cloning technology, cells grow into clones. Generally, cultivators buy meat tanks and use them as low-level labor monsters to cultivate the land and do odd jobs in the sect. After all, the clone monsters split in this way have very low potential, just like wild beasts, without any high intelligence. So everyone uses ordinary monsters as laborers. Now, they don't use golden boys, but use divine beasts to make meat tanks, splitting small divine beasts as laborers, moving bricks, and forging iron. Most people only use 3 words to describe such people. Crazy. Is it because there is too much money and nowhere to spend it? The money boy can be a coolie, and he can swallow gold and cast coins with his fingernails. You use the corpse of a divine beast as a coolie? I still love the little blacksmiths. Ning Zheng sighed. These hundreds of millions of magic money were spent just to find a group of little sand sculptures who move bricks, dig soil, forge iron, and run around laughing. It's really good for them. I hope they can rise completely with this thing. Make a strong race for yourself, otherwise it will be a waste of money. And waste your energy. These 2 meat tanks are a bit difficult to organize and make. If I hadn't pulled out the 3 flowers, I wouldn't have had time to help them make this kind of thing. But Ning Zheng still didn't plan to make the meat tanks by himself, and looked at the group of blacksmiths, cultivators, who have opened the blood separation flower. Please participate in dismemberment, splitting the blood and flesh circulation, and making meat tanks, and you will be given a certain reward afterwards. Everyone got excited after this. Another task was issued. I do it. The god of food was the first to come out. I'm the orthodox descendant of the blood separation flower. He opened the blood separation flower spiritual root a while ago. After all, this magical power of separating flesh and blood is very suitable for chefs. Of course, if the original bandit godfather saw it. Their blood separation flower combat spiritual root was turned into a doctor's spiritual root and a chef's spiritual root by them, and they mainly played a life profession, then they would be really angry. I come too. I'm a good hand in the cafeteria. Xiao Chai-kun stood up and shouted openly. I'm known as the chef in the world, the chef. Now the blacksmiths in the villa are basically blood separation flower and soul separation flower, and several blood separation flower cultivators have also stepped up to participate in the dissection work. Ning Zheng nodded. Separate the 5 body circulations and 4 organ circulations. Be careful not to destroy the quality. Chapter 375. Ning Zheng looked at the 2 beast corpses calmly. I hope there will be some good races, which will greatly improve the average physical fitness of the villa's blacksmiths. 2 months later, the world-destroying catastrophe came. If the villa does not develop, it will be difficult to survive. What's the use of his reasoning, talking on paper, and frantically analyzing the mastermind behind the scenes? He can only be beaten. The blacksmith must be strong himself. I hope you will be stronger, so that you can withstand the beating when you are being beaten. While thinking, Ning Zheng gently reached out and touched the 2-phased beast in front of him, feeling the deep and rich breath of life in it. A sense of crisis of death kept rising, as if he could kill himself in an instant when he was alive. So strong. Ning Zheng was secretly surprised. In the final analysis, his body was only a 3-element realm, and he was still a blank cultivator with no combat magic and only new ordinary attacks. At this time, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready too. The square was noisy, crowded with people, smiling. They were organizing to dissect the huge corpse of the mythical beast. Such a large corpse, as a reward, was simply too cool. Because they had been used to the game for several months, they were not disgusted by dissecting corpses. After all, the game would isolate some of their real senses such as pain, and would mosaic some indescribable places. Otherwise, they would not jump into the forge like diving, swim on their backs in the furnace, and swim out sparks. Just for fun. Before, other monster hunters handled monster trophies in this way, and they were experiencing it for the first time. Someone was muttering in the distance, wondering if he should ask the professional demon hunter Zhang Huaping for advice. Ning Zheng asked everyone to be quiet. These 2 bodies are well preserved and in excellent condition, but their souls have been wiped out, leaving only the immortal shells. He paused. But ordinary weapons can't break through the defense. Pick up your magic weapons. A group of people were bustling around, even pushing each other. Fuck, can the corpse-slashing sword be used? No, that thing absorbs blood and energy, and the great treasure we brought back for hundreds of millions cannot be wasted. I guess if we chop it once, there will be one less race that can land. Cry. Everyone was getting more and more excited. Today was another historic day. This creation of landing race is too participatory. If we make the 2 beasts into meat tanks, wouldn't the birth point of the villa be built into the villa in the future? I heard that Jiuzai Rong and Yi Guangxiu have released the design and construction drawings overnight, preparing to build a new building room. The resurrection point. There are currently 2 basic styles of resurrection points. The first one is to draw a hexagram teleportation array with the meat tank as the center, and various complex and ancient mysterious immortal ancient texts, the Tao legacy, and the secret characters of creation are densely written on the array pattern. Every time you are reborn on it, you will have a strong momentum of the resurrection of an ancient great power. If the blacksmith himself adds the lines pointing to the sky with one hand and the earth with the other, I am the only one in the sky and the earth, holding the sun and the moon to pick the stars. You cheated on me in the previous life. Today I am reborn and back, and so on. When you are born, the effect will be better. The second one is to make a cyberclone cabin with the meat tank as the center. Every time you are reborn in it, you will have a super era beauty of interstellar science fiction, which makes you look very cool. If the lines are added, the soul is being copied, the flesh is being copied, and the clone number 10086 has left the cabin, it will be even more mysterious. Coupled with the clone embers all over the ground, the NPCs of the entire Jiuzhou monks will see this scene and fall into doubt about their lives. Even if a saint comes to our villa, he will be shocked by our heritage and will be crazy thinking, what kind of ancient existence is this, so terrible? It's simply horrifying. Food god, this kind of ritual sense of life is what we want. Xiao Chai-kun, haha, I saw the construction drawings of the 2 resurrection points, they are so cool. Dao Jiuzhou, The resurrection points have not been built yet, so you are thinking about decoration and beautification. You are always very serious in strange places. Food god, you don't understand. In the future, when guests visit our Shirong villa, they will be shocked. What kind of technology is this? What the hell, that teleportation array, the immortal text on it is completely incomprehensible. How is this resurrection? How to summon ancient heroes? Ouch, Mudsmith. Haha, you are so wretched, thinking about pretending all day long. Xiao Chai Kuan, you don't understand. We are not pretending, we are aloof. With our hands behind our backs, the sky creates the sun and the moon, and the earth creates the ark. Everyone's eyes are shining, full of expectations. This is so cool. The game feature of Resurrection Point was built by them themselves. The resurrection scenes after today are so cool, just thinking about it. A divine beast. That is a synthesis of divine beasts. At this time, occasionally a few ember blacksmiths in the crowd were seen, who had turned into a yin-yang corpse-slaying divine weapon for sale, equipped with slender jointed hands and feet, taking tasks, moving bricks, working and chatting. They are all second-level players. The next batch of magic weapons for sale. Jiucai Rong next to him is also assisting Ning Zheng, still burning incense, cutting ribbons, and holding an opening ceremony with a sense of ceremony. Everyone, pick up the real magic weapons, the middle-grade magic weapons of the newly developed batch of soul and blood separation flowers, dissect the corpses, make meat tanks, and establish resurrection points. I declare that the new function is officially launched. Most of the people in the villa are now using soul separation flowers and blood separation flowers. After they died suddenly, they tried to merge yin and yang and cast them. Thus, 3 magic weapons were successfully made. But because this is the fundamental spiritual root of the villa, there is no plan to leak it or sell it. It will only be sold internally. However, this thing is a higher level of yin-yang rice flower sword, and they call it yin-yang separation sword. The attack effect is very domineering. It is a pure killing sword, with soul separation and blood separation. The special effect is to separate the blood and soul of a person. It is very powerful, and can separate meridians, bones, souls. Holding this magic weapon, it is like being a master craftsman, butchering an ox. It is a powerful magic weapon in the medical profession. Now it is used in canteens and clinics. Here, dissect like this. Ning Zheng picked up a yin-yang liming sword, gave a brief instruction, and called Aunt Xian. You come and lead them. Okay. Aunt Xian's eyes were bright. I'm a professional. In fact, it is not difficult to make a meat tank. This thing is similar to a meat field. Just dissect the corpse into the 5 body circulations, and the 4 organ circulations, and put them into the meat tank. The essence of the meat tank is a spirit beast bag, with a subspace inside, which can store living things. The 2 mountain-sized beasts in front of us have to accommodate high-level meat tanks with extremely high space. But the villa already had this magic weapon. Ning Zheng had looted a bunch of shops before, and it was like a department store, with basically all the common conventional supplies. Although most of the supplies were useless, it didn't prevent him from opening a commercial building in the villa, displaying countless large and small commodities, and letting the blacksmiths DIY give full play to their imagination and develop uses. Thinking about it this way, I originally thought that this pile of materials that were difficult to sell could always play a big role. A big force must always have such reserves. Ning Zheng sighed. At least, he didn't have to purchase some scattered things separately. Now, he didn't plan to sell the resources of that batch of commercial buildings, because those things were only worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of magic money. Keep them for use at any time. Soon, Ning Zheng taught for a while, and then supervised directly from the side. This was not a technical job, but a hard labor job. He returned to the roof of the housekeeper's room, read a book on a chair, and occasionally looked down at the huge corpse in the square. Hey! Hey! Look at me butchering a cow. Look at this move of mine, the goddess scattering flowers. A group of people were shouting loudly, having a lot of fun, and even sliding and climbing on the turtle's back. It was like an amusement park. The blood that flowed was also collected by them, which was precious material for alchemy and talisman making. Some blacksmiths even wanted to steal and hide the blood and flesh, but they were immediately exposed. Although this thing is delicious and delicious, it would be a waste for them to eat it. Their realm is too low, it is simply a waste. Afternoon. Ning Zheng closed the book in her hand, stood up and prepared to leave the villa, and said to the fairy ant in the square, "Have you learned it?" "Almost done." Auntie Xian nodded. The basic principle of making a meat tank is clear. Ning Zheng nodded. Although Auntie Xian has some minor problems, her medical skills are impeccable, especially since she recently got the experience book and successfully became a mid-level physician. With the luxurious equipment clinic she equipped with 100,000 magic coins, her actual level is not far from that of a top-level physician. But according to this situation, the top-level profession is the end. Where are the experience books for you to eat on the remaining road? The existences of the god-level profession will not die and make experience books to sell to you. Tomorrow, you will be responsible for opening the Yujin cavitation under the mountain and dissecting the two bodies. Ningjung said. Andy Xian's eyes lit up and thought, yes. The owner Yujin will be on standby after defeating 10 bosses. Why not drive this giant here to dissect the beast and organize the meat tank? The next morning, with Andy Xian as the control core, he transformed into a giant and squatted in the square to dissect the corpse. The meat tank must be made quickly. If you are slow in separating the flesh and blood, the appearance will be bad. Fortunately, there is a huge ember, otherwise Ningjung, with her level of Sanyuan realm, would have a hard time with a group of weak chickens, even if she had a magic weapon. Here and there, peel it off. The vast ember giant was like a butcher, dismembering 2 pigs, and his movements were very fast. In addition, there were corresponding magic weapons for separating flesh and blood, and a group of small blacksmiths cooperated with the giant, and the division was completed quickly. After the meat tank was completed, only some hair, scales, tortoise shells, blood, and other scraps were left. These scraps were also treasures, and they were quickly collected and used for other purposes. Success? Xian Xiaoi and Yi Zion were very happy while controlling the giant. Yi Zion felt this invincibility for the first time. This is just like the kaleidoscope in Naruto, Susanoo. This giant is very cool to control. Cool, right? Xian Xiaoi was smiling and also controlling the giant. Before, I was controlled by those animals to fight the boss, but it's so cool to be a giant. Standing in the square, overlooking the buildings of the whole villa, it's like a small building block. Soon, the giant dispersed. The 2 meat tanks were completed and carried to a newly built room with Chinese characters resurrection point written on it. At this time, a meat tank was placed on a complex Martian teleportation array with a mysterious and ancient atmosphere, which made people feel mysterious. The other meat tank was stuffed into a huge mechanical warehouse, which had all kinds of mysterious structures, densely packed with small gears, wires, and pipes, giving people a sense of cyberpunk mechanical science fiction. Ningjung was speechless. These people are really fast. He is only half-baked in technology, but he is full of sense of ritual. Give it a try by producing 2 new races? Jiao Cairong asked the old steward. My suggestion is to price each one at 50 coins. Ningjung nodded, then produced 2. Chapter 376. In fact, no matter how much the race selection is priced, it is actually a loss. Hundreds of millions of magic coins. Is that a joke? So, resurrection is a loss-making business. But the actual value is not calculated in this way. They helped me to forge high-level magic weapons, and sold them for tens of millions, hundreds of millions. The little money I gave was simply laughable. Therefore, it is reasonable to take out the profits of hundreds of millions of magic coins, and give them to the construction race. This is an investment in the infrastructure of the villa. Charging 50 magic coins is just to stimulate their desire to move bricks and maintain the currency system of the game. Soon, 2 players chose to resurrect. Ningjung asked Xiao Ai to help, and inject the soul into the 2 split sub-bodies of the meat tanks. With a splash. From the 2 meat tanks, small 3-headed Qilin and young Weibo turtle crawled out respectively, and they were extremely powerful, and they were born with a level of 5-body realm great perfection. Most of the divine beasts are born with 5-body realm great perfection. However, they have form but no spirit, no great growth potential, and great side effects. If the meat tank can reproduce asexually and split into truly powerful and potential offspring, then the birth rate of the mythical beasts will not be low. Why are you not wearing clothes? Turtle and Qilin, there is a ghost of clothes. To be honest, I think it's so handsome. It's really cool. I thought it was just like that when I saw the corpse, but now I see this charm and beauty, it's simply amazing. The planner's aesthetic sense is online. Can you let me write it? Everyone talked about it. Qilin and Turtle also held their heads high and felt good. It was the first time I experienced the feeling of not being a human, and the perspective of walking on the ground was very novel. Even the turtle has started to try to eat the soil. Woo, woo, so delicious, so delicious. Can we eat soil again? When Qilin heard this, he couldn't help but start to gnaw the soil, but he vomited it out. Yi Quanxiu laughed beside him. I am an earth element. It is normal for me to eat soil, but you, a fire element, have your head gnawed? I suggest that you come to our blacksmith shop and try to eat flames, Dao Jiujio suggested seriously. While laughing beside him, Ningzheng took a closer look and frowned secretly. Qilin, turtle, this form is obviously not suitable for moving bricks. It is just the initial race, and it is just landing now to try. It will definitely not become the mainstream. We have to wait until they are thrown into the yin-yang creation furnace to synthesize a new race. Of course, they will not be allowed to synthesize while they are alive, but the soulless body of the sub-body split from the meat tank will be synthesized. When a suitable new monster is synthesized, let them log into that body. Everyone knows this. So they experimented with two, to see how two transitional races felt. You can start synthesizing. Jiosai Rong tried to manipulate the meat tank and split into two sub-bodies. Two small bodies split out, and were carried to the yin-yang creation furnace. Let's try it first, human plus beast. Yi Guangxiu suggested. The synthesis formula of Qilin plus human should be successful, but it is estimated to be mediocre. After this period of fusion research, they found that the human race is an omnipotent fusion species. A panacea that can synthesize anything. In myths and legends, it is said that dragons are lustful. Dragons can give birth to any species. But now it seems that the real one is human. Humans can give birth to anything. Humans are just that kind of animal. Yi Guangxiu complained, everything can make you horny, tires, crocodiles, wasp nests, exhaust pipes. This game is very realistic. The people around him were also complaining. Then let's try human plus wasp nest some other day. Human plus exhaust pipe. There must be a gun barrel modified person. Everyone was talking, and while everyone was talking, an egg with mysterious texture appeared in the yin-yang creation furnace. It was quickly thrown into the spiritual plant liquid pool prepared next to it, absorbing energy and preparing to hatch. After a while, a little Qilin baby appeared, a subhuman with scales all over his body, two cute little horns on his head, and his hands were covered with fine and dense soft scales. Everyone's eyes sparkled immediately, so cute. They had collected the previous Qilin human hybrid illustrations, which were almost the same as the current output. Successful. I guess the turtle is about the same. Everyone was ecstatic, their eyes full of excitement. A new race has appeared. Although it is a universal basic race, many people still want to log in and try it out. Some people even regret that this race is a public template and does not charge patent fees. In the future, they will spend money on scientific research and develop an advanced race. In the future, everyone will log into their own race and collect patent fees. That is also a huge profit. Many people are already looking forward to a better future. Afternoon. The human-turtle combination also appeared, but it looks a bit ugly, like a human-shaped Squirtle. The turtle shell on its back is also soft and of little use. It is estimated that it will take several months for the turtle shell to completely harden, and several years for it to have defensive power. This is like chicken ribs to them. Although it is good at eating dirt, and it has a bonus for daily tasks such as moving bricks and building, the turtle's appearance is too bad, which makes it fall into the cold instantly. Many people chose the Kirin boy, mainly because this thing can actually spit fire, which is super fun. A group of people have been spitting fire on each other crazily, playing firefights, opening a new gun battle mode, and having a lot of fun. A group of people have a lot of ideas, and immediately started CS and CF, preparing to do some messy blasting mode, installing bombs, detonating, and a group of people counterattack. The lively appearance reminded Ningzheng of the time before she crossed over, when CS was also popular in internet cafes in the early 2000s, but she didn't have money at that time, so she went to the internet cafe to watch others play. The entire villa ushered in an unprecedented big change in the 2 hours of the afternoon. Corpses piled up like a mountain. One by one, cute and exquisite Kirin boys and Kirin lowly jumped out of the villa. Although there will be more money boys in the future, they are already an eliminated race. Outsiders look like the descendants of the Qilin beast in the current villa. Will we grow up? Are we dwarfs like the money boy? We will grow up, but we are a monster species and grow slowly. We probably won't be able to wait until we grow up. That's right. There is a shop in Xinia's city. Suyun Yang is still stationed here, training Xiaogao, running this small shop, and buying some spirit wine. Although this shop industry is not profitable for them now, it is also an information window and a branch station. The fairy doctor returned to the sword-casting villa early to help with the dismemberment and production of the meat tank and research new villa races. At this time, Eugene Jiokairon whispered, during this period, we have to develop the Lin Min. The new saint is also expected to inspect Jiuzhou, and will probably come to Xinia's city. Our Lin Min may also come. The capital is still moving. Because the area of the capital is very large, it will take a week to rebuild the ruins, move, and resettle the new capital. Now it is inconvenient for them to enter the capital. They can trigger the new plot only after waiting for Princess Xini's mansion to land in the new capital. However, their group of hairpins still go to communicate with Princess Xini every day, waiting for the establishment of the new capital and mixing into the court. Everyone is playing Mission Impossible in the new capital to see who is better. So the current development focus is the Linmin. No matter how luxurious the capital is, it is not theirs, but the Linmin and Zhoucheng is theirs. Su Yunyang nodded. Recently, Linmin has indeed become more lively, and the reconstruction is almost complete. Jiao Cairong said, "Fortunately, it has been a long time since I came to Xinia's city. I wonder if we can hide the recent events of Shirong God Craftsman. However, if the saint inspects Xinia's city, I guess he will come to the city wall area." Jiao Cairong said, "Don't forget, this is the largest prison, where many serious criminals from the previous dynasty are imprisoned, such as Xiao Gao, the head of the Holy Land." Su Yunyang's expression sank. Indeed, this is the first prison in Xiniazu, where many war criminals from the previous dynasty are imprisoned. Now that the saints of the previous dynasty have crawled out, those war criminals must be released. It is estimated that the 9 city wall prisons in the 9 major cities will welcome the saints' inspection of the 9 states, come to pick people and save people. Xiao Gao is probably among them. This is very troublesome. Xiao Gao is the mascot of their villa. From the inner perspective, of course they hope to be rescued. After all, they have a good relationship now, and they pamper Xiao every day and eat all kinds of snacks. But in terms of practical value, if Xiao Gao leaves, we will not have the Gundam mecha to protect the villa. Even the FA copper mine will disappear. Because the FA copper mine is Shigo's head, it will only appear when it is suppressed. As soon as Xiao Gao leaves, the mines of the villa are directly drained. It's a bit annoying. Jiao Cairong exhaled. Without the mine, what weapons will we build in the future? What's the name of the sword forging villa? The common mines of low-level magic weapons such as FA copper are no longer important to them now. But black FA copper is still a good material for them to cast the Ember artifact. We have to see and act accordingly. Jiao Cairong said, "I hope that when the saint inspects the 9 states, he will not come to our Xinia's city first, but go to other states. We will see his actions during the inspection, and see if he wants to rescue the ancient war criminals in the prisons of various states, and then make a plan." That's right. Su Yunyang exhaled and analyzed seriously. If he comes to Xinia's city on the first trip, it will simply bring disaster to our side. The assassins in the world, and the black hands of various forces will all be waiting to besiege and kill the saint's Dharma image. If we are in Xinia's city, we will be affected. It is better to go to other states first, and let those people fight with the saint. They are not afraid of the plot mission, but if the plot of assassinating the saint is to smash our Linmin and siege the city mission, it will be a bit too much. If he really comes, we have to open the tower defense mode. Bang, bang, bang. Kill your wicked enemies. Chapter 377. As a city wall, it is reasonable to have a defense mechanism, right? The city wall is originally an attacking turret. It is no problem for them to build a new tower defense. Linmin, they must build a new Iron Bucket Kingdom, with tower defense everywhere. This kind of Tianlu tower defense game is a waste not to play. This defense base can also be used to deal with the Doomsday plot 2 months later. Building Linmin must be their next main line. By the way, Xiao Gao has been eating and drinking well recently. Has there been no change? Su Yunyang suddenly thought of something. Jiao Cairong shook his head. Xiao Gao is still so cute, like a clever child. But no matter how clever he is just a child, and his childishness is overflowing, becoming very naive. After all, it is like this after being suppressed. It is impossible for you to keep a clear mind all the time. Su Yunyang and Eugene Jiao Cairong discussed for a while, and suddenly received the victory message from the villa. What? They succeeded? The 2 people in the shop suddenly envy the current villa, and a new race had been created next door. They had so much fun. The beast of the medical fairy can run back to participate in this event again. Those who study medicine are the hottest industries. Blacksmiths, spiritual farmers, and doctors are worthy of being the 3 giants of the villa. On the other side, City Palace. The Sword Fairy rolled on the bed, playing the communication token, and chatting with the Arc series and the Yin Yang Corp Sword series. I'm in Xinia's city. Does Linmin know? It will soon become a city under our management. Our product sales will be released here in the future, and we will welcome guests from Jiuzhou. Fazhou Shaochai Kuan. Fuck. John Shurjian Coder. Fuck. Fonzo food god, he. In fact, each weapon spirit can only appear once. If a weapon spirit with a duplicate aura is sold, it will cause big problems. In other words, the 500 blacksmiths in the villa are destined to sell only 500 magic weapons, which are distributed throughout Jojo and exist as clones of the villa blacksmiths. In the future, even if the living blacksmiths in the villa disappear, sword casting villa will be shut down, and the copied blacksmith team managed by Ning Zheng will be distributed all over Jojo. Their 500 magic weapons are the real natives, and 500 magic weapons are considered few. This is already a lot. I don't know how long it will take to forge them completely. What's more, the number of blacksmiths will increase in the future. Sword Fairy said, by the way, how are you living now? Fong Zhou Xiaochai Kuan, you ask me, I don't know, I don't even know where to sail. I just know that I was tied up and dragged by two big men. It was very exciting. John Shurjin Coder, so strict? Fong Zhou Xiaochai Kuan, very strict. How are you doing over there? John Shurjin Omujiang, not bad. Now, the 16 weapon spirits of John Shurjin series have been chatting every day. We each farm, make clothes, play with hairpins, and put pressure on the master to make him practice crazily to bring us a better life. Fong Zhou Xiaochai Kuan, your management is loose over there. After all, it is a weak youth version of the magic weapon. By the way, you don't go to the secret realm? John Shurjin Dai Xiaohu, the secret realm of the devil, we are weapons at the level of the 4 internal organs, and the owner is also a young genius in the 4 internal organs, still a young seedling. According to ordinary families, they may have started to practice, but these big guys have to be in the 3 yuan realm before they start to go out. The more powerful the family, the later the younger generation will go out. For casual cultivators, the 5-body realm can earn resources. For example, Shuelihua and the Sher family, the 4-organ realm can earn resources. For the more advanced ones, they have to go out to the 3 yuan realm, but that is not to earn resources, but more to experience, and there are protectors. Fong Zhou Xiaochai Kuan, you are too bored, you can't go out and play, and you put pressure on your masters every day, urging them to study. You are learning machines. John Shurjian Dai Xiaohu, what about your Fong Zhou series, the family treasures of the major sects, how are they doing? Fong Zhou Shirshan, it is probably in the probation period, observing us, but after a long time, they will definitely gain trust. With the network of relationships we have built with these weapons, it will definitely take off. Their current situation is far worse than expected. After all, the various holy places and major sects are not fools, and they are not fools who trust you without thinking. It is normal to have a probation period and an observation period. Fong Zhou Xiaochai Kuan, our network of relationships cannot be ignored. It is worth mentioning that the Crown Princess is watching me from the side. We cannot show them our network of relationships, but the court said it wants to supervise us. Fong Zhou Shirshan, trash? Trash? Fong Zhou Xiaochai Kuan, she can't understand. But according to gossip, the 9-spike Saint has awakened her, and her memory should be sealed or erased. Dao Yu saw that they were chatting openly and talked about herself, so she was not angry. After all, she was once one of them. The Saint had indeed helped her awaken, but he used the special technology of the royal family, using illusions and artificial awakening. This kind of awakening is not a natural ghost king, so it will be weaker. And after awakening, the Saint sealed and cleansed her memory. Perhaps in the distant future, when she becomes a powerful person, she will remember this dusty memory of hers, but it is no longer important. It's like a 100-year-old person suddenly remembering his childhood memories, when he was 1 or 2 years old. That short life scale, less than 1% of the past life, will not affect her too much. It's just a landscape in life. Perhaps, it's just a knowing smile, thinking of her childhood embarrassment, her childhood self. Her personality will be completely formed in these hundreds or thousands of years, and will no longer be disturbed by the past. Sword Fairy, now the world is full of rebels. In an instant, uprisings broke out everywhere, just as if they had agreed on it. Some of them have even attacked local cities. What are you going to do, Saint? Fong Zhou Xiaochai Kuan, I really don't understand the affairs of the capital. I'm just a boatman. I only know that the capital is sailing. Sword Fairy, I don't know anything. That's fine. City Palace is also quite boring. I went to the city wall to play, see the history, visit the scenery, and go to Linmen by the way. We talk about it another day. By the way, the next weapon sales will be at Linmen. If you have the opportunity, come and visit. I show you some fun. Super fun things, we will direct a certain plot. It's inconvenient to say the details. In order to prevent being monitored, they never talk about key content in the communication token, but only talk about some well-known things, and chat about their recent lives. And what they want to direct is obviously the dazzling male protagonist plot. If they come, it's not a problem to arrange a few extras. After all, their current status is very noble, and the young master is the core of each faction. Isn't this the protagonist's adventure? Isn't it a background board for pretending to be cool? Increases the protagonist's opportunities, all parties support him, and shape him into another Su Huan. The 9 provinces Tianju come to Xinyazu to make friends with him. As for Shirong Divine Craftsman, why did he help this one for no reason? Of course, it's not because he knows him. It's just that after settling in this Len Min, he found that his housekeeper is conscientious, honest and hard-working. There is a possibility of awakening again. I plan to cultivate him. Isn't this normal? Shirong Divine Craftsman, occupying Len Min, no one would have thought that it was related to their Pingchong City sword-casting villa. Chapter 378. In the tunnel of Zhujian Villa, a team of 5 people wore helmets and guarded the place strictly. A blacksmith holding a painted sign hid in the underground bunker with a solemn expression. The enemy has placed a bomb in Area B, requesting support. Requesting support. Coming quickly, be careful of enemy fire. In another tunnel, a blacksmith rode by hand while hiding behind the bunker to avoid the enemy's flamethrower. As we all know, the abdomen is the only part that can be seriously injured in the 5-body realm great perfection. And now, because the initial value of the Qilin boy is very high, he is born with the 5-body realm great perfection. They all wore the robes produced by the hairpin lady to protect their abdomens, and they were not afraid of fighting at all. In the barrage. What the hell? Are we watching the CF live broadcast room? Damn it, these animals thought of this kind of gameplay. Before, they were timid because the money boy was too heavy and couldn't fight at all. Now they finally broke out with the bloody belligerence of the 4th calamity. Oh my god, all the tunnels and houses built in the past 2 months have become their gun battle sites. The Qilin boy is indeed much cuter than the money boy, and he has a pair of cute little horns and a little calf tail. It's so cute that it makes you want to vomit blood. In addition, now that the gun battle mode has been turned on, it can only be said that the entertainment of the entire villa has been greatly improved. Jiuzai Rong, who was passing by, also turned into a Qilin boy. He was very happy. He was about to go down to the mine for exploration work, but was suddenly sprayed with various flames, and there was a scorched smell. What the hell is this? He was thinking about hiding in the house next door, when he was suddenly blown away by the explosive pack at point B. The pain made him fly several meters away, and hit the wall with a grin on his face. The other blacksmiths saw that they had gotten into trouble, and hurriedly carried the man up. Send him to the fairy doctor, Ant Fairy. In the clinic, Ant Fairy took a look at Jiuzai Rong's injuries. His limbs and head were fine, but his abdomen was pierced. The internal organs have been completely necrotic. In order to save him, it is recommended to implant artificial internal organs. The fairy doctor said with a serious face, high-level professionals all rely on artificial internal organs after their internal organs have rotted. They can live to the theoretical 800 years of the 5-body realm. Jiuzai Rong, get lost, you really treat me as a normal patient, I choose to commit suicide. After a while, Jiuzai Rong died on the spot. Then he ran out of the resurrection point angrily, called out the blacksmiths, scolded them, and fined them. He also called Yin Shuangying and asked him to be more competent as the security captain and stop slacking off all day. It's really hard for me. Jiuzai Rong felt that if he continued to manage this group of idiots, he would be 7 or 8 years old sooner or later. Especially when a new race appeared. A group of people were crazy about researching it because it was so interesting. Not only were they playing gunfights here, but they were also playing barbecue in the cafeteria. A group of people were breathing fire, researching barbecue, and even holding competitions. Jiuzai Rong sighed. We are indeed going to build a combat training ground, where you can fight and do all kinds of modes. Thinking carefully, this is another activity venue. After all kinds of factory assembly lines have basketball courts for those workers to relax and play. It's not bad to build a combat venue for them to relax in their spare time, and they can also charge admission. Another thing is that the villa is still very large. It was originally a long mountain of more than 5,000 meters, and a section of the top was cut off. Now the building complex does not even occupy 1/3 of the land. Yi Guangxiu, who was called over, also ran over. After hearing the news, he said, I think it's okay. Now that we have a resurrection point, It's not a problem to have a gunfight. We can even make a MOBA game in the future. There are just 2 resurrection points, one for the Xianxia camp and the other for the mechanical camp. Make a group of brainless monster meat tanks, and send out soldiers in 3 lanes. Both sides have junglers and shooters to fight against each other. It's interesting. Jukarong shrugged his shoulders after hearing it. Qilin Tongzi, this hero is obviously a shooter, and Turtle Tongzi, this hero is a meat shield hero in the confrontation lane. It's a bit difficult to make, but not big. The business building has several meat tank magic tools. They can buy some weak monsters to make meat tanks, and they can do it themselves. If you have time, you can do it as an event. Speaking of which, it's almost Chinese New Year in real life, so we can do it as our own New Year's Eve event. Just as the villa was changing drastically, a large number of new Qilin boys and a small number of turtle boys were adapting to their new bodies and studying the combination of Qilin and turtle. Linmin welcomed a new guest. Is this Linmin? Damn it, when those animals were attacking the tomb owner and Linmin and pretending to be crazy, I was in Beijing. This scenery is so beautiful. The ancient buildings and costumes from 280,000 years ago have a kind of exotic beauty. The sword fairy transformed into a beautiful girl, looking at various historical scenery along the way. Her eyes were a little glued to it. Although Beijing has also gone out to play. But Beijing has no city wall history, and she can't see the customs of history for tourism. Of course. History of the years the murals are much more impressive than the city walls, but she is not qualified to visit the dynasties inside. Because the city wall area here blocks the breath, no one finds that she is a weapon, so she has a lot of fun. After a morning of fun, she remembered her business, wandered around, and came to a shop. As soon as she entered the door, the sword fairy said lightly, I heard that you do that surgery here, it looks promising. There are quite a few people in the shop. Many people come to buy spiritual rice wine, and Eugene Jiokai Rong is collecting money at the counter. I'm afraid the medical beauty service will be postponed. Eugene Jiokai Rong couldn't recognize the sword fairy who had changed her face, and quickly stood up and said, Sir, you need to make an appointment for medical beauty surgery because our doctor has gone home. And Su Yang also lay beside her to Ti Xiaogao, while Yin Hua ran out to build the city and make plans. Recently, their medical beauty reputation is still good. Some college students in Xenia's city all came to them for medical beauty. What a pity. The natives of this world are particularly good at plagiarism. It was fine that the previous magic cultivator Sher family plagiarized their brick-moving technology, but now the natives in this city also plagiarized them for medical beauty. Recently, they also took away part of their business. However, the business market is not big, and some big families are unwilling to compete for it. After all, they can only serve young cultivators in the 5-body realm, and the 4-organ realm can already adjust their body shape. Yujin Jukarong said, but medical beauty surgery requires an appointment. The spiritual rice wine in our store is very popular. Do you want to buy it? The sword fairy looked at this group of familiar people, and felt very emotional. She was finally back, returning home in glory. But I can't recognize her. She is the spokesperson of Shirong Divine Craftsman. In front of me is just a weak local family of Zuelahua, which opened a small shop in Xenia's city. A local family has nothing to do with the famous divine craftsman in Kyushu. But it doesn't prevent the sword fairy from taking out a warrant openly. I am the new owner of Linmin, the spokesperson of Shirong Divine Craftsman. Do you know me? I heard that the inspector of Linmin, Yinhua Shusheng, often comes to your shop. Where are the others? At this time, the customers who sell wine and make appointments for medical services in the shop are all surprised, and there is silence in an instant. This is the power of Shirong Divine Craftsman. Although Xenia's city has recently begun to reveal that Shirong, the hot and popular fried chicken in the capital, will open a station in Xenia's city. But it's just a rumor. The big star on the TV now appears in front of them, which is very shocking to them. And I thought they would be stationed in the inner ring of the state capital, the safest area, like other holy places and big sects, but who knew they would be stationed directly in the outermost Linmin? What? You are the legendary Shirong spokesperson for the magic weapon brought by Jian Xian? Eugene Jiotsirong made extremely exaggerated movements, with a look of admiration on his face. Su Yan also ran over, like a fanatical little fan, covering her mouth in shock. I heard that Shirong God Craftsman, in order to show his unique skills and uniqueness, used an anthropomorphic magic weapon as a spokesperson. It turned out to be true. Are you really a magic weapon? Of course. The sword fairy smiled proudly. Using the commercial weapons made by yourself as a spokesperson is the best publicity. Other god craftsmen can't do this easily. This chorus of praise made many guests around suddenly realize. They also secretly felt that this was the case, and felt that the skills of Shirong's craftsmen were more powerful. I believe that soon, this statement here will be spread. The sword fairy looked around and fell on Su Yunyang. Little girl, let me ask you, I heard that the temporary inspector of Linmin was previously the Fang family, but they did something worse than pigs and dogs, and were exposed by a cult of Wuxinjiu. Now, the inspector has fallen on a scholar who led the parade, Yin Hua, is it so? Su Yunyang said respectfully, that's right. The sword fairy said lightly, I won't let you become the second Fang family. If you become an inspector family, you will only support Yin Hua. Let's make this clear in advance. Su Yunyang's face flashed with a trace of helplessness, and finally nodded, we are indeed not worthy. Our family is a small local Sanyuan family, unlike the Fang family, which has a second phase realm strongman. The sword fairy nodded, what about others? Parading in the streets and setting up the dark gate, not afraid of power, I heard about this and admired it. Su Yunyang hurriedly said, then I will call him back. The sword fairy smiled slightly, that's very good. The Shirong god craftsman drew a clear line with his shop, asking the other party not to climb high, and only accepting the inspector of the Linmin. This is essentially to distinguish the boundaries between the two and hide oneself more deeply. At this time, outside the entire shop, there were already some passers-by and tourists, who had heard about this, and came to watch secretly. Sir, I'm here. At this time, the dizzy person outside the door ran over, and saw the new owner of the Linmin. Before the main plot of attack Xenia's city, Yin Hua had already lost touch with the villa and came here. His version of the era was still stuck in the cognition that he sold painting cards in Pingchong City, and was driven to develop the Xeniazu market. In addition, Su Yunyang and the fairy doctor, the two living people in the shop, did not talk to Yin Hua about the various progress of the villa. Yin Hua, who had jumped through several major versions, had no idea that the villa had already become famous in the neighboring capital. After all, this was outrageous. It has only been a month or two, and it has reached this point in an instant. Who dares to believe it? Well, you kid, I admire you very much, you come with me? The fairy sword turned around with a serious face. The fairy sword took him to walk on the street, and the people and guests around were talking in the dark. Even when the news spread to the restaurants on both sides, everyone looked out and envied. The Shirong master craftsman who shines so brightly in the capital city is really going to move into Xenia's city, and it turns out that he is from the Linmin? Damn, that Yin Hua, how lucky he is. I'm afraid he is the protagonist in the storybook. Becoming the Linmin inspector of the Shirong master craftsman's local area is a step to heaven. Yes, thinking back to the past, the only plot that was so similar to the storybook was Jianxin. A 10-year-old mortal child entered the Red Mansion and overwhelmed the evil courtesans with poetry, shocking the city forces all over the world, and even the royal palace came to promise him a natural spiritual root. The recent Su Huan is also a protagonist similar to the storybook. He has become a promising ghost king, breaking free from the cage in the painful falsehood, and his experience is very legendary. This Yin Hua's experience is also very interesting. I'm afraid he may soar to the sky like the storybook. Some people compare Su Huan, Jianxin, and Yin Hua. Yin Hua was shocked when he heard it, and couldn't help but spread his ecstasy all over his body. Think about it carefully. My own experience is really legendary. Only I know that I am a time traveler, a classic protagonist who travels through time through games. Afterwards, he was tortured, abused, and cultivated his character, and then he led people to parade in the streets as a scholar, which was the beginning of his soaring to the sky and being appreciated by others. This experience is tortuous, comparable to Su Huan and Jian Xian. Yin Hua's mind was turbulent, and an involuntary thought emerged. I am afraid that I am not the third protagonist, destined to be turbulent in this era. At this time, passers-by were still saying, yes, in addition to Linmin, there are other old human breeding areas, and those walled areas are also making trouble, and several thorny scholars have been promoted, but this place was chosen. Damn it! Shirong, that is a person who is destined to go down in history, and he can actually follow. Everyone was extremely envious. Yin Hua walked all the way, holding his head high, feeling the cheers from the streets on both sides, envious. Finally, it's my turn to appear. I, the protagonist of this time travel, am finally taking off. An obscure aura slowly surged again, as if trying to break through the shackles of the building. Chapter 379. On the window of a restaurant high above Linmin. That scholar, is he valued by such a person? Sure, Yoshing was also here, witnessing this scene, with a look of shock on her face. I didn't expect that the spokesperson of Shirong Master Craftsman would return from the capital to Linmin and open a branch station. For the first time, she felt that the great man in the high and distant capital, who was said to be famous in the 9 states, was so close to her. As a refugee family that had fled from Linmin like the Zuelahua family. Today, she, the head of the Shi family, returned to Linmin through the teleportation array, following the order of the family's Sanyuan realm ancestor to inquire about the news. After all, their ancestor also entered the capital Sanhua, and saw that scene at the cost of being injured. Many families today are similar to the Shi family, rushing to Xenia's city from all over to try to inquire about the news. This is their only channel to get in touch with the upper-level information. We got another good piece of information. Shi Yoshing was watching in the tea house. And Shi Yuyu next to him whispered, "Master, isn't the City City Wall a monument to a great man in history? Only those who have left their names in history are worthy of being buried here after death?" Shi Yuyu was puzzled. There are only 3,000 city walls in such a large continental city. To be able to enter it is to leave your name in history. But now it is given to a living person? Shi Yoshing said with emotion. Rules are dead, but people are alive. With this person's status, it is not a bad idea to give a living person a tomb and attract him to settle in. First of all, this Linmin, the original owner, did such a thing. How can the court have the face to let her leave a monument here? Linmin is now empty, and belongs to the ownerless city wall. Before, a group of troublesome scholars in the city established the Mingmen, and wrote the historical feat of the deputy leader Wuxing, who bravely fought against evil. The court can't do anything to these troublesome scholars. Rather than giving this Linmin to the deputy leader of the Wuxing sect as a shame, it's better to give it to Shirong, a living person. Shi Yuyu's heart trembled. It's unprecedented to set up a living temple for a living person. Not only the Jiosui dynasty didn't have it, but there was no precedent for the city walls of various states in the previous dynasty. Shi Yuyu whispered, "This is the miracle that City State City has weighed the pros and cons, and the final result of political compromise. If it were other states, Duku, Bayan, I guess they would be eager to spend a lot of money to invite this person to settle in. However, no matter how much it costs, they won't give out a city gate. It's not that they don't want to take it, but they have no reason to take it. Their 3,000 city walls are saturated. The 3,000 ancestors did not commit any crime. How will people in the world look at you if you remove a monument to a historical hero out of thin air? Only Xenia's can produce such a city wall. With the right time, right place, and right people, we have what we have today. A city wall is unprecedented, but it also fits Shirong's reputation of pioneering a weapons revolution and making a name for himself in the 9 states. What a pity." At this time, Shi Yoshing sighed. That family that was dazzled did not catch this huge wave. Every city wall has a patrol family. This housekeeper family serves the owner of the tomb. How famous is Shirong, the new owner of Linmin? Now, the benefits of becoming the other party's family can be imagined. What a pity. Maybe Shirong Master Craftsman was afraid that there would be another Fong family inspector who would embezzle and help the evil. So, only support the single eye. Shi Yoshing made a wave of analysis and felt that she had guessed it almost right. Although she felt sorry, she still thought about it and said directly, Let's go to that shop and take a look at this poor family who lost a great opportunity. I don't know where they came from." After that, she took Shi Yuyu down from the restaurant and went to that shop along the street. As soon as she entered the door, Shi Yuyu was shocked and looked at Jukurong, who was sitting at the front desk. Her beautiful eyes were full of shock. Why are you guys? Yujin Jukurong, Su Yunyang, They had a toothache instantly. What's going on? We just finished the script. How come there is an unexpected guest role, Eugene Jokai Rong? Shi Yuyu is naturally very familiar with him. The one who led the tomb robbery before was not Jokai Rong himself, but this Eugene Jokai Rong. This guy was madly commanding, moving bricks, mining, and teaching them various techniques. Why are you here? Eugene Jokai Rong was also surprised. Not to mention the huge 3,000 city walls. Just this scale gate, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them. Just come to see. Shi Yuyu secretly said, Didn't you command the tomb robbery before? Why are you here? Shi Yuyu was secretly surprised. No wonder they ignored me when I went to the villa to find them recently, and kept perfunctory. It turned out that they secretly opened this shop, and made a fortune, and made a lot of money. These little bad guys are so good at saving money. They dug out the floor tiles, and now they have saved a shop. Shi Yuyu's eyes were full of resentment and envy. Follow me. Eugene Jiotsirong was shocked, and pulled the two people to the back to open the ground vein defense array attached to the shop to prevent others from peeping. Although this shop can expose the identity of the Zuelahua family, others just think that it is a small middle-grade family in a place to open a shop. There are tens of thousands of such families, which are not uncommon in Zhoucheng. But it is better not to expose your family identity. In the watch barrage on Suyunyang, a group of people were also brushing. New plot. This small scene map of only a few dozen square meters, the planner is really good at playing. Suddenly the sword fairy comes in, and suddenly the Sher family comes in. That's right, it's a sitcom script, similar to the scene of an inn in Tongfuin, and everything in the world happens in the inn. The Sher family has also returned to Linmin. It's over. They know that the owner of the villa wants to marry a city woman as a son-in-law and marry into a noble family, so they come here to make trouble. Sure, Yoshing, our two families have been married for generations, and now you want to break off the engagement and climb up the branch? Let me tell you. Today it's not you who breaks off the engagement, but I divorce you. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully a poor girl. You are poisonous, and you are still making a son-in-law series? Everyone laughed. This bystander perspective is really interesting. The small map of the villa has a gunfight. The small map here, the shop is also doing something fancy. I guess the third small map, the perspective of the 4 legendary players, and the recent small courtyard map will also have some fancy moves. This is a 3-sided blossom. At this time, Jiosai Ron coughed twice and made an excuse. Because I performed well, the family sent us to the state capital to develop. I opened a small shop, and the development is considered average. Come here to develop? Sure, Yoshing thought it was right. The Zuelahua family has made a lot of money by selling painting cards recently. If there is a chance to return to City State City, they will naturally come back. If it were them, they would also try to come back to develop again. Your family has a chance to return to the state capital. Sure, Yu was also satisfied and envious, and said, that thorny scholar, who led the parade and established the Mingmen, is from your family? Ahem. Yujin Jukarong coughed twice. It wasn't long after we opened the store that we ran into the attack on the capital. The deputy leader of the Wuxing sect was very vicious, and caused our store to be damaged once. So one of our Yujin people, a righteous scholar, took the lead in making trouble, and dragged a group of scholars to ask for justice. As a result, by mistake, he became the inspector of Linmin. Sure, Yoshing looked a little envious. The inspector of Linmin is a nominal position. It was nothing, but the new owner of Linmin is Shirong Master. Alas, what a pity. Sure, Yoshing felt sorry for his allied family. They only want that scholar, not your family behind them, otherwise you would have soared to the sky. If the Zuelahuali family followed Shirong Master, their Sure family could also follow behind, and get some benefits. Sure, Yoshing felt a little uncomfortable. Alas, there is nothing we can do. Yujin Jukarong sighed, but secretly happy in his heart. Even Su Yunyan beside him was secretly proud. Is this the fun of secretly showing off? Familiar friends showed regret that we couldn't follow that peerless great man. But we are the big boss himself. This kind of secret pleasure is a bit exciting. There is no way, we are so low-key, hiding in the crowd, quietly opening up a new era of weapons for the entire Kyushu. But you are not without a solution. Sure, Yoshing suggested. Every top power, every family with heavenly spiritual roots, has a large number of subordinate forces, upper grade and middle grade vassals. There is still a good chance to contact that one again, and become a subordinate family. What's more, the fanatics of Shirong Xinjiang, who are a little exaggerated, have begun to brag that they are the first prototype of a fairy-level power in human history. Fairy level? Yujin Jukarong was shocked and made an exaggerated expression. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Sure, Yoshing smiled and showed a look of longing. Why not? That ability, everyone says it is a fairy root that surpasses the heavenly spiritual root. Even the holy land of the heavenly spiritual root has so many vassals. This first prototype of the fairy root, although it is only on weapons, not on people, has also broken the shackles. Everyone is rushing to be a vassal, and vying to be the first batch of confidants. This is a chance to soar to the sky. Speaking of this, she showed a look of longing. The appearance of immortal roots on weapons has led some far-sighted and powerful monks to speculate whether there will be a breakthrough in spiritual roots. Is it possible that immortal roots will appear on people in the future? Of course. The Shirong Godsmith is just a forging master. The breakthrough of immortal roots is not their professional field. It is a reform of immortal cultivation techniques and realm perfection that can only be made by combat monks. So now, many combat families have also raised their ambitions to become the first immortal root power. On par with the Shirong family next door, one is a scholar, and the other is a warrior, becoming the two giants of the opening era. What's more, the Shirong Godsmith is only a scholar in the opening era, while the family that opens up the immortal roots is a warrior, which is a direct improvement in combat power. I am afraid that it can open up the dynasty of the next era and suppress Jojo. Who wouldn't want to dominate the world? Many people have started to try to start an experiment, planting two yin and yang spiritual roots when the three flowers bloom. Therefore, the topic of immortal spiritual roots has become a hot topic in Jojo. Everyone has rumors that whichever fighting family has immortal spiritual roots will be the next saint family in Jojo. If the news that Shirong Divine Craftsman has settled in Limon spreads, I am afraid that countless people will gather in this huge living area and try to find a new tomb owner. 3,000 tombs will play the traditional hide and seek. They will hope to find Shirong, the new tomb owner, and then seek opportunities to follow him. Chapter 380. Looking for the owner of the tomb? This time it's our turn to be the boss. We set the hide and seek rules for this tomb. Su Yunyang and Eugene Jiokai Rong showed disbelief, and a strong sense of happiness filled their bodies. It was like drinking ice cola. A dripping cool feeling completely burst out of the body, rushing from the spine to the top of the head. It was so cool. This wave of secretly pretending plots given by the planners. These little blacksmiths give full marks. This is a cool game. So, our two families have to work harder, otherwise the world will be in turmoil. Sure, Yoshing also felt that he should cheer up the allied Zuelahuali family. At the very least, we have to settle in Linmin and return here. When the troubled times come, it is very unsafe in the wild, and Shoucheng is still one of the safest places. Now you have a shop, which is also very good. This is the best solution she got at her current poor knowledge level. Return to Shoucheng and hide from the troubled times. But this decision was very stupid in the eyes of Jiucai Rong and others. Knowing some of the inside information, they understood that the current continent city was extremely unsafe, and the saint might have to patrol the world and provoke a war. In this case, it is the best choice to stay away from the 9 continent cities first. By the way, what is your business? Sure, Yoshing finally set his eyes on the sign of the shop. Selling wine? Sure, Yu thought about it, but became curious about another project. What is that medical beauty project like? Can I do it? Su Yunyang's eyes fell on Sure Yu's flat chest, revealing a meaningful look. Yes, no side effects, maybe a little brainless in the short term. Lack of brains in the physical sense. Su Yunyang said again, but we can't do this medical beauty in a short time. The attending physician has returned to the family. Sure, Yu nodded, not quite understanding. Eugene Jiucai said, by the way, don't tell others about our identity as Shueli Hua. No one in the world knows who opened this shop. I know. Sure, Yu agreed, this is normal. Other shops will not easily expose the controlling family behind them. Yurli family returned to Linmin and opened a small shop. If you are discovered, you may be targeted by some old enemies. Some people don't want you to come back. It's better to hide first. Ning Zheng was eating lunch in the room, watching the viewing angle of there is a shop. He was a little surprised and emotional. Before, he first came to Xenia's city. On the day he just entered the big city, he envied the masters and other people's tombs, who visited incognito, and had a comfortable and leisurely life. Guests of the entire city, the geniuses, and the historical murals of the tomb owner all want to find the hidden true body and grant them opportunities. Now, it is our turn to become the owner and start hide and seek. Countless people are eager to get our chance to become the scale gate. But, should we continue this hide and seek Easter egg rule? Ning Zheng was silent. This is the customary rule of the dead. It looks like hide and seek, but it is actually to attract the geniuses to come and give certain opportunities to the descendants who are compatible. It is a gift from the tomb elders to the descendants, a kind of promotion. But this is the default rule of the dead. It is a kind of fun for those ancestors, a game in boredom. If a living person like me does not follow this hide-and-seek game, no one will say anything. We have to wait and see. Ning Zheng thought about it and sighed. We set up this kind of Easter egg reward, which will indeed help more tourists to come to Linmin from all over the 9 states. Now, the name of Shirong team is still very loud. Besides, if we attract more people, we can indeed find some suitable affiliated families. Ning Zheng pondered. A top-notch sect should not only have branches and garrisons in various states, but also have affiliated forces. How can a big force be alone? Especially those god-level professional families, who are not good at fighting. Their family magic is non-combat type, and they concentrate on studying a certain field, so their combat power is extremely weak. They need a group of guardian families to protect them. They are basically cultivated from childhood, looking for wild geniuses like Jian Xian, and they are expected to become a genius at the level of a leader in the state of mind. Now, there are probably many large combat families who are eyeing this point. They want to become our guardian families. Ningzheng pondered, because everyone knows that we dare not show up because we are weak. It is likely that our guardian families are not strong enough. But only they know it themselves. How can this be called a guardian family with insufficient combat power? This is not a guardian family at all. There is only one small mecha that can be used. They are now like delicious lambs with no ability to resist. There are wild wolves and tigers around them. If they are exposed, they will die. The guardian family is a free combat force. If it is reliable, it is not impossible to find a few. But in Ningzheng's mind, it is just for use. It is impossible to really reveal the details and identity. Just let these powerful people and families, who surrendered to him, be stationed in Linnan City for supply and dispatch. After all, if the real location of his villa is exposed, and he has so many secrets, that would be the real death. He must hide himself. Recruiting some families to protect the way can only be a temporary transition. And our direct combat force is the most core of our own people. It is truly trustworthy and cultivated. Ningzheng's mind fell on Yanhua. Gui King. If our villa has a Gui King, it will be a rapidly rising combat force. Gui King is a thing that is illogical. As long as you eat enough Gui, your combat power will continue to rise rapidly. Look at Jiaowu before, he took advantage of the battle in Xinyazu to come and eat Gui like crazy. If Jiaowu continues to eat, it is not impossible for him to enter the state of one mind from the state of two phases. This is why the world is looking for Gui King. Each Ghost King grows up to be at least a state of mind, crazy growth, walking terrible natural disasters, bringing great instability to the dynasty. If Yanhua becomes a Ghost King, he can become a good fighting force in a short period of time as long as he spends money and eats ghosts. The awakening of Yanhua really depends on the layout of those blacksmiths, even if it costs a certain price. Ningzheng thought in his heart. Yanhua, the probability of awakening may be low. Just layout is not enough. You still need a certain luck to achieve awakening. You still have to smash the luck value, Ningzheng sighed. The sword fairy in front of him has obviously started. Ningzheng opened the forum and looked at a pinned post. This is the Yanhua forum strategy they posted. The novel is now the 7th chapter of Yanhua Travels Through the Other World. Chapter 7. The Mysterious Scale Gate Master Summoned. Passers by envy Yanhua. Chapter 381. How can I put it? After reading a few chapters, Ningzheng was fascinated by the book. These people are indeed reliable. They have published books to awaken Yanhua. Compared with the story of Jojo, the story of Earth 20 years later is not so logical. But it feels so good that I can't help reading it. It's a bit too brainless. Why are there ridicules everywhere? Ningzheng turned a few pages, and was more and more surprised. How can even a vegetable vendor look down on Yanhua? Yanhua likes this? Jojo is full of scholars. When they write books, they first value literary literacy. Writing too brainless and degrading plots will make them embarrassed, and be looked down upon by their peers. This leads to differences in the story styles of the two worlds. Yanhua grew up in that world, and the plot of the protagonist in front of him must conform to the fairy-style protagonist in his cognition. It has to be so brainless and cool. However, what is written in the forum is the director's outline. Reality is not a novel, and the actual plot depends on the situation. With a huge Linnan city, the high and mighty Shiron god craftsman personally came to assist the awakening of a small and weak ghost scholar, which is also a super lineup. The sword fairy took away Yujin Yanhua, but there was no camera to monitor them. Ningzheng thought for a while. However, the next plot is obvious. It is the sword fairy who takes Yanhua around Linnan, pretending to be crazy and attracting the admiration of passers-by. Let Yanhua feel good. Then, the sword fairy gives Yanhua another opportunity to increase the right to manage Linnan. In short, it is a classic plot with various meanings of the protagonist. When Yanhua reaches the threshold of semi-awakening, I will have to use my luck to help him. Ningzheng felt that she had to save money. Just then, Jiuzai Ron got the information from Dukuhong and others, saying that the second batch of arcs had been made. This batch of weapons will be equipped with an arc for each member of the team. The moment she got the news, Ningzheng suddenly saw herself, the blacksmith of the whole villa. The fallen luck was slowly returning to normal. If we get the arc, the crisis will disappear. Ningzheng smiled. A small world destruction, as long as I find a way, there is nothing to worry about. Turn danger into safety. Our arc can really survive the world destruction catastrophe 2 months later. However, we still have to sell more arcs. which can make money and save more people. Besides, getting out of danger is only the most basic threshold. I still have to continue to develop and deal with the unknown terror of the doomsday. Who knows what other variables will come? The affairs of the Scale Gate began to get on track. The spokesperson of the Scale Gate, Fairy Sword, and her housekeeper began to officially take over the entire regional city. And they are preparing to rename it. The Dark Gate and the Scale Gate are all in the past. The new name will be Shiman. The tomb of the Shiron god craftsman has begun to spread throughout Gyozhou at a very fast speed. Many monks from all over the world came to travel, visit, and witness. This will be a living tomb. Perhaps in the distant future, the bones of the Shiron god craftsman will be buried here. Someone sighed. Someone crossed the teleportation array and stepped onto this land that is about to become a legend. Looking at the hustle and bustle on the street, yes, hundreds of thousands of years later, future generations will enter this historical city wall and truly admire this giant who opened up history and promoted the wave of change. A group of young blacksmiths came, showing their longing and pilgrimage. We will witness his life from birth to death in the tomb of a living person. Swordcasting Villa. The Shiman next door has become a new tourist attraction, but it will take some time for it to ferment completely. The blacksmiths should move bricks and combine pets. Because of the attack on Jiosai, the whole villa announced a new decree. As for the damage to the building, these things were not taken seriously. The little demon beast in the five-body realm only spit out some small flames. It is impossible to burn the mud building. The B point that was blasted was just a small railing, and it would be fine after repairing it. But this is still a serious case. Those blacksmiths were caught to mine, and go to the Zanyang Tower to operate sewing machines. Because of this sudden incident, the Qilin boys in the villa have calmed down a lot, and everyone has resumed their daily routine of moving bricks. Ning Zheng was standing in the Lingnong area at this time, and his eyes fell on a fairy gourd. Sir, we have recently developed a rough idea of the Hongming gourd. The mud craftsman pointed to the big gourd in front of him. Tell me more about it, Ning Zheng said. The role of the yin-yang creation furnace directly changed the layout of the villa. The second artifact seemed a bit mediocre these days. Our magic weapon mainly produces spiritual liquid. The mud craftsman introduced. It absorbs various spiritual and precious spiritual objects. Even if it is placed in place, it can slowly absorb the spiritual essence between heaven and earth and slowly produce spiritual liquid. The recipe for absorption can be said to be very wide. We are now using it as a plant processor in the villa. Those bad spiritual plants and spiritual medicine experiments are thrown in for digestion to reduce losses. Generally speaking, the useless spiritual plants and byproducts of spiritual farmers are thrown to the alchemy room for medicine refining and digestion to reduce losses. The alchemy room is the digestion place for spiritual farmers' byproducts. But now, spiritual farmers have their own processing channels. This thing can replace the alchemist, digest various unnecessary spiritual plants, and refine drops of spiritual liquid. On the other hand, the alchemy room of the villa is not doing its job. It can make everything except elixir, and digest the byproducts for their spiritual farmers. And the spiritual liquid produced is very versatile. Whether it is saving people, practicing, or repairing hidden injuries, it will have amazing effects. I call it the origin spiritual liquid. A very versatile pure energy spiritual liquid. The mud vomiting craftsman said, even the blacksmiths in our villa don't know the goods, they don't use it at all. Ning Zheng agreed with this point. But this thing is used for cultivation, repairing the body, and replenishing the lost essence. What body do blacksmiths repair? It is not used at all. There is no internal demand in our villa, so it is not as popular as the synthesis furnace next door. The mud vomiting craftsman said, but it is definitely very effective to sell it to the outside world. This is equivalent to a 24-hour full power free alchemist. As long as you throw in various plants and spiritual medicines, you can extract them. I suggest that it is used as a new product of Lin Min. No Shiman, and it is unique. Ning Zheng nodded when he heard it. Shiman has just been established, and it is indeed necessary to launch some special products. Weapons will be sold and auctioned. In addition to weapons, there must be a local specialty. This original spiritual liquid can be used as a hit. Ning Zheng couldn't help asking, can the ghost absorb it? Of course. Oh, Nijiang said seriously, don't underestimate our spiritual liquid. This is the nectar produced by the immortal weapon. If you use a higher level spiritual object, you will produce a higher year medicine liquid. Oh, Nijiang felt that this thing was like the alchemy furnace of Taishang Lao Jun and the peaches of Queen Mother. When the age is higher in the future, it will be a real treasure, prolonging life. It is estimated that eating a drop will greatly increase the cultivation level and prolong life by hundreds or thousands of years. That's not a problem. This invitation to the world to evaluate must be a powerful weapon. Can it prolong life? Ning Zheng was a little surprised. Suddenly, it seemed that the time of the death of the nine-spiked saint was a bit wrong. If he waited for a while, the ark would appear, and he could open a capital city, suppressing and attacking the secret realm of the world. If he waited a little longer, he would have asked the saint to open the treasury, take some top spiritual objects, refine the top origin spiritual liquid, prolong his life, and probably live for a few more decades. Alas, history has completely changed with just a little time. Sometimes the direction of history is due to a little insignificant detail, which makes fate go to different ends. But Ning Zheng thought carefully. The saint didn't seem to be dead yet, but faked his death. I think I can still make up for it. Can I give the saint in the tomb something through some channels, let him use this origin spiritual liquid to prolong his life for a few decades, and then come out to pacify the country? Ning Zheng suddenly had this idea. But he thought again, is the saint really not dead? He might have died by now. After taking the original spiritual liquid in the tomb, the saint thought he was still alive, and successfully extended his life. He ran out of the tomb 2 months later. Could it be me who seduced him out of the tomb? Am I the culprit of the destruction of the world? Ning Zheng was shocked. He has now completely reacted. After the saint entered the tomb, he was like Schrodinger's cat in the mouth of blacksmiths. You can't confirm whether he is dead inside. Anyway, the saint thinks he is still alive, just pretending to be dead. He entered the tomb in advance, and will maintain this state. You think you are helping him to extend his life, and help him get out of the tomb, but maybe you are giving him an excuse to go out, an unprecedented evil. He sealed himself well, but someone insisted on helping him to open the seal. Alas, it is impossible to tell whether it is true or false. We can no longer help the Saint Josue. No matter what happens, he can't be asked to go out. Ning Zheng felt a little regretful. There is a good thing that can really prolong life, but I dare not give it to you. In front of another immortal weapon. By the way, there is something wrong with this synthesis. Looking at the yin-yang forge, the god of food muttered, no matter how I combine, I can't get anything good. It's a pure money-making thing. I have spent more than 400 magic coins. I think this He Guangxiu will surpass the medical clinic in the next few days, and become the richest man in the version. Xiao Chai Kuan couldn't help but complain. Each version has its own god. Before, medical clinic was quite awesome, and now it's the turn of alchemy room, but it's not their turn canteen. But it's okay, canteen earns hard-earned money, and employs a large number of blacksmiths to help cook. Every version is at the second or third profit point. Now, 50 magic coins get a split corpse of a meat tank beast, a turtle, a unicorn, and you can synthesize it. It looks like a benefit, super cheap, but it can't stand the unsuccessful synthesis. Except for the human synthesis formula, all other syntheses have failed. I can only say that humans are really a panacea. What do you think of the synthesis of unicorn and dog? The god of food smiled. I can tell at a glance that they are of the same race, and their blood maps are similar. Because the work pressure in the cafeteria is not great, a group of people are hired for daily tasks. The two leaders of this cafeteria wander around during the day, very leisurely. I don't think it's good. Xiao Chai Kun rolled his eyes. This requires a subhuman form. If you can't walk upright, what's the use of your successful synthesis? The god of food thought about it, and it was right. If you can't stand upright, you can't move bricks. The little blacksmiths around were also worried. After the new Kirin boy and Turtle boy appeared, many people spent money crazily, but ended up losing a lot. Some people even didn't have 10 magic coins left, and they were so poor. It turned out that drawing cards ruined their lives. I think this won't work. I have to find a professional. The god of food muttered to the crowd who squeezed out of the synthesis furnace. What professional? Xiao Chai Kun said. Hee. The god of food laughed twice. The Zuelahua family is so professional. Don't forget that they are the experts in flesh and blood synthesis. Xiao Chai Kun heard it, and immediately understood. Godfather, flesh and blood stimulation, macho warrior. Sister, flesh and blood synthesis, meat field expansion. Bottle ancestor, flesh and blood control, puppet master. Sister meat field, this is professional flesh and blood synthesis. The god of food said, let the big guys help us synthesize it, then it won't take a minute. We can open a blood flower, go and recognize the master, and ask our mother to help us. Xiao Chai Kun's eyes lit up. Yes, there is also our real mother. It turns out that the planner is playing with details again. There has been a foreshadowing for a long time. Meatfield Royal Sister, Meatfield unfolds, and the plot of Yin and Yang creation furnace has been paved long ago. Awesome. The planning is linked together, so early foreshadowing. Xiao Chai-kun muttered, but now, we are Qilin Boy. Qilin Boy opens Blood Flower, pretending to be a disciple of Blood Flower. Isn't it a bit wrong? The god of food immediately looked at his appearance awkwardly. With a pair of small horns, a small calf tail, and soft and fine scales on his hands and feet. Can this be a disciple of Blood Flower? This doesn't look like it at all. Don't worry, it's definitely possible. We are the disciples of this generation of Zuelahua, but we just look a little special. I have a plan, watch me perform. The god of food patted his chest. Let's contact the 4-member group of the dazzling legend next door, and let them be the insider. Oh! Xiao Chai-kun went offline, and sent them a private message. The god of food smiled and said, I will go to the old steward and apply for the opening of the teleportation array, the channel for ancestor worship. When Ningzheng received the message, he had returned to the villa, and was basking in the sun in the yard. He looked at the pavilions on the sun, and the beauties came and went. This Cine family feels a little wrong. Those women are wearing clothes embroidered with magnolia flowers, and wearing magnolia flowers. Are they doing publicity? Ningzheng looked at the sun, and fell into deep thought. Before, the villa blacksmith said that they would make a promotional video for their villa on the sun and moon. Now, the Cine family is probably also working on their sun and moon promotional video? They seem to be trying to recruit people. While Ningzheng was thinking, she received their message. Want to worship the ancestors? Seek help from synthetic species? Of course you can. Chapter 382. That night, the 4 members of the legend chatted in the paper house and discussed plans, and then went to the forum together after logging off. Dazzle posted, I dazzled, soaring to the sky, watch me lie dormant for 3 months and successfully counterattack. Everyone, do you think I am talking about my dazzled embers? No, I tell you, I don't rely on embers, but on our legend 4 members. A new plot is about to start with Sister Routian. I won't tell you the specific content. Watch our performance tomorrow. It will definitely be the most anticipated scene. Dazzle boasted that the 4 of them had worked hard and finally got through it. All the blacksmith's attention was attracted by their boasting. Speaking of Dazzled, it was indeed a hard time for a long time. He worked from 9 to 5 in that hidden map and madly brushed Sister Rushan's favorability. According to normal game logic, the more hidden the task, the more difficult it is, and the more rewards you get. This is probably the case, otherwise, it would be a shame for their hard training for several months. Shirshan, please watch our performance tomorrow. Xiao Chai-kun, there are many things that are not only thought of by you, Yi Quanxiu hihi. Xianxiui, so what do you want to play? Suyunyang, the map of Routian Yujie is going to be officially opened? I think it makes sense. At present, there are only 3 local maps, the villa, the shop, and the paper house. The shop next door is so lively, and the paper house is also going to make efforts. Jiao Cairong, well, I'm waiting to see your performance. Yi Quanxiu, as the chief of the think tank, we said that our energy is really not here recently. We are busy with the layout of Xenia's city, the dazzling awakening, and studying the information data of various forces and sects in Jiuzhou provided by various planners. We are stunned. There are really too many text descriptions of each sect, making it look like the real thing. Everyone was bragging and waiting for the performance of the Eyes Dazzling. The Eyes Legendary 4 were also the first batch of veteran players, and they were indeed doing badly now. The next morning, after a wave of preparation, the god of food and Xiao Chai-kun, with the carefully prepared meals, got the permission of the old steward, and went to the paper house at the foot of the mountain through the teleportation array. Dong dong dong. The 2 of them knocked on the door in front of the paper house. Click. The door suddenly opened. A woman in red was sitting in the yard, looking at the 2 half-human, half-beasts in front of her, and frowned slightly. She didn't know why there was such a half-demon knocking on the door in her villa, and it was a Qilin species. That was the descendant of the divine beast. Our home is so remote. When did we have anything to do with this level of existence? Ancestor, you finally opened the door. The god of food was so excited that tears flowed down his face. Shizhu was silent for a while. The other party cried as soon as she saw her. It seemed a little mentally abnormal. Who are you? The god of food said bitterly. Can't you see our blood? Shizhu stretched out his hand and grabbed the god of food, who was suddenly sucked into his hand. The bright red flesh buds emerged from the palm of his hand and pierced into the body of the god of food. Shizhu was suddenly shocked. This person turned out to be the son of our Zuelahua family, and the Qilin clan. Ordinary people can't feel their own blood at all, because the blood of the Qilin species is too strong and will crush the weak human blood. If you are not good at blood and flesh, you can't feel that your blood is connected with the other party. You are? Routian Yujia showed a strange look. Yes. Xiao Chaikun said, you haven't returned to the villa for too long. A certain person in power in our family has secretly met a simple Qilin girl outside in the past few years, and then deceived her. At this point, Xiao Chaikun showed a complicated expression. Our elders also agreed, saying that our family's bloodline is not strong, and mixed blood has more potential. Now it is to improve the family's bloodline. Routian Yujia was silent for a moment. This simple divine beast girl was deceived. Why does this plot feel a bit? God of cookery, look, our bloodline, this is ironclad evidence. Their Qilin boy was synthesized with human bloodline. And their villa has only one human bloodline, Zuelahuali family. This is your seed. Before, those sand sculpture blacksmiths had suggestions. Said that if you secretly take the blood of the wife of a couple and synthesize it with the blood of another man to produce a baby, wouldn't it be a threat to the wife? Why did you give birth to a child with another man? Whose bastard is this? Hee, you don't want your husband to know, right? Now, they have the same logic. Zuelahuali family plus Qilin equals Qilin boy. How should you respond? The evidence is as strong as a mountain. Of course, they also have the blood flower human and the turtle. It's just too exciting. Their blood flowerly family has dealt with 2 divine beasts in a row. This is not suitable to be taken out at once. Xiao Chaikun was also proud. This is a detailed reflection of the planning. Even if the appearance has changed, we are still the blood flower family, Qilin turtle. We are all the original family of the villa. We are still integrated into the villa. I take a look. Shirzu checked again, and thought it was ridiculous. But no matter how many times he checked, it was the same. In addition, these 2 hybrids also have their family spiritual roots, the middle grade blood flower. If it was in the past, she would not believe it. However, under the premise of her master Li Yuzu, she had to believe it. Because her master secretly liked a dragon and lost his appetite. Now, someone in the family actually liked a unicorn. The unicorn and the dragon are both great families of divine beasts, and there is no difference. Could it be that this kind of aesthetic of controlling exotic beasts is passed down in our family bloodline? Our Zuelahua family is a robbery cultivator. When did it become the Hahuan sect? Started to deceive innocent foreign women. What sin did our family commit? She took a deep breath and relaxed for a long time. You two, come in. Sin, is it hereditary? Yes. The god of food and Xiao Chaikun looked at each other and thought to themselves. However, hereditary? Before, there were also people in our family who liked to do this routine. The god of food and Xiao Chaikun did not know the true identity of Li Yuzhu, but guessed that someone in their family liked the demon race. No wonder the acceptance level was so high. In the future, our Zuelahua family must continue to flourish. What unicorn, turtle, dragon, fishman, crocodile, tire, car, sword, hornet's nest, vine. There is nothing that the ancestor can't think of. As for what you think is wrong, this is a bit too outrageous. It's all because of the ancestor who likes the demon clan you mentioned. It's all because of him who led us, the young disciples of Zuelahua, astray. He must bear the blame. I said, it's all because of him. Even the king of heaven can't stop him from taking the blame. Rauti and Yujia finally sighed. Although they are considered outliers together, as a demon cultivation family, the tolerance is still enough. Between firewood, the former capital, countless monks were flying in the sky, stretching their hands to make spells, and buildings rose from the ground with rumbling sounds, and flew out continuously. On the streets, pedestrians were crowded and anxious. We have been lurking for so long, and finally we are going to become the new capital. We are going to enter the capital, become the big officials and court officials in the capital, and hide among the court officials. I don't know how many people are like us. Jiaoyu showed a gentle smile, like the little girl in the well that year, holding Li Yozhu's hand, sweet like a young couple in love. Yes, we were dormant in the early stage, and now we are officially in the play. Li Yozhu looked at the sky, and for some reason, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of uneasiness. By the way, after this trip to the capital, we will go home and take you to see our current family. Li Yuzhu said, our daughter lives at the foot of the mountain and is taken care of by the family. The brother she recognized is also working in our Zuelahua family. Although he has never been to the mountain, he can feel the rapid development. Go home. Jiaoyu smiled gently. I don't know if your family can accept me, a dragon. The combination of humans and monsters is not favored after all. Will they look at us with prejudice? Even though she is of noble status, she is still a little worried about not being blessed. It's okay. Li Yoju's cold face showed a trace of tenderness. Although we are considered outliers together, the tolerance of the demon cultivation family is still enough. Chapter 383. My paper house. The courtyard is very simple. The bricks on the ground are red, and the sticky texture gives people a weird and gloomy feeling of horror. The god of food and Xiao Chai Kun were invited into the courtyard, and they soon saw some Zuelahua disciples of Imai. There were not too many of them, only one head was left, and there were scarecrows underneath. Because the disciples thrown into the Imai were not very talented, and they could not even complete the cultivation of the five-body realm. So they simply let their heads be inserted into the blood giant in advance, and live for the first body of the five-body realm for 800 years. Moreover, these heads can also help this 1,000-headed giant to cultivate. It is equivalent to countless people sharing one body and practicing together. It's just that their own cultivation speed is slow, and they still can't repair this blood giant. Why are you here? The dazzled people looked at Xiao Chai Kun with surprise, and they were very into the play. Yes, why are you here? Swollen eyes also looked happy. Routian Yujia frowned slightly, and her doubts were lessened. Did you know each other before? Yes. Yanhua said, before we came here, there were many transsexuals in the villa. All of them were of the same race with horns. There were many before? Routian Yujia was shocked and understood. No wonder, I always feel that there is something hidden in the villa recently, but it is obviously the bloodline of the family. It turns out that such a horrifying thing is hidden, and it turns out that the bloodline of the people in the villa has already made such radical reforms. She felt that the education of this new owner was problematic before, and she didn't expect that even the races were mixed. Why didn't you say this before? There are many mixed bloods in the mountain. Routian Yujia frowned. Because there was nothing before. Yanhua certainly wouldn't say that, but with a look of grievance. You didn't ask before. Routian Yujia sighed, and believed it more. After all, she never thought that there was such an outrageous truth. A group of people took the immortal weapon that was enough to shock Jiuzhou, mixed blood, and deceived her, a little cultivator in the 3-yuan realm. How could she be so worthy of such an amazing treatment? But she never thought that there was really a group of lunatics who didn't play by the rules, just to do this kind of tricks, and still felt that they had taken advantage and were extremely proud. What are you doing here this time? Routian Yujia couldn't help but speak. We are here to repair the family heritage, the 1,000-headed giant. The god of food said, and our family has now established a relationship with the Qilin clan and has obtained the qualification to borrow one of their artifacts. Oh! Routian Yujia said, we have established a relationship? For things like hooking up with the demon clan and betraying humans, their family doesn't care at all. What monster, what human? That's just an excuse for the righteous cultivators to kill you. Those holy places, sects, and clans secretly make friends with some monsters and various beast races in exchange for resources. Look at the Xenia's city before. Jiaowu, a member of the Jialong clan, was able to enter the human city and make friends with humans. But the only thing that made this ancestor a little uncomfortable was that they made friends with the Qilin clan, and they were afraid that they would become a subsidiary family. She also had a guess in her heart. Their new owner, or a newly promoted Sanyuan cultivator, was afraid that he would marry into the Qilin family, and was still beaten and scolded, and was not favored by the family. Living under someone else's roof, an unequal relationship, is bound to be angry. She thought to herself. However, our family is weak and has no other choice but to rely on others, especially since the chaotic times are coming. As a middle-class family, we can also have a backer. Her idea was actually what the group of monsters in the villa thought. After escaping from Linmin, they surrendered to the Fong family, the inspector of Linmin, to help mine outside Pingchong City in order to prevent the Zuelahua family from being destroyed. But, after Ningzheng occupied the magpie's nest, he killed the living people on their mountain, chased to Linmin, and killed all their superiors, the Fong family. Take them all away. Now he has occupied Linmin, which means that the bully has been released and must be killed. Ah, it's good to have someone to rely on. The stone ancestor sighed. By the way, what is the magic weapon that was borrowed? It is a magic weapon that can repair the flesh and blood giant. Xiao Chai Kun said, this is similar to the transformation and fusion surgery of the blood flower, but it is more advanced. Xiao Chai Kun said, it can fuse some organs and tissues of beasts, monsters. You are an expert in this field, so we came to ask for advice. I see. Routian Yujia nodded, please show me the data. Xiao Chai Kun was ecstatic. Before, Dukuhong helped them with reference. Now, the old ancestor helps them with reference. We just need to be responsible for slacking off, and let the real big NPC help and provide professional knowledge and literacy, which is the correct way to play. How can you learn everything by yourself? I am not a Superman. The game in front of you is a business game, recruiting NPCs from various fields to settle in and become employees, and it is a card collection game. By the way, after you have read the data, please study our family giant. Xiaochai Kun said, see how to transform it. Soon, after some discussion, Routy and Yujia began to agree that this hidden vein paper house area would be temporarily open. Ningzheng also allowed them to teleport and communicate in real time. After all, he really didn't need that much money for the teleportation array, so he only charged 10 magic coins symbolically. It is estimated that in a period of time, the mountain villa and paper house maps can be directly connected. Wow, this is the hidden vein. So interesting. Some of them were human beings, and some were Qilin boys who came here, constantly watching and studying the flesh and blood giant in the underground cave. Routy and Yujia sat on the chair and occasionally raised her eyebrows. So many mixed blood? Can they really give birth? Could it be that the blood flower of our family has developed a fourth branch and has this ability to give birth? Won't it be a name similar to the Wuxing sect? She fell into thought again. Ningzheng was not afraid that Routy and Yujia would find out anything. 1. She could already kill her with a wave of her hand. At worst, she could kill her and reset her. She would have control in her own hands. 2. She could see her luck. If something was wrong, she would know it at any time. 3. Gui's logical cognition was flawed. It was not as flexible as the wisdom of a living person, and it was easy to be exploited. Just like when the Sher family robbed the tomb, they often took advantage of Gui's cognitive loopholes and logical flaws to get stuck and break into the house to steal. Just like when Ningzheng robbed the tomb before, she also took advantage of the flaws and dug the floor in front of the city guards. In front of her, there was a chance to bluff this Routy and Yujia. Let's take a look. Ningzheng sighed. Anyway, this person's life logic is to take care of the family and do the family logistics. As long as the blacksmiths are all of the blood flower, there shouldn't be any big problems. He will still be a good logistics person. Chapter 384. A few days after the opening of the paper house, this flesh-field lady devoted herself to the great cause of flesh and blood synthesis. This ancestor is actually not good at fighting, but is good at studying flesh and blood synthesis, flesh-field separation, and other experiments. Compared with the messy river monster work of the Fairy of Medicine, she is a real professional flesh and blood transformation magic cultivator. Now she is commanding and getting data remotely like Dukuhong. If this Yin-Yang creation furnace had not been moved to the paper house, it would be difficult to explain, and the little blacksmiths would have wanted to carry it here. It is estimated that after a few more days of research, this ancestor who is good at flesh and blood synthesis will be able to come up with some results. Racial synthesis still has to be left to professionals. In Zhujian Villa, Ningzheng sat in the housekeeper's room of the villa, looking at the recent data, and there was a constant ticking sound outside the window. That was the sound of melting snow. This period of time may be the group of beauties on the sun and moon. After the trial adjustment, the entire sun and moon is officially running. Although the current sun and moon illumination only covers the local cities of Xinyazu, not the entire wilderness. But it is still under trial adjustment, and the illumination range will be gradually expanded in the future. The winter, which was still snowing, has completely warmed up, and the icicles under the eaves are melting rapidly. The sound of dripping water gives people a quiet and beautiful feeling. The sun is shining brightly. This means spring is coming. A winter has passed quietly like this. Calculating the time carefully, Hungry, Guipu's Pingchong City Battle, Xinya's City Battle, Beijing City Sales Meeting. Thinking carefully, this short winter has been very fulfilling. Now, Jiuzai Rong is responsible for the internal operation of the villa, capital operation, and task management. Yi Guangxiu is in charge of the strategic command department outside the villa, exploring the development direction of the villa and developing new businesses. Ningzheng holds the development report they have made in the past few days. 1. The development of Shimen. This includes the diversion of customers, the hide-and-seek Easter eggs, the pre-sale of the new product Origin Spirit Liquid, the Dazzling Awakening. A densely packed plan of tens of thousands of words. Shimen's situation is special, and I don't have to show up in person. Even because they are already on the same boat, the Cine family is more afraid that the Shiron God craftsman will be exposed. I wish you would continue to hide. The Sword Fairy has temporarily received a group of official aid personnel from Xinya's city, to help with construction and maintain public order. 2. The second sale of the Ark. There is nothing to say about this. The members of this team formed a bond and pulled out an interest group, the Cini family, the Dooku family, and the Formation Master Lanzhou. 3. Racial synthesis, the reshaping of the thousand-headed giant of the hidden vein. That blood-leaving flower giant does need to be reshaped. This immortal weapon made of flesh and blood may be able to create a second missile launcher, and the embers of the manor owner are souls. The giant in front of us is flesh and blood. The combination of the two is undoubtedly a qualitative change. It will play a major role in defending the manor in the entire future catastrophe. Because of the need for power, Ning Zheng did not tell the blacksmiths that the world-destroying crisis in 2 months has been resolved. They are still thinking hard and preparing to fully welcome this big plot. Ning Zheng thinks this is not a deception. Because 2 months later, something big did happen. We just barely avoided it. Well done. After reading their report, Ning Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Sir, we have finished compiling the intelligence of the various forces in the 9 provinces. At this time, Yi Guangxiu said, we have found something interesting. Oh! Ning Zheng put down the information in her hand and asked, what is it? It is about the characteristics of Xinyazu. Yi Guangxiu said, as we all know, the 9 provinces were once the 9 departments that followed the 9 spike saint to conquer the world. Each continent has its own characteristics. For example, Dakuzu is full of spiritual farmers. Qiangweizu is a group of strong men with yang spiritual roots who practice body and armor. Baianzhou is full of women with yin spiritual roots. After the founding of the country, each was divided. What are the characteristics of our Xinyazu? Ning Zheng knew. Xinyazu has no characteristics. Even the spiritual roots are mixed with all kinds. It is a moderate continent, not as distinctive as other continents. But it must have its characteristics. It's just that most people don't know. Yi Guangxiu said, the information of Xinyazu is very secret. It is the confidential information of Jiuzhou given to us by the Dooku family that can be understood. Xinyazu is full of descendants of the royal family of the previous dynasty, and even the rebellious forces in the court at that time. These forces abandoned Xinqiao and followed the saint. Ning Zheng understood clearly. In the words of the blacksmith, this is the traitor island. The traitors of the previous dynasty are all gathering places for those who specialize in stabbing the adoptive father of Xinqiao and recognize the enemy as their father. The classic example can be seen in Li Wanqi, who was a ghost in the sect, led the devil into the village, and killed his own head teacher Zun Xiaogao. Xinyazu and Cini's spiritual roots are all named in memory of someone. Then it seems that the king of this continent has changed his name and became a double surname, an independent clan. The real name of the original single surname is Cini. In all likelihood, she is a princess of the previous dynasty who surrendered to the rebels and plotted against her father. So something big is going to happen. How could we, who are so upright and righteous, appear in this special continent that is dedicated to stabbing our adoptive father? Jiuzhai Rong complained, where is this saint inspecting Jiuzhou? In all likelihood, he is here to find his traitorous daughter. Yi Guangxiu also let out a sigh of relief. The worst result is a fight. We are really going to be affected. That makes sense, we need to be on guard. Ning Zheng nodded and talked to them about the structure of Jiuzhou, the future layout, and how the villa should stand. When the troubled times come, if you don't choose the right camp, you will be liquidated by the victors after failure, and you will be close to death. Sir, the time has come to officially announce the establishment of Shimen. Please give a speech in our city. Jiuzhai Rong suddenly said. Ning Zheng came to the villa today just to participate in the ceremony. Shimen. The teleportation array became very lively. In the auction of this section, the young lady and the maid were sitting at the counter chatting. The maid smiled and said, Miss, why haven't you gone to the plastic surgery shop? It's been a few months, and you are still waiting? Looking for a fight. The shopkeeper smiled and said, do I need it? I don't need it. I went to a shop before, just to see an old friend. I felt that it was a pity that the Zuelahua family suddenly changed to doctors. The maid said, but now they have made money. The land price in Shimen has increased by dozens of times, which is exaggerated to a terrifying degree. Linnan was originally the least lively area of the city wall. There were few tourists before, the land was cheap, and even many shops were vacant. Now it is completely full, and the official auction branch in the Linnan area that she is in charge of has also risen. Recently, she is even more smiling and proud, but some people want to take over the branch in this area, and want to replace it with a second generation with a background, probably wanting to get close to that person. Bah! Seeing that this location is good, there is a lot of money, and there is a new owner. They want to transfer here? They are really brave. The maid said dissatisfiedly. This place was so poor before, why didn't they come? Another Fong family. It's okay, we will go find Yanhua. The shopkeeper smiled and showed emotion. He is the most upright. During this period, Yanhua can be said to be in the limelight. While the two were chatting, Shi Yoshing and Shi Yu suddenly appeared outside the door. Why are you from the Shi family here? The shopkeeper was stunned. Senior, we are here to see you. Shi Yoshing smiled. They had a good relationship with the Zuelahuali family, and the official shopkeeper, who managed the Linmin auction 100 years ago. It seems that you also have an opinion about this place? Said the female shopkeeper. Of course, Linmin was our previous home, but now it has become so glorious, and there are great heroes who have left their names in history. I never dreamed of it. Shi Yoshing said softly. I want to see if I can follow you to run a shop and help you. Your business has been so hot recently, and I feel like you are in need of people. Wow. Bai Xingling passed through the state city-level teleportation array and came to the Shimen of Xinia's city. Are you there? Today is the day when Shimen City is officially opened. He looked around curiously. There were flashes of light around him. Many cultivators and masters appeared and rushed out, just like a busy market during the new year. Xiniazu is not a very popular continent. Because it is relatively moderate, there are few travelers. As a cultivator who travels all over the country and visits secret realms everywhere, he only came here occasionally 70 years ago. Unexpectedly, this Shimen is so prosperous now. He walked into the restaurant to ask, and found that the number of foreigners has been overflowing these days. There are many cultivators, like him from all over the world, who are preparing to buy houses and settle here. These great masters of the second phase realm are already the strongest below the headmaster level. Lian Qianqin is at this level. And these masters of the second phase realm often choose a place to settle down, and then separate the Dharma phase to explore the major secret realms of Jojo. So the safety of the settlement place is very important. Before, some real strong people bought houses and settled in the capital. That was the real safety. The main body hides in the capital, and the Dharma image goes to explore all over Jojo. Who can kill them? But now the capital is in danger, and a lot of masters can only find a new place to settle down. Many people have flocked to Shimen. Now, Shimen here is undoubtedly the most popular retirement place in Jojo. The main body is hiding here, which is very safe. Bai Xingling sighed. None of these people are stupid. He thought in his heart. After all, Jadaza city is the safest city under the capital. If you settle here, you can find a chance to catch up with that person, and you may become a subsidiary family or a worshipper. As a worshipper, you have a high degree of freedom, and you can also get a second salary. In the future, you will get some funding and subsidies when you go to the secret realm. He asked around. He learned that the person in charge of Shimen, the housekeeper, was building a college somewhere to teach and educate people. This is normal. A big force will build its own college to cultivate children and form the blood supply and demand of the new generation. Now the list of the top 100 famous schools in Jojo is built by many big forces. This is also a manifestation of strength. Some second-rate forces are not rich enough, and their schools can only be second-rate famous schools. For example, there are more than 100 second-rate famous schools in Xinia's city today. They are the first choice for scholars who cannot enter the heavy and first lines in the annual imperial examination. Back then, he, Bai Xingling, also graduated from a top college, but later for some reasons, he did not enter the force that built the school and has been wandering outside. I have been unlucky in the past few months. I hope Shimen can give me some changes. Bai Xingling whispered secretly. His spiritual roots are very helpful for exploring information. His fighting power is not high, but with the talent of his spiritual roots, he dug graves everywhere, collected resources, and had constant opportunities. He entered the second phase realm before he was less than 1,000 years old. He can be said to be a child of destiny who has encountered many adventures. However, in the past few months, the few treasures he got were often inexplicably swept away by the turbulence of space. This made him feel a little weird. Is his luck too good, and now it backfires and becomes unlucky? Forget it, I will rent a house here first. And settle down for a while. I haven't gone deep into the secret realm of yesterday's forest yesterday. Wait a while, continue to raise the Dharma image, and continue to explore today. After walking through yesterday's forest, the new Beijing city secret realm should also be opened. I don't know how many people will use the Dharma image to adventure in and look for treasures in Beijing. But the rules of killing there have not been explored yet, and I don't know how many people will die. After all, it is the strongest tomb of the last saint, and it is rare in history. While he was thinking in his heart, he suddenly saw a light curtain flashing in the sky above Ximen, and a figure appeared. Ningzheng looked at the city below on the projection and smiled. Everyone, Ximen City has been officially established. Welcome everyone to attend this opening ceremony. Today, we have specially prepared some special products for everyone. Please ask our salesperson to introduce them. Ningzheng spoke simply. He was not a talkative person. After standing up, he gave his seat to the two male and female hosts, Ant Xian and Xiaochai Kuan. Today we are going to introduce a product. Of course, this is not a weapon, but a spiritual liquid. I believe everyone has known these days that we not only have strong forging technology, but also have a strong medical inheritance to create such a strong weapon spirit. Today, it is a product launched by our powerful medical predecessor. Ant Xian introduced with a smile. Bai Xingling was about to find an agent to rent a house when he saw the scene and was immediately curious. Spiritual liquid? This is not only to show the powerful forging technology, making dozens of artifact rough pieces in a day, but also to show the powerful medical skills? What effect does this spiritual liquid have? Not only him. Many of the second phase cultivators who came here were shocked, feeling that the other party was so confident that what he brought out would definitely not disappoint. Chapter 385. Just as Ningzheng handed the camera to the two hosts, and continued to auction the products to hype up today's ceremony. Wow! Ningzheng's screen turned, and another group of people appeared opposite the projection. The leaders of various local major sects, holy places, and city family have already taken their seats. It was not the real body, but the Dharma image that came. They all congratulated. Welcome. Welcome. I thought your power would be long-winded, but I didn't expect it to be so concise. Concise, with the forging style of Shiron God craftsman. Before him, he officially stepped into the high-end circle of Cine. Everyone here is a top giant in Xinyazu, or even Jiuzhou, and the heads of various forces are almost all in the same state of mind. It was also the first time that Ningzheng saw the Cine king of this generation. Cine Yuan, a man with a gentle face and polite manners. Ningzheng subconsciously thought, then, the beautiful woman in white who came to her shop in the capital is the first generation of Cine king? The princess of the previous dynasty? Everyone, today's protagonist is here. Don't say too much, it will steal the show. Zenian smiled. Let's ask the protagonist to say a few words first. Ningzheng smiled. The belonging of Lenmen means that our forces will join the big family of Xinyazu. It's meaningless to be too polite. We will give you some gifts. After that, the sword fairy ordered the maid to bring a tray with several exquisite bottles. The bottles are all high-level origin spirit liquid, which is extracted from various useless spirit medicines and plants in that batch of business buildings. The spirit liquid in each bottle is worth millions of magic money, which can be said to be a huge investment. Is this today's featured product? The few people didn't even look at the contents of the bottle, but just accepted it with a smile, and then ordered people to send various gifts. Gifts and favors are the way to make friends. The establishment of Ximen is just a small matter, and everyone is welcome to come and support us today. Ningzheng got straight to the point and got down to business. Everyone, if you want to buy our ARC series, you can make a private reservation. Now that the world has changed drastically, this kind of defensive artifact is indispensable. We are doing neutral business, and we will need your help in the future. Ningzheng spoke very politely and officially. Everyone present is a smart person. If you talk nonsense and expose information at this time, something big may happen. Xian smiled. That's right. We are all one family in Xinyazu. What do you think of the current saint? The leader of the ancient language sect was a white-haired old man, and he was also very official. Since it is approved by the Saint Jiosue, we naturally approve it too. How dare we make any suggestions? We cannot interfere in the affairs of the court. Another leader was also very official. Very good. Xian said, since it is recognized as orthodox, we will naturally support this newly enthroned saint. Someone next to him frowned slightly, and was about to speak up to refute. Xian smiled again. We just got the news that the Saint Xinqiao will come to Xinyazu for inspection, and will build a temporary palace, and live here for a long time. Live for a long time? The faces of the leaders of the major sects present immediately showed surprise and doubt. This saint is going to make Xinyazu city his new capital? Is he crazy? He doesn't want the newly relocated capital, he wants to come here. All the major forces in Jiuzhou have planted spies, replaced the identities of some natives, mixed into his capital court, pretended to be ministers in the court, and prepared to work. Result? This Xinqiao saint did not play by the rules, and directly moved to Xenia's city as his palace, preparing to live for a long time. Everyone can understand his thoughts. He obviously knew that the court was full of spies, and Josue Saint deliberately disgusted him before his death, and made crazy troubles in his court. He wanted to completely jump out of the capital, and from the outside, he would catch the spies in the capital one by one from the perspective of an observer. However, he was too arrogant. The capital is a shelter that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Now he came to Xenia's city, where the defense is not strong. Is he really not afraid of being besieged? Everyone present had a few changes in their expressions. How to make trouble is another matter, but Xeniazu, as the main battlefield of the war, is going to drag everyone into the water. Everyone, what do you think? Xenian smiled gently. Everyone was choked. This one is obviously forcing the palace. How could they not know that the city family now has completely surrendered to the saint of the previous dynasty? Xenian himself is of royal blood and a man. The last saint was so obsessed with having children when he was alive. There is a male in front of him. This Xenian might be made the new prince, although Xenian looks feminine and obviously has the curse of royal blood. But as a man, it is already a new breakthrough. Xenian said, "You are all old ministers of the previous dynasty. You betrayed the court back then, and studied the technology of planting spiritual roots from the Holy Land sect of innate spiritual roots, and transformed into a sect of acquired spiritual roots. But that one was so magnanimous that he chose to forgive you, knowing that you were forced by the situation, as long as you surrendered again." He paused. The various holy places in our Cine continent were all old subordinates of the previous dynasty, and they have lingering ties. Why don't we return now? Xenian continued, "Everyone, you may be cursing in your heart that we are traitors to the court and fence-sitters. But how come you don't know that it was not the Saint Josue, the strongest hero in human history, who left behind the secret arrangement? The saint passed the throne to the Saint Xian, which is justified. How can we be considered traitors if we surrender?" He stood up, glanced around, and fell on everyone. Now, everyone in Jiuzhou is trying every means to obtain the core of the Book of Years in his hands. If we become descendants of the royal family, wouldn't it be easy to get the core? Everyone is planting spies, but they don't know that our Cine family is uniquely gifted and can become the biggest spy. Everyone was silent. I already knew the deep meaning of this saint. This is to take Xenia first, and then use it as a base, and then defeat each state and talk in detail one by one. In this silent atmosphere, Xenian drank tea silently, glanced at Ning Zheng who was opposite the projection next to him, and smiled kindly. Ning Zheng sighed secretly in his heart. It's really a den of thieves. The old subordinates of the previous dynasty are everywhere. I can't wash it clean here. No wonder that Xinqiao Saint was so optimistic about me at the beginning. It turns out that I was forced to label him from the beginning when I was in Xeniazu. No wonder even Josue Saint didn't want to care about me, and didn't even summon me alone. This is because Saint Josue knows that he will die and cannot take care of what happens after his death. He wants Saint Xinqiao to protect me, a young reformer, in the troubled times. It is best not to contact, and leave it to the next saint to ascend the throne. After all, his era has passed. According to this situation, Xenia's city will become a new temporary capital, and various assassinations are inevitable at this time. The blacksmiths who were lying in the blind spot of the projection, the window of the room, and the crack of the door saw the scene and were heartless. He, the land price of Xeniazu is going to rise. We are making a lot of money. Yes, even if it is the fifth ring of the capital, the land price is also making a lot of money. King Cine is going to become a prince. I am superficial. The owner of the manor married into the Cine family. This is marrying into the royal family, a royal son-in-law. Why are you still playing the old tricks? Shouldn't this be a heroine plot? Crown princess, there are two crown princes now, Crown Prince Josue, and Xenian who may become the crown prince. Oh right, crown princess, this is a plot where two husbands fight for your wife? It's a fairy tale drama. Everyone was happy. This new expansion pack was originally thought to be just. The saint inspected Xeniazu and was besieged. Who knew it was more exciting than expected? The saint came here directly to station, and the status of Xenia's city was instantly upgraded. Isn't this equivalent to occupying the gate of a capital city? Wait. The saint was attacked, but didn't he enter through our gate? Tower defense game. It's back. They remembered those tower defense games in ancient times, protecting a crystal. This saint is the crystal. Tower defense is set up, all kinds of traps. It's fun. It's really fun. As expected, blacksmithing is the main storyline, so showy. The blacksmiths chattered heartlessly. The masters of the various holy places exchanged polite words for a while, then stood up and said goodbye. They said they were ready to think about it before making a decision. If they had directly joined this dead saint before, it would have been hopeless. But if they had joined the living city family, it might have been promising. Because the city family now has a real saint behind them, they may not be unable to become the new owner of the next dynasty, the new royal family. If they invest now, they will also have the merit of following the dragon. If they succeed, in the future new division of the 9 states, they can also be granted land and territory and become one of the 9 kings of the continents. How can they not be jealous? The probability of becoming a king of a continent is much higher than overwhelming all competitors and competing for the next generation of saints. So they are hesitating. After these people left, only Xinayun and the sword fairy, who was still holding the camera, with a confused look on her face, were left. Xinayun said politely, "In the future, there may be some orders that will trouble you. We only accept business orders, regardless of current affairs, hope you understand." Ning Zheng sighed secretly and asked directly, "Excuse me, is the Saint Jiosue really dead? I'm just curious. If you have any difficulties, you don't need to answer." Xinayun smiled, "I went in alive, but life and death are meaningless." Chapter 386. Ning Zheng understood. Life and death, indeed, are meaningless. No one will bother him, just as Ning Zheng thought. Schrodinger's cat. You have to observe him to determine whether he is alive or dead. But you can't observe him. If he is still alive, it's fine. If he has become a fierce ghost, you will have big problems if you open the tomb and contact the owner of the tomb. So no matter whether he is dead or alive, the moment he walks into the tomb, you can only regard him as completely dead. Ning Zheng frowned slightly and raised a question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. If it is so terrifying, becoming the most terrifying mythical fierce in human history, the one with the highest probability of destroying the world, why not completely seek death? The higher the level of ghost, the lower the probability of producing embers. If the saint does not choose to become embers, then natural death, without even the birth of embers, is not the right choice? Because the saint cannot die. Xinayun answered with a smile, he will be the final trump card of the human race. Xinayun did not hide. He said that in fact, Saint Jiosue had thought about making an unprecedented decision, to completely seek death. He did not use any treasures to increase the probability of the appearance of embers, but instead used some treasures to reduce the appearance of embers after his death. It was because he knew how terrible he was that he wanted to choose to completely die. He wanted to be the first saint in the tomb of the emperor in human history, who did not seek the appearance of embers, but was completely dead. But he still chose to try to become embers. Xinayun sighed, because he knew that in the future there would be a worse situation, and someone would need to dig out the great evil in his tomb to save the world. Ning Zheng asked, "What's the situation?" In this world, only 2 people can suppress the Book of Time. The Saint Jiosue relies on brute force, and the Saint Xinqiao relies on the core. The Saint Jiosue is afraid that after his complete death, the Saint Xinqiao will encounter an accident and leave with the core, or the core will be broken. Contemporary people cannot get the core in his hand, and cannot suppress the world again. For various reasons, the entire Book of Time collapsed, and all the biggest taboos in history appeared one after another. That was the real doomsday. So in order to prevent this situation, the Saint Jiosue must become an ember, live in the depths of the imperial mausoleum, and be summoned when history collapses to suppress the ancient saints of the Book of Time who are rioting in the outside world. Although at that time, he was a great evil, and while suppressing the saints, he might endanger the entire Jiuzhou, but he, a great evil, is always better than the countless great evils borne by saints of all generations. Ning Zheng was silent. The Saint Jiosue is the last salvation button for the human race. He is a strange saint, and he is a disaster to the world, and the people still have a chance to live. If the strange saints of all generations ran out of the history books and harmed the world together, if there were too many, it is estimated that no one would survive. There are not many forces that can resist. Even if there are, they can only hide in the mountains and survive, and drive the Ark of Salvation to escape everywhere. It is better for the 9-spike saint to come out and suppress it. But in this way, this strongest hero in human history will be a disaster to the world after his death, and he will bear an unprecedented infamy. Xinayun showed a pure and gentle smile. Even if you bear the infamy, you must use your last light and heat after death. This is the highest tower in human history. He had been trying to completely pacify the troubled times during his lifetime, but 100,000 years was too short. Human power was no match for his short lifespan, and he could not clear the historical tombs. Before his death, he left behind various arrangements, trying to salvage the prosperity and peace he had created at all costs. Ning Zheng's expression suddenly became heavy. To this day, he still doesn't know the name, identity, and origin of this saint, and almost no one in the entire Jiuzhou knows about it, because this information is absolutely confidential, because this information will be targeted. But it is undeniable that this person has been running for the people of the world all his life, wanting to kill all the old tombs. To his level. There are many emperors in history who went crazy for immortality, but he chose to suppress the year's history book, shortening his lifespan to the extreme, and even chose to commit suicide. Because he knew that his death was the best result, otherwise it would be difficult for later generations to overthrow his new barrier of historical tombs. He is too strong, but the situation makes him become an old tomb, and continue to be a mountain that is difficult for future generations to overthrow. This is the tragedy of the saints of all generations. The saints of all generations control the entire Jiuzhou, and each of them wants to achieve unprecedented great achievements, ambitious, and try to clean up all the ancient tombs. But after their death, the group of ancient tombs will grow, accumulate again, and become more difficult to clean up, leaving a bigger problem for future generations. This is the real dragon slayer in life, and becomes an evil dragon after death. Even the saints themselves feel endless despair. In the future, I am afraid that only a stronger existence than the Jiuzhou saint can defeat him, and completely clean up all the tombs. I've told you the inside story. We helped the saint of Xinqiao after receiving a hint from that person. We are also an identity that has infiltrated Xinqiao. Xian said softly, "Do you believe it?" "Absolutely." Ning Zheng exhaled. Ning Zheng will not become a hero like the saint, because he does not have that kind of sentiment. He can't do it. But he has great respect for the martyrs, who have given everything for the people of the world. It is precisely because of the existence of such a Saint Jiuzhou, who stood up in person, that mankind has hope. After all, who doesn't want a hand to reach out and pull him up when he is desperate and in pain? It is the great man full of glorious divinity, who has such personal charm, and so many people follow him to open up a dynasty. Some things must be compromised to have a future. Xian said softly, "Supporting the Xinqiao saint, and then secretly obtaining his artifact core is the best transitional means. So, please help us in this trip. First fight against the assassins who attacked the saint. We as descendants of the royal family are likely to get the core. Of course, those assassins who assassinated the saint also want to use violence to get the core. Our goals are the same, but the means to obtain the core will make us hostile." Ning Zheng thought calmly and asked, "Can the last saint of the Xiantian era really fight against the cultivators of Jiuzhou in the acquired era? He has no choice. He must go to take back the country. And we have no choice. We can only bet on him." Xian smiled. However, his combat power is strong enough. The only worry is some new trump cards that are not known in secret. The Xinqiao saint is the pinnacle of the old era's accumulation, representing the top level of innate humans. The combat power is strong enough. However, some new weapons for attack and defense are still missing. Ning Zheng immediately understood. "Sir, you are coveting my magic weapon. We can take this business, but you have to convince other people in the team, or find other members to replace it." Xian smiled and said, "The current saint is the Xinqiao saint. You are not a traitor if you take his business, and it is even legitimate." Ning Zheng sighed a little, turned off the communication, sat in the room, and thought about the future development of the villa. It's a big trouble, he thought in his heart. On the other side, Jiuzhou Rong jumped up and down with a signboard and inserted it in front of the square. "Brothers, you also watched the cutscene just now. Very cool. Now it's an updated version." Jiuzhou Rong was full of joy. Official announcement. This sword forging competition will usher in a major update without going offline. The 0.9 version update log is as follows. As the sun and the moon rise, we are famous all over the world. We will challenge the whole Kyushu and build towers for the pilgrims. This major update will also optimize the following matters. 1. Add a new function synthesis function, and add a new synthesis mentor NPC route in Ujia. 2. Fixed a small number of bugs. 3. Optimized several known issues. 4. Officially opened a new map, in My Paper House. 5. Added a new mountain villa branch, Shiman. 6. Added the Arc Series magic weapon construction drawings. 7. The new Flesh and Blood giant construction project is launched. 8. A new hidden fairy tale plot, Zinyazu surrenders and fights against the rebels. 9. Added a new affiliated family NPC recruitment system. Chapter 387. Wow, the Saint Jiuzhou has worked so hard. He can't die even if he wants to, and he has to be the last guarantee for mankind after his death. Standing in front of the notice board of Game Update, Minnie easily moved Hairpin Girl's side. They were like watching a sad movie in the cinema. They all wanted to take tissues, but couldn't find them. Many blacksmiths felt that the world view was very complete, and some of the triggers of the plots were more and more exquisite. But the sadness was only temporary. Soon, someone was discussing the new main plot. The main plot of 0.9 turned out to be to help the City family and defend against the unrest in Zinnia's city. Before, we blew up the Zinnia's city wall as the attacker, and now we are building the Zinnia's city wall as the defender. The planner knows how to play. The Saint of Xinqiao? Hee, we have to rely on the new adoptive father and help this one fight against the rebels in the world. Yes, it is indeed Xian's adoptive father. Everyone kept analyzing and chattering. Now it is a transition from offense to defense. We are guarding the city wall, waiting for you rebels to assassinate us. Especially the Wuxing sect. We accepted the last sneak attack, but if they attack the city wall again this time, we will make sure you never return. Damn it, you can surrender, but this is a land of traitors, each of whom is dedicated to stabbing our adoptive father, which is a disgrace to our reputation. Yes, especially the princess of the Cini family, who followed the rebel army and plotted rebellion to kill her father. We are ashamed to be with them. Such disloyal, unrighteous, unfilial, and traitorous people, if we are with them, it will lower our level. Everyone. We have to be on guard against that wave of traitors in the future. There is no good thing here. We must protect Xian's adoptive father seriously. That's right, these people have betrayed before, and there will be a second time, don't trust them. Everyone was beaming with joy, and their faces were full of joy. Ning Zheng ended the communication with Xian Yun, and just walked out of the room. He saw them in the square. He had excellent eyesight, looking at the update notice at the entrance of the square a few hundred meters away. Even this was written. Are they so fast? Ning Zheng had a toothache. It's okay to recognize your father before, but you also want to recognize the last saint as your father. Thinking of this, if Chizu's adoptive father knew, he would definitely feel that he had no regrets in death. I am a small local cultivator in the 3 Yuan realm. How can I be listed as a father with a supreme saint in the 9 provinces? I feel a sense of coldness on my back for no reason. My adoptive father Chizu was shaking like a fresh flower in the capital. Next to him was the royal sister Shizu. As cultivators in the 3 Yuan realm, they maintained the daily practice logic before their death, and had to spend at least 1/3 of their time in the nursery. They used the method of 3 flowers entangled, and randomly landed at a certain place at the same time. Although this method can appear at a certain place at the same time, it is actually meaningless. Because flowers cannot resist, 2 of them are together, and are pulled out together. The 2 ancestors spent several hours today, randomly growing in many places, and finally grew in the capital. Now, we can finally enter the capital directly. Chizu looked at everything in the capital. All kinds of buildings have basically been placed, and only some migration work of the population in the capital is left. Various court officials, and even the noble families in the capital. I don't know how many ghosts have secretly mixed in advance to replace their identities. I hope we can meet some opportunities. Shizu said. I don't think there is any opportunity. It's good to take a look and get information. Chizu said, by the way, haven't you contacted Ping Zuli Yuzu yet? No. Shizu said with some difficulty. Maybe he is a little ashamed to see people. Ah? Chizu, the big man, was a little surprised. Why is he hiding from us? Shizu told the general situation of the villa, and Chizu was a little shocked on the spot. It's all his fault. He has ruined the atmosphere of our villa. Yujie Shizu, alas, master, alas. Li Yuju is her master, but she can't say anything. In her opinion, it was really the other party who started a bad start, which led to the current villa. For a while, the two didn't know what to say. After Li Yuzu took the lead, the Zuelahua family was developing in a strange mixed-blood direction. Just as the 2 flowers were secretly communicating, a girl passed by the street and asked in her heart, "What are you looking at?" The flower on the girl's hair said, "I saw 2 familiar people in the flowers, and they seemed to mention me." "Oh," Jiaoyu said curiously, "people from your family are here too. They are probably questioning me. Why don't you come with them?" Li Yuzu thought about it, and didn't know that his reputation was damaged, and a huge black pot fell on his head. He didn't mean to contact the 2 flowers now. Li Yuzu said, "Beijing, the migration is almost complete, right?" "Yeah." Jiaoyu said, "This Beijing secret realm is going to be completely built, and we will officially go down to the secret realm. I just don't know what the detailed rules are here. I'm afraid I have to pay with my life. Each secret realm has its own strange stories rules, and you must abide by the rules. The same is true for the capital city in front of you. They obtain the status of natives here. Discover the rules, avoid danger, and use tricky logical flaws to try to steal the treasure of the tomb owner with a small bet. This set of tomb robbing procedures is most common among high-level monks. The secret realm of the capital city in front of you is unprecedented, because the treasure they want to seize is the artifact core of the Book of Years. Getting the thing is equivalent to getting the imperial seal of the Kyushu Saint. Now, they are going to formally make efforts to find the truth of this secret realm and hide clues, because this is the emperor's tomb of the saint, recording the past and life experience of this last saint. Just like Li Wanqi's tomb, everyone's imperial tomb will reconstruct his hometown, childhood, and youth city. Why? Because such a tomb is helpful for the awakening of the tomb owner. When does a person's life obsession usually start? Almost always in childhood, young age, and gradually throughout the whole life. Recreating the hometown in the past helps awakening. So in this tomb robbers can find the past of the tomb owner, the young age. Here, it must be recorded in the memories of the last saint, the palace hundreds of thousands of years ago. Now it is the mode of outsmarting, crossing this history, witnessing his past, finding out his secrets, using the cognitive defects of the trick, and stealing his things. In the short term, there will be no more fighting in the capital. The reason is very simple. The saint's Dharma image is traveling, which does not mean that the body in the capital is weak. Everyone will attack the saint's Dharma image, so there will be no more fighting here. Let's go to the palace. Li Yuzu said, it's time to go to court. The palace is the court tomb. Everyone is sneaking into the palace in various positions. Around, the court officials, guards, and even some female officials are all excited. I have passed through dozens of secret realms, and have rich experience. I will definitely be able to avoid danger, summarize the rules, and live well in them. Someone secretly encouraged himself. Even if this is a new secret realm, there is no stone tablet at the entrance of the secret realm with the rules summarized by the predecessors. Someone secretly warned himself. One of the biggest secret realms in human history must be filled with life. I want to see through some people, harm them, let them try some rules, and pave the way for me. Someone secretly said, we only have one chance to replace the identity and sneak into the palace. If the Dharma image dies, although the body is fine, there is no possibility of entering again. Everyone has only one chance to die. If you die, it will be difficult to enter this secret realm with a legal and compliant identity. They failed the kindness of the Saint Jiosui who threw them in early. They were carrying a mission. Some people were excited. The safety of the 9 provinces lies in this secret realm. If I steal the core, I can win the world. No matter how strong he is still a ghost with cognitive defects. This is his fatal weakness. Which of the masters of the ancient secret realms is not a master of cultivation, but many people still stole their treasures. Because this has nothing to do with cultivation, it is a battle of wits. They believe in their own wisdom. They are all the pride of the young generation, carrying the hope of the future of mankind. The officials who sneaked into the court went to court, and the palace maids and servants who sneak into the harem entered the harem at this time to serve the concubines. When the maids passed by the imperial garden, they suddenly heard bursts of crying. The maids were anxious. Crying? It's related to children. I heard that this saint was obsessed with giving birth to a prince. Could it be? No, this crying is probably a sign of some people going crazy. Indeed, the saint was obsessed with children during his lifetime. I'm afraid it affected the entire harem at that time. The concubines in the harem must also be obsessed with children. Some people immediately felt something was wrong. The crying might have caused some evil people to go crazy. Some people would curse and get annoyed when they heard crying during their lifetime. But after death, when they heard crying, this irritability and dissatisfaction would expand, and they would go crazy and start killing people. Sure enough, a concubine in the harem walked out angrily with a cold face. You heard the emperor crying. How did you do it? My emperor will become the prince and ascend the throne in the future. Everyone was shocked. Prince? No, Saint Xian has no prince at all. I'm afraid that the children born will die suddenly soon and become ghost babies. There are countless ghost babies and strange concubines in the entire harem. The danger source of the palace is far more than the saint himself. Those concubines are also a huge source of danger. This is a huge hidden information. The harem is full of strange princes who died young. What the queen taught is that we should go and coax the prince immediately. Someone spoke immediately. Someone thought of it immediately. There are many children and ghost babies in the harem. which is a huge dangerous area. But it is also a means of exploring the rules and the secrets deep in the palace, knowing the secrets of the last saint in this palace hundreds of thousands of years ago. It seems that the first rule is if you encounter a crying baby, you must coax it or something like that. Several maids secretly took note and went together to coax the child. As a result, when they entered the palace, they were shocked to see the baby in the swaddling clothes. It turned out to be a squirming monster of flesh and blood. Many maids immediately reacted and began to coax the child. Unfortunately, it was useless. The concubine's face became colder and colder, and her face became more and more distorted, as if something terrible was about to break out of her skin. You? Trash, trash, trash. It is because of you trash that His Majesty my son. This is a sign that the evil is going crazy and losing his mind. Several maids became more and more anxious. No, we can't coax him at all, there must be something wrong. The rules can't be followed, hurry up. They suddenly dropped the baby and dispersed. Unfortunately, how could the concubines in the palace be mortals? When they were alive, they were basically the marriages of various forces and major sects, and at least they were masters of the second phase realm. And the queen in the palace of the gods was a great master who was famous all over the world. In just a few moments, as screams continued, chewing sounds rang out in the palace. The concubine's voice gradually calmed down. Baby, eat more. Grow up quickly, you will become the prince. The maids who sneaked into the palace, and even the ministers who sneaked into the court were encountering various dangers. They tried to explore each room, starting with each concubine and female official. The largest time-limited secret realm in the entire Kyushu was opened in such a grand manner. And in the court, each courtier was also facing a test. Go to court. A loud and majestic voice sounded. The secret realm of the capital was opened, and the strategy was in full swing. Princess Xine's mansion has been moved here and settled in the capital, right next to the palace. A bunch of people in the palace are now using fake identities to show their magical powers, but they have nothing to do with Princess Xine. She is practicing silently. Next to the pool. Sister Sunny? Xine was stunned for a moment. Sister came to see me a while ago, and she was wearing her favorite white clothes that day. A group of hairpin girls were stunned when they asked for information. In other words, the first generation of Sunny King, under the supervision of the Nine-Spiked Saint, had entered the Emperor's tomb before, and came here to see his sister? In any case, the capital has been turbulent. But the capital is just one thing, and another major event has also happened in Zinyazu. A piece of news began to spread throughout the world that the saint was touring the south, and built a palace in Zinyazu city, and stayed there for a while. This is a two-line battle. The saint's body was in the capital. The Dharma image was on tour, and arrived in Zinyazu city one day later. Isn't he afraid of death? Someone secretly said, even if he is an unprecedented evil, a creature standing at the pinnacle of human history, he will definitely be so bold when besieged. Some people even thought of a second attack. Kill his Dharma image, make his body suffer a heavy blow, and then attack the capital again. Someone made up his mind directly. Chapter 388. The production of the ark is progressing steadily, and the second batch of arks has also been cast day and night. The speed is so fast because the members of the team have tasted the sweetness and have begun to expand production, inviting some high-level blacksmith teams to help. For arks can be evenly divided among the team. Ningzheng also got an ark, which can be regarded as the crisis of the villa completely resolved. And the spirit of this ark is Yan Shuangying. As the captain of the villa's security team, he is responsible for controlling the villa's defense and supporting the villa's protective shield as a formation plate, which can also be regarded as his job. From now on, navigating the villa will depend on you. Ningzheng patted the boat in his hand. Yan Shuangying weapon spirit, you can rest assured, sir. The car door is welded shut. Please watch my racing skills. I will pull the villa and the mine and run wildly in the mountains and rivers. I am a San Yuan realm cultivator, and I am being hunted by a master of the Eastern realm, but I am not panicking at all, because his boat is not as fast as mine. This holy land can only eat dust behind me, he said proudly. Don't be afraid of the sun and the moon chasing behind. I will overtake in the corner and leave the holy lands behind and take the beating for us. Ningzheng was speechless and held his forehead. But what he said does make sense. There is no big earth-binding spirit in my villa, which does not affect the speed. The earth-binding spirits of others, the ancestors of all generations, pull the boats, but the speed is really not as fast as my villa with light equipment. The Holy Land ship can only eat dust behind our villa ship, but their ship is slow and can't keep up with you. It doesn't mean that they won't send strong people to fly over and hunt you. There's no need to be so conspicuous. Ning Zheng warned tactfully. Even if we want to run, we have to be more concealed. Soon, the ark in front of him was pulled away. The ark was still shouting, "Blacksmith shop, can you modify it for me? After my second transformation, the mobility of this boat is a bit poor. I can't accept tasks and can't move bricks." Dao Jiujiu poked his head out. "How do you want to modify it? Add a pair of legs? You really have no aesthetic taste." Yin Shuangying's embers looked down on him. "Look at the weapons on the hands and feet of the mantis next door. They are so ugly that even dogs will hate them. I want to add tires and transform it into an Autobot. Do you understand? If I add some special effects of fire, I can transform it. The customer's requirements are quite a lot." The blacksmiths in the blacksmith shop rolled their eyes. These days, the orders they received were messy, but they were used to it. Dao Jiujiu kept taking notes. "This is a big project. It requires more than 100 blacksmiths in our blacksmith shop to work together. You want to transform, right? Is your ship a shield, a hat, or a belly of the mecha?" Yin Shuangying thought for a while. "The belly is the main part. In the future, the security department of our villa will be a mecha patrol team. Please call me Optimus Prime." Yin Shuangying transforms. "When I have money, my whole body will be made up of artifact parts and beat up traditional monks. Flesh and blood are weak, and machines ascend," he chattered, imagining a beautiful future. The rapid development of the villa has attracted more talents. Yin Shuangying's combat type and Yi Guangxiu's think tank type became one of the pillars of the villa soon after they came in. Now the ARC series is becoming more and more skilled in manufacturing, and has formed a kind of assembly line. Cindy Baishan felt that she had never been so smooth and so cool in her life as she was in making magic weapons now. At this rate, she could produce 40 to 60 arcs in about 2 months, which could be said to be the first progress in the history of human magic weapons. In response, Cindy Baishan said with emotion, "The original magic weapons were all customized, and there were almost no identical ones. Now the same magic weapons are mass-produced on the assembly line. We will open up a new era. Our history of magic weapons will be like a sailing ark, heading to the highway. No one knows what kind of sea of stars is waiting for us." Cindy Baishan's evaluation is very high. He felt that promoting Shirong, a doctor, to become a magic craftsman was the most correct thing he had done in his life. He could join in and open up history together and witness history. However, everyone in the team felt that their lives were infinitely beautiful, but Ning Zheng knew that the chaos was about to break out. They, the neutral professionals, felt that they would be fine, but if they really fought thoroughly, who would care what profession you were in? Ning Zheng was not only worried about his own safety, but also about theirs. The output of these arcs is far from meeting Ning Zheng's needs. In this regard, Ning Zheng tried to communicate with Xianyun. "Sir, communicating with Xianyun is a very good plan to save the world. According to our character analysis report, Xianyun is very interesting, very willing to listen, and very humble." Yi Guangxiu pushed his black-framed glasses, looking like a senior intellectual, gentle, no airs, very good temper, and very good at balancing various forces. Before, Yin Hua wanted to bang his head against the pillar, but he solved the problem with just a few words, and made Yin Hua smile and work for him. Yesterday, he was persuading various forces, which is also a kind of check and balance. In his eyes, we should be a very important part of Xenia's rise in troubled times, so he will be kind to us and very patient. This point has actually been confirmed. Ning Zheng asked him about the details of the 9-Spike Saint, and he told him the truth with a very friendly attitude. He really has the courage of a royal family or a future prince. Knowing people and assigning them to positions, and attracting talents from all over the world. As expected, when Ning Zheng passed the message, Xianyun immediately put down his work and was very patient. "Do you mean to gather thousands of local cities in Jiuzhou and gather them together?" "Yes," Ning Zheng said. "If 1,000 local cities can be saved, they should be saved." Ning Zheng is not a saint, but she is also a normal person. Each city has countless billions of people, all of whom are living beings. If I mention it, and warn Xianyun of the possible crisis, he will naturally save it. Ning Zheng thinks. Before, Pingchong City, and even various local cities were destroyed in an instant. Mainly because Xianyun and his people were not prepared at all, and could not think of it. Preparing for the end of the world, the situation will be tens of thousands of times better. Xianyun pondered for a while. "I have also considered that moving to the state capital is the best choice. But you should know that our state capital is more dangerous recently. Accommodation is not a problem. The state capital is so large that it can easily accommodate 1,000 local cities. 1,000 local cities have always been nodes of the teleportation array. The total area is not as large as the area of 3,000 city walls. Moving local cities is not that difficult. The giants in this world are so huge that they block out the sun and sky. If you press your palm horizontally or vertically, you can see mountains. There is no problem in moving a huge city to the state capital. But it is a bit unsafe to evacuate back to the state capital now. And after the evacuation, the control over Zinyazu will be greatly reduced. Without 1,000 nodes, everything that happens outside will be black. Let me think about it. Zinyan was silent for a while. The people in the local cities are his people, and his living force. Of course, he is more anxious than anyone else. But he really has no way. Zinyan said, "Let me ask a question first. Are you sure you can reinforce Zinya's city? We can only try our best." Ning Zheng answered frankly. Xiniyun was silent for a moment, then moved them back. If the battle in Zinya's city breaks out, it is likely to affect them. Xiniyun asked the historian and the censor standing beside him, "What do you think?" Historian, "I think we should respect history. Shirong Godsmith opened up an era and was destined to become history, but now it should not become history in advance and move into the Limin in advance." Xiniyun pressed his forehead. Historian, "I abide by my duties, and will not exceed my authority to mention things outside of history." The censor said, "As your advisor, I think I should respect the other party's ideas." "Oh," Xiniyun said. "The other party's background is very mysterious, and forging and doctors have made amazing achievements." The censor said, "As a neutral family, he should not get involved in such things, because whether he guessed right or wrong, it would not benefit them, and it would easily arouse your suspicion, unless they have clear secret information. They know that the people of the entire Jojo will be in trouble, so they will remind them." Xiniyun was silent in his heart. Will there really be a crisis? In fact, he couldn't understand the entire Jojo. Even the smartest people in the world couldn't understand how this chaotic world would develop. Countless forces gathered together, and appeared one after another. The chain reaction was too terrible. If there is really a crisis, is it the sun and the moon? The only one who can destroy the entire Zinyaza can be that person who walked out of the tomb. Xiniyun murmured, and the reason for that person's appearance could only be a complete collapse. Is it really possible for things to develop to such a desperate degree? He couldn't determine the source of Shirong Xinjiang's information. Maybe the other party was the Jiosue saint who secretly arranged a backup plan. Did that person tell them before his death? But there is no doubt that he will now face two choices. 1. 1,000 local state cities will be connected to Zinya's city, but the people will now face the aftermath of the assassination of the saint. 2. Not to the state capital, but if a major disaster really happened, they simply could not immediately save 1,000 cities, and the plight of the local people can be imagined. Take the people over. Xiniyun suddenly said, "We can only hope that Shirong Master Craftsman can make some achievements and turn our city into an iron wall." Chapter 389. Sir, do you really want to make this decision? This is just a guess. Just a guess? You want to take back 1,000 local cities and the state capital? The staff officer stood up suddenly. A historian next to him screamed, "Sir, you are so careless. What if it is just a false alarm? Not only will the Linmin Gate become the Mingmin Gate, but there will be a lot of troublemakers parading in the streets. I am afraid that other historical gates will also become Mingmin Gates, shouting about the court's shady dealings. 3,000 city walls, scholars will parade. Although those scholars who only know how to read can only parade and make noise, they will not do practical things at all." The historian's voice was low. "To put it bluntly, you will become a shame in history." The historian's words have always been about history, and they will not go beyond it. But the history he said often reflects something and gives warnings. I have no choice. Xiniyun couldn't stop feeling heavy in his heart. I am the king of Zinyazu. As long as there is a certain probability, I can't gamble. Today's era is the result of the accumulation of countless histories. Ancient tombs are piled up one after another, and these are the historical relics of dynasties. The number of dead people is increasing, and one day, it will completely explode. The death of the strongest Josue saint in history is the most critical time for the change of dynasties, and chaos has arisen. If it is not handled properly, countless ancient tombs in history will be completely unearthed. The earth is devastated, human civilization declines, and the entire earth becomes a strange prison. This is a change that has never happened in billions of years. The chaotic times are coming, and he cannot retreat. His decision concerns the lives of billions of people in Zinyazu. But in this way, relocating 1,000 local cities will have to bear more infamy, right? Will there be another thorny scholar like the one with the dizzy eyes paraded through the streets? He thought with some annoyance, hoping that after he withstood the pressure, Shirong master craftsman would make achievements. The villa ushered in early spring. The ice and snow on the entire snow mountain completely melted. The mountains in the distance were bare, and the ice and snow dissipated to reveal rocks and soil, as well as sparse bare trees. But I believe that judging from the tenacity of plants in this world, in less than a week, the barren mountains will be covered with green again, and new flowers and plants will grow again. I can collect my corpse-colored mushrooms again. In the cafeteria, the god of food was mumbling, stirring a pot of thick soup with a spoon. Winter is here, and my corpse-colored mushrooms have been used up a long time ago. You only know how to study your tobacco. Xiao Chai Kuan complained. You don't understand. Tobacco and alcohol are the first technology. The god of food thought to himself. Unfortunately, his royal mushroom collector, Yen Hua, has disappeared, and went to the next door to show off, and is preparing to awaken. This makes him very sad. We agreed to work together as employees in the canteen, but you ran away alone? Even Xenia's city has become a temporary capital. The saints are temporarily stationed. What if the eunuch Yen Hua is really appreciated by the last saint? Will Yen Hua become the real Wei Zhongxian of the East Factory? The more the god of food thinks about it, the more he feels a toothache. The previous Yen Hua babies have taken off, leaving me here standing still. The jealousy in my heart is about to be spilled all over the floor, adding a lot of flavor to the whole canteen. Fortunately, Yen Hua is not needed to collect mushrooms now. There are many embers in the villa, and they have established a new ember wild vegetable collection team. Alas, seeing Yen Hua getting rich is more uncomfortable than me losing money. The two chatted while serving food. Only during the afternoon bonfire dinner party would the blacksmiths eat together in the square. Breakfast and lunch were all in the cafeteria. And because everyone's work and work schedule were inconsistent, they would take turns to eat, just like the school cafeteria. You can even see some blacksmiths coming here at 3 or 4 o'clock to order a plate of fried noodles and roasted chicken legs. At this time, in the cafeteria, Jiuzai Rong and Yi Guangxiu were sitting on chairs eating. The two were dressed like elites, wearing black-framed glasses and a communication token hanging on their waists. Then Yin Shuangying, prepare to pull the boat. Have you tried to move the mine? Jiuzai Rong asked. Yi Guangxiu said, I have tried it. The copper vein is also connected to the ground vein, so it can be continuously regenerated. It is the same principle as the earth-binding spirit. If you can pull the earth-binding spirit, you can pull the vein. Jiuzai Rong nodded. That's good. The vein and the villa can move, so they can leave Pingchong City. Of course. If the owner's suggestion is successful, Pingchong City will have moved to Xenia's city long ago. Pingchong City, Zhujian Villa, each one will fly when disaster strikes. So, this is a big gamble. Yi Guangxiu said, we collect thousands of cities and gather strength. If we succeed, it will be the best. We will be the savior of Xeniazu, and our prestige will be unprecedentedly high. If we fail, we will collect their thousands of cities, and be killed by the aftermath of the assassins, who assassinated the saints. We will be the biggest anti-human force. This is a big gamble. If it fails, in the eyes of outsiders, collect thousands of cities, come to the state city, and then be killed by the assassins. Anyone would have to wonder if they were traitors or accomplices of the Wuxing cult, doing such anti-human things. Those 1,000 cities are all living lives. So, in this wave of state city defense, only victory is allowed, not defeat. Jiuzai Rong said seriously, our villa is a business game. Now that we have accepted the order for city defense, we must do it thoroughly. Yi Guangxiu said softly, for the layout of this Xenia's city, we have to ask Lan Zhou to do the tower defense layout, right? I think it's okay. We still have to ask professionals to do the work. Our villa technology can't keep up now. We still have to ask Dukuhong. They have a lot of spiritual roots in stock. What kind of magical power and style you want, they can combine it for you. In the eyes of the two, Dukuhong equals Doraemon. It is a super plugin provided by the planner. The current Duku family is probably secretly adjusting the data of the spiritual root library. They are learning the experience of spiritual root fusion based on the feedback data from the villa. They are arranging and combining all the spiritual roots in their inventory, trying to come up with hundreds of thousands of new tricks. Even Jukurong and the other two thought so. This Dukuhong family is simply the chosen one. The version is epic level enhanced. It's too outrageous. They must be crazy about combining at home. I don't know what good magic weapon and magical power they have combined. But they are not in a hurry. Without our weapon spirit, Dukuhong is like a skilled cook without rice. Of course. This is the premise that other people have not studied the fusion weapon spirit. Although the blacksmiths all know. Sooner or later, the real divine Doctor Master of Jiuzhou will break through this problem, and stop them from forming a monopoly. At that time, Jiuzhou will usher in the mythical era of the explosion of immortal weapons. Of course, at that time, when other divine craftsmen feel that they have caught up, their villa will take out the next new version of the 5-cycle immortal weapon. Let them be confused again, and chase hard. Chapter 390. Xenia's big move, the relocation of 1,000 local cities, made other continents feel a little puzzled. They were not fools either, and they also began to convene a parliament to study what Xenia's city was going to do, and what it was doing behind the scenes. Maybe it's to prevent chaos? But other continents are fine, but Xenia's city is about to become the center of the storm. Are you not afraid of death by taking the people to the center of the storm? While the saints and assassins are fighting, strangle them? Human elimination plan? King Cunning, could it be that he was bewitched by the Wuxing sect of their Xeniazu, and he is mainly anti-human? Someone teased. However, Xeniazu's actions still made many people secretly concerned. Did Xeniazu get some news? Even in this situation, they still have to take back Qiancheng under pressure. Then should they also take back Qiancheng and build an official shelter for the 9 human fortresses? Many people are speculating. They don't know that the news about Xenian was given by Shirong. I just think that Xenian is a descendant of the royal family of the previous dynasty, and the first-generation Princess Cini has a good relationship with the current Saint Jiuzhui, which is unclear. The Cini family may have some inside information, so many people began to try to reclaim some local cities in the corners. However, they still did not evacuate the main roads of the local cities where businesses are conducted, and the city nodes of the national highways. They are not as ruthless as Xenia's city. If they evacuate those nodes, many economic circles and trade markets in the state will collapse, and the GDP will be greatly reduced. Pyeongchang City. Many pedestrians outside are wearing thin shirts, and some vendors have even started selling ice cream to escape the summer heat. Today, Pyeongchang City has returned to its bustle. 2 important news are spreading in the restaurant in Pyeongchang City now. 1. The secret realm of the capital has been officially opened. This is the most grand secret realm exploration of ancient tombs in human history. Qianjiu and talents from all over the world have entered to explore. Even some holy places and sects have announced the progress of the exploration in real time and threatened to get the treasure of the last saint. Everyone is watching the excitement and exploring the real-time progress. Even some simple news has been revealed. For example, the secret realm of this last saint is full of tens of thousands of ghost infant princes who died prematurely, as well as various terrifying ghost events. There are many crises, and if you are not careful, it will cause the big villains in the harem to go crazy. This is an indirect discredit on the reputation of this last saint. 2. Relocation of local state capitals. The decree of the City Palace was issued very quickly. In just one day, 1,000 local cities distributed throughout Xenia's received the news. These 2 pieces of news made many people feel that the whole Jiuzhou has entered a new era. Many people are sighing. Originally, I thought that the events of Shirong Master Craftsman and the innovation of weapons were major events in the past few thousand years. Who knew that there was a secret realm in the capital city in front of me, plus the relocation of 1,000 cities. I'm old, I'm really overwhelmed. Shops. Zhang Huaping was a little stunned when she got the news. What, we are moving away. Isn't this good? The old shopkeeper picked up the cup and said slowly, our Pyeongchang city will have greater development opportunities to go to Xenia's city. Before, we wanted to immigrate and get household registration, but it was not possible. Will that be troublesome? Zhang Huaping said, our city is very big. Of course not. The terrifying Dharma images of those powerful beings are beyond the reach of low-level cultivators, like us. We won't even feel the shaking of the mountains and the city. The old shopkeeper said, our 1,000 local cities are not as big as the walls of any 3,000 cities. Our 1,000 cities will surround the inner circle of the outer ring. The middle ring is where ordinary people live, with vast land and sparse population. Moving these local cities inwards will not cause any splashes. In the final analysis, in the eyes of the court's high-level officials, the area of these local cities is very small, and their actual function is to be landmark lighthouses. The old shopkeeper smiled and said, besides, your child will have the opportunity to study abroad in the state capital in the future. That is an opportunity that you can't even dream of, especially since I heard that the Shiman Academy has just been built. If your daughter finds an opportunity, she may be one of the first batch of students. Zhang Huaping was somewhat tempted. As a casual cultivator, what he cares most about in his life is his daughter's future. Besides, she couldn't change the decision of those big shots. On the contrary, now, the people of the whole state city and the three major families of Pingchong City are extremely happy, thinking that Shirong God Craftsman is really thinking about them. Because of their low class, they didn't know that there would be a crisis, but they were full of longing for the future and the dream of going to a big city. A new day? Zhang Huaping's eyes were full of expectations. It seems that I have to say goodbye to the magic cultivation villa outside the city. In the past 3 months, she has been living a year. Every time she went to the villa, she encountered a group of psychopathic little magic cultivators, who came up with all kinds of new tricks. Carrying bricks, eating dirt in various ways. The strange smell of barbecue in the blacksmith shop. He laughed and stuffed the painting card into the insole of the shoe and licked it excitedly. He forced the ember called Yinhua to kill his rare medical friend in the villa, and even the manager Jiosai Rong died. There is nothing to miss. There are even times when she feels that she is about to die. Every time she comes back from there, it is a life after death. Zhang Huaping is full of hope, and today, I will finally get rid of this villa and say goodbye to the past. The last time I pick up the goods, we should say goodbye properly. Zhang Huaping's heart is a little yearning. She looks forward to her story in Xenia's city, taking her daughter to survive, work, and if possible, she will take her daughter to the newly opened college in Ximen. Her requirements are not high. While accompanying her daughter to study, she also finds some odd jobs to do. Besides, it would be difficult for her to break through the 4 organs realm, as she had reached the great perfection of the 5-body realm. However, she had obtained a lot of resources in the transactions of the villa in the past few months. If she worked harder after going to the state capital, she might have a chance to break through the 4 organs realm. Come on! Get rid of them, and welcome a new future. Zhang Huaping encouraged herself secretly. Jujin Villa. After Zhang Huaping was teleported here, she always felt that something was wrong with the villa. There were fewer people. Because those people had turned into Qilin boys, they were not suitable to meet outsiders, so they naturally hid. I always feel that something big happened. Are they all dead? She looked around and still felt that she couldn't meddle in other people's business. She was led into the warehouse, and quickly completed the handover of the last batch of painted goods. The blacksmith surprisingly did not do anything strange this time, nor did they keep her. She actually left safely? Zhang Huaping was puzzled and felt a little uneasy. The other party kindly asked him, "Congratulations, I heard that you are going to Xenia's city, which is also a big place. What are you going to do in the future?" Zhang Huaping did not hide. I plan to take my daughter there to find a new job and support her education. I heard that the world-famous master craftsman is building an academy. Maybe I can go and have a look, although the possibility is very low. The master craftsman held back his laughter. I believe you will succeed. Zhang Huaping shook her head. I'm borrowing your good words, but it's probably difficult. The blacksmith behind him kept holding back his laughter. Believe me, you can succeed. Because that Shirong Academy was built for you, Zhang Huaping. To get your daughter enrolled. If this reason is spread out, I'm afraid no one in the world will believe it, right? Shirong Master Craftsman, in order to let the precious daughter of a small casual cultivator study. Go to such trouble to do such a thing. As for this group of blacksmiths, why do they do such abstract things? Because they are such an abstract group of people. Before, in order to let the old steward learn to use emoticons, they were ready to invent a mobile phone similar to the promotion card drawing, and train the old steward's AI to learn to chat online and use emoticons. Since the server was launched, they have listened to Zhang Huaping, the royal sister businessman, talking about her daughter intentionally or unintentionally for a long time. They still cherish the first NPC outside the villa, and like this flesh and blood mature sister very much. People who struggle for life are the most beautiful. It can be regarded as fulfilling her little wish. Soon after returning to Pingchong City, Zhang Huaping witnessed a mythical scene that she would never forget as a small casual cultivator. One after another, the giants of the Dharma images that reached the sky and the earth joined forces to carry their huge city, and then sent it to a huge energy arc, pulling it forward. In just 3 days, they arrived at Xenia's city. She looked at the walls of the city that were as majestic and vast as mountains, and heard people around her pointing at the Linmen and shouting, "Look, that's the Linmen, oh no, it's the Ximen. We are going to be stationed here?" Some people had light in their eyes, and fire in their hearts. That's Zhoucheng. People from small places will never have the opportunity to go to this super city in their lifetime. In the entire Pingchong city, only the 3 major families are qualified to build a teleportation array to purchase and sell some goods to make some profit. Some people have heard about the prosperity of the big city from the buyers of the three major families. There are 3,000 murals of saints in human history, corridors for visiting history, and countless places where the headmasters are stationed. They could not imagine it when they heard the description before. But now, they can see those legendary scenes with their own eyes, and will live in them. At this time, a monk from the three major families could not help laughing and said, "Everyone, the state capital is in the center of the continent, and 1,000 local cities are surrounded like stars. According to regulations, our local cities are stationed at the nearest city gate, and our Pingchong city is facing the Shimen." Someone showed ecstasy. In other words, we are stationed in the central ring area inside the Shimen. The monks of the three major families were proud in their hearts, and pretended to be calm. "Well, I heard that the inside of the city gate where we live was originally the location of the Inspector Fong family. It will be the territory of our city in the future. When we walk out, we will face the Shimen. The other 999 cities envy our treatment. Our Pyeongchang city is unique." Everyone took a breath. The gate we are facing is the living mythical legend who is famous all over the world, famous in the capital, and casts the sun and the moon. This world is not an era that values warriors over literati. Cultivators without combat power will not be despised. Even some scholars think that those warriors who fight and kill belong to the lower 9 classes and die quickly. Being a safe and long-lived master craftsman, alchemist, or spiritual farmer is what literati should do. And now, Shirong master craftsman can be said to be a role model in the literati circle. Serving the country, casting the sun and the moon, and supporting the building when it is about to collapse are the highest honors in the eyes of this group of literati. Shirong has realized the highest dream of literati, and will be remembered in history. Then our children, the younger generation, can't they go to the new Shirong Academy to study? Some parents pull their children, after all, it's next door. I heard it's still under construction. Someone said. An old man said excitedly, "This is an opportunity that is hard to come by in other cities. It is unique to Pingchong City." Zhang Huaping was also very excited holding her daughter's hand, and her heart was full of longing for life in a big city. Until she heard the group of people say, "Have you heard that the inspector of Shimen is called Yanhua?" Yanhua? Zhang Huaping trembled all over, and was stunned in her heart, feeling a sense of confusion. Could it be the Yanhua I know? Chapter 391. Yanhua. This somewhat strange name was very familiar to her, and left a deep impression on her. She had heard it in the sword-forging villa outside Pingchong City. She inexplicably recalled some storybooks, and the expectation of some adventure stories. Could it be? That Yanhua was really the Yanhua? She suddenly remembered the first time she met Yanhua. That was the first time she went to the demon cultivation villa. The pitiful little Eugene pulled her sleeves, and said all kinds of horrors in the villa. Those demon cultivators were so perverted, and laughed at him all day long. He trembled, and was extremely scared. At that time, she had no way to help him, and could only refuse. After that, occasionally when she went to the villa, she saw him and another little girl moving bricks and sweeping the floor, working diligently. Sometimes they had just collected wild vegetables outside, and cut down trees, and brought them back. But how could such a weak guy be the steward of the supreme Shirong god craftsman in this city? Zhang Huaping sighed in his heart, thinking that he was overthinking. It should be just a coincidence of names. However, according to the direction of the garrison, they were indeed assigned the best position in Pingchong City, just inside the Linmen Gate. The high-level people made a random allocation nearby, which directly made them rise to the top. Just when Zhang Huaping thought of this, someone next to him said happily, "The housing prices in our Pingchong City are expected to skyrocket." Someone else shouted, "Someone must have chosen to buy a house in our Pingchong City in order to live closer." The three major families have a lot of real estate, and they are expected to make a lot of money. But my small bungalow at the end of the alley is also expected to make a lot of money, and I may not make more money than I can make in my lifetime. That's right, I bought my house for 300 magic coins, and I can sell it for at least 1,500 magic coins when the time comes. Everyone discussed. The old shopkeeper next to him whispered to Zhang Huaping, "The three major families have no relatives in Xenia's city, and no backers. I'm afraid they will use these properties to find some backers. Opportunities that cannot be grasped and wealth that cannot be kept are not wealth, but disasters." Zhang Huaping nodded. Backers are indeed important. I heard that those two phase families, who are qualified to leave the local city and build cities in the wild, but they also have to establish connections with the state city, and pay a certain price to find backers, otherwise it will be difficult to survive in the state city. But that's the business of the three major families. The old shopkeeper said, they have found backers, and divided most of the real estate, which is also an opportunity to make a lot of money. Maybe they can be promoted to the second phase family in the future. After all, they also have the 3-yuan realm of great perfection stuck in that hole. Sometimes a threshold can block more than 10 generations. The old shopkeeper sighed. How many families of cultivators have reached the great perfection of the 3-yuan realm? How many people can make the leap? The higher the realm, the harder it is to break through. John Huaping thought for a moment and said softly, it has nothing to do with us. I have some real estate myself, and it is estimated that it will appreciate in value. Fortunately, John Huaping also has her own real estate, which is a school district house near the local college. After obtaining the real estate certification from the court, there is no need to worry about someone robbing it after the appreciation. After all, the incident of the Fong family happened not long ago, and corruption is strictly investigated. Boom, soon, the entire Pingchong city suddenly rose into the air, crossed the Ximen city wall below, and quickly entered the central ring. As the endless air waves rushed and swept, the entire huge city held up by the mighty force slowly fell and landed steadily. I have to say that Dharma images are really useful. Except for the inconvenience of fighting with the same level, it can bully weaklings, clean the floor, move, and explore. It is simply a versatile one. That's why I said it. The Sanyuan realm is just a local cultivator, and the Erxiang realm is the real strong one. Without Dharma images, they are not worthy of being seen by high-level cultivators. Boom! As the entire city landed completely, everyone in the city cheered. Ha ha ha! Look at the sky, it's so clear, the sun is clearer, and the moon in the state city must be bigger and rounder at night. Isn't that right? I heard that now Jiuzhou has its own moon and sun, and every time it rises and sets, it starts from the state city. Then won't we live in the land of sunrise and sunset in the future? Some people seem to see myths and legends. Whether adults, children, women, or the elderly. They all drove the scarecrows that had been popular in Pingchong for several months, shouting wildly, and even setting off firecrackers. Thank you, Master Shirong. Ha ha ha, we are rich, we are rich. My child has a school to go to. Zhang Huaping also took her daughter home to cook. The houses in the alley were not soundproof, and the neighbors around were setting off firecrackers and laughing. Soon the food was served on the table, and Zhang Huaping picked up some food for her daughter. I go to Ximen in a few days. I haven't been to the historical murals yet, and I see if there is a chance to transfer to another school. The women of the Cini family, who were responsible for recording information, stood on the cloud and slowly registered. Pingchong City has landed successfully. Well, another city. Another woman said, they seem very happy now. Isn't it? According to the principle of matching, it is just inside Ximen, of course they are happy. After all, it is that person. Another woman smiled, but they don't know that if there is a fight in the future, they will be the first to bear the brunt. If Ximen can't hold on, they will be the first to destroy the city. Another woman shook her head. Ignorance is joyful. The more you know, the more worried you are. The top leaders of the whole world, the major sects, are all worried the more they know. Sometimes, the ignorance of the people is indeed a blessing. Another person sighed. Don't you believe that I can pacify the world? Unconsciously, a voice came from behind the two people. They looked back and saw a young man with an unusually majestic temperament standing behind them unconsciously. The two looked horrified. Xian Chao reached out to the emperor and grabbed him. The invisible flame was burning, searching for the blood of the two of them. Endless flames passed through their bodies and baptized them. So that's how it is. My bloodline is still mostly women in your generation. Greetings, Saint. The two reacted and bowed quickly. They didn't expect that this one would come so quietly. This saint who came from afar glanced at the cheering Pingchong city below, and then looked at the Ximen city wall behind, revealing a thoughtful look. His eyes finally fell on the white-robed woman in a shop, who was ravaging Xiaodao. The white-robed woman seemed to sense something, raised her head, looked at the sky, as if she saw someone in the air, and was not surprised at all, but smiled at the sky. Xian Shichen. You actually called my name directly. Looking at her hand ravaging Xiao, the saint suddenly looked gloomy, and when he appeared again, he was already at the door of a shop. Chapter 392. The real name of the saint cannot be called casually. It is an absolute secret. In the past, the saint used the sun and the moon to patrol the world. If you call the real name of the saint directly, the saint's sun and moon will sense it and lower their eyes. Only royal children will be attacked when walking outside. Or some important court ministers will call the real name of the saint at a critical moment, asking the saint's Dharma image to personally descend to the 9 states to take action. In fact, the real names of the stars are also called in this way. For example, the name Jian is not a real name. As a star, when he is on duty in the sky of Xinyazu, if his real name is called, the Dharma image of this star will also descend to the world. So, only people with specific tasks can know Jian real name, and the call will respond and rescue. For example, 1,000 local cities. Although the government offices in these local cities do not have the Urxiang realm, if they are attacked, the city guards in the Sanyuan realm will observe the celestial phenomena and shout the true name of a certain star nearby to let him come quickly. It is precisely because of this mechanism similar to the help hotline that if Jian true name is known, everyone will shout. Everyone will call the police falsely, and then there will be complete chaos. Even the true names of the stars are like this, and the true names of the sun and the moon are even more so. Just like the identity, origin, and past of the saints, they must be kept secret. In the Jiuzhui dynasty, the true name of the Jiuzhui saint was only known by the group of people who founded the dynasty. But after the founding of the dynasty, it was gradually deliberately hidden, and the world no longer knew his name. People only called Saint, Your Majesty, Jiuzhui, and other code names. In the past, if the true name of this Jiuzhui saint was called, his Dharma image would come in person, which shows how powerful this was. It is this mechanism that makes other sects not dare to offend the court. And in front of him. This first-generation Sini king is not only impolite for a minister to call the saint by his name, but also impolite for a daughter to call her father by his name. It can be said that he is very filial. Landing on the street, in front of a shop, the man smiled and his eyes fell on the sword fairy, who was walking back to a shop not far away. Invisible flames quietly enveloped her. No matter how many times you see it, it is a very interesting new era weapon. The fusion cycle of the spiritual roots is very complete and natural, as if the two souls are born as one, but some places are very rough and contradictory. Just then, a little girl suddenly bumped into him accidentally and apologized. Sorry. The girl turned to leave, but he grabbed her wrist fiercely. Soul-based plant toxin? The timid girl suddenly showed another face and said coldly, When the capital was fighting, I, a poison doctor, couldn't get close. You actually went out of the capital in person? They are. A group of people can't kill you head-on, they are too stupid, why fight hard? I can poison you to death by myself. Her voice was as hoarse as an old woman, with a creepy resentful tone. My poison will make your soul and body fail, and your Dharma form will collapse. This is irreversible. This is the end of your arrogance. No. Wrong, you are wrong from the root. This last saint shook his head, and couldn't help saying, Who stipulates that the Dharma form must be the soul? The soul and flesh and blood are twins. Your Dharma form is essentially the soul, but mine is not. I have flesh and blood, so this poison is meaningless. The girl seemed to have reacted as well. This guy wasn't poisoned? How could it be possible? She was one of the strongest poison doctors in the history of human poisons. The witch doctor temple she built became a forbidden place in Jiuzhou. It was one of the most dangerous secret places that thieves dared not go to, poisoning those Dharma images, who did no cost business. And her poison, the proud Soar Saint poison, was specially developed to poison saints. This was the first time it was used. There was no information about the detoxification. If no one was prepared in advance, it would be impossible for anyone to guard against it. Primitive, blind, weak, you are just a group of ancient monkeys. Xian Shichen smiled. I remember the name of Soar Saint poison, right? The woman's face changed drastically. How did he know her poison? She had never told anyone else. Why do you have this illusion? Is this your first time using this poison? A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. You have died several times in the history of our Xian dynasty. After the reset, you are so complacent every time. It's really laughable. The woman suddenly showed a fierce look on her face. She stretched out her hand and burst into blood mist again. The huge poison flowed into his body along the wrist that the other party grabbed her. Then try this again. Humph, because of a defect. Did you block the information that you are dead? How pathetic. He stretched out his hand and pinched it. The modified stronger source holy poison suddenly poured into the other party's body. This is your poison. Do you think I use it? How is it possible? My poison. The woman's worldview was overturned. In just a few moments, her poison was returned to her, and rearranged to form a stronger and more destructive new poison. This person's poison field is even stronger than what he has studied all his life. The woman exploded instantly, and turned into a body of energy. It was obviously a Dharma image of an unknown powerful being, disguised as a passerby. Are you curious? I just used it occasionally, and it has surpassed your lifetime level. He smiled. There is a qualitative difference in intelligence between humans and ancient monkeys. You? I will come back. She lowered her resentful voice. An assassin died instantly, and the Dharma image collapsed. But the people on the street seemed not to see the scene, and they were still walking normally. Only the white-robed woman in a shop was staring at the outside of the street. That poison doctor should be very tricky. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. That's because you didn't inherit our royal family's heritage, so you went out to rebel. Why are we the royal family? Because they can only use phenomena, but we understand phenomena. We know the fundamental principles of poison, invade the body's circulation, break the immune mechanism, and make the strong produce various adverse pathological reactions. It is normal that the other party can't understand. The poison doctor used poison to the peak in that era. But he only found that the ratio of certain poisons has stronger lethality, but he can't understand why the poison has such a ratio and such lethality. Using phenomena, but not understanding phenomena. This is not something that can be achieved by personal wisdom, because this is the inheritance of civilization from generation to generation. You and I will come back. According to historical records, she has said this sentence for the 13th time, and it is the same every time she is killed. Repeated logic, repeated stereotype behavior. If you think about it a little, you can simulate what they are going to do, and what they want to do now. He shook his head and laughed. This is the foundation of our royal family. Most of them are on record and can't kill me at all. What is poison? There are two types, soul toxins and flesh toxins. But in essence, they are all a kind of energy that destroys the balance of the soul and flesh. Destroy the balance of the five-body circulation and four-organ circulation in the flesh, or destroy the balance of the three-element circulation and two-phase circulation in the soul. Make the internal circulation of the body collapse, and the immortality invalid. This is the essence of poison. Guest, what do you want to do? Jiuzai Rong is very polite. Looking at the young man who walked in front of him, he walked like a dragon and a tiger. This face is not simple at first glance. However, there is a shop that has been doing well recently, and these big guys occasionally come to visit and take a look. It is worth mentioning that after the fairy doctor ran away, Su Yinyan also ran back. Now the shop is Jiuzai Rong, Dizzy, and Area is managing the shop. As for Yin Hua, he had not been in the shop for a long time. Now, he was full of energy, and was building beautiful cities everywhere, and was flattered by people. Jiuzai Rong followed the management and praised him as soon as he met him. Guest, you came here today, it's right. I see that you have a noble temperament and extraordinary spirit. Bring a pot of wine. The man said softly. Okay. Jiuzai Rong took out the signature medium-grade Yin Yangling rice wine. My friend is here, and he will perform a show for the guests. Sunny suddenly said softly. The man glanced at her and said nothing. That's no problem, you are an old customer. Jiuzai Rong was used to it, called Area and Xiao Nao out, and started to dance hot home dance. I want a rustic one, Sunny said. Xiao Gao and Area skillfully shook their flower hands, and their hands turned into propellers, slowly took off, and the two of them shook their flower hands, and flew out of infinite shapes alternately. This is the latest developed three-dimensional 3D 2-high dance. The face of this last saint twitched. Is the dance of this era so advanced? He drank the wine gently, which was quite flavorful. He looked around to see if there was anything about this shop that was worth Sunny's attention. Suddenly he saw the medical cosmetic surgery fee list above, and the description of big breasts and no brains made him speechless. Very interesting. It seemed that this was the first time he encountered something strange that was incomprehensible with logic. Chapter 393. Jiuzai Rong, also known as Area and Xiao Gao, sang some DJ music adapted from the Earth's native language, mainly playing a local song. And the colorful light ball above the shop began to spin. It's very interesting, isn't it? Sunny said secretly. Xian Shichen's handsome face showed a bit of weirdness. If it was a normal dance, it would be fine, but he knew who this Xiao Gao in front of him was. She was a female headmaster of a holy land. Compared with her dignified and elegant appearance before, and then looking at the happy and silly shaking flower hands in front of her, the contrast shock brought by it was a bit big. Let's talk about the big breasts and brainless project in this shop. In his perspective, there are countless ways to choose plastic surgery, but the other party chose such a special one. He couldn't think of it before, and he could empty his brain to do such an operation. This idea is wild and unrestrained. Sunny said in a voice transmission. Recently, they also want to study a second surgical plan to solve the sequelae of anencephaly, so that people will not have an empty brain. It is to directly transplant the left and right hemispheres of the brain completely to stop. Xian Shichen said lightly. So what do you want to express? I just encountered some interesting things to share, and see how open-minded people are. Sunny said with a smile. The mind is limited. This is the shortcoming of our royal practice, isn't it? The royal pattern of Jiuzhui is 9 wheat ears. The royal pattern of Xinqiao is a flame. Most people don't know the origin of this flame totem. The spiritual root of the Xian family is the shadow spiritual root, a powerful force called fire of civilization. By burning the enemy's soul, you can get a soul book. And according to the talents, and races of the various lives burned, the knowledge of the soul books obtained will also be different. They call it burning the fire. Take a poison doctor as an example. The saints of the Xian dynasty have burned her many times. Every time they burned her, they got a lot of soul books about poison doctors and integrated them into their minds to learn. Therefore, the saints of the Xian dynasty royal family of all generations are the strongest scholars with extremely profound knowledge. Take the poison doctor as an example again. Why does the poison technique come from the other party, but it is stronger than her? Because knowledge does not exist independently, it is grid-related. People have learned medical skills in various fields and poison techniques in various fields, so they have naturally become strong in this industry. In addition, her trump cards are all exposed. Whatever you can do, the saint himself can do it. This is why the poison doctor was easily killed. As long as you are killed for the first time, what awaits you is the countless times that the Xian dynasty royal family kills you. So, except for some beings that are difficult to kill and have never died, the others are nothing to be afraid of. This is the power of Xinqiao, and this power comes from their ability to innovate. You should know that 90% of human research and development time is wasted on repeating existing knowledge. Take the Earth as an example. A top physics genius may have to study until he is in his 30s to thoroughly understand the existing physics theories and be qualified to innovate. But if you start to develop new physics content in your 30s, you will soon pass your peak period. Can you keep up with the energy? This is why most of the scientists who win awards on Earth are elderly. And this situation is getting worse as the floors of the physics building continue to rise. In the future, it may take 40 or 50 years to learn all the existing physics knowledge and be qualified to innovate. This has formed a knowledge barrier. Scholars on Earth are like this, let alone scholars in this world. But the royal family of Xian dynasty broke this confinement. They can burn paper money to let their ancestors bless them and pass on knowledge to them when they are in their teens. Standing on the shoulders of all giants, they have learned all the knowledge of their ancestors, and they only need to innovate. This is the strongest academic family in the entire Kyushu. Human beings are so weak and powerful. Human beings are strong in wisdom, and even the weakest humans have wisdom comparable to the top beasts. Human beings are weak in wisdom. It is their rich wisdom, greed, laziness, intrigue, and love that make them waste their energy on these meaningless things. They will go a long way on a road because of their interest. If they are not interested, they will not be able to go far even with their highest talent. Because of their limited energy, they cannot become all-rounders, and can only specialize in one track. They may even waste their qualifications, and waste the best time of their lives, because of wars in the outside world, laziness in their hearts, and indulging in so-called love. But the weakness of humans highlights the greatness of our Xinqiao royal family, because each of us can become all-rounders, and we bear the mission of leading weak humans forward. This is the ancestral precept that everyone in the Xian dynasty royal family has heard since childhood. Even royal mortals without spiritual roots will be stronger than ordinary mortals, because of the all-round blood brought by the fire of civilization in their bodies. Princess Xiani, a mortal, cannot practice, but she can multitask when studying and has talents in various fields. They are the strongest family of scholars. In the Kyushu era of scholars, they are the well-deserved kings of scholars. Xian not only represents the fire of civilization, but also represents new infinite possibilities. But who knows? We were destroyed, and the new road was not pushed out by us. Sydney smiled. Knowledge is power. The advantage of our magical power is that we can quickly obtain all the knowledge that humans have, but the disadvantage is that we can only open up along the existing track. As a result, a new track was directly opened next door. It was like God played a huge joke. Just when everyone thought that the path of innate spiritual roots could only continue to extend forward, a path of acquired spiritual roots came parallel to them, giving them a fatal blow without any preparation. But this last saint just smiled at this time. It doesn't matter, we have returned again. Now that the Saint Jiuzhui has completed the breakthrough from 0 to 1, the era will continue to be taken over by us. We only need to kill the acquired humans of this era and turn them into books. I, an ancient man, will still become the pinnacle of academic existence in the acquired era. He smiled faintly. I will not open up the innate era to open up the road to the next acquired mythological era. This is his calculation. Attract those people to assassinate him, kill them, and gain knowledge. Update the information content of the present world in the brain, and even innovate and lead them by several versions. He is also sure that the fairy root that has been hotly debated recently can be developed in people and become the new #1 in Gyozhou. Just secretly kill the holy places and powerful people in each new era of Gyozhou and use this as a basis. It saves a lot of time to accumulate knowledge. With his wisdom, it is not impossible to open up. You know, all the tricks in Gyozhou will be solidified in logic, and it is difficult to learn new things. But his fire of civilization can break this. His thinking is like a memory bar, and he can use fire of civilization to plunder other people's knowledge, and then force it to load in the soul. This makes him a pseudoghost king who has cognitive growth before awakening. Xian Shichen asked, have you completely transformed our innate spiritual roots into acquired spiritual roots over the years? There is still a long way to go. Sini said frankly, I use the blood of my people to irrigate the plants, trying to cultivate a heavenly spiritual root with the magical power of fire of civilization. Sini, but unfortunately the effect is very poor. The inferior Sini grass has become a common entry spiritual root in Sini continent, with a variety of relatively comprehensive learning abilities. Name our spiritual root Sini? Xian Shichen smiled. This daughter of his is really good at flattering herself. It is obviously the essence of civilization from generation to generation in their Xian family. She changed the innate spiritual root of the royal family into an acquired spiritual root planted externally, and then put her own name on it. It was precisely because of this shamelessness that she rebelled against him back then. But he was not angry. As a saint, if he lost, he lost. He should be tolerant. Even if he was angry about his weakness, not about being overthrown and betrayed by his daughter. The royal family is the survival of the fittest. He slaughtered so many uncles and ancient ancestors in the past, and used them to extract and accumulate, and open books. The same is true. What a pity. Things are unpredictable. If they did not fight internally, there would be no chaos, and Josue would not appear. But if Josue's saint did not appear in the past, he would kill all the other Xian family saints and organize the knowledge. The foundation of the royal family would have completely changed in this era. He would also open up a new prosperous era that is definitely not weaker than Josue. Moreover, it is possible to break the shackles of new realm barriers and find the next unknown possibility. At that time, he was ambitious and firmly believed that the chaotic era was just a prelude to the prosperous era. After integrating all the knowledge of the Xian family saints, he will become the first person in history to unify the entire Gyozhou, sweep across all the tombs, and fulfill the dreams of all the ancient saints. What a pity. After the chaotic times, the prosperous times did come as expected. But the master of that prosperous time was not himself. Everything can only be said to be fate, it should be so. Sini. After all, you did not get the complete inherited skills, and you can't burn enemies and extract books efficiently. Xian Shichen shook his head and said, otherwise, you revolted and killed so many people. Otherwise, with your knowledge accumulation, you would have opened up our acquired spiritual roots long ago. He was a little regretful. My daughter's killing conversion rate is too low, what a waste. Forget it, I will give you the complete technique. Xian Shichen said, I believe that with efficient conversion, Sini's spiritual roots will probably have a breakthrough for a while. Father, you killed other saints in the clan during the internal strife, which led to being taken advantage of. Otherwise, no matter how strong the Nine-Spike Saint is, no matter how unprecedentedly terrifying he is, he can't be able to sweep away the powerful foundation of the Xian family alone. You can just siege him. Sini suddenly said, so if I kill you now, I will get the knowledge books of all the saints of the Xian dynasty? She thought to herself, anyway, if I kill you, I will be resurrected in the Imperial Mausoleum. If you have this power. Xian Shichen stood up and said, this is our destiny, to turn into firewood and light up the descendants of the family. He turned and left the shop, disappearing in the vast crowd. But now is not the time for internal strife. We must first pacify the country and take back everything that belongs to us. Chapter 394. Are you going to attract a group of people and burn them to death? I hope it's not you who will die. Sini looked at the departing figure of this father and sighed in her heart. This father had too many princesses, and he never looked at her straight in the eye. There is no such thing as family affection in the royal family. In the heart of that majesty, there are only knowledge, ambition, and hegemony, and these three words run through his life. If I hadn't rebelled and made achievements, which made him look up to me, he would never have paid attention to me and come to Xenia's city. Those princesses who didn't rebel followed the dynasty's demise, and silently waited for death without saving themselves. This majesty looked down on them. As a royal child, the strongest family of literati in Gyojou, you should fight for a kingdom. Whether you rebel against the Xian dynasty or quell the rebellion for the court. If you lose your blood, you lose everything. This guy has already burned to death a group of people who besieged him in the capital. He has acquired a lot of knowledge. Cini understood. Even the so-called Shirong master craftsmen, the great masters of the Nine Sui founding nation and the Cini continent city wall, were included in his category of burning to death. Of course, he did not kill the Shirong master craftsman directly. According to convention, he would slowly cultivate and support the knowledge he had developed until it reached its peak. Wait for the other party to die of old age and fall, and spend a great price to help the other party increase the probability of becoming a Gue. Only then would he kill his Gue, because killing a living person can only kill once, but killing a Gue can kill countless times, and it can be a family heirloom. Every royal family in the future would kill the Shirong master craftsman once to obtain his knowledge. The royal family has always done so. They believe that books are the greatest heritage of human inheritance. Knowledge is supreme. Therefore, they cultivate and sponsor geniuses in various fields, and use books as introductory reading materials for their royal family after their death. In the eyes of the arrogant Xian dynasty royal family at that time, the entire Gyojou was a huge library. Even at that time, they were already dissatisfied with the ancient tombs in the outside world, and began to attack history of the years, preparing to set an unprecedented fire to burn those ancient saints to death. The mountain fire in the tomb continued, burning the mountains and towns. The people, officials, monks, and saints all dropped books. What kind of scene would that be? Unfortunately, it was such a peak mythological era, and it declined after its peak. Let's see what he is going to do. Cini thought about it, looked at Arya and Shiogo's dance in front of him, and couldn't help laughing. What a pity. I introduced so much because I wanted this last saint to burn the people in this shop and acquire their skills. Cini showed a hint of evil smile, a little regretful. I'm leaving. Cini stood up and left 1,000 coins. I'm in a good mood today. This is a reward for you. Ah, lass, are you leaving now? Yujin Jukarong scratched his head. He didn't know he had escaped. Someone wanted someone to burn him to death, thinking about the capitalist knowledge books in his mind. This King Cini also wanted that saint to learn their plastic surgery and breast augmentation medical skills books. Also learn their waving flower handbooks. Practical skills such as flattery, moving bricks, building houses, bragging, etc. As a result, this last saint decisively refused. If Eugene Geokairong knew about this, he would also say, sitting on a treasure mountain, but not knowing it. That last saint didn't kill us to learn skills, so he missed the core technology of this kind of magic cultivation. The Sher family next door wants to come and steal every day to learn, and secretly watch us, which shows how precious it is. These are all life-saving skills. If he dies in the future, it won't be our fault. But the reality is that he didn't know he missed the saint at all, he just felt a little puzzled. It's very strange. Geokairong thought about it, but let it go, and continued to do business. There is no way. There are many strange customers in Gyojou, especially those who have learned certain skills, which will affect their personality. In his eyes, this mature beauty in white robes is a rich second generation with bad taste, very leisurely and bored. She listens to music, chats, and goes shopping all day, a real lady. Shimen City. It's very lively. Ningzheng walked on the street, and saw that the street was very prosperous. This is my kingdom. The troubled times are coming soon. We must build up defenses, protect it, and make it an iron bucket. Looking at her own territory, Ningzheng was very satisfied. Defense must be built up to become a pure land in the troubled times. Even Ningzheng has some indigenous residents wearing Pingchong city costumes, who have come to Shimen for sightseeing through the teleportation array. Why Ningzheng knows that these people are from Pingchong City? They have painting signs hanging on their waists. Ningzheng did not interfere with the location of Pingchong City. It was Xianyun's own decision to station there according to the logic of proximity. Ningzheng didn't care, and there was no need to take care of this city on purpose. Originally, they were just casual acquaintances, neighbors next door. There were even fewer acquaintances in Pingchong City, and the only familiar person in the city was Zhang Huaping. Now, after Ningzheng had resolved his own death crisis, he just wanted to live his own life. Make money down to earth. Make weapon orders for the Ark. Make weapon orders for the city wall. These 2 business orders made Ningzheng feel happy and fulfilled, saving people and making money. As for the struggles among the upper echelons of Jiuzhou, he really had no way. After he had the ability to avoid the destruction of the world, he had tried his best to help those who could. He was not a real saint who sacrificed his life to save the world. He was even less capable of being a saint who saved the world. Even if he gave up his life, it would be a rotten life, which was not worth it at all. Don't be arrogant. The blacksmiths are unreasonable. They are not afraid of death. I can't accompany them to die. He walked around and looked around, and even deliberately went to the Shirong Academy as a tourist. It has to be said, the entrance of Shirong Academy was very lively and crowded, with countless people watching from the outside. Because the construction technology of this world is very advanced, and there are giants like Dharma, the buildings of the academy have been completely built. What needs to be done now is to recruit teachers and students. In fact, Ningzheng thinks that building the Shirong Academy is really stupid. It will take at least 10 years in this cycle to cultivate a younger generation. By then, I don't know what it will become. Don't the blacksmiths know it themselves? They know it, but they still do it. Building for Zhang Huaping is really for love. But think about it in a better way. Although the talents cultivated in the academy are unlikely to be used, it has promoted the liveliness of our side. Besides, if a big power doesn't cultivate its own young people, people will be suspicious. It's okay to pretend now. It is estimated that they will plant spies in and try to infiltrate. Not to mention, the top forces in the whole Jiuzhou always plant some spies for each other. For details, please refer to the current Beijing city. At present, they plant spies, which can also consume some of their energy. Ningzheng thought, and suddenly saw an interview notice posted in the crowd, and they also recruited experienced low-level monster hunters as novice teachers. Ningzheng knew that those blacksmiths did it for Zhang Huaping. Sure enough. After a while, Ningzheng suddenly saw a familiar face. Zhang Huaping took her daughter to the front to inquire. If Ningzheng remembered correctly, the next is the plot of chapter 10. Dazzled by the spring breeze, meeting an acquaintance, Zhang Huaping was shocked. Ningzheng immediately thought about it, and thought about reading the real version of the storybook. Sure enough, after a while, Yinhua came out and looked at everyone solemnly. Everyone, those who are applying for the teaching position, please come in. Ningzheng secretly stared at Zhang Huaping, and witnessed the moment Zhang Huaping saw Yinhua, her pupils dilated, her lips slightly opened, and her whole brain seemed to have fallen into a blank. Not to mention, it was quite interesting. Ningzheng suddenly understood the joy that those blacksmiths were immersed in. Since ancient times, returning home in glory has been a great pleasure. It is very useful to brag at a classmate reunion, and show off in front of former acquaintances. Chapter 395. Zhang Huaping was stunned. Dizzy. It was really dizzy. The chief inspector of Shimen. When she really confirmed the identity of Yinhua, she still felt unbelievable. It was like a little beggar on the roadside. The next day, he was already a great general riding a tall horse, and being flattered by everyone. Zhang Huaping was in turmoil, silently pulling her daughter to queue up for the teacher test of the monster hunter. She didn't care about the strange looks of the people around her, and it wouldn't hurt to fail. In addition to the dizzy, she suddenly asked someone next to her, "May I ask what's the situation of this inspector?" The man was also eager to show off, and introduced with saliva flying. Speaking of this Yinhua, the legendary level is comparable to Jian Xian and Su Huan. After listening to this, Zhang Huaping was stunned. Yinhua is a scholar who was spotted during a parade, and then he was promoted all the way to take charge of the unpopular city wall. But it happened that Shirong Master Craftsman took over Shimen. However, only Yinhua was accepted, not the family behind him. Zhang Huaping understood in her heart. The family behind Yinhua is probably the Zuelahua family. It's a pity. Their villa almost reached the sky in one step. Zhang Huaping and Shi Yoxing's first reaction was to feel sorry for each other. However, Zhang Huaping's reaction was deeper. She felt that not accepting the Zuelahua family as housekeepers was the right choice. In her eyes, Yinhua was the only normal person in the whole villa. What about accepting other little blacksmiths as his subordinates? Licking the painting card and eating dirt, she didn't want the great master craftsman she admired to be tarnished by those crazy villa demon cultivators. While she was thinking, she had already entered the interview room and saw Yinhua. Yinhua was very happy when he saw Zhang Huaping, but he did not show that he knew her. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and looked very cold. "Please introduce yourselves," Yinhua said. Next, All the monks who were proficient in hunting monsters showed their skills. Yin Hua nodded and selected a few of the most powerful people, including Zhang Huaping. Everyone immediately showed dissatisfaction. Yin Hua said, "Don't look at their low realm. Although the lowest level of the people present is the fourth organ realm, the test is not the cultivation, but the technology. You don't have the level to hunt low-level monsters, so we are going to start a low-end course." Shirong Academy. Sword Fairy, Dukuhong, Lan Zhou, Cini Baishan are watching this scene in a secret room. Yin Hua's signature teacher. "Your awakening layout seems a bit unsatisfactory," Dukuhong said. Awakening Embers, strictly speaking, belongs to the academic field of physicians. Everyone knows that the medical skills inherited by the Shirong master craftsmen are also very advanced. In their eyes, the awakening dizziness experiment in front of them is a biological experiment of this physician. After all, physicians do experiments in this way. The physician of Shirong was able to study the splitting and fusion of the soul, and he must have gone through many similar experiments. Such awakening experiments have been done by every family. Cini Baishan said, "Awakening is not that simple. Not only do you have to complete the obsession, but you also need to have enough qualifications, talent, and luck." "It's okay," the Sword Fairy said confidently. "Let's give it a try. If we break through, we have opened up the second technical difficulty." Luck factor? Whether the Idazzle awakens or not, isn't it just a planner's words? According to the planner's nature of pampering them so much, it is normal to change the probability so many times. By the way, is there any result for the city wall we requested? Sword Fairy looked at Dukuhong. What to fuse the magical power and spiritual roots, all depends on this professional boss. Anyway, she is not needed for the casting of Arc series now. She can devote herself to the inspiration fusion of the second project. Well, there is a result. Dukuhong smiled. Just like Arc, we strive to be perfect. Not only does it have protection like Arc, the new city wall defense magic weapon also has a function that is indispensable in the future era: universal amplification. I call this power amplification defense tower. Dukuhong said that this is a huge defense tower, and its biggest feature is versatility. Standing on the tower, and attacking can amplify the combat effectiveness of the turret of the city wall ancestor. For example, the Sword Fairy in front of you can increase the combat power of her rice flower sword by standing on that defense tower. But the disadvantage is also obvious. You can only attack standing on this tower defense, which is not convenient to move. It is a high tower used for defense. It's really a tower defense. Can a defense tower that can move still be called a tower defense? The Sword Fairy looked happy. I didn't expect that you would produce results in a direction we proposed. Not bad. Dukuhong was also happy. The Duku family felt that they were about to take off. The whole family was like a fast-moving gear, and countless generations of miracle doctors worked overtime. Their direction is very clear. First, occupy some basic general fairy weapon markets. For example, the Arc of Mobile Forces and the towers defending the city walls are all cornerstones with strong versatility. After the road of general magic weapons is exhausted, those who come later can only study unpopular magic weapons. Their Duku family can continue to monopolize the next era. Very good. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone looked and was shocked when they saw the man's appearance. "Your Majesty." No need to be polite. Xian Shichen smiled with a spring breeze-like affinity. "Now, it's not me, but me. I am a scholar like you. You can ignore my combat power. I want to study with you and join your Shirong team." His expression was sincere and full of sincerity. Sword Fairy? ? Before, when he was in front of people, he was still very cold and full of imperial majesty. Now, he has the erudition of a scholar, a strong bookish air. And he is very friendly. When a saint is in front of people, he must show his majesty, but he doesn't need to be too restrained in private. Xian Shichen smiled, and his eyes fell on Dukuhong. The Duku family is a spiritual farmer family. You should still remember me, the saint of our Xian dynasty. I never manage the government of the world, but do it myself, go deep into the people, and lead various teams. The saints of all generations laughed loudly when they were blown to dust in front of the alchemy furnace with the alchemists. In the blacksmith shop, swinging the hammer with the blacksmiths, sweating profusely. Discussing planting with the spiritual farmers in the fields, covered in mud. We almost wander in teams, leading the development of mankind. Dukuhong did know that there was such a record. In the Xian dynasty, spiritual farmers were the weakest profession, but the Duku family was never looked down upon by the saints. Even the saints of the Xian dynasty came to discuss agriculture and Taoism with them. Today, I joined the Shirong team. You can treat me as a member of the team. My knowledge may not keep up with the times in the early stage, but I should catch up later, and will not be inferior to your contributions. This last saint said softly, I am not that emperor, who always sits on the throne, never leaves the seat, and does not contact the people. The sword fairy has always been bold, and complained, who do you think made that person always unable to leave the throne of the capital? Xi and Shichen laughed, and did not hide it, if I don't trap him, I can't get out. Only one of me, and him can survive. You will soon know that he can only change the era from 0 to 1. His mission has been completed, and after our Xian family regain the country, we can quickly change this era from 1 to 100. The royal family, is it really that powerful? The sword fairy was curious. Is it related to your royal skills? The knowledge and technology to unify the world? Xian Shichen showed a trace of surprise. He doesn't like to put on airs. As a scholar, it is very interesting to explore knowledge and explore the future with others. Power is a very boring thing, but it must be mastered. Only when you sit on the throne can you know how lonely it is. He knows better than anyone that it is the happiest thing to have a group of like-minded friends, who can discuss and argue until they are red in the face. But his identity makes many people respect him. Even if they join a team, they instinctively compliment him and give in to him. He thinks this little guy in front of him is not bad. Xian Shichen smiled, put away the vicissitudes in his eyes, and teased her by imitating the speaking style of the little spirit of the sword fairy. He said proudly with a playful mood, this tower defense is very interesting. It can bring Jiuzhou into a new era of defense. The ancestor of the city wall is strengthened twice. I can get the design drawings of this thing in about 10 hours. He is not bragging. As the strongest scholar at the peak of a certain era in human history, talking and exaggerating are disrespectful to his own academics. The main reason is that the blacksmithing technology of this era has hardly changed from that of his Xian dynasty. After learning a little, he has roughly mastered the forging technology of this era. Chapter 396. The goal of this last saint is very clear. Burn those heretics to death. This requires increasing strength as much as possible in a short period of time. Casting magic tools is a good choice. This is one of his academic specialties. In addition, he is very curious about the Shirong team. Joining it can also get in touch with the new field of this era. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. At this time, the sword fairy was not panicked at all, and said familiarly, Your Majesty, this design drawing will be handed over to you and Sini Baishan. Teach your junior Sini Baishan well. Some people around were sweating on their foreheads. The sword fairy is a very carefree spirit. The little blacksmiths, who are not natives, are naturally not in awe of NPCs, and they also speak to this majesty. But Xian Shichen didn't care, and smiled and said, Don't worry, I will take on what I should take on. I still say the same thing, ignore my other identity, I am now a master craftsman, a forger in the team. I will help build this. Tower defense is called this name, right? Build the so-called Xenia's city tower defense, various traps, underground tunnels? Towers? Bunkers? Kill those assassins who attack in waves. He keeps learning the new vocabulary of this era. Sword fairy. Catch the turtle in the jar. Xian Shichen smiled. Catch them all in one net? Sword fairy proud. Close the door and beat the dog. Sword fairy was ecstatic. The little blacksmith in the villa said before that he wanted to train the old steward's AI intelligence, and he intentionally or unintentionally said modern vocabulary of the new era in front of him. Now, isn't she, the sword fairy, going to train the AI intelligence of a wave of saints? The sword fairy secretly said in her heart, Very good. Why not learn to train the AI intelligence of a wave of saints first, gain experience, and then go back to train the AI intelligence of the old steward? Besides, it seems that the saint is very friendly and easy to train. But this last saint was indifferent, thinking in his heart, it is very simple to train the logic of this ember spirit. After all, existences like the poison doctor have fixed and repeated logic. It is not difficult to train her logic after a little understanding. Each ember logic has fixed thinking, and even a habit of speaking. The poison doctor said, I will come back again every time he was killed. Sometimes you can guess what she is going to say next without thinking. At this time, Dukuhong and others watched this majesty teasing the sword fairy, and their tense nerves gradually relaxed, and a faint excitement flashed in their hearts. It is said that the nine-spike saint in the past was also so friendly, and he pulled a group of friends in the crowd to revolt, reform, and avoid being hunted down together. And now, aren't they following a saint to conquer the world? Just like the Saint Jiuzhou back then, and the group of founding heroes following behind him. When they thought of this, they were extremely happy. This is also a great honor. They are already at the top of human professions, and they don't have much demand for money and power. They just want to leave their names in history and pursue a higher realm. Dukuhong couldn't help sighing in her heart. This is the mind of the emperor. You clearly know that this is to win over the ministers, walk into the crowd, but your heart can't help but get closer. The weak strong, using violence to make people submit and serve, is called a reckless man. A true strong man uses his personality charm to make people submit and follow him. This is the best strategy. Gradually, as the sword fairy chattered, several people also sat down to chat and discuss the arrangements. In fact, the basic work distribution has been determined. Dukuhong, researching spiritual root magical powers. Shirong god craftsman, using spiritual roots to cast instrument spirits. Lan Zhou, researching the formation connected under the defense tower on the ground. Sini Baishan is casting a defense tower, and now there is another saint who acts as a god craftsman. But this erudite scholar gradually showed his strength, and he also gave some pointers on Lan Zhou's formation. Xi and Shichen showed a thoughtful look. It seems that the main structure of blacksmiths in this era has hardly changed, but the formation has developed a lot, and some of them are unrecognizable. As for the spiritual farmer, I can't understand it at all. The changes are too great. Planting spiritual roots is unprecedented. Today's blacksmiths seem to have not changed. But at present, new changes have appeared from the Shirong master craftsman. Lan Zhou respectfully explained, over the years, the formation has changed a lot. It is because the Jiosui saint has made great efforts in the research of formations. After the founding of the country, a large part of the resources were used to build the ground veins, which is itself a huge formation. Indeed, it encompasses the 9 provinces and increases the imperial power over the world. This last saint deeply agrees with this, and even he has to admit that the saint's contribution in it is amazing. 9 provinces ground veins is actually the prototype of another historical painting wall. If it continues to develop, it may be another national treasure. Of course, the eternal sun and moon, which is still under development, has the prototypes of 3 national treasures. The 2 of them have only appeared in recent years. It can only be said that the times have changed so much that it is really impressive. If he hadn't taken away the core of the earth vein, I wouldn't have been in so much trouble. Xi and Shichen sighed. If we can't supervise the information of the earth vein, the power of rule is too weak. We can't know the identity information of your Shirong god craftsman through the earth vein. Do you have any way? The sword fairy was stunned. What do you mean? Let us help you decipher the earth vein, and then let you catch our true body through the earth vein? Is it really okay to say it so directly? The sword fairy shook her head frantically. No way, no way, this has to ask Dukuhong. Can you come up with a new fairy root magic? I think since this is a network, I will create a Trojan virus of the Yin spirit in the future. Sadako, crawl along the network cable to the TV opposite to kill people. TV? Xi and Shichen said. Well, it's the projection of the communication. The sword fairy said, for example, I was chatting with a certain existence, and suddenly a monster crawled over on the opposite projection screen, wearing white clothes and disheveled hair, which looked very creepy. Xi and Shichen didn't know that the sword fairy was playing a joke, but thought seriously, if there really is such a bound earth spirit crawling along the earth veins, then it is not a bound earth spirit. Not controlled by the region, that is the real horror. If this so-called Sadako is controlled, the earth veins can be strictly supervised. If it cannot be controlled, it will follow the earth veins to bring disaster to the world. Xi and Shichen showed a look of emotion. It has been a long time since I discussed, summarized, and collided with my peers in the circle. It is really good to be alive, after walking out of the tomb again. He found this new world very interesting, and could not help but be more full of hope and longing for the future, which was a new century for him to show his talents. At this time, the sword fairy asked, Your Majesty, where is the crown princess? May I ask which one did not come with you? The sun and moon in the capital are managed, and as a nursery, they cannot go to the 9 provinces without authorization. Xi and Shichen replied, The situation in the capital is a bit complicated now, and monsters gather together. Although my body is in charge, I am too lazy to manage it. Soon, they talked about business again. Regarding the defense tower, the sword fairy also had some new ideas. The defense tower needs an ancestor to sit in it, which can increase the bombing combat power of the ancestor's artillery. The sword fairy said, however, the firing mechanism of these ancestors' artillery is very inflexible, and it is too scattered to launch their own attacks. Then what are you going to do? Xi and Shichen glanced at the sword fairy with a calm expression. The sword fairy said proudly, I suggest using the mechanism of ejection to connect the artillery beams of all defense towers in series. I call this kind of defense tower a light prism tower. The beams of each tower, like a network cable, are chained and ejected to one tower, concentrating the power to use one tower for a unified attack. For example, the magic power of the 3,000 ancestors is ejected to me and poured into my magic weapon. How powerful is the magic power? I can cut down an army of scarecrows with a sword that shakes the world. The sword fairy's calculations were loud, and the neighboring continent could hear them clearly. Chapter 397. In fact, the sword fairy's proposal is not a bad idea. Because the combat power and achievements of those founding heroes are indeed extraordinary, but they are limited by the times, and the magical powers of their spiritual roots are not very powerful. In that era, good spiritual roots were not available at all. Take Li Wanqi, the owner of the tomb of Lin Min, as an example. Middle-grade water spiritual roots. Most of the founding heroes are middle-grade and upper-grade. In fact, there are more low-grade spiritual roots, but most of them died in the Long War. Therefore, it is not impossible to let these ancestors gather their magic power on the divine weapon of the sword fairy, who has the magical power of the heavenly grade. This matter can be considered, but build the first defense tower first. Xian Shichen stood up lightly. Soon, he and Sini Baishan went to the blacksmith shop, while enthusiastically discussing some structures and forging techniques. This day, the last saint officially joined the Shirong Godsmith team. Sword Casting Villa. After the whole villa got the news, everyone was stunned. After a moment of silence, everyone couldn't help but complain. That's ridiculous. Didn't the saint say he was going on a tour to the south, and came to the temporary palace for a vacation? Is he here to make iron? Our sword casting villa blacksmith shop welcomes you, and takes you to experience the fancy diving in the blacksmith shop. He is too friendly. Why don't you go to the Red Mansion and the brothel to solicit prostitution, and then meet beauties like Xia Yue and get pregnant? Isn't this a normal route for the emperor to travel to the south? That's right. Isn't he going to give birth to a prince? Everyone was arguing and felt that this was too outrageous. Personally come to our place to farm, build tower defense, infrastructure, set traps together, and kill people? According to my guess, this saint personally fought against the rebels. This is the big plot of the monster siege. It reminds me of the layout of our villa, various tower defenses, and the days of killing the Crow King. In other words, those assassins are the Crow King. It seems that we have to teach the saint how to cheat people. Take him to play tower defense. Please come out of our funeral room. Let him into the room, ring the bell, chop off the head of the Crow King, and send the assassin to his death. Ha ha, the classic plot reappears. This plot is too outrageous. After placing an order, the Saint Jiosue sat in the palace and waited for us to complete the weapon for him. After placing an order, the Saint Xinqiao ran directly into our team and worked for us. We recruited a temporary worker NPC, Saint Xinqiao. This worker is quite strong, the housekeeper's room. Jiosai Rong put down the documents in his hand, touched his chin, and began to analyze. I think this person must have been very diligent in his life. He worked in the palace from 9 to 5 every day. You can tell at a glance that he was an old worker, the kind who couldn't rest. If this kind of person is not a saint, I have to squeeze this leak. Jiosai Rong's old habit came back. As a capitalist, he wants to squeeze everyone he sees. Seeing the saint with a congenital working body, his eyes were red and shining. He was not afraid at all. No matter what your status and identity, he wants to catch you to work. Yi Guangxiu frowned and showed hesitation. Something is wrong. I feel something is wrong. What's wrong? Jiosai Rong was puzzled. Yi Guangxiu said, this saint with a congenital working body is not right. Does he have the magical power of stealing and come here to learn secretly? Envy our bodies? The knowledge in our heads? He felt that this saint must have a deep meaning. Although he didn't know the details of fire of civilization, this saint wanted to cultivate them and accumulate more knowledge during his lifetime so that he could burn paper money after his death and become the introductory reading material for children in the royal family. Anyway, Yi Guangxiu always felt something was wrong. Jiosai Rong rolled his eyes. Are you afraid of Shiyu? Just one person wants to steal our technology. He is a saint. He is not a magic cultivator NPC like the Shi family, who is good at learning, hiding in the dark to secretly learn our eating dirt technology, brick moving technology, bragging technology, stealing our patents. Yi Guangxiu thought about it, and felt that he might have thought too much. The saint knew at a glance that he was a powerful scholar with extensive knowledge. He also gave a wave of advice to various people in the team. How could such a top human being steal our medium-quality blacksmithing technology? We are so rubbish. Look at Dao Jiujio, who can't even participate in the ARC series of magic weapons, and is working on the order of the Yan Shuanging mechanical mecha with hundreds of people in the blacksmith shop. It's more likely that he wants to steal the strange medical skills of the medical fairy, the soil-eating skills of Jiucai, the father-recognizing skills of the blacksmith, and the skills of Su Yunyang. Jiucairong said, maybe he is just curious, and he simply wants to win over our team, and help us build, and supervise the work, so as not to cut corners, and fight against the enemy together. Well, I can only understand it that way. Yi Guangxiu still felt a little uncomfortable with the big boss's personal involvement. But who can refuse a knowledgeable and friendly top scholar who helps you? Maybe it's just that the old habit of the planner to change the explosion rate has come back. Give them a sync card to help them, for fear that they can't pass the main storyline. Well, thank the planner. In order to change our explosion rate, they also arranged such a big plug-in for us. We still underestimated the grace of the planner. The saints are here? Ning Zheng looked strange and felt that he should stay away. So friendly? He instinctively felt that this person had bad intentions. Come for me. Although I don't know what the other party is up to, I can hide and it's over. As long as I'm good enough, I can live forever. Ning Zheng didn't dare to ask or contact that saint. Today, if I calculate the time, the 7 days of pulling out the 3 flowers have just passed. Ning Zheng's 3 flowers have grown again. Looking at the pink and tender new 3 flowers, he is very happy. It feels tougher. Could it be that it is like leeks, which grow thicker the more you pull them? He touched his chin. It seems that many plants are like this. Cutting them off will make them grow stronger. But Ning Zheng has no intention of cutting them off. It is rare for 3 flowers to grow. He plans to practice for a while before making a decision. He looked at his current luck value, 70,000. Maybe he should save money to give Yanhua a semi-awakening, but it is not the right time yet. When Yanhua's emotions fluctuate strongly, and he is close to breaking through an awakening, he will increase his luck value again. Many embers have all the conditions, but they still cannot break through the bottleneck, so they cannot become ghost kings. One step makes a world of difference. I said before that I would spend 100,000 luck points to increase the upper limit of blacksmith quota by 1,000. Ning Zheng was a little distressed. I can't save money all the time. But think about it carefully. Anyway, only 500 blacksmith quotas have been used now, and there are still 500 quotas to be used. It's not cost-effective to increase the upper limit in such a hurry. At this time, Ning Zheng suddenly received another message from the Shi family. Shi Yoxing's voice today was unusually sweet and sticky, as if the leader of the Huan sect was possessed. Recently, we have received a batch of female ghosts from the Wuxing sect. Do you still want them? Ning Zheng was shocked. There is something wrong with this woman. She is so charming. Is she planning to marry? The Shi family and the Zuelahuali family have been married for generations, and the recent prosperity of his eyes made him completely think about it. It is estimated that she is another one who wants to marry into the villa and steal the skills of our blacksmith shop. More exaggerated than Shi Yuyu's way of finding out. Just come and live here. However, Ning Zheng pretended not to hear her annoying voice. Yes, of course we want female ghosts, we have unlimited. On the Zinnia's side, after being provoked, they have been besieging the Wuxing sect. They also besieged several strongholds sporadically, and got 500 female ghosts. 500 female ghosts equals 1,000 daily luck points. This thing is always super scarce. By the way, can I ask that Yanhua? Shi Yoxing whispered. Forget it. I came for Yanhua. She doesn't want to marry Yanhua, right? That's Arias. The Minotaur is wrong. Ning Zheng pretended to be regretful. We almost became a subsidiary family, but it's a pity that there is only one Yanhua, and he can't help us too much. After all, it's not easy for an inspector to abuse his power for personal gain. The Fong family's precedent has only been passed recently. The Shirong master craftsman can't tolerate us. He might want to exterminate the whole family to establish his authority. The Shi family also felt a little scared when they heard this. The Fong family was exterminated because of the position of inspector. Well then, said Shi Yoxing. Ning Zheng said, how about this, you go and find someone. It's impossible to abuse your power for personal gain, but they are all families from the original Lenmen, and they are very familiar with the local area. Maybe they will give you a more general position. That's already very good. Shi Yoxing hurriedly said, it's no problem for us to work in the construction department. We have robbed many tombs, and are familiar with building this thing. After all, this Shiman is originally a large tomb. Tomb robbing is originally about finding dragons and exploring caves. Regarding feng shui, the architectural structure of the tomb requires a deep attainment. It's almost the same to build a tomb now. Ningzheng nodded. Okay, I hope you can move in. I heard that they are still building defenses there. Maybe you can meet the Shirong team members of the teleportation array. What about you? Sure, Yoshing said. Don't use your power for personal gain. No one will say too much if you get an ordinary position. We have to wait a little longer to avoid suspicion. Ningzheng said. Then I understand. We should avoid suspicion. Sure, Yoshi expressed his understanding. It is always right to be safe. Ningzheng felt that the arrangement of the Sure family was very reasonable. Like the Zuelahuali family, the Sure family has been building a villa outside. When the chaos comes, the saints will look at them, and they will die. He is still outside, and can protect himself. He is not able to protect himself, so it is better to hide in the state capital first. Besides, the Sure family originally came from the Lin. Now it is not bad to go back and become a subsidiary family under his command. After all, the Sure family knows everything about them, and can be employed. Outsiders don't know the details. After a while, Jujian Mountain Villa will also become one of the affiliated families and enter Shimen. But after so many families move in, I will be more inconspicuous among them. Sure, Yoshing was in a very good mood. I won't ask you for the money of these 500 female ghosts. This money is nothing to Ningzheng, but it is a huge amount of money for the Sure family. The current market price of a single female ghost is quite high, 280 magic money. These 500 female ghosts, a full 140,000 magic money. Of course, rules are rules, and you still have to pay for doing things. Not to mention before. He paid 30,000 magic money to each of the 10 bosses of the Sure family, and gave them 300,000 magic money. Chapter 398. 2 days later. In a huge blacksmith shop as big as a building. The giant Xian Shichen Dharma image put down the forging hammer in his hand, with a leisurely look. It's done, it's almost time to assemble. Next to him is the huge Dharma image of Sini Baishan, also a small giant standing tall. The huge defense tower is like a fire stick in their hands. Your Majesty is still amazing. It's a pity, your bloodline is too mixed. Xian Shichen certainly felt that Sini Baishan's bloodline was thin, and they were distant relatives separated by more than 10 generations, and that was why he was a man. I'm so sorry. Sini Baishan sighed. Of course, he knew how strong the bloodline accumulated by the royal family from generation to generation was. That had nothing to do with spiritual roots. It was an excellent race at the level of genetic bloodline. Almost everyone is a genius with a super high IQ. Unfortunately, he was not, and could only rely on his own efforts to reach the position of the first master craftsman in Xinyazu. Sometimes he even wondered if he became a master craftsman because of his thin bloodline. He heard that everyone in the royal family of Xian dynasty was born with knowledge and could master everything at once. After all, outsiders did not know the secret of the civilization fire of the Xian family, but just thought that they were all-rounders, and the people of Xian dynasty burned paper money for themselves in secret. Those ancient ownerless tombs, such as the Poison Doctor and the Witch Doctor Temple, were burned. Those ancestral tombs of the big families and holy places were not burned openly, but various accidents were created. It is normal for your ancestor to die suddenly because of something. In addition, the ancestor can be resurrected, and it is a peaceful period. No one took it seriously, just thinking that the ancestor's Dharma image went to explore a secret realm and was beaten to death. During the years of Xian dynasty's rule, it was always done very covertly. Even now, Xian Shichen is very covert. He secretly burned some technical talents in 3,000 city walls in the past few days to learn knowledge in various fields of the new era. He was too lazy to do combat talents. There was no need. Because of the large amount of knowledge supplemented by Xinya's city wall, he once again got a small degree of knowledge enhancement and was more integrated into this new era. At this moment, Xian Shichen finally smiled. The defense tower has been built. Because it is just a universal amplifier, the action is very fast. You can simply lay it out and wait for them to assassinate. In the past few days, after Pingchong City, there were cities falling from the sky one after another. 1,000 local cities were completely relocated and settled in Xinya's city. Because of the influx of a large number of people, the entire state city became very lively, and the tourism industry of the 3,000 historical city walls exploded directly. The monks, scholars, and ordinary people in the local cities, who had never seen such history, could not help but watch and observe the historical changes over the past 100,000 years. Practical lessons are much more vivid than theoretical lessons in history classes. Sister, look at the texture of this bell. It's an antique, but it can be seen everywhere here. Can you steal it? It looks very valuable. You are stupid. This is a replica of the ancient times, so there are naturally ancient government offices. If you steal something, you will be arrested. That is the Haichuan suit I saw in the textbook, with wide cuffs. It looks ugly in the textbook, but I didn't expect it to be so stylish when actually worn. A group of women were holding hands, laughing and talking happily on the ancient streets. Traveling, shopping, and shopping are the nature of these girls. Some people were ambitious, stopped on the street, and couldn't help laughing and said, I can't display my talents in a small place. I believe that in this adventure, there will be great people in the state capital who will appreciate my talents. Many people hope to be the next Dazzling. At this time, the entire Xinyazu has become the center of the storm in the world. In particular, 1,000 local cities have been brought into the state capital to build various defenses. It's like bringing everyone into the Ark of the Doomsday Fortress to guard against the coming doomsday. Of course, local cities are just small living areas. The real large living areas are the private cities of various major sects. Because of the reaction of Xinyazu City, some smart Xinyazu major sect forces, also called the two-phase realm level forces under their command, were scared to move into their cities. The entire Xini continent is in a trend of close grouping. There are almost no people in the wild. And fear is contagious. Seeing that the clever human race is so scared and gathers together for warmth, the cities of the various beast tribes and demon tribes follow suit and begin to gather together. This scene stunned other states. Are they crazy? The economy and various transportation routes are directly paralyzed. Gathering together, holding together, and frantically building defenses, and I heard that they are frantically producing grain and hoarding various grains and resources. Is the end of the world really coming? The invisible doomsday threat theory is slowly spreading. Even some major sects are afraid. Could it be that the Book of Years is about to explode, and a big one is coming? Gods and demons are dancing wildly, and the entire Jiuzhou itself will become a super large tomb secret realm? Of course, some people think this is a conspiracy. It is deliberately to scare us, to tie up our energy, and not want us to assassinate the saint. So, they all gathered together more frequently, secretly plotting, and preparing to make a big thing. Not only did the people from the 1,000-state cities come, but even the monks from the various continents came to join in the fun. Bai Xingling, as a great monk in the second phase realm, successfully passed the interview of Shirong Academy these days, and became a temporary probationary tutor. Employee dormitories, employee cards, and even various welfare facilities were allocated. The monthly basic salary is 3,000 magic coins, and this is only the probation period, not regularization. If he is invited to teach, ask him to do other battles, and lead the team to the secret realm, he will have to be charged again. After comprehensive consideration, it will cost more than 10,000 magic coins a month. This shows how much it costs for those big forces to support these offerings and provide resources. This is also the reason why they make a lot of money and spend a lot. But Bai Xingling is still not satisfied, sighing, with this monthly salary, I don't know how long it will take to get back my magic weapon that was swept away by the space turbulence. However, money is not important here. What is important is the relationship and connections. It should be normal to provide some magic weapons for Shirong Xinjiang as a worshipper and teacher. I just took office these few days, and have no classes. The two-phase state instructors did not have classes, but sat down and chatted with each other, and got to know each other. They are all from various states. But no one knows that there is an insider. Bai Xingling thinks there must be one. Maybe except for himself, a casual cultivator, all of them are insiders sent by various forces. But what does it have to do with him? Although he is not a spy, he has no sense of belonging here. If they were not the direct descendants, who had been nurtured since childhood, who would really work hard? He remembered the sentence he heard accidentally. Shitting with pay. At first, he thought it was the pilgrim saint who came, but after thinking carefully, it had another meaning, not to mention, it was quite appropriate. Soon, they looked at each other. Since there is no class now, let's go to the capital to take a look. Yes, it's time to go to the secret realm. Some people couldn't sit still. How lively is the secret realm in the capital? Everyone went to explore. What if they missed any opportunity? Besides, they were just offerings, and most of the time, they were free. Let's go to the secret realm in the capital, and we will go together to explore the old bottom of the capital. Bai Xingling also looked happy. His magical power made him very good at tomb robbing, and he felt that this wave would definitely make a lot of money and earn back all the magic tools that were swept away. After a while, these people sat cross-legged in Shirong Academy, separated their Dharma images, went deep into the nursery, entered the capital and began to explore this huge secret realm that had just been opened. Chapter 399. Did those college instructors go to the capital? In Shirong College, Dukuhong and others looked at the sky. They went to slack off. Sword Fairy snorted coldly, not knowing what to say. Just like these worshippers have no sense of belonging, Sword Fairy actually has no feelings for these people. If it weren't for the fact that a college really wanted to recruit some instructors, she wouldn't bother to pay attention to them. And the worshippers just recruited are not slaves. They are free most of the time. It's just a little funny that they went to the capital to steal the palace in front of the owner. What do you think? Sword Fairy couldn't help asking. Xi and Shichen smiled. Just ignore them. Now everyone is keen to explore the capital, but they don't know that this is also in the calculation of the saint. These spies are exploring the palace. As long as they are exposed, the main body can also burn these heretics, who come one after another, which will become his knowledge base. It makes his Dharma image in Xenia's city stronger. The 9 spy saint is really too smart for his own good. He sent so many geniuses from various major sects to be spies. If he is burned to death by himself, he will master the most advanced technology of various major sects in the era of acquired spiritual roots. He will also become the first person of this era. Open up new fields and create the latest prosperity of mankind. Yes. It will even exceed the era ruled by him, the 9 spies saint. At this time, the Sword Fairy gave a thumbs up. Your Majesty, you are really amazing, especially the latest defense tower spirit reform. Xi and Shichen, it's okay. Anyway, I see that your spirits are so anthropomorphic, so I will give you a new idea and make it less anthropomorphic. The Sword Fairy nodded. I've learned your lesson. The faces of Dukuhong, Sini Baishan and others beside her were a little stiff. Speaking of weapon spirits. Because the saint led the Sword Fairy in the past few days to carry out a new weapon spirit transformation, the sneaky weapon spirit changed its appearance, which was more terrifying and scary. The saint smiled and looked at several people. We should build the towers. There are only a few of them, aren't there still many more? The Sword Fairy asked curiously. It's okay. The saint said, I have my own calculations. We continue to build, and the opponent's assassins are also continuing to prepare. Both sides are preparing, and our advantages will become less and less. It's better to release the few towers we have built first, so that they will fall into fear and be afraid that we will build more and immediately launch an attack on us. The Sword Fairy didn't say much. Although she loves to chatter and act as a lively atmosphere, she will not make stupid mistakes at critical moments and prevent some big guys from making decisions. Then let's start installing the defense tower. Boom. Soon, several giant spirit-like statues inserted a tall tower on the middle ring. The lighthouse stood tall, like an eternal watcher, sweeping the outer ring and inner ring in this middle ring area. What is that? So tall, so huge. On the ground of Shimen, countless people looked curiously. On the nursery. In a mist garden. It seemed that several people were looking down at the pond. This pond was extremely strange. It was a small map of Kyushu, with clouds and mist, rushing rivers, and mountains. All the information collected above is collected. According to the latest information, the cities of Xeniazu have all gathered together. Are they preparing for refuge? In Xeniazu city, that person actually built a high tower? A white-haired old man in a silk gown sighed. His face was full of wrinkles, and his pupils were actually golden, as if the sun and the moon were flowing in them, as if reflecting the stars in the sky. This is the realm of transformation, and the deterrence of the eyes can be like the sun and the moon. Xianji sect, known as the first sect selling information in Jiuzhou, the leader is Chan Wudao. No one knows that the founder of this neutral sect that sells and collects information everywhere is actually an ancient existence in a tomb. Someone nearby said, Lord Chan Wudao, he built a high tower, and he must have invited the Shirong master craftsman. Look at the scene, I'm afraid it will surround the entire Shoucheng. Chan Wudao smiled and said, if we are late, I'm afraid the defense will be even more terrible. We must take action. Immediately? Someone pondered. Yes. Chan Wudao put his hands behind his back, looking proud. No matter how strong he is just a Dharma image. His original body stays in the capital. How can I be afraid of him, a mere eliminated person from the old era? If it weren't for those people in the dark who were on guard against each other and refused to use their full strength, and only the Dharma image went to surround and kill, how could he be so arrogant? I originally wanted to let him go for a while, but that kid actually went too far and left the capital with the Dharma image, and fought with our Dharma image on an equal footing to seek death. He came from the previous dynasty of the previous dynasty, and the one in front of him was just a junior. I don't know how much older I am than him. He witnessed the founding emperor of the Xian dynasty, and even assassinated the founder of the Xian dynasty. He was just the last saint of a fallen country. How dare he be so arrogant? He witnessed the rise and fall of 2 dynasties, so how could he be afraid? But our ally, the female poison doctor who claimed to be able to poison the saint, has already. A powerful man frowned. Besides, we are not fully prepared yet. We continue to prepare, and the other party will continue to build the tower. Dao Wuchang smiled. Now, he only has 1 defense tower. Can it defend us? The last saint is dead, and the only thing we fear is the Shirong god craftsman, who has infinite possibilities, and is creating the mysterious fairy tower. He shook his head and said, we can't let him continue to build like this. After that, he looked at some existences in other secret realms. What a pity. Other cultivators in the transformation realm also have small groups, thinking of waiting for an opportunity to move. They hide in the shadows like mice, not daring to attack. Then watch me kill him and spread my name, Chong Wudao. Chong Wudao laughed loudly, and a huge 3-flower rose from his head. The golden sunlight gathered on his golden flowers. A god of war in golden armor and battle robe condensed on the lotus platform of the flowers, as if a god had descended from heaven. Follow me. The god of war on the flower seed jumped up, flew down the nursery, passed through heavy clouds, and fell into Xenia's city in the howling wind. A quick assassination did not require any words at all. In an instant, it fell into the center of the inner ring of Xenia's city, Cine Palace. Boom! The terrible air waves seemed to overturn the world and exploded. The people of the thousands of cities in Xeniazu were immersed in the joy of just moving to a new house, and suddenly felt a thunder in the sky. The people who were traveling around the city gates looked up in a daze. In the originally cloudless sky, giants suddenly stood in the clouds, their faces surrounded by clouds and mist, reflecting rainbows. What is that? Someone screamed. All the people in Shiman were stunned. Pa! Some tourists dropped the snacks they were holding. Chapter 400. Fighting started again. Someone shouted, run, run to the city wall area. The city wall area was safe last time. Everyone in the entire central ring area was excited. The saint must have come on a secret visit. Could it be that he has arrived now? It's an assassination. It's an assassination. But what they didn't expect was that the local government was faster than them, and seemed to have been prepared. One by one, the arcs that had not been sold, carrying the cities and families living in the central ring, quickly came to the outer ring city wall. A circular coliseum was formed again. What a bunch of rubbish. They have left the capital, and they dare not attack my Dharma image with their original body. Looking at this group of enemies descending, the saint's face suddenly showed a fanatical smile. Do you still think that your original body may not be able to beat my Dharma image? Or are you dead people? Your original body cannot leave the tomb, but you just think you are still alive? He raised one hand, looked up at the sky, and crushed a Dharma image that attacked him. Chong Wudao's huge figure pressed hard on the ground, and sneered, You are the dead man. Why don't you leave the capital? I'm afraid you can't come out, and only the Dharma image can come out, you earthbinding spirit. Chong Wudao looked at the other party with a contemptuous look. He thought the other party was really pathetic. A dead man, an earthbinding spirit, but thought he was still alive. A sense of superiority of IQ crushing rose in his heart. Xi and Shichen also showed a trace of contempt. I have to stay in the capital and cannot go out, but you are the one who ignored the fact that you are dead. Your logic is flawed. No matter what I say, you can't understand. It's really pitiful. Xi and Shichen's tone also carried a sense of superiority of crushing IQ, not knowing that he is dead, living like a clown, a dead man, bound to the earth spirit, thinking that he is still alive. Obviously, Chong Wudao was completely annoyed. This is obviously what I want to say to you. It seems that this last saint, with logical flaws, is simply unreasonable. But so, what do you say to such a pathetic person? It's just a regret, a suicide note before death. Just an old saint, look at my magic. Chong Wudao growled. Shh, a blood-red beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, and the air waves burst out continuously. The people of the central ring had already evacuated, and the entire central ring building disintegrated in an instant, turned into powder, melted into a cloud of smoke and dust that dissipated with the wind. Dukuhong, Sini Baishan, Sini Yun, and others had already hidden in the dark of the city wall, watching this battle. This horrifying scene shocked everyone on the circular wall of the Colosseum. The huge figure broke through the heavy clouds in the sky, and countless air currents and clouds swirled around their bodies at high speed, forming vortices, and the figures were almost invisible. Chong Wudao fought for only a few moments, and was obviously losing step by step. He suddenly roared, "There is the way, the lost way, the human way, the kingly way." As he roared, other figures of the transformation realm came out. For countless years, these are the descendants cultivated by this deity, and then they occupy their bodies. Chong Wudao sneered, licked his lips, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. "The foundation I have accumulated. 6 deities have transformed me. How should you deal with it?" Chong Wudao's eyes were shining with a bloody red light. Xi and Shichen just glanced at him, feeling calm. The existences in these tombstones are basically like this. After they die, they have almost no ability to grow, so they use the Dharma to visit incognito, cultivate young talents, develop power, and then kill the other party to control them. In the storybooks, there are often strange encounters with residual souls, mysterious masters, ancient powers. In fact, they really exist. It is these ancient tomb monsters who go to lure those young talents and do these insidious things. However, the few he has cultivated over the years should be able to burn a batch. Xi and Shichen smiled, feeling calm. Just a dead person. He was fishing for Chong Wudao, knowing that he would be the first one to come. It was just an introductory book of the royal family. He thought that this was his first time to attack the royal family, but he had long forgotten the memory of his countless deaths. When the Xian dynasty royal family was at its peak, those arrogant guys who had the courage to attack the royal family basically fell into their traps, ambush, assassination, various traps, and tricking them out. Only those tomb owners, who knew how to be patient and never attacked their royal family, had never killed them once. What he had to be wary of were these treacherous people who had never killed anyone without knowing the details. But it was precisely because the other party was patient that he easily determined that the other party would not dare to attack at will. Only such reckless men as usual would attack. How sad. The eyes of this last saint were faintly cold. Those who have the opportunity to kill me dare not come to surround and kill me, and those who have no chance to kill me will come. This is logic, inherent logic. It was like this more than 100,000 years ago, and it is still like this now. Xi and Shichen slowly raised his hand and said lightly, "The dead have been figured out and recorded in the royal archives, so why should we be afraid?" Boom! 8 defense towers rose again on the ground of the middle ring. Chong Wudao vaguely felt that it was not good. The other party had only released 1 tower before. It was obvious that they were trying to lure people over. He had already built 9 towers. However, only 9 towers were obviously far from being formed. In the next second, 8 of the city wall ancestors in the outer ring entered the middle ring and settled in the towers. The bound earth spirits have a limited range. They cannot go to the inner ring, and the maximum range of movement is the middle ring, so these defense towers are built in the middle ring. Hua la la, figures settled in the defense towers, and the thousands of ancestors of the city wall behind them injected energy into the towers, and gathered on those defense towers. And the sword fairy also sat in the center of a defense tower. "Open fire!" the sword fairy shouted. The energy of the outer wall was injected into the 9 defense towers in the middle ring. The 9 defense towers formed a circle again, and the light prisms rotated and gathered on the sword fairy. Kill! A sword light fell. The original joint attack could only seriously injure the Hua realm at most. Even a group of masters in the Eastern realm, with a group of artifacts, could withstand it. But the power now actually killed a Hua realm Dharma image directly. These are just 9 defense towers, and they have been upgraded to a higher level. Just when Chong Wudao thought that this was the end, a scarecrow quickly covered the fallen Hua realm Dharma image and took over the magpie's nest. An unprecedented scarecrow king stood up, and not only that, the 9 defense towers, the weapon spirits are still flashing with terrifying whispers, hiding and roaring. This defense tower has no weapon spirit at all. It is a crazy and chaotic sound. The reason comes from a suggestion from the Xinqiao saint. This weapon spirit, although the anthropomorphic technology is excellent, have you ever thought about the opposite, not so much like a human, and make it very unlike a human? Making the weapon spirit crazy, injecting a lot of resentment, regret, and hatred to lose reason, this may not be very humane, but it is also a way. The players learn from experience. Isn't this the elders and villagers when the 3 flowers are opened? Crazy, full of 3 flowers, opening the fairy gate, I am a Taoist priest. They are going to make a player version of the elders and villagers whispering. So, they drove a certain player's weapon spirit crazy. The weapon spirit's soul was filled with the pain, torture, and mutterings of each player before death. The 9 towers actually share the same unconscious weapon spirit, chanting madly. Ha ha ha. Swim, swim. Brother, you smell so good. Coo coo coo. Who am I? Who am I? As if it were the 18 levels of hell, the turbid air and residual thoughts of the players before death on the 9 towers were like an extremely gloomy and resentful picture. The black smoke billowed, and the 9 monks on the 9 defense towers accumulated energy again, and seemed to be nurturing the next wave of attacks. Not good. Chong Wudao's face changed slightly. I know you are all watching the show, take advantage of it now, and help me. Unfortunately, there was no response from the entire battlefield. He was left alone to fight. In the dark, several powerful ancient tomb beings silently watched the scene. Chong Wudao, it's so pathetic, he's already dead, but he still thinks he's alive. The last saint is the same, he was already dead when the dynasty fell, but he's still alive with resentment, thinking he's not yet defeated. 2 beings are mocking each other for being dead, it's so funny. These beings in the shadows have a sense of superiority in IQ, and they are high above. I feel crushed. Only I am still hiding in the tomb, watching the changes of the times, the clouds rolling and the clouds unfolding, and even witnessing these 2 dead people, just 2 earthbound spirits, performing a ridiculous farce. And why do they know that Chong Wudao is dead? Because in the Xian dynasty era, they hid in the dark and saw Chong Wudao doing the same thing today, rushing out recklessly. In the end, he was surrounded and killed by Xian Chao. Just a pathetic logical creature. Someone sneered, if his mind is known, he will be trapped once, and he can be trapped countless times. Only I am different. His voice was majestic and ancient. I witnessed him being surrounded and killed with my own eyes. How do I know that this time it was not a trap? He was tricked out, but I will not be tricked out. He just lost a group of Dharma images. If we don't care about him, we won't lose anything. It's better to let these dead people explore the old bottom of this saint. They were unexpectedly steady. But they didn't know that they were scolding the other party's inherent logic, but they themselves were also following the inherent logic. Some people are charging according to logic. Some people are hiding according to logic. They are cautious and dare not act rashly, and they are also guessed by this pilgrim. The major holy places in Kyushu. The real living people of the present time are watching this scene silently. The old ancestor of the Dooku family laughed and said, I can already guess that many ancient beings are in joy at this moment, and have a sense of superiority, watching the dead fight, while they are still alive. And this sense of superiority belongs only to us living people. An ancient being of the other side said. Cinny in white robes smiled and said, we can't just attack casually. We are a family of living people, and have ties. If we are labeled as rebels, it will be difficult for this saint to encircle and suppress us afterwards. Everyone looked at Cinny, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You are clearly speaking for your family. Cinny smiled, you don't want to attack, do you? Our Cinny family has reached the top, old friends. We are still the king of Jiuzhou. Why do we need to make all those messes? The families of the other 8 continents did think so. It's not impossible to change the saint. This saint is the Cinny family, who knows everything about it. So why bother? Almost all big families will choose to be stable rather than reckless. What's more, they are already at the top now. What benefits can they get by recklessly? To compete for the position of saint, but that's too slim. It's better to continue to be one of the 9 kings in the world. What they have to do is to defend the foundation that has already stood at the top, and even resist the rebels. At this time, everyone was amused when they saw this scene. They looked at the group of dead people with a sense of superiority, feeling that their IQs were higher than theirs and their brains were superior. At this moment, a handsome young man from the Qiangwei family spoke quietly. You laugh at the superiority of those dead people, but how do you know that we are not dead now? We are just a superior clown who thinks he is still alive? Suddenly, everything was silent. The sense of superiority in their hearts disappeared immediately, and the few people present returned to the dilemma of whether I am dead or not. Chapter 401. Finally, the assassination lasted only half an hour before it ended. The first assassination failed. Someone was alone, and everyone was watching the show like a clown. The barriers inside the tombs, their own struggles, and vigilance, were destined to prevent these dead people from working together. That's it? The sword fairy put her hands on her hips, proudly. My scarecrow king is still handsome. Brainless weapon spirits are also good, highlighting a brainless one. However, there are very few types of weapons that this type of weapon spirit can use. After all, close-fitting weapons cannot be too brainless. On the contrary, these foundation-type buildings are suitable for brainless, and can also lead to spiritual bewitchment. The saint of Xian Dynasty exhaled, straightened his clothes, and looked at the scarecrow in the Hua realm. What a pity, this scarecrow was born in the Dharma phase, and it is not durable and is dissipating. It must parasitize a flesh and blood body before it can completely give birth to a truly powerful scarecrow. On the other side, Bai Xingling didn't know that after he flew up, Xinyazu ushered in a short surprise attack. He was landing outside the city gate with a few masters of the second phase realm who he had just met, and shook his head frequently when looking at the revised Beijing rules. The rules at the gate are just a foundation. Bai Xingling sighed, there is a lot of secret information to explore. As soon as I arrived outside the city, I saw a group of people shouting at the door. Selling clothes, old clothes, guarantee that you can enter the capital and disguise yourself as a native of Xian dynasty more than 100,000 years ago. A beautiful dress will allow you to defeat others in the strange talk of the rules of the capital, and even seduce the strange favor of women and get treasures. Okay, guest, what dynasty do you want? Do you want the Xian dynasty? Or a more distant dynasty, the Changsheng dynasty? Just at the gate of the city, someone started selling all kinds of clothes, and even some magic tools disguised as ghosts, and various spells. At the gate of almost every secret realm in Jiuzhou, there is a group of smart second-hand vendors selling things. Of course, there are also people who sell stolen goods, bringing out the spoils from the tombs to sell. But no one knows whether those spoils are really brought out from the tombs, or whether they are fake antiques pretending to be spoils from the tombs. The downtown outside this secret realm is quite lively, Bai Xingling whispered secretly. His eyes fell on the group of fierce-looking people in the distance. There are also bandits and robbers hiding outside the secret realm to prepare for robbery. It's a mixed bag here. There are even people selling intelligence in the distance, saying that their forces have obtained several rules of the capital through a large number of deaths. And the arrival of Bai Xingling and his companions was also noticed. After all, there are some forces in Jiuzhou that specialize in intelligence trafficking, and they are not vegetarians. Are they the new instructors of Shirong Academy? Yes, they are all independent cultivators. Nominally, they are independent cultivators, but who knows what they are doing behind the scenes? Someone sneered. With disdain on his face, many forces have some independent cultivators wandering around outside. I guess it was Shirong Master who asked them to explore the secret realm? A non-combat profession, how can they understand exploring the secret realm? This newly established academy force is probably just joining in the fun. Indeed, this is not their field. Someone was very rational. It is impossible for someone in this world to be omnipotent. The implication is obvious. This is the field of combat monks. You non-combat monks should not come to join in the fun. Bai Xingling ignored them. They just came to take a look, but those people wanted to blackmail him morally and make a big deal out of it. It can only be said that Shirong Master Craftsman has always been at the forefront of the storm, and people pay attention to every little move. Because of the appearance of that person, the interests of many people have been violated. No one will oppose you on the surface. They will only greet you with a smile and keep complimenting you, but behind the scenes, they may have been eager to kill you. Bai Xingling discussed with the people around him, and said seriously, it's not so easy to sneak into the capital now. Should we go to the palace? Or explore the outer streets? Another person said, those who entered early have identities, and can enter and exit the palace freely. We are a step late. It's too easy to be discovered if we sneak into the palace now. Bai Xingling nodded. They are hiding in the palace, probably seeking safety, waiting for us latecomers to go to the palace to explore the way for them, die, and collect intelligence. The first mover advantage is too important. Now it's too easy to be exposed if you get a fake identity and sneak into the palace. But no matter how difficult the secret realm of the palace is, there are a lot of people who want to rush in to win a chance. Anyway, they won't die. What if they really get the Imperial Seal? Then let's go to the palace. At this time, someone in the Shirong Academy team said, now, we latecomers want to force our way into the palace. There are only 3 low-level identities. One is the caravan that transports daily meals. The first area we arrived at was the Imperial Kitchen. I heard the place is also very dangerous, and the rules to follow are also troublesome. The second channel is the selection of women, which only includes women. The current selection of women is also very scary. I heard that it leads directly to the harem area, with all kinds of concubines and ghost babies. The third channel is to be sold into the palace as a slave. Some nobles in the royal family have a built-in coliseum. There may be other entry channels. But these days, most people enter the palace with these 3 identities. Then let's choose the Imperial Kitchen. Bai Xingling thought about it. The most important thing is to participate. It's not wrong to explore the way first. Obviously, they are ready to become leaks to be burned to death. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from a distance. The downtown of the capital outside us is now lively. A beautiful woman in ancient costume walked out of the city gate and toured everywhere. Everyone's face changed. It is one of the princesses of the capital, Cunning. It is said that she is kind and generous, helping the people in the capital, and maintaining the logic of her life after death, helping the people in the capital. Suddenly many people's minds moved. If this person approves, it will be a new way to enter the palace, and it is very safe. But it is not easy to get this person's trust. Cunning looked at everyone's eyes, hesitant in her heart. Fellow believers, what should we do now? Because she ignored her own death, she completely ignored the logic of her reappearance in the capital. Her 3 flowers on the top of her head whispered, "Wow, this plot is good. I said that there are also black market stalls outside the secret realm. Just like we went down to the city to guard the tomb before, several families outside also joined forces to set up a black market." A group of hairpin girls were chatting secretly. "Wait, isn't that by Xingling? These newly recruited college tutors come here to take risks? Isn't this paid fishing? Sisters, have you read books? You are using the wrong words. Fishing with salary, isn't it referring to the flirting between the crown prince and the crown princess of Xian dynasty? No, you haven't read books. What does it mean to fish with salary? It's obviously to touch the crown prince and the crown princess in front of him. It's a kind of current crime. Fishing with salary. Fishing with salary. Crazy touching of small fish. Filthy, 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 you are so good at driving a little train. Don't be so vulgar, our mother Cunning is still here." Everyone talked about the topic. They are very interested in becoming the NPC female ghost of this secret realm. And if they want to become the operator of the Beijing Ghost Talk secret realm, it depends on how they deal with you, and they will be done with you. And squeeze out these adventurers who are ready to come in. Stinky leaks. These days, Cunning has not been without action. Under the advice of the hairpin women, she continues to expand her power and unite with other princesses. And the clever mortal princesses set up a princess alliance and discussed with the crown princess Dao Yu, saying that they could find out those spies. If they did well, they would be given the power to build the capital. There is no doubt that this is the first step for Cunning to succeed. Her short-term goal is to become the inspector of the capital and compete with the standard. In response, the gentle and kind princess Cunning started fishing, so she came to the city gate and prepared to deceive the living people who entered the secret realm. Although she is a dead person, she has cognitive defects and sometimes can't tell the difference between the living and the dead. But the hairpins are alive, and those people don't think about figuring out the logic of this princess and deceiving people. In the eyes of the hairpins, the main task has been written for their hairpin task bar. Task: transform the capital. Content: improve the level of ghost stories. Help Princess Cunning to find out the spies who have sneaked into the capital, train the intelligence of the palace NPCs in the rule ghost stories, and enable them to have the ability to identify invaders. Reward: Princess Cunning gains greater control over the capital's ghost stories, becomes the mother of no birth, and backstabs the saint. Additional: the saint never expected that the one who backstabbed him was his daughter, who was now helping him build the capital. Chapter 402. Swordcasting Villa. Ning Zheng stopped in front of the Zanyang Tower. The building, which used to be very noisy, was very quiet at this moment. A reduced-sized statue of the manor owner, Eugene, was sitting cross-legged in it, and a group of Zanyangs entered the nursery together through the 3 flowers of Eugene. "My lord." They, the Zanyangs, have been having a lot of fun in Princess Cunning's mansion recently. At this time, Jiao Cairong looked at the group of lowly blacksmiths in the Zanyang Tower and introduced them with envy. After we defeated 10 bosses recently, they are still continuing their main storyline, winning over a group of strange princesses in the capital, and preparing to start a new farming flow. They have been very busy recently, and Princess Cunning has been visiting other princesses' mansions. Obviously, when Ning Zheng was busy, the progress of the Zanyang Tower did not stop. Eugene Suyunyang and a group of Zanyangs had a lot of fun, and even Ning Jiao went there every day and met a lot of new friends. Jiao Cairong looked at the hairpin girls motionlessly. Today, they are fishing. Fishing? Ning Zheng looked at them for a few times. Yes, fishing. Jiao Cairong said, let the princess go to the gate of the capital, catch a group of free black workers, and then go to the capital to build, and then use various methods to squeeze them, and when the work is almost done, find out their flaws, kill them, and cut their kidneys. Ning Zheng was shocked. How come these people have so many new tricks? Cheating people to come to the capital to work illegally, and then killing them after the work is over. Ningzheng let them work in the villa, all kinds of benefits, so conscientious, but they let people work, so black-hearted. I held an umbrella for them, so they should hold umbrellas for others. Why did they tear their umbrellas, and rub their heads in the rain and mud? We are kind. Jiuzai Rong saw the strange look in the old steward's eyes, and he introduced with a straight face. You know, the princess has a good reputation. She opened a free stall with her maids to give porridge and help the people, and often sent meals to help. Now, we set up a copy warm home in the homes of lonely elderly people in the capital, so that those people can take care of the elderly and respect the elderly, love the young, and when necessary, it can also become a midnight snack for the elderly. This is a new way of giving porridge, delivering food to the homes of lonely elderly people. I believe that the princess's reputation will spread throughout the capital again. Ningzheng, do you think I am a fool? Is this how you let this kind and gentle princess deliver food to lonely elderly people? Jiuzai took out a note. Look at this. Ningzheng was stunned, took the note, and wanted to see what new tricks they were going to play with that Princess Xine. Instance name, Warm Home. Instance introduction, home is a harbor of happiness. Please respect the elderly, and love the young, and spend time with your parents. Instance task, survive at home for 7 days. Number of participants, 1 to 2 people are recommended. Ningzheng was a little dazed. What is it? I don't quite understand, but I respect it. It looks very high-end, and has a sense of design. For example, we set up an infinite flow type horror copy happy restaurant in the Beijing restaurant, and let them become waiters and do work. We also provided Qishan Orphanage, Renai Zoo, Lishan Hospital, Kaimingsing Academy. In this way, many employees in the capital will not need to be paid. After they finish their work, they eat their Dharma images, which can fill their stomachs and save wages. Of course, our copies are still in the planning stage. At present, those people in the palace do not agree, but that is only a temporary thing. They will soon realize that we have made an unprecedented major reform. Jiuzai was beaming with joy. We will change the weird life of this era. Now, it is just a pilot compassion cemetery. Now we are asking Princess Xine to recruit people at the city gate and trick them into entering the first copy to be gravekeepers. Ningzheng thought. Enter this so-called copy and be a guinea pig? Test subject, swish. Ningzheng used her 3 flowers to land on Princess Xine's 3-flower perspective. Seeing this Princess Xine, she had already called Bai Xingling and others at the city gate, which made them overjoyed. But they didn't know that the hairpin lady in their mind was whispering, these teachers from Xine Academy want to slack off here? If they come here to explore, they have to continue working for us. Go to the cemetery. Once you get on our pirate ship and get paid by us, you can't run away. They should be the first batch of staff members of the Horror Dungeon Mercy Cemetery. Enjoy the thrilling moment. Hee, infinite horror, here it comes. Bai Xingling didn't know that the conspiracy was approaching, and he was overjoyed at this time, thinking that he was favored by the princess and had the identity to enter the capital. After all, the illegal residents in the capital can't do anything, let alone enter the palace. Even if he is a gravekeeper in a cemetery now, he is a native of the capital city. After work, he can explore this ancient capital city hundreds of thousands of years ago. Then you can follow me. Princess Xine smiled gently, and called in Bai Xingling and others. Only the monks at the city gate were left, heartbroken and secretly envious. Bai Xingling followed this kind and gentle princess into the capital city, feeling proud. It is better to come early than to come early. I met a noble person. Sure enough, my magic weapon was taken away before. The bad luck is only temporary. I will use my ability to show my skills soon. Sword Casting Villa. This capital city, they also want to mess around. Ningzheng felt speechless, and his thoughts were withdrawn from the backs of Princess Xine and Bai Xingling. This is the capital city. And it is the largest tomb secret realm that has just been opened. Don't look at the last saint, who looks gentle and easy to talk to. That's all to show the appearance of a wise ruler, to win over his subjects. Do you really think he is a kind lamb? He is a ruthless person. But in the eyes of Jiuzai and others, this is very normal. The management and construction of the capital must be a foreshadowing left by the planner for them. As a management game, where is there any fighting and killing? It's all management. Manage the villa. Manage the linen. Also try to manage the capital, the copy of the rules of the strange story. I can only say that those adventurers who enter the copy are blessed. Even, they are preparing to learn to train the AI intelligence of the NPC in the capital. The blacksmith of the villa is training the AI intelligence of the old steward, and deliberately says these modern words such as awesome, against the sky, so powerful, Diasi when passing by, so that the old steward can learn. The sword fairy of Shiman said that she was training the AI intelligence of the saints. Now, they want to train the AI intelligence of the strange people in the capital's rules and strange stories. The strange people in this world are too low level. When they are crazy, they use violence to scare people. Pure violence is not scary. Look at those senior monks. Who is scared? They want to teach these strange people and train them to let them know that violence is the lowest level of terror. The real horror is beautiful. The makeup, lines, and music are combined to create a gloomy and reverie horror atmosphere. They let the secret realm of this world take a big step ahead and bring better game dungeon experience to those two-phase realm monks. If the results of those pilots are good and recognized by the above, they will open the door to receive guests in the capital, even the palace, the harem, the imperial kitchen, and the laundry bureau, and establish more pilots. After all, that saint had hinted to Daoyu to find more spies, and kill more rebellious people who tried to come to the capital to plot evil. We will kill waves of guests for the saint to achieve sustainable development. Sir, the capital is just a test site for our villa. Jiao looked like a lackey flattering. So what do you mean? Ningzheng asked curiously. After this, our villa will be prosperous, and the villagers under the mountain will rise, and it will also become a big secret realm. Jiao showed a look of longing. In the future, we will guide these two-phase cultivators to come to our villa to participate in the dungeon, mysterious fish prison, fishing family of 3, and they will enter the homes of the people in our village and give them benefits. Their Dharma images are all renewable. It is a very new kind of straw, which we can harvest continuously. Chapter 403. Ningzheng had to imagine the scene. When fishing, a powerful person's Dharma image became the bait for Ning Jiao and Su Yunyang, and was hung at the mouth of the well with a look of pain and fear. Interesting. The corners of his mouth raised a little arc. Suddenly he remembered that in the forest of yesterday, as a flower in a flower pot, he watched that old existence catch a puppy Dharma image for his daughter to play with. He felt inexplicably envious before. Now, do I have to become that kind of existence? But the current villa is still far away. This is obviously the ancient powerful secret realm, similar to the forest of yesterday, where people keep sneaking in. But at this time, he is somewhat interested in this so-called rule talk. He looked at Sweet Home. The dozen rules to be followed are a bit absurd, a bit weird, and even more thrilling. Ningzheng fell into deep thought, thinking, however, if it was Ning Jiao, her copy rules should be that bird shit would make her lose her IQ. Ningzheng still thought Jiao plan was good. He raised his mouth slightly, revealing a happy smile. This plan, he, the owner of the manor, voted for it. Ningzheng said, well, work hard, you can apply for any resources you want. I will help review and submit it to the owner of the manor. Let's do a pilot in the capital first. Experiment with the saint's nest and explore the experience. Besides, we are all loyal to the Xinqiao saint, so naturally we have to help him control the capital. Hearing this, Jiao was full of confidence and shouted, don't worry. Now we are still in the honeymoon period. He is our Xion's adoptive father. It is normal to work for him and help him work, help him defend the capital, and resist the rebels in the world. Ningzheng's face was dark. What Xion's foster father? This word is a bit unlucky. Because they kept shouting about killing their father, it seemed that our villa might become the biggest traitor at any time. We are a neutral unit. How can we rebel? Whichever saint is in power, we will work for him. Just as they were discussing, the sword fairy suddenly sent a message. The saint was attacked? Ningzheng got the news that Xinia's city was attacked, and the whole person was stunned. These big guys are really swift and decisive. At this time, the sword fairy was already happily cleaning up the battlefield over there, and was very proud. Ha ha, I am dying of laughter. The saint laughed at the assassin for being dead, and the assassin laughed at the saint for being dead. Both sides had a sense of superiority in planning and crushing IQ. Only I know that the saint died, the assassin died, and the 8 tower defense ancestors who besieged with me died. I am the only living person in this group of tower defenses, and I am the one with the most superiority. But I won't say it. She paused, and a huge joy seemed to penetrate from the communication token. Alas. I watched this group of dead people sinking and confused, and I felt that my IQ occupied the high ground instantly. They are so pathetic and pitiful. Everyone, You are also nesting dolls, showing off this sense of superiority. You are also a dead person. You always think you are a second-level weapon, and are still playing games. You are an artificial retard. Today's battle is indeed outrageous in the eyes of the blacksmiths, but think about it carefully. It seems that the background of this world is like this. Perhaps some old predecessors are used to it, focusing on the three questions of life. You died, he died, am I dead? I am a little scared. At this time, the fairy doctor was in the dark, watching the chat between the old steward and Jiucai Rong. After hearing the news, her face turned black. This person can't be me, and you still feel superior? This wave of sword fairies is a living clown. Su Yunyang, the clown is you. However, they fought too fast. We didn't know until the battle was over, and we didn't react. Yi Guangxiu, this is the real assassination, okay, it's as fast as thunder. The main focus is on an instant kill. If our little blacksmith in the villa far away from the capital can react, why do they do assassination? Everyone thought about it, and it was right. The whole battlefield was very short. It was completely over after more than half an hour. After all, there were waves of city wall turrets in other people's territory, and they really couldn't stay for long. The previous attack on Xinyazu's city was just that short. In fact, Ningzheng didn't really want to pay attention to this sudden outbreak of war. He was just a lazy fisherman, watching the fire from the shore. It is estimated that after the arrival of the chaotic times, there will be many such wars. It's enough for our tower defense to withstand it. That saint is obviously strategic. He personally joined the tower defense construction, looking confident. Such a big man is cautious and doesn't need to worry about him. At this time, Jiucai Rong asked the sword fairy over there, how is our new weapon spirit in this wave of assassinations? Not bad. The sword fairy said, it can only make a lot of noises, stupid. Jiucai Rong nodded, isn't that right? We have driven people crazy. The two sides chatted for a while, and then hung up the call. Apparently, the sword fairy was very busy. But in order to show off, the sword fairy still took time out of her busy schedule to come here to brag. She really worked hard. Jiucai Rong couldn't help but take credit. Sir, our new weapon spirit seems to be quite effective in battle, and can be put into production. That defense tower is an amplifier. It is useless to amplify the people standing in the tower. Making it a brainless weapon spirit is their first experiment. This is a successful experiment. Jiucai Rong brought Ningzheng to the blacksmith shop. When they walked into the blacksmith shop, they saw several young blacksmiths abusing a weapon spirit in the process of forging, holding a syringe and injecting all kinds of turbid air and resentment into it. Uncle will give you an injection to make you mentally retarded. Don't turn around, it's me, your good brother. Brother, you smell so good. A group of people were laughing wildly, and injecting a newly fused weapon spirit. The scene was horrifying. Even Ningzheng, who was used to it, was still shocked. The weapon spirit screamed loudly, no! This syringe is so big. What are you doing? I am not dazzled. Why are you torturing me? Woo woo woo, did I really travel through time? Why do I feel that the blacksmith in the villa has become so scary after the second transformation? Old steward, come and save me, come and save me! The weapon spirit screamed. He seemed to be dazzled for the second time, and felt that the whole villa had become very terrifying. Look, sir! Jiucai Rong introduced the assembly line of the workshop seriously, and the weapon spirit wailed loudly. According to the methods and ideas provided by the saint, we succeeded after a few tests. It is mainly to inject all kinds of turbid air into the unformed weapon spirit at the moment of birth of the other party's fusion, turning the other party into an idiot, a lunatic, and Abba. Such a weapon spirit is very stupid and can only talk wildly, just like the turbid air between heaven and earth. But this kind of crazy talk, combined with the psychedelic formation of the defense tower, is very effective. Jiucai Rong said that this is a new type of weapon spirit. Now they are divided into two categories, weapon spirits with brains and weapon spirits without brains. Now each blacksmith can only sell once. For example, if a sword fairy appears, a second one cannot appear. So there is a problem. Jiucai Rong introduced the significance of this. We only have 500 blacksmiths now, which means there are only 500 magic weapons with brains. Everyone hopes that their Ember Baby can become a more advanced weapon. Especially now, for low-end weapons, like the Yin Yang Corpse Slashing Sword, those blacksmiths are unwilling to be the weapon spirits in it. Our plan is to replace the low-end Corpse Slashing Sword series with brainless weapon spirits. Jiucai Rong said, this will speed up the mass production of this youth version of the magic weapon series. However, because the function of the weapon spirit is greatly reduced, it may be sold at a lower price. Ningzheng looked at the casting assembly line in front of him. It's not a problem to be cheaper. Have you thought about the explanation? It's easy to explain. Jiucai Rong said in a serious voice. We said that we don't have enough embryos for the fusion weapon spirit. In the future, low-end magic weapons can only use this kind of low-level brainless weapon spirit. I believe they will understand. Chapter 404. Ning Zheng studied several brainless weapons, and probably understood the details of this new technology. Their meaning is very clear. The inferior yin-yang brainless weapons replace the low-end mass-produced magic weapon market. Of course, this type of weapon itself is not too bad. The only weakness is that the weapon spirit will not interact or communicate with people. And the crazy wailing and whispering of the weapon spirit can be used to attack the enemy. For example, after the revised yin-yang corpse slashing sword hits the enemy, the wailing, fear, and resentment of these turbid emotions will be injected into the enemy's body through the wound. Cause a kind of soul toxin damage, affecting the enemy's spirit in battle. Very effective, because this toxin technology is a toxin formula obtained from the saint. These blacksmiths in front of them, holding large syringes, injecting various turbid air, dark fears into the weapon spirit body, are all technical processes provided by the saint. Thank you so much. Ning Zheng sighed, and looked at the group of blacksmiths. I thought it was developed by the blacksmiths themselves, but it turned out to be a technology given by the saints. I overestimated them again. They can't do anything except bragging. Although this is normal, after all, what high-end technology can they know after only a few months? But their bragging and pretentiousness always made Ning Zheng feel that this group of people were the real top technical experts in Jiuzhou. Not only were they arrogant, but Ning Zheng was often led astray by them, inexplicably arrogant, and warned herself several times to calm down. If she really accompanied them to become arrogant, and self-righteously killed the saints, went to revolt, and kept talking about the fourth disaster subverting the world, she would be in a cold moment. This last saint is really good. Jiuzhai Rong said, the technique of using poison is very advanced, especially the soul poison formula given to us now. This is a huge progress. In Ning Zheng's eyes, brainless weapon spirits are generally not worse than brainy weapon spirits. Maybe the growth potential is a little lower. After all, the growth with IQ is more powerful. But some introverted monks don't like those social bull weapon spirits, and some monks have big secrets, and also like this kind of weapon that has no mind and cannot betray. However, no matter what the market is like, the first batch of brainless weapon spirits will definitely be used on defense towers for the first batch of mass production, which is the best. Jiuzhai Rong said, also, we are going to change the model of the next sales meeting. Oh? Ning Zheng asked. Jiuzhai Rong said, in the future, our sales meeting will only sell the magic weapons of brainless weapon spirits. The real high-end brainy weapons will be sold in a different way. How to sell? Ning Zheng asked. Blind box. Jiuzhai Rong said. Ning Zheng frowned immediately. He was not very optimistic about the blind box model being used on such high-end weapons. Jiuzhai Rong said, our blind boxes are not sold at the sales meeting, but sold at Shimen as Easter eggs. Other people's tombs have Easter eggs. If you find the owner of the tomb, you will get a reward. The Easter eggs in our tombs are these pseudo-human weapons hidden in the crowd. They will disguise themselves as residents. If you find them, you will get a reward. If you can find that their true form is a weapon, then you are qualified to buy them. This is a new type of blind box lottery. After finding the Easter egg weapon, even if you don't have the money to buy it, you can sell the precious purchase quota to others. Ning Zheng was a little surprised. He was not stupid, and he immediately thought that this sales method would bring huge benefits. This would not only attract a large number of people to come here to find tomb weapons and get amazing opportunities. It would also be a reason to let those ember blacksmiths become residents in his new city of Shimen, accept tasks, work, and continue to exploit them. After all, the villa has a lot of people to accept tasks. Shimen is still lacking a group of capable backbones and brick-moving experts. We are going to build a square and task bar in Shimen, where they can receive tasks. Jiuzhai Rong said proudly. Once they are proficient, we will assign them some high-level city management tasks. After all, we are not confident in giving them to outsiders, as there may be spies. In our hometown, our villa is called Novice Village. When a blacksmith reaches a certain level and becomes a second-level blacksmith, he can leave the novice village and go to a new big city to continue moving bricks, working, and receiving tasks. Our second-level blacksmith will go to the new city map to continue moving bricks. Ning Zheng did not understand, but showed respect. After squeezing the Dharma image of passers-by, he began to squeeze his own ember blacksmith. However, this batch of blind box weapons still needs to be packaged before being released into the crowd. Ning Zheng looked at the group of slender-legged exotic weapons in the square through the window of the manager's room. After all, they are too easy to recognize now. Well, blind boxes do need to be packaged exquisitely. We need to book a puppeteer for this, and we have already made an appointment with the Sword Fairy. Jiao said that it has been done. After all, everyone has their own expertise. We are not very good at making human-shaped simulation dolls. We will package the blind boxes into simulation human boxes and release them into the crowd. Ning Zheng thought it was very interesting and believed that tourists visiting Ximen would also like it. She nodded and said, "We can start preparing for this." The next 2 days, one after another, defense towers rose from the ground. It was obvious that the defense power was improved to a visible degree. Moreover, after that assassination, everything was calm. Sometimes Ning Zheng even wondered if those assassins dared not come after just one wave. Is that the level? Ning Zheng felt that she might have overestimated the scattered assassins. They were on guard against each other, and could not be twisted into a rope. It may also be that the calculation of the saint was too accurate. Accurately figuring out the existence of each ancient secret realm, everyone was afraid of any traps, so they hesitated and were at a loss. No matter what those big guys wanted to do, anyway, there were paid pilgrims to carry the sky when it fell. Ning Zheng did not take herself too seriously, and those real big guys probably did not take Shiron God Craftsman too seriously. In this world, force is supreme. I treat you as a scientist. You study your own things, and we fight each other internally. They are two parallel lines that do not intersect under normal circumstances. Ning Zheng also took the opportunity to continue to build her own doomsday fortress city. The construction of Ximen was roughly completed. In addition, Zhang Huaping also successfully served as a mentor, and her daughter was also the first batch of students. It is worth mentioning that there are quite a lot of students recruited, a full few thousand people, all from Pingchong City and surrounding cities. The real big sects and families with a foundation are watching and have not sent disciples here. At this time, there is a huge notice square at the entrance of Shirong Academy. There is a huge notice board on it, with various tasks posted, attracting a large number of people to watch. Is this a bulletin board? Sect mission? No, is it a city mission? Usually it's posted at the entrance of the government office, but now it's posted here, just in a different place. Interesting. It's not like these natives don't accept missions. Not to mention the regular sects, even a killer organization will post an assassination mission. Now everyone is just surprised that it's posted so openly, posted here where even mortals can access. Doesn't it mean that even the common people will accept the mission? Just when everyone was hesitant. Eugene Shirshin, Eugene Jiokai Rong and a group of people passed through the teleportation array and appeared in the bustling Ximen. Wow, it's so lively. Second turn, so cool. So many NPCs, so cool. These Easter eggs have already entered Ximen in advance. In their eyes, this is a real open world, an ancient town, and monks coming and going, which makes them burst into a burst of pride in their chests, wanting to make a big career in this world. So, they asked the NPCs for information and headed straight to the square, ready to start their new city brick-moving work. Make way, make way. Who's pushing me? Stop it, I'm here to take on the mission. They squeezed into a group of NPCs and happily started their new life. Because the walled area isolates the breath of the living and the dead, and even the breath of the spirits of the weapons, no one knows whether these simulated people are alive or dead. Is it stuck in the earth vein? Ning Zheng sent a message. The sword fairy replied, it's already stuck. After becoming earthbound spirits, they won't be afraid of anyone taking them away, unless they find the inspector and the key like Su Huan did. Chapter 405. Don't worry, sir. The sword fairy was still mumbling some inexplicable words. They are like exhibition phones connected to ropes in a mobile phone store, for display, with a certain range of movement, but they cannot be stolen casually. Because recently they are popular with the training of old steward AI, always saying some inexplicable modern words, all kinds of incomprehensible jokes. Ning Zheng has always pretended not to hear, and thinks it's good for them to do so. I can get a side view of the situation and customs of their current world. But it's good to lock the magic weapon. Ning Zheng knows that these tourists and scholars look well behaved, but they are mostly stealing and cheating behind the scenes. The more scholars there are, the more treacherous they may be. For this point, you can refer to the royal family of the previous dynasty, which is known as the strongest scholar and academic family in Kyushu. That polite saint always feels very wrong, and those little blacksmiths always think they are hiding well. In the previous hide-and-seek competition in the mountain villa, the catching person, the eye dizzy, had never caught me. But now, the one catching them is not a weak eye dizzy. I hope they can hold on. The first batch of Easter eggs should not be exposed so early. Ximen. A group of young blacksmiths took the task, walked around and looked around, with happy faces. The taskbar is like a 58.com, full of recruitment information. A blacksmith touched his chin. It makes me dizzy and see stars. They put their arms around each other and whispered, "By the way, brothers, is my passerby acting like a person? No one will find me, right? Very like a person." Another person gave a thumbs up. "In this hide-and-seek game, we will definitely hide until the end. Don't worry, our acting skills have been tested." Another blacksmith said proudly. Passers-by occasionally looked at these little blacksmiths with strange expressions. They only saw a stiff and weird smile on their faces, and nodded stiffly to the passers-by from time to time, which was inexplicably creepy. Even a few female cultivators from small sects who were traveling in the distance were scared and hid in the distance. "Sister, sister. Look, could that be an evil cultivator? The smile is so scary." A straightforward little female cultivator said it in front of them. Several blacksmiths? ? Another beautiful woman was also startled, and quickly covered her mouth and shrank back. When the evil cultivator goes crazy, he always laughs like this. They must be crazy. Ah! Several timid female cultivators ran away in fear. Several blacksmiths, What do you mean by crazy? We are obviously human beings, living people. They all know that Shemin is a tomb in the city wall, and this is a ghost city. But because of the suppression of the formation and the sufficient food, the ghosts here rarely go crazy. But there are exceptions. The smile in front of me is probably an exception. In view of these ghosts, who are suspected to be crazy, the monks around quietly move away. They fell into thinking. Why did they run away? So far away from us? Our smiles and movements should be very human. Before, there was only one NPC, John Huaping, and the other party pretended to be calm, so they didn't think there was a problem. Now under the big data, they finally began to realize that they might have gone astray from the beginning. If the sale of blind box eggs had not been announced yet, and they were given a period of hiding, the abnormality of several people at present might have been targeted by someone with a mind. It seems that we are different from the novice village. The NPCs here are very intelligent. Someone said with a serious face, stubbornly. Yes, the NPCs here are very smart. We need to observe and imitate human expressions again. A blacksmith whispered. Everyone. Another blacksmith was obviously a high-level player. We need to build a hidden camp to prevent the enemy from discovering our identities. Hide. I have imagined how they will be furious when they can't catch us. Yes, we have a heavy responsibility to open up this place and lay the foundation for the brothers who will come later. Wait for our team to open up the land in this large map. Once we have a solid foundation, we can lead new companions to leave the novice village in the future. They are all very motivated. Such a large sandbox online game, NPCs everywhere, and this kind of hidden identity main plot, it's so cool. The first batch of second-level professional blacksmiths successfully settled in the sandbox on the second day. The sword fairy secretly observed and found that there was no big problem with the little blacksmiths. They were all moving bricks, working, chatting with NPCs, bragging, and maintaining the same logic as the original villa. Moreover, they became completely human. Although they occasionally went crazy and their movements were a bit inexplicable, they were no different from the local ghosts, who were also neurotic. This group of ghosts was perfectly integrated into the local ghosts. From this, the sword fairy also had a fantasy in her heart. In the future, more and more companions will walk out of the novice village and come to this big map to build a new city together. Let's build Shemin together, just like building a villa. That will definitely be fun. And we will build all kinds of new blacksmith shops, clinics, and high-tech facilities here for guests to visit and earn their money. The sword fairy's eyes were bright. The virtual city management is officially on the stage. According to the virtual city management she played, being a contemporary Hessian can make more money. When I played before, there was a toll booth every few meters, all kinds of luxury stores, and the road was around for more than 10 times, trying every way to charge crazy fees. You can try here too. The sword fairy's eyes burst into light. Ning Zheng learned about the general situation of the blacksmiths, who settled in Shemin from the projection information transcribed by the sword fairy and ignored it. They are all the same. Moving bricks, accepting tasks, looking for NPCs to issue tasks, and chattering about finding places to hide. But the things he didn't care about were more lively on the forum than the previous few events. He simply glanced at the post. Discussion. After the novice village villa, the second map is officially open. Will this Shemin map evolve from a text map to a scene map as the version is updated? I don't think so. The technical ability is too great. The setting of Shemin is too huge, with billions of people. Yes, maybe a street will be opened. I don't know. Maybe after the production team has money, they will make a real Ximen map and make it a second extremely real villa. But the design drawing asked us to build a virtual city. Toll stations, tens of thousands of them, isn't it too much? Indeed, I used to increase city taxes in this way. Those NPCs are tricky and have low IQs, so there shouldn't be any problem, right? You won't remember how many toll stations you pass by on your way to work. Toll booths, we have to open the road. Do we have to build cars? You are crazy. You build cars just to make money from toll booths. What's the difference between me having a mouse and preparing to buy a computer? Ningzheng didn't really understand what the simulated city they were talking about was. But these days, I have already believed in their level. Anyway, when they come up with a charter, they still have to ask me for approval. The days passed one by one. A week passed in the blink of an eye. This made Ningzheng a little overwhelmed. The assassin is really so spineless. Why don't you come? Ningzheng felt that this seemed too plain. Did those guys give in? It was a little different from the apocalypse he imagined. There was no sign at all. He began to wonder if it was his butterfly effect that changed some things, causing the apocalypse to disappear. So Ningzheng went to Xenia's city to take a look and found that many people's luck had not fallen. Is the state capital okay? He couldn't help but go to other states through the remote teleportation array. The other shore state. The first time he came here, there were indeed feminine beauties everywhere, and the Yin energy was extremely heavy. The ratio of men to women on the street was even as terrifying as 1 to 9. This time, Ningzheng saw that their luck value was falling. Sure enough, it's still on a large scale. Other states are still in trouble, but our state is generally safe. It seems that after 2 months, the tower defense of Xenia's city will be built and the ark will be pulled up, so it can be considered safe. Ningzheng thought. Gathering most of the human living areas in Xenia's city is indeed a wise move. Chapter 406. Nothing happened this week. The second-level blacksmiths have already started to live in Ximen. Some work as errand boys in restaurants, some buy paintings on the streets, and some even try to be matchmakers and open matchmaking agencies, indicating that there is a gap in the market in this area and they can give it a try. And they all use code words to communicate. The direction of the flower pots, Morse code, various street corner patterns. To communicate simply. It's like spies. As for the communication token, how could it be possible? They have to make money themselves to be eligible to buy the first mobile phone in their lives. Then, for fear of being wiped out, they should completely separate and not contact each other. Wouldn't it be better? But they don't want to. It means that it is very exciting and tense to secretly connect and pass messages like this. Besides, in the paper house under Eugene Villa, the old lady is still studying the synthesis of flesh and blood. It seems that it is still not working well. This is probably the difference between Dukuhong and her. They were all pointing and collecting data from a distance, but she was not a little slow. It might also be that Ningzheng was too arrogant. General research almost takes several years to lay the foundation. This ancestor is just an ordinary 3-yuan realm cultivator. How can he compare with those top masters in Jiuzhou? The blacksmith in Jujian Villa was still working this week. A few days ago, the 500 wishing cult girls promised by the Shi family arrived, and Yujin Su Yunyan was busy again and began to arrange manpower. Instead, Ningzheng began to think, should I borrow the channels of the Cini family and get a batch of them? But he thought about it carefully and decided not to do it. Using the channels of the Cini family to find wishing girls, it is easy to be exposed. What's more, the saint is still in Cini's house. Who knows how deep the thoughts of that gentle scholar are behind the scenes? What if he finds out? We still have to follow the Shi family's path. Let them rise quickly in Ximen and continue to collect female ghosts for us. That's the best choice. Ningzheng felt that this week was too comfortable. Because that princess planted his 3-flower spiritual roots and anchored Princess Shirong, he no longer had to spend 20,000 luck points to go once. Now he absorbs spiritual fluid for free every day, and he feels that he will soon break through the third realm of the 3-yuan realm, the divine yuan realm. At the same time, the luck points in his hand have accumulated to 150,000, and he didn't choose to spend them carelessly. Blacksmith shop. The blacksmiths are still studying technology. More than 100 blacksmiths have worked together to make a so-called mecha. It was Yan Shuangying's order. These people pulled out a small mountain of parts and piled them on the square of the villa. Zhukurong expressed his opinion. Regardless of the actual performance, looking at the design drawings, it's very handsome anyway. Dao Jiuzhou covered his face speechlessly. I haven't introduced our masterpiece yet. You have determined that it is not good? How much is this tonnage? Yi Guangqiu asked. Dao Jiujiu introduced. More than 200 kilograms, plus the arc magic weapon itself, it must be more than 500 kilograms. Yin Xuanying shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, come and help assemble it." Okay. Each person who assembles it will get 10 magic coins, right? You are really rich. What kind of money can Yin Xuanying have? It's a loan. I joined Yi Quanqiu's company, and have a big boss behind me to sponsor it. Just like the Gundam parts mecha puzzle when I was a child, the little blacksmith who helped was really addicted. It took a lot of effort and 3 hours to assemble the entire armor. And even though the small parts were 3D printed and assembled on Earth through the computer, some parts were still not suitable. They adjusted and reshaped several joints before they were completely fixed. It's okay to take a few steps, Dao Jiujiu said. Okay. Yin Xuanying's steps were shaky and not very steady. The lines of this mecha are smooth, and it borrows all the handsome appearance designs of Gundam on the market. It is not just handsome. There are 2 guns on the wrists and a longbow on the back. Don't ask why it uses guns and bows, just ask it's handsome. It's handsome, right? This is not a magic weapon. It was designed and built by our blacksmith shop. More than 100 people worked together to cast it. Dao Jiujiu smiled proudly. This is our first large-scale magic weapon designed by ourselves. Anyway, it's still quite a sense of accomplishment. Yin Xuanying's embers gradually became more skilled, driving a mecha back and forth, having a lot of fun. Brother, let me ride you. Can I get into the cockpit? Don't be reluctant. Your mecha is sponsored by our boss. What's wrong with riding it? It will be our vehicle in the future. A group of local tyrant bosses looked at the captain of the Night Mad Patrol mecha they sponsored, and were very satisfied. They all expressed that they wanted to get on the car and take a stroll to have fun. And now that the mecha has been built, he should think about building a car. The cultivators in this world all travel on flying swords, and those with stronger magic power do not need to use magic tools, and can directly fly into the air. But Shiman does not allow flying. So, isn't it in line with market requirements to build a tourist car for you to travel around? Su Yunyang also came out of the bookstore to join in the fun. Wow! Your blacksmith shop has such a big mecha? Isn't it not as profitable as your bookstore? Dao Jiujiu complained. You have 500 more beautiful female ghosts, and those damn leaks are eager to try again. Su Yunyang covered her mouth and chuckled. Isn't it? With the help of me, a little love expert, they write love letters in the bookstore. Some of them have become masters of love, and some have several relationships. They use their high emotional intelligence to deal with girls, and become masters of time management. The vomiting mud craftsman next to him was also somewhat tempted. Could it be true that he can exercise his emotional intelligence and find a girlfriend? It seems that recently, after Su Yunyang came back from the shop over there, she returned to guard the bookstore and taught them how to fall in love. There were indeed several amazing achievements. Now, the bookstore is developing rapidly, selling stamps and drinks like crazy, and even adding several phones. And 2 days ago, the projection of video calls was introduced, so you can communicate with the girl on the other side face to face. Is it really that easy to attack? The vomiting mudsmith thought secretly. Then I will go to the bookstore to order some milk tea later, and see how other sand sculpture blacksmiths write love letters and talk on the phone. The prison of the Demon Tower. In the classroom, the Ember Su Yunyang is teaching 500 new female ghosts. You read this love letter first. How should we respond? Also, some people who are two-timing, I especially took out the love letters and read them together, so that you can learn how to respond. Let's look at this first. Well, Xiaochai-kun, who is cheating on 3 women, thinks he is very good at it. Since his girlfriends haven't found out, we have to pretend that we haven't found out. Let's read his 3 love letters first. Eugene Su Yunyang began to read aloud. Occasionally, there were loud laughter from below, and the sound of the girls playing and laughing made their stomachs hurt. Xiaochai-kun died on the spot. Even Ning Jiao was listening to it with a smile in the classroom, thinking that she should ask her brother to come here to attend class today. Well, the above are his love letters to his 3 girlfriends. We give him a sense of satisfaction, but occasionally stimulate him, pretending to be about to find out, making him worried, and then let him get through the Shura field again and again. We are a service industry, an online couple, providing spiritual comfort and satisfaction. Su Yunyang gave a long speech to the new prisoners. After she finished speaking, she began to organize the next event of the villa prison. Go to Princess Shirong's mansion. However, a new female prisoner didn't quite understand and raised her hand and asked, Sir, why are they afraid of having several girlfriends? As long as they are strong, they can find many wives or husbands. The new female prisoner was also puzzled. Those blacksmiths are really rich people, making a fortune every day, and it is normal to marry a few concubines. Too many poor families sell their children. Because they are like this. Su Yunyang said nonchalantly, I like Shura Field. Chapter 407. These days, the internet is exploring how to run the Shiman city, what is the management policy, and what is the management style. Modern style, cars, streets, street lights, high-rise buildings, unique, ancient style, carriages, bluestone floors, small bridges and flowing water, Jiangnan water town, future style, mechanical cars, cyberpunk-style wasteland civilization, giving these natives a certain degree of visual impact. The concept of running a city is colliding wildly. Many people think that this game cannot be ruined by sand sculptures, and the ancient style is the best choice. Some people also say that when playing a game, you have to be innovative, and give the native NPCs a little shock of other civilizations. What is the difference between building a traditional ancient city and other towns? There is no differentiation at all. Players generally believe that their second-level babies will go there to adventure, and it is their new city area, and they are very concerned. In particular, the Sword Fairy still sends their tracking news from time to time, and it is obvious that they have begun to accept tasks. In the end, they unanimously decided to build a car first. In addition, we build all kinds of strange style series, and let the customer group make the style choice. So a vigorous activity of collecting car design manuscripts began on the game forum. A post appeared, we will build your car. It said that as long as the design drawings are not spoofs, we will build them. After all, it is just a text adventure game, just a word to the Shiman next door. Isn't it easy to build as many cars as you want? This wide-ranging model made this post instantly top, and the number of clicks exceeded 100,000 in a short time. Even some outsiders came here to throw in design drawings. Netizens were full of imagination. Somersault cloud, mechanical sports car, pumpkin carriage. Various film and television works, all kinds of imaginative designs, were thrown in. Even Ning Zheng was enjoying watching them. After watching these vehicles, Ning Zheng leaned back on a chair in the yard, feeling more comfortable than ever before. That's right. This is the booming development that our villa needs. The construction of Shiman is improving day by day. This kind of peace in front of us is exactly what Ning Zheng longs for. In fact, the calm during this period of time made some major forces in Jiuzhou feel that perhaps the dust has settled. This time, the transfer of royal power, the throne of that saint, no one can shake it, because the king of Jiuzhou still did not make any moves. The implication was obvious that they supported this reasonable and legitimate new saint. The saint of Jiuzhou passed on the throne himself, so the king of Jiuzhou naturally supported it. In this way, Jiuzhou and the imperial city were connected as one, and the rebels from all over the country, and the forces of the Holy Land, big and small, were not worth mentioning. The court of the Jiuzhou dynasty was composed of the capital and Jiuzhou. Now they were all united. Who dared to challenge the biggest force? At this time, the saint of Xinqiao looked calm and looked at the guests of Jiuzhou, Duku, Bayan, and Qiangwei in front of him. The saint of Jiuzhou is smart. He gave up his throne to me for the sake of the people of the world, so that I can continue the prosperity he opened up. From this point of view, I have to admire this former opponent. His overall view is admirable. The visitors of the Jiuzhou palace in front of him were all silent. Perhaps this was the plan of the Jiuzhou saint from the beginning. He was too afraid of turmoil. In order to prevent the emergence of a chaotic world, the imperial power must be transferred peacefully, and the new king must be handed over in an almost bloodless way. Returning the royal power to this last saint is the best choice. Since you have all surrendered, I will not make things difficult for you. Xian Shichen said lightly, send some of your ancestors and Dharma images here, so that I can increase my knowledge and become the contemporary #1 in the entire Jiuzhou. Everyone was silent again. The magical skills of the Xian dynasty royal family are confidential. But they overthrew the other party that year, so they still knew the truth. It is also limited to the king of Jiuzhou. In front of them is a letter of surrender, sacrificing their ancestors to show their sincerity and loyalty. For example, the Duku family sighed in their hearts and silently gave up an ancestor of the Duku family, allowing the other party to burn books. Clang! As the existences swallowed and spit out one after another, the eyes of this last saint were full of wisdom, and he completely possessed the top knowledge of this era. He has become the well-deserved first person of this era. I will open up a new path, such as the fairy route, to lead you out of a new prosperous era. Xian Shichen raised his mouth, ambitious. With the recognition of the king of Jiuzhou in front of him, he is the real return of imperial power. He is already a well-deserved new saint. Who in the world can stop him? He dispersed the people of the Jojo Palace and looked at Shimen in the distance. Shirong, after all, is a neutral blacksmith too cautious. He stood up slowly with his hands behind his back. Since I was born, I have calculated hundreds and thousands of steps. All kinds of changes have been calculated, and countermeasures have been made according to the character and identity of the owners of those tombs. Now, the situation has developed as I expected. With the lowest cost, I have taken back the real power that the saints should have. The prosperous era is coming. But they are still so defensive. He shook his head and laughed. Collecting thousands of cities and gathering Cunning, this is destined to be a useless effort. With him in person, who dares to disturb the prosperous era he is in, on the other side. In Shirong College, after a week of adventure in the secret realm, Bai Xingling and others all turned pale and returned silently. It is obvious that the Dharma image was killed. Damn, the Gravekeeper's note obviously has fake rules. Bai Xingling exhaled. Originally, I thought that there were rules prepared for us by our predecessors. We tried it a few times, and it was all right, but the result was too outrageous. Indeed, they are all right, but there are also some misleading rules. Rule 7. The mirror is the personal property of the doorman. The doorman does not allow others to use any of his personal belongings. They can understand. When he was alive, he had a cleanliness obsession and did not like others to use it. He would show a displeasure when others used his things. But after death, if he uses things again, he will go crazy and start eating people. How can a ghost's emotions be stable? They followed this rule at first, until they were chased by something in the tomb and accidentally passed by the mirror facing the window of the guard room. The mirror reflected on them, and it was actually considered that they used the mirror and secretly used his personal belongings, which made someone furious. They had to kill the guard. After all, he was just a little ghost. But it caused a chain reaction. They killed the guard and attracted the patrol army of the capital, which violated the patrol team's killing rules. They were not allowed to kill people in the capital, and they also started to go crazy. This time, they really couldn't bear it, and died suddenly. Someone nearby analyzed, this mirror, placed in the window opposite the guard room, is obviously a trap. We should lie down and slide over when we pass by the guard room window. Bai Xingling shook his head. No, the mirror should have been covered with cloth from the beginning. We are stupid. The mirror is a personal item. We should have thought that we should not look into it, and deal with the safety hazards first. They were silent. It was the first time they saw such an outrageous trap, and it was very sophisticated. They rested for a while, and walked outside. Classes had already started in the academy. The newly recruited students were studying. There were juniors and seniors. Some students were even allowed to visit the defense towers and study the internal structure. And the senior transfer students were almost all in their 20s, many of whom were mid-level blacksmiths. There were a lot of them, and they all came here because of their reputation. At this time, they were in class. Everyone, please look, this is the running vehicle we are going to design, which will be tested in Shimen. Please work hard on the design, show your talent, and make a contribution to our Shimen. One by one, the design drawings of netizens were sent down. It is obvious that they are prepared to use them as free labor. The magic weapon carriage in this world is used to transport goods, which is a must for caravans. The technology has long been mature, and it can be modified into a car. And the level of this magic weapon is not high, it is only a medium-grade magic weapon, and most people present can refine it. The blacksmiths were immediately excited. This is a test. To test our skills, I must make a perfect work and stand out. A blacksmith took a design drawing of a somersault cloud and studied it. Well, a cloud? It is obviously a water-based magic weapon that carries people? It is very difficult. In this way, a group of people began to build cars vigorously. The whole Shirong Academy also became lively. At the same time, a message soon spread throughout Shimen again, and a new sales meeting will be open tomorrow. And a brand new sales model will be adopted. This news made the entire Xinya's city excited. Zhang Huaping was in the school, explaining to the low-level monks how to hunt monsters and dissect them, and her heart trembled. I can actually watch the legendary sale. Chapter 408. It has to be said that the limited edition press conference is held regularly. This marketing method has captured everyone's mind. Every sales conference will bring out new cross-era technologies, and now the threshold of expectations is getting higher and higher. Everyone guessed that the defense tower might be one of the items in this press conference, but it should be more than that. It may have brought out a brand new trick. Because an insider secretly leaked in advance, saying that this sales conference will bring out another major breakthrough in human history. It is said to be a new revolution that transcends races, It is said to be a major breakthrough that changes the qualifications of human practice. The confidential pictures leaked by those insiders, and the hazy video of more than 10 seconds shocked everyone's heart. Because in the picture, there are several new unknown races. Water-spraying turtles, mutant unicorns. Many people have made extensive speculations about this, and even some scholars in some restaurants have talked about it. The picture is blurry. Could it be that it is another species of scarecrow? According to my guess, it seems to indicate that humans will enter the Genesis era. What? Did you see the video of those 10 seconds? Perhaps, humans will become true gods and have the ability to create races. Everyone was shocked. Shiron God Craftsman not only created a spirit of the soul split and fused, but also created a synthetic life of flesh split and fused. It is worthy of being the light of mankind, the only force dedicated to promoting human civilization. Everyone just felt glorious and great. There is a group of idealists in Shiron's force, who silently contribute to mankind. And the defense tower, I'm afraid it's a new type of city wall that can amplify the ancestors of the tomb. Isn't it too small for the ancestors to sleep in such a high tower? You don't understand. The standing coffin is stylish. Someone blushed and argued, because of faith, there have been fanatics. As long as it is the other party's product, they will immediately support it. The sensory instinct is biased towards the other party. Even if it may be wrong, they tend to have other hidden secrets. This is the so-called fan effect. Someone said speechlessly, "What standing coffin? It's just a turret base built outside the tomb, allowing you to stand on the tower to output." That's right. You don't even know that this is not a tomb. You are praising it. You are shallow. Under various true and false speculations, the continuous hype in the past few days has made people look forward to coming to Shiman City, the third sale that belongs to their territory. Shiman is even more lively, and this storm is getting more and more intense in this city. The opening of the sale was expected by the players. Their goal is to build the leader of human civilization. Shiman City. Nearly 20 days have passed since the last sale, and they have worked overtime to produce 8 more arcs, which have been mass-produced. If it weren't for the research on mass-produced defense towers, the number of arcs would have to double. Are you almost ready? In the sword forging villa, Ningjing inspected the blacksmith shop. Well, it's a bit inappropriate to call it the sword forging villa now. According to the blacksmith, this is a novice village and an assembly line workshop, and Shiman City is their external camp. Now, every sale they hold is a movement to create a god. Consolidate the reputation of Shiron God Craftsman as the first person to open up the era and deepen people's impression. The first academic person who set off a wave of change in the era. However, looking at the preparations for this sale, Ningxiang was still a little dazed. I have always warned myself not to get on the pirate ship and listen to their bragging. But now, inexplicably, our villa has begun to lead human civilization through one sale after another and making so-called false PPTs. I don't know when, under their promotion, I have gone further and further on the road to fame. I was pushed by them to start the biggest charlatan fraud in human history. The next morning, the sun was shining. The much-anticipated cine sale officially opened. Ningxiang did not go on stage to give a speech, because he was not so good at deceiving people, and he didn't like being watched by thousands of people. The male and female hosts of Xian Xiaoi and Xiaochai Kun did a good job. Every time they released the task of being the host, they ran to prepare happily. Ningxiang even suspected that if she didn't issue the task and let them pay, they would happily go to show off. Hello everyone, welcome to our third sale. The sword fairy was holding the microphone and smiling. In front of the gate of Shiron College, the huge super square has been transformed into an open-air circular sale site. The square was noisy. Although the sword fairy is already famous, this is the first time to meet her. Welcome friends, you have come from afar today. I believe you have been looking forward to our sale for a long time. We won't say much, just get to the point and watch the big screen. After a gorgeous cutscene behind him, for words appeared. Earth Vein Arc. New Defense Tower. Biosynthesis Technology. New Cultivation System. Weapon Cultivation. There was a silence below. Biosynthesis Technology? In the crowd, a white-haired master craftsman Man Tianshou was sitting on a seat. He was from Man Tianqing continent. Man Tianqing was originally the first forging continent in Jiuzhou, and was as famous as the first spiritual farmer family in Duku continent. And Man Tianshou was the nominal first master craftsman in Jiuzhou today. Sini Baishan? The first master craftsman in Sini continent, a mediocre continent with no forging culture. How could the gold content of this first continent be compared with him? But now, they were crushed by the forging technology of Sini continent. This made Man Tianshou angry every time he saw the smug face of Sini Baishan. He couldn't stand a guy who was originally weaker than them taking the lead. He was a stubborn person. He was determined not to come to the sales meeting at first. He did not go to the first 2 sessions. This time, after the family persuaded him, he was willing to come. "Father, why does this biological synthesis technology seem to be biased towards doctors?" said a majestic middle-aged man next to him. "Well, please let us take a look," Man Tianshou said. If the first 2 weapon series were announced 2 months ago, mass production of 2 powerful immortal weapons would definitely attract people's attention, but now, everyone's attention is on biological synthesis technology. Biological synthesis. Those leaked pictures are not fictional. Man Tianshou pondered for a while. Why are their sales meetings getting more and more off track? Aren't they the power of the god craftsman? You know, many spiritual farmers and beastmasters in the whole Jiuzhou are studying the hybridization, synthesis, and breeding of monsters. Biosynthesis and hybridization are not uncommon. Even the agricultural colleges and some large colleges are conducting various hybridization and breeding experiments. For example, the new river monsters, reindeer, cattle, and sheep that some people in Jiuzhou eat now are all excellent varieties after they find wild monsters and breed them. But now that the other party is talking about this biological synthesis with such a big fanfare, it means that a brand new technology has been made. Man Tianshou sighed. Not only our Mantiangxing continent has suffered the most, but the Pansy continent is also expected to be the same. Pansy, the continent of doctors. What are the 3 colors? Flesh and blood, soul body, embers, soul consciousness, turbid air. 3 colors combined into one is life. This is the fundamental concept of doctors. Now, there is a powerful divine doctor in the Shirong force, who has studied the splitting and fusion of souls. Now flesh and blood also do this. It is reasonable. Everyone. At this time, the Sword Fairy was beaming with joy and said, each of these 4 technologies can be used to start a sales event, or even promote a major change. And today, we have brought them all out at once, which is full of sincerity. There was a sudden applause from below, and countless people applauded and cheered, extremely excited. We never engage in false operations. We are engaged in industrial development. We are not like some technical masters in some fields, who are just a name, but do not do anything practical. Next, our 2 hosts will introduce our new projects to them. The Sword Fairy pointed to the big screen behind her. On the screen, Xiao Chai Kuan and Xian Xiaoyi appeared decisively and introduced the sales of the Arc series and the Defense Tower series. There was no crazy bragging, no long and boring introduction, all concise. Between the lines, there was great humility, and the 2 series were introduced. Everyone knew that these 2 magic weapons were necessities for every new era force. The Arc for traveling. The Defense Tower that amplifies the ancestral city wall. But they were more concerned about the latter 2 introductions. Xiao Chai Kuan did not disappoint everyone, and said straight to the point, as everyone knows, we accidentally got the casting project of the sun and moon before, and we have some alternative suns and moons left for the yin-yang heavenly spiritual roots. In the screen, a yin-yang creation furnace appeared. Because the synthesis technology was too slow, it seemed that it was not very effective to rely on Rao and Yujia's research, so they began to think about the Jiuzhou bosses. Trick them to help work. Please look, everyone. This is the immortal weapon that was eliminated at that time. 2 corpses of monsters were thrown into the furnace of creation, and then they were synthesized and gradually turned into an egg. Then the egg was soaked in the spiritual plant liquid, and it quickly hatched and turned into a hybrid of 2 monsters. I believe you have also understood that this ability is force breeding. It allows 2 different species, even organisms with reproductive isolation, to breed. Andy Xian smiled and said, this immortal weapon is unique, and we will not sell it. But we will take some of your orders and help you synthesize it. I believe the great powers of various agricultural colleges know how much this thing can help your research. Everyone's eyes fell on the professional existence of the animal farming branch among the group of spiritual farmers. I found that the faces of the animal farmers were red, and their eyes were bright as they looked at the yin-yang creation furnace. But this group of animal farmers looked at the Sword Fairy, and their faces were as ugly as if they had eaten shit. The technology team was beating up their artificial team. Man Tianshou looked into the distance and chuckled. Haha, now seeing their ugly faces, the depression in my heart disappeared instantly. Now, not only the animal farmers, but also the doctors who study flesh and blood in the Pansy continent will suffer. Let those damn doctors laugh at us before, and say that our forging technology is poor. This era is definitely a super explosion era. Although the previous 9 spikes ain't opened the acquired mythology era, it was already a big explosion era. In the hundreds of thousands of years since the founding of this country, various technological updates have never stopped. Even every few hundred or thousands of years, the basic teaching in the textbooks is overturned and recompiled. But now, it was like a pony pulling a cart for hundreds of thousands of years, and suddenly speeding up at this moment, being taken up by a Cunning and pulled up to the sky. The postnatal myth era, from the seedlings and tender buds, instantly entered the period of rapid growth of the big tree and spreading branches and leaves. Even this kind of biological synthetic fairy furnace appeared, as if the myth era was completely kicked off by the sword fairy on the stage. This era is changing with each passing day, incredible. The sword fairy watched quietly from a high place, and understood their shock in her heart. What will happen in this era is no longer something that the big guys in their field can guess. Just like on Earth, 200 years ago in the Qing dynasty, looking at the various technologies of modern people, it was like looking at the gods in the sky. Who can predict the future? It is the same in front of us. They were shocked, afraid, and terrified of the unknown. But they can only passively welcome the unknown. Chapter 409. We won't talk about this furnace anymore. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Auntie Cian smiled lightly and said concisely, "If you have the intention to cooperate, you can contact us. They only expose the synthetic organisms, not the synthetic ore. But this is enough. The synthesis alone is enough to make some animal farmers and doctors collapse their faith. The knowledge of grazing, cultivation, and breeding that they have learned for a lifetime has been replaced by this brand new fairy weapon. They are even thinking, what is the meaning of their lives? But some professions are not eliminated, but have more advanced technology and better laboratories to assist human progress." The sword fairy felt that she could not attack the other party anymore. Of course, because of the huge gap in bloodline, some synthetic life will not live long. After you place an order for synthesis, you can buy the origin spirit liquid to help some synthetic life survive. This is a small advertisement. The origin spirit liquid is in short supply recently. It is also a product of our fairy weapon. Everyone was even more jealous and thought of it instantly. That spiritual liquid is not made by the alchemist, but also produced by the immortal weapon, this time. Not only did the beast farmer look pale, but even the alchemist's face became extremely ugly. Originally, the origin spiritual liquid began to be sold in Ximen, and the supply was in short supply. These divine alchemists were still thinking about analyzing and studying this formula and replicating it, thinking that this is a spiritual liquid that is more universal than spiritual plant liquid and can benefit the public. But now, this is not made by the divine alchemist of Shirong divine craftsman. It's a machine. We were fooled by the machine. Instantly, the brilliance in the eyes of some divine alchemists disappeared. The sword fairy was also watching this scene quietly. She seemed to see the Go world of the past, when Alpha Go defeated the human Go champion. Countless Go masters lost sleep and cried bitterly that night. They even doubted their own beliefs. What was the purpose of their lifelong research on chess records, specializing in chess skills, and working hard day and night? Incomprehensible chess moves, even some completely illogical and seemingly inexplicable moves, could actually overwhelm them steadily. And they, humans, don't even understand the principles of the opponent. The sword fairy looked at the group of silent old people in front of her and understood their inner hesitation. Everyone, immortal tools are just tools. Don't forget your original intention. The sword fairy shouted coldly, "You must know that any functional immortal tool is rare in the world, and it is likely to suppress a large family for thousands of years. They are the treasures of every profession. You should not be afraid of him, but pursue him. Just like a chef pursues kitchen utensils, and a swordsman pursues a magic sword. I believe that you can come to this day with enthusiasm for the dreams you pursue, and the great changes in the times are also an opportunity to pursue higher fields. Why exclude them? We should integrate with them. With better tools, in the future, divine craftsmen and divine doctors are not the end, immortal doctors and immortal craftsmen are the future." The silence below was deafening. In a trance, the people, civilians, and countless high-level and low-level monks in the entire square felt that this sentence was the anchor of the times, opening a new chapter of civilization. Mantion Shou watched quietly and took a deep breath. Yes, we should not lament that we were born in the wrong era, but be glad that we were born in the right era. The new era begins with our generation. His eyes sparkled with amazing brilliance. I am the real first master craftsman in Jiuzhou, the closest to the legendary immortal craftsman, and I am the most likely to be the first to step into that field. His competitive spirit was ignited again, and he was full of energy. Let's talk about the next project. Xian Shui smiled and stepped back silently. Xiao Chaikun stepped forward and explained with a smile. Next, we will introduce our last project. At this time, a line of words appeared on the big screen. New cultivation system. Weapon cultivation. Everyone's face became more silent, and an idea suddenly popped up in their hearts. This time, which profession will suffer again? This third sales meeting, Shirong Master Craftsman is obviously here to ruin the rice bowl and kick the scene. Weapon cultivation. What is this? Is this a system? A new path of cultivation? But aren't there two traditional cultivation methods? Innate spiritual roots and acquired spiritual roots? Is this going to be a third cultivation method? Many people had a vague premonition. This sale will overturn the times and bring out many new things. In the final analysis, the other party has mastered a technology, immortal weapon. Immortal weapon technology is the bottom technology. It affects all fields. The alchemy furnace was replaced by an immortal weapon, which overturned the alchemy world. The magic weapon was replaced by an immortal weapon, which overturned the combat monks. The travel tools were replaced by the immortal weapon arc, which overturned the movement mode of the forces. It's like when people were still in the Stone Age, someone suddenly developed iron tools, which were used to build iron houses and make iron hoes, and everything affected other professions. Immortal weapon. Someone clenched his fists, his mind tense. We should join forces, all the masters of various families, all set up a research institute together, and must research the weapon spirit fusion technology of two spiritual roots. Someone couldn't help it. One step slow, every step slow. They are too jealous. The field of immortal weapons is a vast blue ocean. Xiao Chaikun's face is gentle and polite. Someone asked, what is weapon cultivation? Is it a new practice route? Is it the third practice route besides acquired and innate spiritual roots? Our answer is yes and no. The people below showed a puzzled look. The other party's speeches before were concise, but now they deliberately kept people in suspense. In simple terms, the principle is to transform a person and implant magic weapons. This allows some non-combat professions to have combat power comparable to that of combat monks, and be able to protect themselves. There was silence below, listening quietly to Xiao Chaikun's explanation. Of course, our Jiuzhou has been full of talents since ancient times, and some people have long thought of implanting magic weapons. The most common point is that if you have not cultivated the 5 limbs and 4 internal organs, you can implant artificial organs and magic weapons to prolong your life. Everyone understood it. Why are these implanted organs not widely popularized? Why don't some monks even implant magic weapons? The reason is very simple. Because magic weapons have a service life. How can you transform your whole body and be fully armed? If you implant it in your body, you will keep using it and keep wearing out the magic weapon. This is a very low cost-effective behavior. But now the times are different. Eternal magic weapons are not afraid of wear and tear, or the cost of repairing wear and tear is very low. Implanting eternal divine weapons into the body can not only make people become eternal divine bodies, but also greatly improve combat power. Everyone, imagine that every fiber, bone, and skin of yours is a divine weapon. How powerful is that? Of course, this is not as good as a pure natural combat monk. External force is external force after all, but it is better than some monks, who have no combat power, and don't even have external force. And we didn't choose to start this project before. Why? Because everyone think about it, every part of your body can shout and speak. The heart, skin, large intestine, and small intestine can all speak and chat. You can even open a chat group for them. How terrifying is that? The crowd below laughed. Even some scholars suddenly had an idea in their minds, and were ready to take advantage of the popularity. In the novel of opening an internal organ chat group, the protagonist's organs can chat and practice by themselves. The 5 bodies practice by themselves, the 4 organs practice by themselves, and the 3 elements practice by themselves. They will also chat with each other, and compete with each other. Today the heart develops a magical power, and tomorrow the small intestine studies a secret method. The subject matter of this story is very novel, and it will surely attract countless storytellers to tell stories in restaurants and tea houses. The internal organs can speak, which makes people feel very insecure and without autonomy. Xiao Chaikun raised his hands and slowly clasped his fists towards the sky. But after the current saints have developed brainless spirits, we started this plan, just to prevent the magic weapons on our bodies from becoming the master and becoming a hidden danger. The brainless spirit in the body has no consciousness, and your body only has your consciousness. Everyone remembered the introduction of the brainless spirit, chewing the meaning carefully, the more shocked they were. This is a change of the times. The Sword Fairy said at this time, "All this is thanks to the newly appointed Zinpilgrim Saint, who provided us with various powerful help and helped us open up the era. But this technology has just been opened. Bones, skin, internal organs, these organs have no brains, they can only make indescribable babbling. Even if they are simplified, there are thousands of them. This human body project cannot be completed in one day. Today, we invite a group of great people from all walks of life to come and participate in our project. Especially the doctor family, who makes artificial organ magic tools at home." There was a commotion below. Obviously, they encountered a PPT presentation for the first time. Only PPT, no technology, no funds, no manpower and material resources. Getting something for nothing. But below, these simple technical great people, who have never encountered this kind of Ponzi scheme, feel that they have encountered a great opportunity to study unprecedented things together. Weapon Cultivator. This weapon cultivator, this eternal divine body, is truly a weapon that will be passed down for generations. The Sword Fairy showed a compassionate look. "I have a dream. Let weak humans also have powerful combat power. This weapon, implanted in a divine weapon, is equivalent to implanting a heavenly spiritual root, and implanted in an immortal weapon is equivalent to implanting an immortal spiritual root. And my weapon will be the core brain of this eternal divine body. I am willing to take risks, and let everyone build bones, skin, and body for me, anchor various immortal weapon magical powers and match them." Zhang Huaping was in a trance watching from below. She vaguely felt that the Sword Fairy, who was dancing with joy above, overlapped with the vigorous medical fairy at the sword casting villa. At that time, the youthful girl at the demon cultivation villa also had light in her eyes, and the conversation at that time passed through her mind like thunder. "Our family's blood separation flower is not used for violence. Blood separation flower is used for dissection, flattened into a flesh field, and implanted with various magic tools. Blood and flesh are weak, and machinery is sins. I want to make people in the world not restricted by spiritual roots. As long as they are implanted with weapons, they can also become true masters." In the distance, the Sword Fairy, who was in high places, overlapped with her former friend Medical Fairy. The same dream, but different ending. The same dream, but they are not the same person. I am hallucinating. Zhang Huaping's expression gradually became clear in the trance. Yes, the girl with the dream is dead. They are two people after all. Zhang Huaping looked at the Sword Fairy above, feeling the wonder of fate in her heart. But if that girl knew that soon after her death, someone in Jiuzhou proposed a similar ideal to hers, and wanted to realize it, she would definitely be very happy, right? She remembered that noon, under the scattered sunshine, the girl put down the scalpel for dissecting the river monster, and waved goodbye to herself at the door of the clinic. A farewell, and a farewell forever. That day, the beautiful and gentle young girl had a bright smile, as bright as a flower. Chapter 410. Everyone, the 4 projects have been introduced. Next, we will officially sell the products. There was a click on the stage. The male and female host Xiao Chai Kuan and Xian Shaoyi disappeared on the screen. Everyone's attention returned to the stage host Jian Zion in front of the big screen. Don't be afraid of the future, learn to accept the future. We, the Shiron God craftsmen, have devoted our lives to studying new paths. We explore, we lead, and we protect. Jian Zion's smile was very gentle, calming everyone's emotions. Soon, the traditional sales began. However, Jian Zion said that she only sells the traditional brainless spirit weapon. The Amplification Defense Tower series. A total of 10 defense towers. In fact, the construction of the defense tower is too simple. It is just a simple amplification turret, but most of them have been digested by Xenia's city. Only a part of it is put on sale. Everyone looked at the ARC series, which officially entered the auction and bid, and their eyes were hot. We need to seize this defense tower. Even if there is only one, it can be used as a turret for a single ancestor. We need to know ourselves and the enemy. The Xinqiu Saint is a dead man after all. He seems to have stabilized the world, but dead people have flaws. Let's study this defense tower before attacking it. If it was a living saint, he would have concentrated the imperial power. To this extent, the general trend is set, and no one will rebel, but the other party is a dead saint. Logical flaws, lack of thinking, plus the possibility of going crazy at any time. There are too many flaws. As long as you catch the lifeblood of a trickster, you don't need brute force to kill him. For example, are so many of them now attacking the capital and trying to go deep into the palace just to find the core? They want to know more about the imperial city hundreds of thousands of years ago, the young experience of the Xinqiu Saint, and his background. What is his obsession? What can make him crazy? As long as you find a button that makes him crazy, this dead man will go crazy and not recognize his relatives. Isn't it easy to kill him? He can go crazy and kill people at any time. The consequences can be imagined, therefore, they go deep into the capital, more to try to outsmart, to try to know what can make this ghost crazy. Once his flaw is found, the ending is doomed. We offer 80 million magic money. 90 million. People are bidding, each with their own ulterior motives. Soon, one defense tower after another was sold out. The Sword Fairy did not host it, letting them bid on their own. If there was no offer, she would jump to the next defense tower and continue selling. After a while, the defense tower was sold out. Next, we will sell our Arc series. At this time, the Sword Fairy said, unlike brainless spirits, brain spirits are very precious and difficult to mass produce. We don't have many left, so we can't mass produce them anymore. Please understand. Therefore, this time, we will change the sales model of the Arc. In the form of a blind box, hidden in Shiman, it will become a gift in this tomb. Once you find it, you will be eligible to buy it. Everyone, do you want our treasure? If you want, go find it. I have hidden all the wealth in the world in this city. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces showed strange colors. Hidden in the tomb? The owner of the tomb hides, but you hide by selling magic tools? Many people have turned around and are ready to look for the Arc hidden in the crowd. Even the monks who don't have the funds to buy it are extremely enthusiastic. If they can find it and resell it to a big force, the resources obtained can change the life of an ordinary monk. Who wouldn't want to try this opportunity? Buying lottery tickets costs money, but here there is no cost at all. Everyone thinks that they will be the chosen one and find the legendary tomb Easter egg. So far, this sale has ended. Incomparably concise and simple. It was obviously 4 revolutionary projects, but the whole process was only a simple half an hour, and it was completely introduced. No bloated self-boasting rhetoric. Between the lines, it reveals that scholars are humble, and have the dream of benefiting the people of the world. It was this exchange of sincerity for sincerity that caused a far greater stir than in the capital after the long-planned sale ended, because not everyone can go to the capital. It is too high-end. This is truly open to the public, the people of Jiuzhou. This very people-friendly Jiuzhou City Wall sale made many people record it, and bring it back to their own cities. Tea houses everywhere were discussing it crazily. The whole world was blown up. A hot word appeared frequently. The age of immortals, the immortal tools have appeared. How far will the cultivators with immortal spiritual roots be? How powerful will the cultivators who plant 2 spiritual roots at the same time be? Shirong is really a rare person in the ages. It is our good fortune that he was born in this era. Countless cultivators drank and talked happily in restaurants and tea houses, and even some drinks sold more than 10 times more, making those restaurant owners smile. Yes, he took the lead in opening up the era of immortal tools. First there was the concept of immortal tools, and then the direction of immortal spiritual roots. How far will the first immortal spiritual root cultivator's skills be? Nowadays, there are too many tombs in Jiuzhou, and they may explode at any time, but it is at this moment that such a monster is born. Perhaps, he can turn the tide and become a famous minister of the ages, assisting the saints to pacify this chaotic world. Clean up all the tombstones in Jiuzhou. This is the highest honor for non-combat professions. After all, he himself does not have too strong combat power, and assisting the saints and becoming a famous minister is the best destination. It is undeniable that this scene of words hit the passionate hearts of all young scholars at this time. Many people seem to be injected with chicken blood after listening to it. Because speeches are such wonderful things. It's like when you were in high school, the school invited someone to give a motivational speech. After listening to the speech, you will definitely be excited intermittently, and it will take some time before you return to the continuous life of eating and waiting for death. Now they are excited, and even want to sacrifice their lives for this amazing existence. Who, when they were young, was full of vigor and ambition, and was not doing chivalrous things, seeking benefits for the people of the world, and bringing peace to the people? Now in front of them, Shirong is the saint who shouts in anger on the earth, leading the people in the shadows to hold up torches in the tombs everywhere. Let's go, sign up for Shirong Academy. Let's go! Let's go together. Even if the teaching staff is low now, I will go. When everyone saw this scene, several big families became more determined. If we really want to research immortal weapons, we will need immortal weapons in all fields in the future. Even making an immortal weapon, may allow that spiritual farmer to enter the next era. Many people sighed in their hearts. This is a reshuffle of the times. Those monks who cannot enter the immortal artifact era and those who are still stuck in the divine artifact era will all decline.